Mr. Su sighed, revealing a bit of frustration. Su Shuyun immediately became flustered. Dad, speaking in front of so many people about her lack of dating experience made her wonder how she would face others in the future. Many of her college classmates already had 2 children, while she was still single, making people mistakenly think she was gay. Seeing Su Shuyun's hand recoiling in front of everyone, Mr. Su felt it was time. He held Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun's hands together in full view of everyone. Zi Qian, in the future, whether at work or in private, you should communicate and interact with Shuyun more. Alright. Zhang Qian realized that if he didn't agree for the time being, Mr. Su wouldn't let him go. With Zhang Qian's agreement, Mr. Su laughed heartily from the bottom of his heart and continued drinking with Zhang Qian. This scene was seen by these executives and some employees. With Mr. Su's approval, they all believed that Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun had a close relationship. Su Shuyun took the opportunity to finally withdraw her hand. She displayed an unprecedented shyness in front of others. Su Shuyun couldn't understand why her father was so happy when the other party had not revealed any romantic interest in her. Whatever Zhang Qian's true feelings were, no one knew. Setting them up like this always felt a bit rushed. After dinner, Su Shuyun had intended to have a serious conversation with Zhang Qian to clear any misunderstandings, but Zhang Qian made an excuse about having a document to write and quickly left, not giving Su Shuyun a chance. Escaping the hotel, Zhang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Shuyun couldn't possibly be interested in him. It was just a common syndrome for people of that age. Mr. Su, being of such age, naturally wanted to see his grandchildren sooner. The next day, Zhang Qian received an invitation from Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuking to visit a coffee shop on Shuangliu Street. Being busy the past few days, Zhang Qian hadn't had time to pay attention to the cafe run by the 2 sisters. With something on his mind, Zhang Qian decided to visit Shuangliu Street during lunchtime at the Love Destiny Cafe. Upon meeting them, Zhang Qian felt that the 2 of them seemed even more beautiful. "How is Uncle Deng doing?" Zhang Qian inquired about Deng Ziming's situation in the capital. The surgery went smoothly. He has been transferred back to the city hospital. "Thank you." Deng Shuxin's eyes were full of genuine affection. Upon hearing that we opened a coffee shop, father was very excited, eager to come and see it. But he just had surgery and can't get out of bed. It may take some time before he can see our shop. Deng Yuking smiled, her eyes also sending signals to Zhang Qian. Glad to hear everything went well. Zhang Qian nodded and organized his thoughts. However, there is something I need to talk to you both about. Zhang Qian informed the 2 sisters not to disclose the fact that he had funded the project. Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin nodded in understanding. Although they didn't know why Zhang Qian made this request, they were sure there was a reason behind his personal visit to convey this message to them. The 2 sisters promised not to reveal anything to avoid causing trouble for Zhang Qian. Satisfied, Zhang Qian nodded. "Zi Qian, have you not had lunch yet? Since there are no customers right now, how about we close the cafe and go get something to eat?" Okay. The cafe temporarily closed, and the 3 of them went to have lunch together. Upon returning, Zhang Qian chatted with the 2 sisters at the cafe. Except for the location recommended by Zhang Qian, the decoration, layout, and menu were all managed by the sisters without his intervention. He didn't need to worry about any losses. However, the tranquility was interrupted by the arrival of a customer. "Miss Jin, why are you here?" Deng Yuking exclaimed upon seeing a fashionable young woman at the door. Shocked, Zhang Qian dropped the spoon he was holding. "Oops, is this a bad time for me to come?" Jin Lu noticed Zhang Qian seated and mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. "No. Let me introduce you. This is..." Deng Shuxin tried to introduce Zhang Qian as their boss, but remembering the instructions from earlier, she quickly changed course. "Zhang Qian, General Zhang, was my former boss under whom I used to work." Relieved by Deng Shuxin's introduction, Zhang Qian smiled. "Oh, I see." Jin Lu drew out her response. Deng Yuking noticed Jin Lu's unusual demeanor, quite different from before. "Do you know General Zhang, Miss Jin?" Seeing this, Zhang Qian immediately put his arm around Jin Lu's shoulder and gave up his seat for her. "Of course not. We go way back, old acquaintances," Zhang Qian said with a smile. "General Zhang, what are you doing here?" Jin Lu raised an eyebrow playfully, her tone implying skepticism. Feeling a bit guilty, Zhang Qian wondered if Jin Lu already knew something. Using her wit, if Jinlu discovered that she had funded this cafe and deliberately showed up at this time, pretending ignorance seemed more likely. This must be a probe. I just happened to pass by and decided to try the coffee here since you said it's good. I wanted to taste it. Jun Qian lead. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin were surprised by Jun Qian's behavior. Realizing the connection between the two, Deng Shuxin, carefree as usual, didn't think much about their relationship. However, Deng Yuqing noticed the unusual bond between Jinlu and Jun Qian, indicating something beyond ordinary acquaintances. Jinlu didn't reveal their romantic relationship. Indeed, the coffee made by both sisters is delicious. Jinlu, the leader of Longliu Street's cafe, complimented. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin both addressed her as big sister out of respect for her strong personality. While Jinlu might occasionally overshadow Jun Qian in private, in this situation, her dominance was palpable. After a brief conversation, Jun Qian made an excuse to leave early, citing other engagements. Jinlu also departed with him. Why are you in a rush? Are you hiding something from me? Jinlu sat in the passenger seat of Jun Qian's car, smiling mischievously. Her smile made Jun Qian break into a cold sweat. No, there really is a business matter I have to attend to. I need to prepare a speech. Jun Qian explained. Are you jumping to conclusions? Humph. After mentioning those sisters, you rushed to their cafe. Can't I have my own thoughts? Jinlu wasn't angry. She wanted to hear Jun Qian's explanation. It's a misunderstanding. Really, it was a coincidence. I was just passing by to buy a cup of coffee. Deng Shuxin used to work under me. That's why we were chatting. So, you didn't ask for her sister's contact information? No, I didn't. Here, check my phone if you don't believe me. Jun Qian pulled out his phone, knowing Jinlu wouldn't check. I won't check, that would make me seem petty. Jinlu turned her head, feigning annoyance. Then tell me, is the coffee better made by me or by them? Jun Qian had an easy answer. Definitely the delicious coffee made by you. While theirs is unique, yours is incomparable with its rich and aromatic flavor. Theft, the smooth talker. Enough with the flattery. Jinlu was amused. All right, you can go now. I have things to do this afternoon. Jinlu's confidence suggested she didn't fear losing Jun Qian to someone else. She believed Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin wouldn't pose a threat to her place in Jun Qian's heart. Jun Qian felt relieved as Jinlu didn't probe further and even left a light kiss on his face before departing. Her actions showed she still trusted him. If Jinlu didn't trust him, she would have already launched an investigation. Jun Qian was confident that she could unravel all his recent connections thoroughly. But Jinlu didn't do that. Returning to the office in the afternoon, Jun Qian focused on his work. Chen Weiqian tasked him with writing a speech to present the company's financial report and attract potential investors at the upcoming summit. However, he was not to disclose the company's plans for the second half of the year. Jun Qian saw this as a valuable exercise. Zhang Xiaoyao, Qin Zuli, and Xia Qianchen provided significant contributions to the speech, and together they developed a comprehensive presentation. After a lengthy session of brainstorming, that evening, Jun Qian was engrossed in preparing for his speech in the study. Qian, it's past midnight. What are you studying? Aren't you going to sleep? Jinlu walked in and glanced at the speech briefly. This content is good, but I think it could use some polishing. Surprised, Jun Qian asked. More polishing. He didn't expect Jinlu to have such insights. This speech had been crafted by the four of them during an intense office session. I may not understand the content, but some word choices lack precision. Let me work on it. You go to bed and review it tomorrow. Okay. Handing over the speech, Jun Qian laid his head on the pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, he received a polished speech seemingly written by a professional, with precise language and terminology, making Jun Qian marvel at Jinlu's capabilities. Jun Qian walked to the second-floor living room holding his speech script, only to find that Jinlu had already prepared breakfast and was doing yoga with Bluetooth earphones on. Awake. What time did you stay up until last night? Around 3 or 4 o'clock. Jun Qian marveled at Jinlu's self-discipline. Going to bed at 3 or 4 o'clock, waking up so early, and even preparing breakfast for him. She was full of energy, without a trace of tiredness. Jinlu was truly a virtuous helper. I have also packed your luggage. What time is your flight tomorrow? Do you want me to drive you? Jinlu pointed to the suitcase next to the sofa. Jun Qian didn't say anything but walked up to Jinlu and gently took off her earphones. What are you doing? Nothing. Just want to hug you. I'm covered in sweat. Better not hug me. Then go sure. Ow. This. After all preparations were made, Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqiang flew to Shanghai together. This was Zhang Qian's first time flying first class, enjoying the attentive service of the stewardesses. Zhang, how are your PPT and speech script preparations going? Don't worry, all set. Zhang Qian was confident and made an okay gesture to Chen Weiqiang. After the plane landed, the two of them went to the Emperor Hotel first. The Maritime Trade Summit was held in the top floor lobby of the Emperor Hotel, making it very convenient to stay there. The Maritime Trade Summit was a business conference of the Domestic Maritime Trade Organization with contributions from various enterprises, announcing the maritime situation of the past year and the trade trends for the upcoming year on the first day. The summit would last 3 days, and professionals from various industries would attend. The first day was for listening to reports and casual networking. The second day would be about speeches and investment discussions. The third day would feature an award ceremony, mainly for outstanding maritime trade companies in the domestic region, as well as awarding captains and sailors who contributed significantly to maritime trade. After a brief introduction by Zhang Qian, Chen Weiqiang mentioned he had something to do and left Zhang Qian to himself. Chen, be careful. Don't repeat last time and get detained again. Zhang Qian reminded with a meaningful tone. No worries, last time was my carelessness. This time it's my high school classmate. No problem, we'll handle it. After Chen Weiqiang left the hotel, Zhang Qian used his phone to inform a few people that he was safe. The sky darkened, and a light drizzle began. Zhang Qian saw a popular crab noodle shop on an app, selling a bowl for 288 yuan, sparking his curiosity. As he was about to hail a cab after leaving the hotel, he was nearly hit by a car. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Peugeot car, Zhang Qian staggered back a few steps, fell on the ground, and got his clothes soaked. John, I think I hit someone. The secretary driving the Peugeot S68, Du Bingbing, quickly shifted to neutral and engaged the electronic handbrake. Check the person's condition. Send to the hospital if necessary. Don't waste my time. The woman in the back seat, Zhang Yanren, didn't even look up, still busy with a client message. Her cold, then distant demeanor signified a certain level of indifference. Du Bingbing grabbed an umbrella from the door crack and quickly checked on Zhang Qian. Sorry, did I hit you just now? Zhang Qian was helped out of the puddle by Du Bingbing. It's okay. Almost though. Well, he hadn't been hit. Falling still hurt. Seeing her okay attitude, Zhang Qian decided not to pursue the matter and just change clothes. Did you hit him? Zhang Yanren inquired as she got out of the car at some point. Du Bingbing rushed to hold an umbrella for Zhang Yanren. Madam Zhang, why did you come down? Please go back and let me handle this. Slam. Zhang Yanren slapped two thick bundles of red banknotes on the car hood. Her face was icy cold, emanating an aura of distance. Zhang Qian was puzzled. What kind of attitude was this? Nearly hitting him, then acting all high and mighty, was having money such a big deal? Through her actions, Zhang Yanren constantly reminded Zhang Qian that having money was truly significant. But now, Zhang Qian also had money. What do you mean? Zhang Qian asked. If injured, seek treatment. If not, consider a compensation for your clothes. With that said, Zhang Yanren didn't bother with Zhang Qian and just returned to the back of the car. She didn't want to waste a minute on Zhang Qian. Sorry, that's how my boss is. Don't take it personally. Du Bingbing apologized to Zhang Qian again, took the 2 bundles of banknotes, and handed them to Zhang Qian. Keep this money as compensation. With disdain, Zhang Qian snorted as he didn't need the money. Was that woman too disrespectful, thinking money could solve everything? Not wanting to argue, hungry and leaving behind the cash, Zhang Qian left the accident scene. Du Bingbing wanted to chase after asking him, but Zhang Qian didn't even look back. She returned to report to Zhang Yanren. Madam Zhang, he didn't take the money and left on his own. Let it go. Zhang Yanren wasn't concerned about Zhang Qian. Besides replying to client messages, she was also preparing for the speech at the Maritime Trade Summit in 2 days. After returning to the hotel and changing clothes, Zhang Qian hailed a cab to the noodle shop. The delicious crab noodle made him forget the unpleasant incident. Oh, Zhang Qian? Zhang Qian was enjoying his meal when a man in a sharp suit approached him. Zi Xinhao. Zi Xinhao was Zhang Qian's college classmate. A chance encounter like this was fate. They sat down and started catching up. What are you doing here? I heard there's a noodle shop selling crab noodles for 288 yuan here. Never tried it, so came for it. There were 2 empty bowls on Zhang Qian's table, which meant the noodles were indeed delicious. Well, meeting each other here, it's really fate. Let me treat you this time. Zi Xinhao was generous and called for 2 more bowls of noodles. After graduating, Zi Xinhao went to develop in the Jiangnan region. This time he came to Shanghai for the same reason as Zhang Qian, to attend the Maritime Trade Summit the next day. Zi Xinhao told Zhang Qian that he was now a business manager at DRIZZLE. Impressive. I could tell back in college that you were the most promising one in our class. You must be making at least $1 million in annual salary now, right? Zhang Qian estimated Zi Xinhao's salary level based on the position of a business manager at a large company like DRIZZLE. More or less, with bonuses, I can make around 1.2 million per year. Zi Xinhao humbly stated, but in his words, there was a hint of pride. As far as Zi Xinhao knew, among their classmates from back in the days, his salary was the highest. Song Bin, the second highest, only made around 3 to 400,000, which put him way ahead of Song Bin. Old classmate, what are you doing now? Zi Xinhao asked. Well, I am in the same industry as you, currently working at Zhengxin Shipyard, Zhang Qian replied truthfully. Zhengxin Shipyard? I haven't heard of it. Are you also in maritime trade? If so, that's quite a coincidence. Are you here to attend tomorrow's Maritime Trade Summit? Zi Xinhao assumed that since they were in the same industry and at this time in the city, Zhang Qian must be here for the summit. Zhang Qian nodded. So, what position do you hold specifically at Zhengxin? Zi Xinhao further inquired. After graduating from university for such a long time, Zi Xinhao had heard about others, except for Zhang Qian. Considering Zhang Qian's presence at the Maritime Trade Summit, he must be doing well, at least holding a position similar to Zi Xinhao's. How should I put it? Zhang Qian thought seriously. It would be a bit pretentious to say that he was the vice president of Zhengxin Shipyard. In front of his old classmate, there was no need for such pretense. It would be better to be more down to earth. My position at Zhengxin Shipyard is not high either. I've just started, still in the learning and exploration stage. An intern? Zi Xinhao chuckled. So Zhang Qian was an intern. There were often many interns brought by CEOs to listen in. Hearing that Zhang Qian's position was not higher than his, Zi Xinhao felt relieved. Being an intern is not bad. If the CEO brings you to attend the Maritime Trade Summit, it means the CEO values your intern group and wants to train you well. Work hard, and in no time, you could also become a manager, Zi Xinhao said. He had gone from a regular salesperson to a manager in for years. This opportunity to attend the Maritime Trade Summit was also a stroke of luck for him. Otherwise, as a young manager recently promoted like him, there wouldn't be many chances to participate in such an event. Zi Qian, if things don't work out for you, I can write you a reference letter to join Asia Airlines. I've got you covered. All right. Thank you, Zi. Zhang Qian thanked sincerely. Zi Xinhao and him were from the same town and were university classmates. During their university days, Zi Xinhao had helped Zhang Qian a lot financially and academically, even introduced a girlfriend to him. Despite some inevitable comparisons now, Zi Xinhao's support was more significant, giving Zhang Qian an internal referral opportunity, making him a benefactor in Zhang Qian's life. Zhang Qian didn't take Zi Xinhao's pride to heart. Back in university, he was Zi Xinhao's follower. It was reasonable for him to confirm his own identity now. The two chatted casually. Zi Qian, where are you staying in the city this time? It's pouring outside. Let me give you a ride back. No trouble, Zi. I'll just haul a cab. Come on. It's no trouble at all. We're old classmates, Zi Xinhao said, and took out the keys to his Plench car from his pocket, showing off his new car to Zhang Qian. All right, then. Do you mind dropping me off at the DRIZZLE hotel on your way? Zhang Qian didn't decline. Since Zi Xinhao wanted to show off, he didn't mind. So coincidental? I'm also staying at DRIZZLE hotel. Let's go back together. Zi Xinhao was puzzled. What was the background of Zhengxin Shipyard? So wealthy that even interns were arranged at DRIZZLE hotel. The Maritime Trade Summit would last 3 days, 4 nights. The price per night at DRIZZLE hotel was over 5,000. After dropping Zhang Qian off at the hotel, he received a message asking him to come to the office on the 19th floor. Let's pause our chat. I have something to attend to. All right, we'll continue later. Dismissed Zhang Qian. Zi Xinhao arrived on the 19th floor of DRIZZLE Hotel. Most of the companies attending the Maritime Trade Summit had already checked in, and the 19th floor was an open office with a writing area where interns brought by CEOs or executives handling important documents from the company worked temporarily. Manager Z, why didn't you reply earlier? I was getting anxious, said Du Bingbing. What's wrong, Secretary Du? Why so urgent? Zi Xinhao was puzzled. Did something go wrong? Du Bingbing turned her notebook around and pointed out several fundamental errors to Zi Xinhao. Chairman Zhang found some issues with your PPT. You need to revise it, and it must be sent to Chairman Zhang's mailbox by 10 p.m. tonight. Zi Xinhao realized these were fundamental errors. If not noticed earlier, presenting this PPT will invite ridicule. It was not basic errors anymore but rather fatal mistakes. Secretary Du, is Chairman Zhang angry about it? Zi Xinhao asked cautiously. Zhang Yanren, 26 years old, had returned from studying in the Americas and became the CEO of Asia Airlines Shipping. Zhang Yanren valued competence over qualifications. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as a young manager at such a large company. Chairman Zhang is very upset, Du Bingbing sadly informed Zi Xinhao. If you had checked before sending it to Chairman Zhang or sent it to me for review, I could have corrected it for you. It's careless, but there's no other way. Du Bingbing sighed. After hearing this, Zi Xinhao felt thunderstruck. All right. Quickly make the changes. I'll speak to Chairman Zhang for you. It'll be fine. Du Bingbing reassured. Zi Xinhao had no choice but to accept it. Whether Du would speak well or not, the outcome would be the same. Zi Xinhao knew Zhang Yanren well. An operations manager having such basic errors in a maritime trade summit PPT would surely lead to his dismissal and someone else taking his place. At 9:50 p.m., after correcting the basic errors and rechecking his presentation carefully, Zi Xinhao found further errors in the last few slides. Zhang Yanren had not noticed them yet. Time was running out with just 10 minutes left until 10 p.m. He had to make the changes. Zi Xinhao was frantic. He decided to inform Zhang Yanren about the situation, and then make the changes. But to his surprise, Zhang Yanren replied immediately. Zi Xinhao opened the email to read. No need to revise the PPT. Go back, claim a reimbursement for the flight ticket at the finance office, and process your resignation at the HR department. Zi Xinhao was utterly bewildered. This is so outrageous. The requirements are too strict and harsh. If it were at another company, at most he would have been demoted. But Zhang Yanren, she just directly fired him. Zi Xinhao couldn't express his bitterness. He was originally hoping that Du Bingbing could say a few good words for him in front of Zhang Yanren. After all, in the past 3 years, he has performed outstandingly at the company, being diligent and hardworking, contributing both effort and hard work. Zi Xinhao doesn't expect to be promoted in the future, just to maintain his current manager position. But now, just because he sent a document requesting a half-hour delay, Zhang Yanren directly asked him to handle his resignation. It's really ruthless. Although he did make mistakes, it's not necessary to be so harsh. Zhang Yanren is the most ruthless boss Zi Xinhao has ever encountered. Zi Xinhao didn't give up. After working overtime and fixing the PPT, he still prepared to attend the trade summit the next day, hoping that Zhang Yanren would show some humanity, not fire him, and give him a chance to make amends. He had just bought a big Benz. If he lost this job, how would he pay off the over 20,000 car loan every month? Why are you here? Du Bingbing saw Zi Xinhao at the opening ceremony and quickly pulled him to the side to stop him. I have fixed the PPT. General Zhang can use it directly tomorrow. There should be no problem this time. Zi Xinhao guaranteed. He had reviewed it until dawn last night and refined it all over again, ensuring a higher quality than the previous version. Manager Z, let it go. You know General Zhang's temper. She will definitely scold you when she sees you, and she won't give you any face at that time. Du Bingbing tried to discourage him. Last night, General Zhang made a PPT by herself and even said you were a fool. Do you think her attitude towards you can be forgiven? Du Bingbing kindly advised Zi Xinhao not to go to Zhang Yanren again. Zi Xinhao sighed helplessly. He had worked so hard and dedicatedly at Asia Airlines for 4 years, but just because of a small mistake, he was fired. How frustrating. Zi Xinhao glanced at Zhang Yanren from afar and eventually walked out of the venue. Just as Zi Xinhao walked out, he bumped into Zhang Qian, who was attending the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony is about to start. Why are you going out? Zhang Qian looked at Zi Shenhao, who looked disheveled and dejected, and curiously asked. Yesterday he was so spirited and lively. Why did he seem like a changed person today? What happened? Zi Shenhao sighed helplessly and shook his head. It's a long story. Don't laugh at me. And at this moment, Liu Shiki, wearing a red dress, walked over. Manager Zhang, the trade summit is about to begin. Why aren't you going in? Where's Manager Chen? Liu Shiki asked eagerly. Zhang Qian? When Zi Shenhao heard this name, he was extremely surprised. How did he know this woman? Zi Shenhao remember. This was Liu Shiki, the general manager of Zhonggong Fund, right? When Zi Shenhao was at Asia Airlines, Liu Shiki had visited their company, and the two had met briefly. Zi Shenhao was sure that this was indeed Liu Shiki. But wait, didn't Zhang Qian say he was an intern at Jiangxin Shipyard? At the entrance of the venue, there were only 3 of them. Apart from calling Zhang Qian, who else could it be? ZH. Manager Zhang. Zi Shenhao couldn't close his mouth. His face was full of disbelief. Manager Chen is inside. Zhang Qian replied casually. He felt it wouldn't be good to ignore Liu Shiki who had greeted him. Let's go, Zi. Let me in first, and I'll explain it to you later. Zhang Qian pulled Zi Shenhao in and attended the opening ceremony of the trade summit. After meeting with Chen Weiqian was a bit surprised. Who is this? Oh, Mr. Chen, this is my fellow townsman, and also my college classmate, who is now working as a business manager at Asia Airlines. I see. Then let's sit together. There were many seats at the venue. Basically not all were occupied. Each table had an identity badge in front of it. If there were none, it meant they were interns or secretaries, assistants, or similar support staff. On Zhang Qian's table, there were 2 identity badges that stood out. Vice President of Jiangxin Shipyard VIP, Investor of Zhonggong Fund. It was clear that this was done by Liu Shiki. Zi Shenhao was stunned when he saw these 2 badges. So, Zhang Qian was not only an entrepreneur but also an investor. Zi Shenhao had no initial reaction to Zhang Qian, but these 2 badges immediately raised Zhang Qian's status by several levels. Zi Shenhao stared at Zhang Qian intently. He had never expected that after 3 to 4 years of no news, Zhang Qian had made a name for himself after graduation. Even though Zi Shenhao was still working as a business manager at Asia Airlines, earning an annual salary of 1.2 million, he was just a middle-class employee, whereas Zhang Qian had already surpassed the class system, becoming a capitalist who earned money just by lying down, not needing to worry and grovel to maintain his job like Zi Shenhao did. Just the day before, Zi Shenhao had disdainfully looked at Zhang Qian. He even specifically offered to drive Zhang Qian back to the hotel, showing off his newly bought Mercedes. In reality, Zi Shenhao may have looked bright and shiny on the surface, but under Zhang Yanren's command at Asia Airlines, he was just a lapdog. Zi Shenhao even deliberately boasted about his $1 million salary in front of Zhang Qian, encouraging him to work hard to achieve similar success. To his surprise, Zhang Qian didn't flaunt his achievements, despite being far more successful than him. Zi Shenhao suddenly felt that Zhang Qian's status was not only higher than his, but his outlook and character were also on a completely different level. After the opening ceremony, Zi Shenhao found an opportunity to explain his situation to Zhang Qian honestly. To General Zhang, you mentioned, is she the one with long hair and a cold demeanor as if she was in an ice cellar? Zhang Qian inquired curiously. Yes, that's her. Do you know her? There's a bit of history there, but I don't know her personally. Zhang Qian didn't want to mention the incident where he was almost hit by her car or the fact she tried to dismiss him for 20,000 yuan. Oh, Zhang Yanren is just impossible to deal with. Zi Shenhao began to speak ill of Asia Airlines after leaving. Our company's manager Chen is also here. Zi, if you're willing, you can come to Jiangxin Shipyard to assist me and manager Chen. Zhang Qian didn't say to help him, but instead included Chen Weiqian to make it sound less condescending. Then, Zhang Qian proceeded to introduce Chen Weiqian to Zi Shenhao. Chen Weiqian felt that this person was very good after hearing about Zi Shenhao's work experience and abilities. Furthermore, he was not only a fellow villager of Zhang Qian, but also a university classmate of Zhang Qian. He had also worked as a business manager at AirAsia, with Zhang Qian vouching for him. Chen Weiqian had no reason to refuse this person. Brother Zi, if you're willing, we have a vacant position for a business manager at Jiangxin. Although it's not as large scale as AirAsia, we are a startup company, and our future potential is not inferior to Eurasia's, said Chen Weiqian. All right, since you are praising me so much, why would I refuse? Zi Xinhao found a new job for himself immediately. Truth be told, he didn't really think highly of Jiangxin shipyard. However, the headquarters of Jiangxin was close to home in Yebai, and with Zhang Qian serving as vice president in the company, he had helped Zhang Qian a lot during university days and knew that he wouldn't be mistreated. If things didn't work out, he could always leave discreetly. However, when explaining his resignation to Zhang Qian, he didn't mention that he was dismissed by Zhang Yanren due to work errors. Instead, he said he voluntarily resigned due to family reasons and wanted to find a job closer to home. And so, Zi Xinhao found a new job for himself immediately and successfully concealed the fact that he was fired, securing an offer from Jiangxin shipyard. Zhang Qian didn't take seriously the exaggeration at the noodle store by Zi Xinhao. Zi Xinhao was the kind of person, not inherently bad at heart, and had helped him a lot during university. Now, with his capabilities, he could also lend a hand, considering it as repaying Zi Xinhao. The first day of the Maritime Trade Summit went smoothly. Just some interactions with various CEOs. Chen Weiqian also used this opportunity to introduce Zhang Qian to many senior figures in the industry, helping him expand his network. The second day was the highlight of the Maritime Trade Summit. Ship transportation companies from various regions gave presentations with their own PPTs, explaining their company's bright prospects and potential to attract investment. The night before, Chen Weiqian had spent some time in Zhang Qian's room, making some small modifications to his PPT and speech, which calmed down Zhang Qian, who was initially nervous and anxious. Zhang Qian had never spoken in front of so many people before. Even doing a self-introduction in front of the whole class during school made him tremble. But this time, he wasn't just standing at a podium. He was on the main stage of a summit with hundreds of people, the audience being outstanding individuals from various industries. This presentation wasn't just a task, it was about attracting investments for Jiangxin shipyard. Real money on the line. Before Zhang Qian took the stage, Chen Weiqian informed him that it was Jiangxin shipyard's first time participating in such a high-level summit. Even if they didn't secure investments through the presentation, it was essential for publicity. Zhang Qian, suppressing his nervousness, did his best when he took the stage. The thunderous applause when he finished indicated his success. Many people were discussing the new shipyard company, Jiangxin Shipyard, and the young vice president Zhang Qian. Another one opened in Yebai. Jiangxin Shipyard? Have you heard about it? I only know about the Yemei Group in Yebai. The young man spoke with passion. Seems impressive. Is Jiangxin Shipyard trying to compete with Hulao's business? Hulao has retired. Now his son is in charge of the Yemei Group. Several big shots sighed when mentioning the current state of the Yemei Group. After Hulao retired, the group had been on a decline. A full house of cards, ruined by Hulao's nonchalant son. If his son had inherited half of Hulao's intelligence, there wouldn't have been another shipyard company emerging in Yebai. Zi Xinhao in the audience couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, university seemed to be a turning point. Zhang Qian and him were worlds apart. While he attended the Maritime Trade Summit due to Zhang Yanren's recommendation, he got the chance by luck. On the other hand, Zhang Qian had gone up on stage with his PPT and speech to attract investments. Zi Xinhao felt inferior. After Zhang Qian finished his presentation, Zi Xinhao welcomed him back to his seat with a smile. Well done. Everyone is applauding for you. How do you feel, General Zhang? Chen Weiqian asked. It seemed like it was Zhang Qian's first time doing such a thing. Still a bit nervous. Look at my hands. Zhang Qian showed his trembling hands. Although he wasn't as nervous after the presentation, his hands were still shaking uncontrollably. No worries. With more of these experiences, you'll get better. Chen Weiqian patted Zhang Qian's shoulder. On the other side of the summit, Ms. Zhang, the person who just gave the speech, is the one we almost bumped into when we arrived at the hotel. Du Bingbing reminded Zhang Yanren. Really? Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else? Zhang Yanren raised her eyebrow, not paying much attention to who gave the speech. It's true. The vice president of Jiangxin Shipyard, Zhang Qian. Indeed, Ms. Zhang, Zi Xinhao is sitting next to him, chatting and laughing. Seems like they know each other. Following Du Bingbing's direction, Zhang Yanren glanced over. He's still here? At the mention of Zi Xinhao, Zhang Yanren felt irritated. The Maritime Trade Summit was significant, yet Zi Xinhao seemed unbothered, with numerous mistakes in his PPT. She had given him enough time to make corrections, but he still wanted to delay. Since taking over Airacia from her father, she had boldly promoted new talent. Zi Xinhao had worked under her for 3 years, and she had handpicked him. However, his current work attitude was evident from the faulty PPT. Additionally, there were continuous reports from female employees of his harassment, prompting Zhang Yanren to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, he quickly found a new job, Jiangxin Shipyard. Zhang Yanren had never heard of it. It was probably through his work experience at Airacia that he found this new opportunity. Upon resigning from a large company like Airacia, several smaller shipyard companies scrambled to offer him positions. Now, please welcome Ms. Zhang, the chairman of Asia Airlines Shipyard, the host announced with a microphone. Zhang Yanren didn't dwell on Zi Xinhao's matter. Even without him, there were countless more talented individuals awaiting her promotion. Her focus now was on presenting her meticulously prepared speech and PPT to secure enough funds for Asia Airlines plans for the next 2 quarters. On the stage, Zhang Yanren first presented her prepared PPT. Created in just 2 hours, the document was magnificent without losing its essence, effectively conveying her message. She thought that her rushed PPT in 2 hours was better than what Zi Xinhao had prepared over several days. Watching Zhang Yanren's presentation, Zi Xinhao couldn't help but be amazed. Zhang Yanren, indeed, was still Zhang Yanren. Zi Xinhao even suspected that this was a carefully prepared document sent to her by the assistant manager after days of work, rather than completed the night before as Du Bingbing claimed. Her PPT was on another level compared to his. Zhang Yanren's entire speech lasted about 40 minutes, longer than everyone else's before. More importantly, Zhang Yanren hinted at a major move by Asia Airlines in the second half of the year, but the crucial information was not disclosed. One reason was to attract proactive investors, and the other was to avoid being targeted by competitors. A very wise speech. Throughout the process, Zhang Yanren exuded an unparalleled level of confidence in every gesture. As Zhang Yanren anticipated, immediately after stepping down, she received messages from several investors inquiring about Asia Airlines plans for the second half of the year, its reliability, and the level of certainty. Zhang Yanren replied uniformly, with a 90% certainty, arranging detailed discussions during dinner with these investors. In her eyes, the money held by these investors was already in her pocket. 3 words to describe Zhang Yanren's current mood: relaxed, happy, and simple. This Zhang Yanren is not simple. Zhun Qian furrowed his brow. From Zhang Yanren's speech, it can be seen that she is not just a name but a person with solid capabilities. According to Zi Xinhao, did she return from studying abroad? Founded by Zhang Hanyu, Asia Airlines can be said to be a dominant force in Jiangnan and well-known throughout Asia, continued Chen Weiqian, introducing Zhang Yanren. However, Zhang Hanyu passed away from heart disease 4 years ago, leaving behind only Zhang Yanren, his daughter, to take over the business. But don't underestimate her. Zhang Yanren made significant reforms as soon as she took over, and now Asia Airlines firmly holds the leading position in the Jiangnan region. Manager Z, you've been under Zhang Yanren for 4 years. You should know her better than I do. Can you introduce Madame Zheng to her? Basically, I only have work-related conversations with her, and we don't have much interaction outside of that. She wouldn't spend time on me as a small manager. Haha, Zi Xinhao chuckled. He would like to climb the corporate ladder. Regarding Zhang Yanren's remarks, Zhang Yanren's capability is evident, as she is relentless in her actions within Asia Airlines, leaving her colleagues in a sorry state. Chen Weiqiang and Zheng Qian listened, nodding quietly. Up next on the stage was Hu Yubin from Yami Group. Hu Yubin. He came to the trade summit too. Zheng Qian was slightly surprised. However, after some thought, Zheng Qian wasn't that surprised. There are only 2 shipyard companies in Yubei, Jiangxin Shipyard and Yami Group. If even Jiangxin could participate in the trade summit, then Yami Group was also qualifying. Hu Yubin's eyes were swollen with heavy bags under his eyes, speaking weakly and breathlessly, giving the impression that he only had a few years left. Zheng Qian speculated that Hu Yubin must have spent the previous night at a bar looking for women, or his spirits wouldn't be this low. Zheng even saw a few people struggling to hold back laughter while discussing Hu Yubin's appearance, even guessing that he must have been with several women the night before. Zheng almost died laughing. How could Yubei Limited, compete with who you been in such a state. Jung was sure that even the bigwigs in the financial industry wouldn't invest in Yami Group if they wouldn't invest in Junction Shipyard, squandering their money on such a dissolute playboy. After Hu Yubin stepped off the stage, followed by foreign enterprises do stand state-owned enterprises Hua Hang. Each CEO went up to present their annual reports and pitch for investments. In the evening, Zheng Qian and Liu Shiki accompanied Chen Weiqian to a private room on the 24th floor of the Imperial Hotel, where they invited an investor from Modu to dinner. Chen Weiqian informed Zheng Qian that this investor was the same person he had met with in Modu a few days ago, and the specific details had already been finalized. Tonight was for sealing the deal. Zheng Qian couldn't understand why Liu Shiki was attending the trade summit using the quota under Zhang Guangfun's name. Let's introduce, this is Mr. Zhuo, Zhu Shuwen, who I often mention to you, General Manager Zhuo. Chen Weiqian introduced Zhu Shuwen to Zheng Qian. With golden eyes and medium height, a slender middle-aged man exuding a scholarly air. Next to Zhu Shuwen was a female secretary who appeared to be around 20 years old, just graduating from university, fair-skinned, beautiful, petite, like a serious Lolita. If Chen Weiqian hadn't introduced him, Zheng Qian would never have guessed that he was a corporate executive. And this is Ms. Liu Shiki, Assistant General Manager of our company and the founder of Zhang Guan Fund. Chen Weiqian introduced Liu Shiki and Zheng Qian accordingly. I've long heard of Ms. Liu's name. Today's meeting truly stands out. Zhu Shuwen complimented. Zhu General, your words are too kind. To have dinner with you today is my honor. They exchanged official pleasantries. General Zheng, your speech was impassioned today. To be Deputy General Manager of Junction Shipyard at such a young age must mean you have outstanding abilities. Zheng Qian responded with a smile, thanks to Director Chen's selfless guidance. After the five of them sat down, two bottles of wine were opened, 2 rounds of dishes were served before they formally began discussing business. General Zhu, we already discussed in Modu. Tonight is to confirm the final details, Chen Weiqian said with a smile. At this point, Zhu Shuwen clicked his tongue, solemnly placed down his wine glass, and said, Qianzi, I can't go through with the financing we talked about. His words cut through Chen Weiqian's heart like a sharp arrow. General Zhu, but why? Chen Weiqian was puzzled. Hadn't they already agreed on it? Knowing Zhu Shuwen, he wasn't someone who changed his mind easily. There had to be a reason for this sudden reversal. To be frank, a senior approached me personally the night before last, asking for help and some money to ease their urgent needs, Zhu Shuwen explained. However, I can still offer you a sum of money, just not as much. How much? Chen Weiqian asked eagerly. He had already planned out the second half of the year. With Zhu Shuwen's additional 1 billion, together with the income from the past half year, Junction could purchase 7 to 8 10,000-ton freighters, doubling its size and nearly matching Yami Group. 15 million. 15 million. Chen Weiqian quickly calculated in his mind. Even with that amount, he would only be able to buy 2 10,000-ton freighters, the kind that had been running international routes for over a decade. Alright, since General Zhu still wants to remain on good terms, I won't say much more. Thank you very much. I'll offer you a toast. Chen Weiqian poured wine and raised his glass to Zhu Shuwen. Feeling slightly guilty inside, Zhu Shuwen also stood up to return the gesture. After having a meal, Zhu Shuwen left with his secretary. In the private room were left behind Chen Weiqian, Liu Shiki, and Zheng Qian. Director Chen, didn't you say everything was settled already? Liu Shiki was a bit puzzled. It was all going well a few days ago. I'm also frustrated, sighed Chen Weiqian. Zhu Shuwen's change of heart disrupted his plans for the second half of the year. Do you think what he said is true? An old senior looking for him? Liu Shiki inquired. It doesn't seem fake. I guess it's probably Mr. Hu from ACM Group who personally reached out, Chen Weiqian told them. The company used to be just 7 or 8 people with 3 or 4 ships, bought out by ACM Group's Mr. Hu and nurtured into what it is today. Although they've since split, the connections from back then still exist. The old senior Zhu Shuwen mentioned is likely Mr. Hu from ACM Group, the father of Hu Yubin. Forget it, I can't blame him. Despite saying this, Chen Weiqian couldn't help but feel resentful. Next, he hoped Zheng Qian's passionate speech at the Maritime Trade Summit could attract some investment, while he figures out the rest. Director Chen, how about this? I have some spare cash on hand. Why not invest it in the company first? Seeing Chen Weiqian so frustrated, Zheng Qian couldn't bear it. He had over 10 million in his account just lying there. Might as well use it to expand Jangsan shipyard. How much can you put in? 50 million, no problem. Jun Qian swiftly responded. Chen Weiqian was taken aback. Damn, was Jun Qian's family running a money printing factory at home? Did the money come blowing in with the wine, or was it printed overnight? With a bulging money bag like that, why even bother being an entrepreneur when you could already be called a successful person? Buying 2 small islands in the Pacific for retirement would be so much better. Why dive into the treacherous business world? Chen Weiqian couldn't understand this. During the day, I also met 2 bosses who have a substantial amount of funds willing to entrust me to manage. The amount is also around 50 million. If Zheng and I pitch in, we could reach 100 million. It was only then that Zheng Qian realized what Liu Shiqi's objective was in attending the Maritime Trade Summit. She wasn't very interested in maritime transport, being only a figurehead at Jangsan shipyard. She was hands-off, not caring at all. She came here to see if she could meet some clients. Although she was attending in the name of Zhonggan Fund, she didn't come to invest money, but to collect it. Such a savvy woman. Zheng Qian couldn't help but admire her acumen. Jangsan shipyard had been doing well in the past 6 months, with the current ships already booked for the second half of the year. Chen Weiqian didn't want to waste this development period, so he came to discuss financing, wanting to buy more ships for company operations. He believed that ACM Group would eventually fall, and at that time, Jangsan shipyard would be the one to rise. The 3 ultimately decided that Zheng Qian would stay in Shanghai to finish the Maritime Trade Summit, see if anyone would be willing to invest in Jangsan shipyard in the following days, and if so, make every effort to retain them. Director Chen, let's make an emergency trip to Xiamen now. If the old boss there is willing to invest in us, then Yuan Zheng won't need to pitch in. We'll decide when the time comes. After the decision, Zheng Qian was given full authority by Chen Weiqian and stayed at Emperor Hotel. The 2 of them urgently flew to Xiamen. Back in the room, Zishinhao eagerly approached and asked, "How did it go? Did you settle it?" Zheng Qian shook his head silently. Zishinhao didn't attend the banquet tonight. While his relationship with Zheng Qian was close, he wasn't qualified enough. Mr. Hu from ACM Group personally stepped in and took the investment. That old guy showed up himself. Seems like you gave ACM Group quite a beating. Zishinhao inquired. After inquiring discreetly from a few industry friends, Zishinhao learned about the recent business battle between Jangsan Shipyard and ACM Group, where both sides used tactics, and eventually Jangsan Shipyard outmaneuvered ACM Group, nearly holding all of their ships at the dock. Mr. Hu is a legendary figure. Decades ago, he was a dominant figure in the Jiangnan and Shanghai area. Even the foreign companies had to give him face. How did things deteriorate to what it is now then? Zheng Qian asked. The company's planning had issues. The Jiangnan waters, Shanghai waters, and Northeast waters have been key areas for thousands of years. Mr. Hu also didn't know why. He insisted on placing the company's focus on the south, which turned out to be a mistake, and one wrong step led to many more. ACM Group has long lost its former dominance at sea, being surpassed gradually, losing market share. After Mr. Hu retired, and his son Hu Yubin took over, the business deteriorated further. Bankruptcy liquidation was only a matter of time. ACM Group has no vitality anymore, but Mr. Hu didn't want to stand by watching ACM Group deteriorate into a bankrupt mess, hence his personal intervention. Zheng Qian realized suddenly, ACM Group had such a hidden history. Zheng Qian had always thought that ACM Group began to decline only after Hu Yubin took over, but it had already begun its decline long ago. On the 3rd day, Zheng Qian wasn't very interested in the award ceremony for contributions to maritime business, but since the other bosses would attend, he had to go too, to wait for potential investors. You don't understand today's proceedings, right? Zishinhao smiled. What's happening today? Isn't it just an award? Zheng Qian shook his head, denying his assumptions. He told Zheng Qian that today's event, even though it looked like an award ceremony, was, in fact, an occasion for captains and sailors to find new opportunities for their teams. Understanding this, Zheng Qian was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he saw many sailors and captains in white and gold uniforms today. He had thought many were receiving awards. Why are there women going up to receive awards? Zheng Qian frowned, watching several graceful and elegant young women on stage, wearing white sailor uniforms and caps, looking like they stepped out of a foreign film. In Zheng Qian's understanding, 99% of these roles were filled by men, yet suddenly, there were 7 or 8 females, which was eye-opening for him. Zhang Qian glanced around and noticed others weren't surprised. Well, they're not from cargo ships, they are from international cruise ships. Didn't they mention it? Zi Xinhao patiently explained. These women received awards because during a cruise ship fire incident, risking their lives, they saved 25 passengers, bringing honor to the cruise company, so they received outstanding contribution awards. Do you think they are also looking for new opportunities? Possible. Any sailor and captain appearing today have the chance. Should we go ask? Let's go. The award ceremony was particularly boring, so these few female sailors became the partners of Zhang Qian and Zi Xinhao to pass the time. Although Zhongdin shipyard did not have a cruise ship, it was still nice to meet some new people. After the few female sailors left the stage, Zhang Qian and Zi Xinhao approached them. Please give these ladies who have made outstanding contributions to the maritime industry a drink. Zi Xinhao snapped his fingers and called over a waiter. Champagne? Or whiskey? Whiskey. I'll have champagne. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded. This Zi Xinhao really seemed like a master at flirting. The playful behavior amused the female sailors. It seemed like Zi Xinhao was used to charming women. I am the business manager of Zhongdin shipyard. Zi Xinhao glanced at Zhang Qian. He had wanted to show off in front of Zhang Qian, but then remembered that he was working under Zhang Qian's leadership, so of course Zhang Qian was the main focus. After introducing himself, Zi Xinhao tactfully introduced Zhang Qian. This is my boss, the vice president of Zhongdin shipyard, Mr. Zhang Qian. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. The female sailors greeted Zhang Qian in unison, including a blonde foreign girl. You can just call me Mr. Zhang. No need for Mr. Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian awkwardly took a sip of red wine. After getting to know them, Zhang Qian learned that these female sailors were indeed looking for new opportunities. Their captain was named Ya Kaiqiu, with fair and delicate skin, outstanding qualities, and a commanding presence. Zhang Qian felt that even Hong Kong celebrities would pale in comparison to Ya Kaiqiu. The other female sailors, although similar in appearance to her, were overshadowed by the captain's leadership aura. Even though their appearances, demeanor, and figures were comparable, their captain's presence and impeccably tailored uniform, adorned with water droplets on her shoulders, made them all stand out. Is your cruise ship in need of crew members, Mr. Zhang? Ya Kaiqiu began to offer her services, discussing her experiences on cruise ships and the exceptional team of sailors under her command. Zhang Qian hadn't realized until Ya Kaiqiu's introduction that these petite and beautiful girls had been working as officers on major cruise ships for 5 years. In terms of knowledge, appearance, figure, and eloquence, they far surpassed even the flight attendants in the sky. Is your cruise ship in need of crew members, Mr. Zhang? Ya Kaiqiu inquired. Our company has not yet ventured into the cruise ship business, but we admire your outstanding contributions and wanted to get to know you, Zhang Qian explained. Oh, I see. Ya Kaiqiu nodded. Although she didn't say anything, disappointment was evident in her eyes. She had thought that she had found a new opportunity. In the end, she was also like all the other men, the award ceremony, trying to approach them, including Zhang Qian and Zi Xinhao. She had been approached by 8 different men. Most of them were company executives, but many of those who actually operated cruise businesses were not in need of crew members. They simply wanted their contact information, just in case. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanren noticed Zhang Qian and Zi Xinhao chatting with several beautiful female sailors, and she felt a bit unhappy at their laughing and chatting. Manager Zhang, the cruise industry has been slow in the past year, with many international cruise companies forced to suspend their operations. These female sailors are here looking for new opportunities, Du Bingbing patiently explained to Zhang Yanren. With a glance at Zhang Qian, Zhang Yanren noticed Du Bingbing's unusual expression. What? Have you taken a liking to that awful man? No, not at all. Du Bingbing hastily withdrew her gaze, feeling very guilty. Du Bingbing did indeed have a favorable impression of Zhang Qian, whether it was his gentlemanly behavior, and they nearly collided on the first day, his passionate speech on the second day, or his lively conversations with the women today. She thought Zhang Qian was a handsome, promising, and charming man. She was falling for him. Zhang Yanren snorted and didn't say much, ordering a cocktail and walking away. Du Bingbing panicked and hurried to catch up. Zhang Yanren. Both Zhang Qian and Zi Xinhao were surprised by Zhang Yanren's sudden appearance. What was she doing here? Zhang Yanren seemed uninterested in talking to either Zi Shenhao or Zhang Qian and greeted the female captain Ya Kaiqiu politely. Hello, I'm Zhang Yanren, the chairperson of Asia Shipping. Asia Shipping? The girls looked at each other in surprise. Asia Shipping was one of the most powerful maritime companies in Zhuzhou. The fact that a young and beautiful woman was at the helm of Asia Shipping was quite surprising to them. Meeting someone like Zhang Yanren, who was not directly involved in the cruise business under Asia Shipping, could still offer valuable connections and potential job opportunities for them. I've heard of your heroic deeds. I deeply admire your actions. You truly exemplify the phrase women hold up half the sky. Zhang Yanren praised them. Do you have a moment? We can find a quiet place to discuss potential collaborations. The girls were excited. Female sailors often face discrimination on ships, and they found a strong connection with Zhang Yanren, a powerful woman. Including Ya Kaiqiu and several other crew members, they left Zhang Qian and Zi Shenhao behind and followed Zhang Yanren eagerly. In 3 sentences, Zhang Qian was left with 7 women. He was fuming. Qian, let's change locations. I know a bar with some good quality girls. In this awkward moment, Zi Shenhao stepped in to defuse the situation. Zhang Yanren's recent actions were undoubtedly a punishment for him. But this time, Zhang Qian was the main character in this flirtation. Why did Zhang Yanren have to ruin his chances? Zi Shenhao remembered that Zhang Qian had mentioned some connection between them. The more Zhang Qian looked at Zhang Yanren, the less he liked her. Damn it, the first day she almost crashed into him while driving, not even bothering to apologize, and just giving him 20,000 yuan to leave. Today, she came over to ruin his fun in chatting up women. She was deliberately making him uncomfortable. I'm really sorry. Manager John didn't mean it. Du Bingbing hadn't left yet and apologized to Zhang Qian. Secretary Du. Wasn't Manager John a bit excessive? What was she trying to do? Zi Shenhao said, indignantly. Let's forget it. Let's go outside for a drink. Zhang Qian called out to Zi Dinhao, leaving the Maritime Trade Summit. Du Bingbing wanted to catch up, but the two had already disappeared without a trace. 18th floor. Imperial Coffee House. Zhang Yanren placed a business card on the table. This is the contact information for the CEO of a subsidiary of Asia Airlines, currently planning domestic cruise business. Although it's not international, it can still provide you with work for 3 to 5 months. Zhang Yanren slid a business card in front of several female crew members. Some of the female crew members were young, unable to save money in hand, earning more and spending more, sometimes even overspending. International cruises have been suspended for nearly a year due to improper disease control. Ya Qiu is still okay, having saved some money from working on cruises for several years. But most of the girls are in debt, with credit cards maxed out, urgently needing a job. Although Ya Qiu usually advises them to spend conservatively, they always promise to do so, but they can't control themselves, and they see something they like or want to buy. Ya Qiu had to think for them. First find a job before anything else. Even if not running international routes, salaries for domestic routes are not bad. This business card can help alleviate their immediate financial pressures. Thank you, General John. Ya Qiu accepted the business card. By the way, what did those 2 men just chat with you about? Zhang Yanren asked with a blank expression. Ya Qiu didn't react for a moment. Even the helmsman of Asia Airlines was curious about what they had just talked about. General John, we didn't talk about much, just some everyday topics, Ya Qiu answered truthfully. Hu Yuban's eyes were swollen with heavy bags under his eyes, speaking weakly and breathlessly, giving the impression that he only had a few years left. Zhang Qian speculated that Hu Yuban must have spent the previous night at a bar looking for women, or his spirits wouldn't be this low. Zhang even saw a few people struggling to hold back laughter while discussing Hu Yuban's appearance, even guessing that he must have been with several women the night before. Zhang almost died laughing. How could Yubei Limited compete with Hu Yuban in such a state? Zhang was sure that even the bigwigs in the financial industry wouldn't invest in Yami Group if they wouldn't invest in Jengson Shipyard, squandering their money on such a dissolute playboy. After Hu Yuban stepped off the stage, followed by foreign enterprises do stand state-owned enterprises Hua Hang, each CEO went up to present their annual reports and pitch for investments. In the evening, Zhang Qian and Liu Shiki accompanied Chen Weiqian to a private room on the 24th floor of the Imperial Hotel, where they invited an investor from Modu to dinner. Chen Weiqian informed Zhang Qian that this investor was the same person he had met with in Modu a few days ago, and the specific details had already been finalized. Tonight was for sealing the deal. Zhang Qian couldn't understand why Liu Shiki was attending the trade summit using the quota under Zhang Guangfan's name. Let's introduce, this is Mr. Zhuo, Zhu Shuwen, who I often mention to you, General Manager Zhuo. Chen Weiqian introduced Zhu Shuwen to Zhang Qian, with golden eyes and medium height, a slender middle-aged man exuding a scholarly air. Next to Zhu Shuwen was a female secretary who appeared to be around 20 years old, just graduating from university, fair-skinned, beautiful, petite, like a serious Lolita. If Chen Weiqian hadn't introduced him, Zhang Qian would never have guessed that he was a corporate executive. And this is Ms. Liu Shiki, Assistant General Manager of our company and the founder of Zhang Guangfan. Chen Weiqian introduced Liu Shiki and Zhang Qian accordingly. I've long heard of Ms. Liu's name. Today's meeting truly stands out. Zhu Shuwen complimented. Zhu General, your words are too kind. To have dinner with you today is my honor. They exchanged official pleasantries. General Zhang, your speech was impassioned today. To be Deputy General Manager of Jiangxin Shipyard at such a young age must mean you have outstanding abilities. Zhang Qian responded with a smile, thanks to Director Chen's selfless guidance. After the five of them sat down, two bottles of wine were opened, 2 rounds of dishes were served before they formally began discussing business. General Zhu, we already discussed in Modu. Tonight is to confirm the final details, Chen Weiqian said with a smile. At this point, Zhu Shuwen clicked his tongue, solemnly placed down his wine glass, and said, Qianzi, I can't go through with the financing we talked about. His words cut through Chen Weiqian's heart like a sharp arrow. General Zhu, but why? Chen Weiqian was puzzled. Hadn't they already agreed on it? Knowing Zhu Shuwen, he wasn't someone who changed his mind easily. There had to be a reason for this sudden reversal. To be frank, a senior approached me personally the night before last, asking for help and some money to ease their urgent needs, Zhu Shuwen explained. However, I can still offer you a sum of money, just not as much. How much? Chen Weiqian asked eagerly. He had already planned out the second half of the year. With Zhu Shuwen's additional 1 billion, together with the income from the past half year, Jiangxin could purchase 7 to 8 10,000-ton freighters, doubling its size and nearly matching Yami Group. 15 million. 15 million. Chen Weiqian quickly calculated in his mind. Even with that amount, he would only be able to buy 2 10,000-ton freighters, the kind that had been running international routes for over a decade. All right, since General Zhu still wants to remain on good terms, I won't say much more. Thank you very much. I'll offer you a toast. Chen Weiqian poured wine and raised his glass to Zhu Shuwen. Feeling slightly guilty inside, Zhu Shuwen also stood up to return the gesture. After having a meal, Zhu Shuwen left with his secretary. In the private room were left behind Chen Weiqian, Liu Shiki, and Zhang Qian. Director Chen, didn't you say everything was settled already? Liu Shiki was a bit puzzled. It was all going well a few days ago. I'm also frustrated, sighed Chen Weiqian. Zhu Shuwen's change of heart disrupted his plans for the second half of the year. Do you think what he said is true? An old senior looking for him? Liu Shiki inquired. It doesn't seem fake. I guess it's probably Mr. Hu from ACM Group who personally reached out, Chen Weiqian told them. The company used to be just 7 or 8 people with 3 or 4 ships, bought out by ACM Group's Mr. Hu and nurtured into what it is today. Although they've since split, the connections from back then still exist. The old senior Zhu Shuwen mentioned is likely Mr. Hu from ACM Group, the father of Hu Yubin. Forget it, I can't blame him. Despite saying this, Chen Weiqian couldn't help but feel resentful. Next, he hoped Zhang Qian's passionate speech at the Maritime Trade Summit could attract some investment, while he figures out the rest. Director Chen, how about this? I have some spare cash on hand. Why not invest it in the company first? Seeing Chen Weiqian so frustrated, Zhang Qian couldn't bear it. He had over 10 million in his account just lying there. Might as well use it to expand Jiangxin Shipyard. How much can you put in? 50 million, no problem. Zhang Qian swiftly responded. Chen Weiqian was taken aback. Damn, was Zhang Qian's family running a money printing factory at home? Did the money come blowing in with the wine, or was it printed overnight? With a bulging money bag like that, why even bother being an entrepreneur when you could already be called a successful person? Buying 2 small islands in the Pacific for retirement would be so much better. Why dive into the treacherous business world? Chen Weiqian couldn't understand this. During the day, I also met two bosses who have a substantial amount of funds willing to entrust me to manage. The amount is also around 50 million. If Zheng and I pitch in, we could reach 100 million. It was only then that Zheng Qian realized what Liu Shiqi's objective was in attending the Maritime Trade Summit. She wasn't very interested in maritime transport, being only a figurehead at Jiangxin shipyard. She was hands-off, not caring at all. She came here to see if she could meet some clients. Although she was attending in the name of Zhonggan Fund, she didn't come to invest money, but to collect it. Such a savvy woman. Zheng Qian couldn't help but admire her acumen. Jiangxin shipyard had been doing well in the past 6 months, with the current ships already booked for the second half of the year. Chen Weiqian didn't want to waste this development period, so he came to discuss financing, wanting to buy more ships for company operations. He believed that ACM Group would eventually fall, and at that time, Jiangxin shipyard would be the one to rise. The three ultimately decided that Zheng Qian would stay in Shanghai to finish the Maritime Trade Summit, see if anyone would be willing to invest in Jiangxin shipyard in the following days, and if so, make every effort to retain them. Director Chen, let's make an emergency trip to Xiamen now. If the old boss there is willing to invest in us, then Yuan Zheng won't need to pitch in. We'll decide when the time comes. After the decision, Zheng Qian was given full authority by Chen Weiqian and stayed at Emperor Hotel. The two of them urgently flew to Xiamen. Back in the room, Zishinhao eagerly approached and asked, "How did it go? Did you settle it?" Zheng Qian shook his head silently. Zishinhao didn't attend the banquet tonight. While his relationship with Zheng Qian was close, he wasn't qualified enough. Mr. Hu from ACM Group personally stepped in and took the investment. That old guy showed up himself. Seems like you gave ACM Group quite a beating, Zishinhao inquired. After inquiring discreetly from a few industry friends, Zishinhao learned about the recent business battle between Jiangxin Shipyard and ACM Group, where both sides used tactics, and eventually Jiangxin Shipyard outmaneuvered ACM Group, nearly holding all of their ships at the dock. Mr. Hu is a legendary figure. Decades ago, he was a dominant figure in the Jiangnan and Shanghai area. Even the foreign companies had to give him face. How did things deteriorate to what it is now then? Zheng Qian asked. The company's planning had issues. The Jiangnan waters, Shanghai waters, and Northeast waters have been key areas for thousands of years. Mr. Hu also didn't know why. He insisted on placing the company's focus on the south, which turned out to be a mistake. And one wrong step led to many more. ACM Group has long lost its former dominance at sea, being surpassed gradually, losing market share. After Mr. Hu retired, and his son Hu Yubin took over, the business deteriorated further. Bankruptcy liquidation was only a matter of time. ACM Group has no vitality anymore, but Mr. Hu didn't want to stand by watching ACM Group deteriorate into a bankrupt mess, hence his personal intervention. Zheng Qian realized suddenly, ACM Group had such a hidden history. Zheng Qian had always thought that ACM Group began to decline only after Hu Yubin took over, but it had already begun its decline long ago. On the third day, Zheng Qian wasn't very interested in the award ceremony for contributions to maritime business, but since the other bosses would attend, he had to go too, to wait for potential investors. You don't understand today's proceedings, right? Zishinhao smiled. What's happening today? Isn't it just an award? Zheng Qian shook his head, denying his assumptions. He told Zheng Qian that today's event, even though it looked like an award ceremony, was, in fact, an occasion for captains and sailors to find new opportunities for their teams. Understanding this, Zheng Qian was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he saw many sailors and captains in white and gold uniforms today. He had thought many were receiving awards. Why are there women going up to receive awards? Zheng Qian frowned, watching several graceful and elegant young women on stage, wearing white sailor uniforms and caps, looking like they stepped out of a foreign film. In Zheng Qian's understanding, 99% of these roles were filled by men, yet suddenly, there were 7 or 8 females, which was eye-opening for him. Zheng Qian glanced around and noticed others weren't surprised. Well, they're not from cargo ships, they are from international cruise ships. Didn't they mention it? Zishinhao patiently explained. These women received awards because during a cruise ship fire incident, risking their lives, they saved 25 passengers, bringing honor to the cruise company, so they received outstanding contribution awards. Do you think they are also looking for new opportunities? Possible. Any sailor and captain appearing today had the chance. Should we go ask? Let's go. The award ceremony was particularly boring, so these few female sailors became the partners of Zhang Qian and Zixin Hao to pass the time. Although Zhongdin shipyard did not have a cruise ship, it was still nice to meet some new people. After the few female sailors left the stage, Zhang Qian and Zixin Hao approached them. Please give these ladies who have made outstanding contributions to the maritime industry a drink. Zixin Hao snapped his fingers and called over a waiter. Champagne or whiskey? Whiskey. I'll have champagne. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded. This Zixin Hao really seemed like a master at flirting. The playful behavior amused the female sailors. It seemed like Zixin Hao was used to charming women. I am the business manager of Zhongdin shipyard. Zixin Hao glanced at Zhang Qian. He had wanted to show off in front of Zhang Qian, but then remembered that he was working under Zhang Qian's leadership, so of course Zhang Qian was the main focus. After introducing himself, Zixin Hao tactfully introduced Zhang Qian. This is my boss, the vice president of Zhongdin shipyard, Mr. Zhang Qian. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. The female sailors greeted Zhang Qian in unison, including a blonde foreign girl. You can just call me Mr. Zhang. No need for Mr. Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian awkwardly took a sip of red wine. After getting to know them, Zhang Qian learned that these female sailors were indeed looking for new opportunities. Their captain was named Yakaiku, with fair and delicate skin, outstanding qualities, and a commanding presence. Zhang Qian felt that even Hong Kong celebrities would pale in comparison to Yakaiku. The other female sailors, although similar in appearance to her, were overshadowed by the captain's leadership aura. Even though their appearances, demeanor, and figures were comparable, their captain's presence and impeccably tailored uniform, adorned with water droplets on her shoulders, made them all stand out. Is your cruise ship in need of crew members, Mr. Zhang? Yakaiku began to offer her services, discussing her experiences on cruise ships and the exceptional team of sailors under her command. Zhang Qian hadn't realized until Yakushu's introduction that these petite and beautiful girls had been working as officers on major cruise ships for 5 years. In terms of knowledge, appearance, figure, and eloquence, they far surpassed even the flight attendants in the sky. Is your cruise ship in need of crew members, Mr. Zhang? Yakaiku inquired. Our company has not yet ventured into the cruise ship business, but we admire your outstanding contributions and wanted to get to know you, Zhang Qian explained. Oh, I see. Yakaiku nodded. Although she didn't say anything, disappointment was evident in her eyes. She had thought that she had found a new opportunity. In the end, she was also like all the other men, the award ceremony, trying to approach them, including Zhang Qian and Zixin Hao. She had been approached by different men. Most of them were company executives, but many of those who actually operated cruise businesses were not in need of crew members. They simply wanted their contact information, just in case. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanren noticed Zhang Qian and Zixin Hao chatting with several beautiful female sailors, and she felt a bit unhappy at their laughing and chatting. Manager Zhang, the cruise industry has been slow in the past year, with many international cruise companies forced to suspend their operations. These female sailors are here looking for new opportunities, Du Bingbing patiently explained to Zhang Yanren. With a glance at Zhang Qian, Zhang Yanren noticed Du Bingbing's unusual expression. What? Have you taken a liking to that awful man? No, not at all. Du Bingbing hastily withdrew her gaze, feeling very guilty. Du Bingbing did indeed have a favorable impression of Zhang Qian, whether it was his gentlemanly behavior, and they nearly collided on the first day, his passionate speech on the second day, or his lively conversations with the women today. She thought Zhang Qian was a handsome, promising, and charming man. She was falling for him. Zhang Yanren snorted and didn't say much, ordering a cocktail and walking away. Du Bingbing panicked and hurried to catch up. Zhang Yanren. Both Zhang Qian and Zixin Hao were surprised by Zhang Yanren's sudden appearance. What was she doing here? Zhang Yanren seemed uninterested in talking to either Zixin Hao or Zhang Qian and greeted the female captain Yakaiku politely. Hello, I'm Zhang Yanren, the chairperson of Asia Shipping. Asia Shipping? The girls looked at each other in surprise. Asia Shipping was one of the most powerful maritime companies in Zhuzhou. The fact that a young and beautiful woman was at the helm of Asia Shipping was quite surprising to them. Meeting someone like Zhang Yanren, who was not directly involved in the cruise business under Asia Shipping, could still offer valuable connections and potential job opportunities for them. I've heard of your heroic deeds. I deeply admire your actions. You truly exemplify the phrase women hold up half the sky. John Yanran praised them. Do you have a moment? We can find a quiet place to discuss potential collaborations. The girls were excited. Female sailors often faced discrimination on ships, and they found a strong connection with John Yanran, a powerful woman. Including Yao Kaiyu and several other crew members, they left Zhang Qian and Zixin Hao behind and followed John Yanran eagerly. In 3 sentences, Zhang Qian was left with 7 women. He was fuming. Qian, let's change locations. I know a bar with some good quality girls. In this awkward moment, Zixin Hao stepped in to defuse the situation. John Yanran's recent actions were undoubtedly a punishment for him. But this time, Zhang Qian was the main character in this flirtation. Why did John Yanran have to ruin his chances? Zixin Hao remembered that Zhang Qian had mentioned some connection between them. The more Zhang Qian looked at John Yanran, the less he liked her. Damn it, the first day she almost crashed into him while driving, not even bothering to apologize, and just giving him 20,000 yuan to leave. Today, she came over to ruin his fun in chatting up women. She was deliberately making him uncomfortable. I'm really sorry. Manager John didn't mean it. Du Bingbing hadn't left yet and apologized to Zhang Qian. Secretary Du. Wasn't Manager John a bit excessive? What was she trying to do? Zixin Hao said, indignantly. Let's forget it. Let's go outside for a drink. Zhang Qian called out to Zidin Hao, leaving the Maritime Trade Summit. Du Bingbing wanted to catch up, but the two had already disappeared without a trace. 18th floor. Imperial Coffee House. Zhang Yanran placed a business card on the table. This is the contact information for the CEO of a subsidiary of Asia Airlines, currently planning domestic cruise business. Although it's not international, it can still provide you with work for 3 to 5 months. Zhang Yanran slid a business card in front of several female crew members. Some of the female crew members were young, unable to save money in hand, earning more and spending more, sometimes even overspending. International cruises have been suspended for nearly a year due to improper disease control. Yao Qiu is still okay, having saved some money from working on cruises for several years. But most of the girls are in debt, with credit cards maxed out, urgently needing a job. Although Yao Qiu usually advises them to spend conservatively, they always promise to do so, but they can't control themselves and they see something they like or want to buy. Yao Qiu had to think for them. First, find a job before anything else. Even if not running international routes, salaries for domestic routes are not bad. This business card can help alleviate their immediate financial pressures. Thank you, General John. Yao Qiu accepted the business card. By the way, what did those 2 men just chat with you about? Zhang Yanran asked with a blank expression. Yao Qiu didn't react for a moment. Even the helmsman of Asia Airlines was curious about what they had just talked about. General John, we didn't talk about much, just some everyday topics, Yao Qiu answered truthfully. Zhang Qian sure had some skills. How come all his subordinates were women? And such beautiful ones at that. Truly impressive, Zixin Hao thought. Forget about the art of striking up a conversation or communication skills. Money in your pocket is what truly matters. As the company's vice president, with so many beautiful girls among his employees, Zhang Qian openly used team-building trips to take them out and have fun. Can one person handle all this? Zhang, do you need a driver? How about taking me along? Zixin Hao said with a smile. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He lightly patted Zixin Hao's arm and said, I'm taking my subordinates for team building. They're all from my team. How about I take you out alone next time? Zhang Qian didn't want Zixin Hao to join, so he made up an excuse, saying he hadn't participated in the company's recent anti-encirclement operation, which was why he couldn't come. In reality, Zhang Qian had also invited Deng Shuxin, deciding who could come and who couldn't in a split second. Oh, okay then. Zixin Hao tactfully stepped back. Zhang Qian led the group to the Green Source Mountain Villa. Green Source Mountain Villa was the most famous leisure mountain villa in Yubei North, offering all-inclusive recreational activities. The setting was as upscale as Moon Island minus the water views. Here the rivers, streams, and hills were mostly man-made, located in the suburbs near the forest. It was the height of summer, and many people were coming here to relax and have fun, making the place crowded. Upon entering Green Source Mountain Villa, A polite manager approached them. "How many in your party, sir?" Zhang Qian glanced behind him and said, "These are all with us." The manager took a quick look at all the women and couldn't help but think to himself, why were all these women accompanying just one man for dinner? What's his background? Can he handle all of this by himself? The manager didn't dare to slack off. Whether or not Zhang Qian could handle it was none of his concern. His main goal was to provide excellent service. "Very well, sir. Are you a member here?" "No." "Would you like to consider getting a membership card?" Zhang Qian chuckled. It seemed that the Green Source Mountain Villa was only interested in pitching memberships to customers, which didn't seem very impressive. However, since he was here to spend money today, he might as well splurge a bit more. "What are the differences?" "If you preload 100,000, you can become our Gold VIP, enjoy a 20% discount, and even access the Emperor's private room. If regular customers want to book the Emperor's private room, they'll have to pay an additional 20% service fee." "Oh, in that case, I think I'll pass. Please set us up with an Emperor's private room." The manager, Xia Qianchen, members of the PR team as well as other guests. This was the legendary generous spender. Just open a few bottles of wine, order a few dishes, and it would easily add up to 10,000. By common logic, one would preload the card first and then pay the bill to make it worthwhile. This way, you could enjoy a 20% discount, even if you didn't spend the full amount. "Anything wrong?" Zhang Qian looked at the manager, who was at a loss for words, and inquired. "And no, I'll go arrange the Emperor's private room for you." The manager's voice began to quake. He thought Zhang Qian wasn't just a generous spender. He wanted to seize this opportunity to show off his wealth in front of these women and perhaps take a few home at night. With that in mind, the 20% discount wasn't that crucial anymore. Others didn't dare to say much. Xia Qianchen, however, couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Zhang Qian. She stepped out and commented, "Mr. Zhang, you really know how to mean business." Zhang Qian smiled foolishly and said, "Please, everyone, come inside." The Emperor's private room was indeed different from the regular area, luxurious and brightly lit, with handcrafted pearlwood chairs and silver tableware, exuding an imperial aura. Once seated, it was time to order. "Today, we are rewarding the outstanding performance of our PR team in the recent anti-encirclement operation. Feel free to order whatever you like to eat and drink." "Got it." Zhang Qian's first time treating manhwaedit was quite extravagant. He didn't seem to care about the expense at all, and most people understood Zhang Qian's lavish nature. However, Qin Zuli was dumbfounded when she heard this. Was this the Zhang Qian she knew? The exotic offerings on the menu, each dish costing tens of thousands. The clientele at Green Source Mountain Villa was upper middle class, and the drinks here were quite expensive, not less than 8,000 per bottle. She knew Zhang Qian had risen through the ranks, becoming successful, but it wasn't until she attended the team-building event that she realized Zhang Qian was even more successful than she had imagined. "Wait, almost forgot. Deng Shuxin hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait for her. Qianchen, could you go to the entrance and fetch her? She should be here soon." After a few minutes, Deng Shuxin arrived, and they began formally placing their orders. When the menu reached Qin Zuli, she was stunned. Zhang Qian really meant business, and these women knew how to make expensive selections. Abalone from America, lobster from Australia, a variety of exotic dishes. Qin Zuli made a rough calculation and saw that the total had already reached around 50 to 60,000 on the menu. There was an issue with the menu. There were plenty of dishes, but no wine had been ordered. Upon seeing this, she estimated that with so many people dining today, they would need at least 4 or 5 bottles of wine, which would add up to 30 or 40,000. No wonder none of them had ordered. Did they want her to be the scapegoat, making Zhang Qian think she was a woman who didn't know how to save money? Quite cunning. Qin Zuli wasn't going to fall for that. "We're almost done with the ordering. I have a small appetite and won't eat much, so I won't order anything. The dishes you've all chosen should be enough." This move earned her disapproving looks from everyone. Why pretend to be aloof? They had each picked dishes with the intention for her to order the most expensive wine. Not expecting Qin Zuli to see through their ploy, they felt it was her way of saving money for Zhang Qian. While they wanted to take full advantage of his treat, Xia Qianchen sensed the discomfort among the others and reminded, "Lily, why not just pick a couple of dishes? It's no big deal." "All right." Zuli reluctantly ordered 2 of the cheapest dishes, signifying her reluctance. Xia Qianchen sighed inwardly. She had wanted to ease the situation, yet Zuli's actions only worsened their perception of her. These 2 groups were openly and covertly competing, setting traps everywhere. Xia Qianchen found it exhausting to witness all this drama unfolding. What have you all ordered? Let me see. Zheng Qian took the menu from Zuli. No wine ordered. None of you drink. Zheng Qian saw that no one was speaking, so he finally decided, Zixi, it's your turn. Xia Qianchen was not involved in the fights among these women, so it was most appropriate for her to make the choice. Xia Qianchen was also not polite. She took the menu and ordered 2 bottles of different types of alcohol, whiskey and Hennessy. Okay, let's go with her choice. First, bring those 2 bottles of ice over. Then in 10 minutes bring 2 more bottles, and then every 10 minutes bring a bottle of whiskey, and every 20 minutes bring a bottle of Hennessy. Zheng Qian closed the menu and handed it to the manager who had just come over. The manager was dumbfounded. What could he say? Money is king. And however Zheng Qian wanted things done, that's how they had to be done. If Zheng Qian wanted alcohol brought in a certain way, then that's how it had to be done. After the dishes were served, the group ate and chatted. Suddenly, Zheng Qian thought that giving red envelopes would also be a good choice. But if red envelopes were given directly, the system wouldn't allow cash back, so a clever excuse had to be made. A bonus was a good choice. Yao Yao, your contribution this time was the greatest. I've decided to give you a bonus in my personal capacity. Zhang Xiaoyao's ears perked up when she heard the word bonus. She really wanted it, but couldn't show her eagerness to directly. General Zhang, you have already invited us to Green Source Villa and now are giving out bonuses. I feel a bit embarrassed. I only did some small tasks. You don't need to spend more on me. No. I have always been fair when it comes to rewards and punishments. This time, you all deserve credit and must be rewarded. Yao Yao, 100,000. Lily, 80,000. The rest, 50,000 each. Xia Qianchen furrowed her eyebrows. They hadn't even started drinking yet, and Zheng Qian was already confused. Zhang Xiaoyao, Zuli, Yao Monmon, Hao Rushuang, Chan Mengmeng, and Yanyan adding them all up would total 38,000. Wasn't this being too generous? Shuxin, since you didn't participate in that anti-encirclement operation, we won't count you in for any rewards. Zheng Qian said with a smile to the person next to him. Deng Shuxin, General Zhang, what are you saying? Even if you give it to me, I can't accept it. After all, this is the team's achievement, and it has nothing to do with me. Today, you invited me along with your former colleagues for team building. That already means a lot to me. Deng Shuxin said sincerely from the heart. She knew that Zheng Qian had invested millions in their coffee shop, so this 50,000 was nothing compared to it. She didn't feel any unfairness in her heart. General Zhang, please reconsider the matter of bonuses, though you are giving them in your personal capacity. But Xia Qianchen's words were cut off by Zheng Qian. A man's word is his bond. This matter is settled. The few girls cheered and applauded, their excitement expressed on their faces. Only Yao Monmon remained sullen, raising her glass along with the group to toast Zheng Qian. Even though she ranked third in contributions, as the team leader position and deputy team leader were only 2, she chose not to say anything. However, during the bonus distribution, why was she also receiving 50,000? Yao Monmon didn't care about the amount of the bonus, but felt that Zheng Qian had downplayed her contribution. If Zheng Qian had given her 5,100, Yao Monmon would have accepted it, at least showing that she was different from the others in the group. However, giving 5,000 to Hao Rushuang and Chang Mengmeng, and also handing Yao Monmon 50,000, what did this mean? Yao Monmon felt bitter but had no choice. Zheng Qian had stated that he would make the decision on the bonuses solely based on his personal judgment, regardless of the amounts. This meant that her place in Zheng Qian's heart was no different from Hao Rushuan and Chan Mengmeng and the other members of the group. This made her feel cold. Once, she and Zheng Qian had been deeply in love, but now she found herself in a situation where she was just another bystander. Yao Monmon could only watch helplessly as Zhang Xiaoyao and Zuli challenged each other, unable to do anything about it. 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses later, Zheng Qian, who had consumed quite a bit, was interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? It's Chairman Chen. With that response, 3 individuals walked in. Leading the group was Zhang Qian's acquaintance, Han Huahao. Behind him was a man of medium build that Zhang Qian had seen before, perhaps a vice president of Yabai Bank. The third person, with a large belly and looking to be in his 50s, was unfamiliar to Zhang Qian. "Oh, Chairman Han, what a coincidence meeting you here. Chairman Han, are you placing someone to keep an eye on me? How come I keep running into you everywhere?" Zhang Qian stood up and joked with Han Huahao. "It's fate, I believe. I heard you were here and so I rushed over. I brought a few employees for a team building trip today. I heard Green Source Villa is good, so we came to check it out," Zhang Qian explained. Han Huahao could see that Zhang Qian had quite the taste. Every time he ate, he brought 6 or 7 girls along, each with their own unique characteristics. "You've met John Dao before, so I won't introduce him again. This is the owner of Green Source Villa, Anai Gudong. General John, is everything to your liking? If there's any problem, please let me know, and we will make sure you are satisfied with our service." Zhang Qian reached out his hand to shake hands with Anai Gudong. The people at the table with Zhang Qian were surprised to see this. The owner of Green Source Villa, Anai Gudong? Previously they knew that Zhang Qian's relationship with Han Huahao was exceptional, as they seemed very familiar with each other. Anai Gudong was a significant figure in Yabai, and seeing him treat Zhang Qian with such respect, they were impressed by Zhang Qian. The meal was quite good. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Ni." It wasn't surprising for Zhang Qian, with the showcase of his prowess in front of Han Huahao, and the combined influence of himself and Anai Gudong didn't even compete. If he guessed correctly, Anai Gudong probably heard from that manager about this prodigal son, and after some inquiries, he happened to run into Han Huahao. Therefore, he asked Han Huahao to introduce himself and foster some connections. Zhang Qian was now a prominent figure in Yabai, so someone actively reaching out to know him was not unexpected. "I am honored to meet General Zhang today. I must express my gratitude. How about this? All expenses for General Zhang today will be waived." This is not good. I recognize Mr. Ni as a friend. Today's bill, I will settle it myself. Zhang Qian hurriedly refused. He had planned to use the system to cash back and have some fun today, and if Anai Gudong let him off the bill, the team building today would lose its meaning, and he would owe Anai Gudong a favor. "Mr. Ni, you're going too far. Is Mr. John short of a little money?" Han Huahao also reminded Anai Gudong, feeling it was a bit too much. It was their first meeting, and if Zhang Qian accepted, it wouldn't look good in front of so many girls. "Mr. John, what plans do you have next?" Han Huahao asked. "I haven't thought about it yet. Anything fun at Green Source Manor?" Zhang Qian didn't want to go to KTV. He wanted to do something different at Green Source Manor. "How about Mr. John taking these girls with us to play golf?" "Golf? I don't know how to play." "Mr. John, I don't know either. I haven't even held a golf club." Anai Gudong saw an opportunity and said, "It's okay, we have an internationally certified female coach here who can teach you how to play." Han Huahao nodded satisfactorily at this point. Anai Gudong did ask him to introduce Zhang Qian, but offering to waive the bill right away was a bit too much. The timing of this gesture was just right. "Playing golf is fine, but I have to warn you, I'm terrible at it." "No problem, I'm terrible too. Let's just play for fun." They agree. After toasting Zhang Qian, Han Huahao and the others, they left the Emperor's Club to wait for Zhang Qian and his group at the golf course. Everyone at the table looked at Zhang Qian with admiration. Anai Gudong, the owner of Green Source Manor, was actually fawning over Zhang Qian. At least this meal would cost over 100,000, yet it was waived just like that. They couldn't imagine how much face Zhang Qian held. Qin Zuli, Yao Mongmon, Den Shuxin, and others were dumbfounded, unable to even handle their chopsticks properly. This wasn't just a successful man, this was a top-tier elite. Was Zhang Qian the heir to a hidden aristocratic family as depicted in novels? Was the 3-year appointment coming to an end? A Dragon King? Shuxin, stop staring at me, eat up. Soon we'll go play golf, Zhang Qian said to Deng Shuxin beside him. Okay. Deng Shuxin responded. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli noticed that Deng Shuxin's gaze towards Zhang Qian was a little unusual, not like a subordinate looking at their superior. She seemed to have some feelings towards Zhang Qian. However, Deng Shuxin had already left the company, so she wasn't a threat to them, and they didn't pay much attention. After the meal, Zhang Qian took his subordinates to the golf course. The grass here was of EU standards, the environment was beautiful, and the area was vast. On Wangyu Island, they couldn't afford such a golf course. Animerecap had already invited all the female coaches from Green Source Manor, one for each person. He didn't dare bring male coaches, fearing any intimate relationships with Jun Qian. If Jun Qian suspected that a male coach was hitting on one of the girls, it would be troublesome. Enjoy yourselves. I'll go play a few holes with Manager Han, Animerecap said. Okay. Mr. Zhang, enjoy your game. Jun Qian nodded and followed Animerecap to the other side. The girls were not familiar with golf courses, holding clubs in one hand and cameras in the other, snapping photos of themselves. Even Xia Qianchen and Deng Shuxin took a few selfies together. Qianchen. Why the sigh? Deng Shuxin noticed a hint of sorrow between Xia Qianchen's eyebrows, as if something was troubling her. Come here, let's talk alone, Xia Qianchen said, putting down her club and pulling Deng Shuxin to a secluded place. This boss of mine is really hard to figure out. Xia Qianchen shook her head. You mean Mr. Zhang? What's wrong with him? Deng Shuxin blinked in confusion, her clear eyes wide open. You know, a new sales manager just joined the company. He's Mr. Zhang's fellow townsmate and university classmate. He added a few female colleagues on WeChat as soon as he arrived at the company, even asked for my WeChat. Mr. Zhang is capable, but from his recent disputes with Manager Liu, he's not a good person, and he likes to mess around with relationships between men and women. That sales manager and him are birds of a feather, cut from the same cloth. Mr. Zhang is a good person. He's not as bad as you think. There must be a misunderstanding. Deng Shuxin defended Jun Qian. A good person? If he cared a little for his employees, things like this wouldn't happen. Just because he had a dispute with Liu Shiki, he forced you out. Xia Qianchen vented her frustration. By the way, Shuxin, what are you doing now? Deng Shuxin couldn't bear it anymore. Jun Qian had once instructed her not to mention it to outsiders, about sponsoring them to start a coffee shop. But hearing Xia Qianchen's negative thoughts about Jun Qian, she couldn't help but tell the truth. Are you serious? Xia Qianchen looked disbelieving. Deng Shuxin nodded firmly. If what Deng Shuxin said was true, then it meant that she wasn't forced out by Jun Qian. Instead, Jun Qian had given her a sum of money to fulfill her dream. He could do something like that. I don't believe it. Xia Qianchen shook her head. It's true, Qianchen. The coffee shop has been operating for several days. It's located on Shuangliu Street, Deng Shuxin explained, and even showed Xia Qianchen pictures of the coffee shop, making her believe. So, all this time, she had been misunderstanding Jun Qian. Then why didn't Jun Qian explain when she brought it up before? He could have used it to silence her critics. As for the new sales manager, I don't know him well, but I can tell you something. What is it? Promise me you won't tell anyone. After Xia Qianchen agreed, Deng Shuxin whispered a few words in her ear. Deng Shuxin told her about the incident where her sister, Deng Yuking, pretended to be drunk and unconscious to test Jun Qian. Deng Yuking had told Deng Shuxin that it was a test for Jun Qian, but Deng Shuxin could sense that her sister had some feelings for Jun Qian. However, both of them never explicitly revealed their feelings. Normally, being unconscious from drunkenness would allow Jun Qian to do whatever he wanted. But Jun Qian didn't lay a hand on Deng Shuxin's sister. Instead, he gentlemanly took her home. So you see, how could Jun Qian be someone who messes around with relationships? There must be a misunderstanding. Jun, our gym has been built, all thanks to your wife's help. She has been running around Lanhu day and night these past few days. She really put in a lot of effort. John Dao, Animerecap, what situation is this? Besides bringing the girls from Luyuan Mountain Villa, Jun Qian also has a capable wife at home. This is true prosperity, home, and flourishing outside. When a man can manage both sides like this, John Dao and Animerecap are totally impressed. I've been in Modu these past few days. Just returned to Yabai. She has been taking care of the gym matters all this time. I really had no idea about this situation. Jun Qian frowned. He had never heard Jin Lu mention anything about the gym. During the days in Modu, Jun Qian and Jin Lu had video calls a few times, but the content was mostly checking in, sharing tidbits, talking about relationships and love. If Han Huahao hadn't brought it up, Jun Qian wouldn't have known that Jin Lu had put in so much effort behind the scenes. Jun, can we have a word? Han Huahao put down the cue stick, signaling for Jun Qian to step aside. Jun Qian knew that Han Huahao had something to discuss with him. As they walked, they chatted. Boss Han, Go ahead. What's the matter? Han Huahao squinted his wise eyes. Since Zhang Qian had guessed that he had something to discuss, there was no need to beat around the bush, but Han Huahao still preferred to ask a question first. Zhang, do you think with our current relationship, we need to talk about money? Hearing this, Zhang Qian hesitated. Soon he said, Chen boss has a good relationship with you, and the two of us have opened the gym together. So what's the relationship between us? Alright, since that's the case, let's cut to the chase. Okay, go ahead. I don't have any issues here. It's about Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao. Zhang Qian thought that since Anai Gudong had treated him so warmly, he thought it was regarding Anai boss, not Zhang Dao. Well, Zhang Dao is the deputy director of Yebai Bank. It's already halfway through the year, and he's been given a deposit task from above. I personally gave him 2 million, but he's still a bit short of completing the task, so he asked me to check if you could help out. If it's not convenient, it's fine. I'll ask someone else. Han Huahao said casually. Bank employees bringing in deposits is quite common. Many bank directors and deputy directors know some big bosses, and every year they bring in huge deposit revenue. But those big bosses won't just deposit a large sum. After a few meals together, there must be some benefits involved. For example, when handling business at the bank, they can receive special treatment, or when applying for bank loans, they can increase the amount, and so on. By giving Zhang Dao this deposit, not only was Han Huahao gaining face, but he also had Zhang Dao owe him a favor. If things went smoothly, Zhang Dao could also become Zhang Qian's contact, so in the future, they wouldn't need to go through Han Huahao, they could contact each other directly. Money lying in the bank isn't a big deal, it's just a deposit task, and it even provides interest. If you're willing, I'll call him over now for detailed discussion. Seeing no issues from Zhang Qian, Han Huahao waved to Zhang Dao, indicating for him to come over. Zhang Dao saw Han Huahao's gesture and rushed over like an eager beagle. Boss Han, Zhang General. Yes, I've already talked to Zhang General about your matter, and Zhang General is willing to help you out. Thanks to Boss Han, and thanks to General Zhang. Zhang Dao quickly expressed his gratitude. I've just worked up a sweat, so could Boss and I arrange a pool for us to chat while soaking? Sure, Zhang Qian nodded. In Zhang Qian's eyes, Anai Gudong's assets are no less than Han Huahao's, and Lu Yuan Mountain Villa is doing just as well as Han Huahao. He's not sure why Anai Gudong seems like a lackey in front of Han Huahao. Han Huahao naturally exudes a powerful presence, akin to a typical villain boss in movies, always the big brother wherever he goes. In Yebai, Han Huahao has been operating for a long time, with a wide network of contacts. Zhang Qian speculated that Anai Gudong may have been supported by Han Huahao. Once the three entered the bathhouse, they began to discuss the deposit matter in detail. When negotiating business, it typically involves eating, drinking, playing, and washing, and when there are certain matters not suitable for others to know, the last one becomes particularly important. After both sides had undressed and entered the pool, that's when true candid conversation takes place. And more importantly, no one should think about recording any nonsense, only they know, not a third person. In this case, Han Huahao was publicly endorsing Zhang Dao, so he was present. I heard from Boss Han that being a deputy director is not an easy job. Zhang Qian was the first to speak. Zhang Dao chuckled bitterly. That's true. Despite our shining appearances and dealing with big bosses every day, we're ultimately working for the bank, like you, with such a large stature, or Boss Han who works around the clock without breaks. The targets from above are getting harder to achieve every year. Zhang Dao sighed. As a deputy director in the bank, he earns above 10,000 yuan every month, excluding allowances, bonuses, year-end bonuses, and so on. He interacts with social elites, and his social status within the circle is high. But only they know how tough and tiresome it is and that they don't earn as much as white-collar workers in first-tier cities. If not for the sake of stability, who would want to do this job? Zhang Dao also harbors the dream of being a boss, but unfortunately, he has a family to support and can't afford to take risks. It's all right, Director Zhang. We have a close relationship, so just talk to Zhang General directly. How much do you need? Han Huahao's words brought Zhang Qian and Zhang Dao closer. The more, the better. Zhang General, take as much as you can. Regarding the interest, I can guarantee up to 10 points for you. Normally, a fixed-term deposit with a 5-point interest rate is considered good. Zhang Qian was a bit puzzled by the 10-point figure. It seemed a bit exaggerated. Depositing 10 million, after a year, would yield 11 million. It's almost as high as the interest rates of illegal fundraising. 10 points. Is that for real? How long is the deposit duration? Jun Qian asked again. General Jun, trust me. If you deposit 5,000 or more, I can add another 2 points. In their conversations at this level, the unit is usually in thousands, hence why Zhang Dao mentioned 5,000, which actually meant 50 million. Well, it's indeed 10 points. I can vouch for that. Han Huahao now played his role by endorsing Zhang Dao. I can't come up with 5,000, but 3,000 is still doable, Jun Qian said, indicating that he could come up with 3 million to help Zhang Dao. Is it enough? It's more than enough. Zhang Dao was overjoyed. Initially, Han Huahao explicitly told Zhun Qian that he had taken 2 million and hoped that Zhun Qian could also come up with around 2 million. 3 million exceeded Zhang Dao's expectations, completely sufficient. In that case, it's settled. Han Huahao nodded. Okay. Zhang, are you available tomorrow? Zhang Dao seemed a bit rushed. I'll be waiting for you at the bank tomorrow. Zhun Qian now felt like a lapdog for Zhang Dao. The first time Zhun Qian met with Han Huahao, Zhang Dao was by his side. Since Han Huahao was willing to help Zhang Dao, Zhun Qian had no reason not to trust Zhang Dao. The three of them finished washing up and came out. At the same time, the colleagues who came with Zhun Qian to Luyuan Villa had also finished bathing. However, they had already come out whereas Zhun Qian was still inside discussing matters. Strange, is Zhun Qian shedding his skin in there? Why hasn't he come out yet? Xia Qianchen wondered to herself. Zhun Qian had finished earlier than her, but came out much later. She thought women were already slow enough, but Zhun Qian seemed to be taking a particularly long time. Is he calling for some kind of service upstairs? Xia Qianchen was feeling anxious. After hearing the things about Zhun Qian from Deng Shuxin, Xia Qianchen felt like she had misunderstood Zhun Qian recently, hence her attitude towards him. Now, Xia Qianchen was eager for Zhun Qian to appear sooner so she could apologize to him. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Zhun Qian finally came out. President Zhang, however, there were Han Huahao and Zhang Dao by Zhun Qian's side, so Xia Qianchen couldn't say anything in that situation. President Zhang, Boss Han, Director Zhang, have you finished washing up? How was our private bathhouse? Anai Gudong interrupted Xia Qianchen and started conversing with Zhun Qian and the others. Zhun Qian saw Xia Qianchen not far away and walked over to her. Xia Qianchen had just showered. Her skin was smooth and full of moisture, like porcelain, with wet hair, clearly in a rush to meet him in the men's bath. Zhun Qian asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing major. Manager and I arranged a bathing session for us and wanted to know your plans for the next steps." Han Huahao and Zhang Dao were secretly delighted. Did this mean asking Zhun Qian whose side they were on for the night? Glancing at the time, it was almost 11, time to go home. After a moment of consideration, Zhun Qian decided to let Anai Gudong make an effort since he seemed eager to establish a connection with him. Manager Anai, Zhun Qian called out to him. Here, President Zhang. What are your orders? Do me a favor. Whatever you need. Do you have official vehicles here? Please send my employees back home. Will that be a problem? Not at all. It's on me. Anai Gudong quickly agreed. Han Huahao, Zhang Dao. So, Zhun Qian wasn't taking any sides at all. It seemed like he was going home to see the real wife tonight. Without saying a word, Zhun Qian settled a bill at Luyuan Villa's front desk. Anai Gudong didn't want to accept the payment, but Zhun Qian insisted. How else would he get the system's cashback if he didn't pay? All right, President Zhang. Shaoli. Don't charge President Zhang and his team for the bath and golf. Just the meal will do. In the end, Zhun Qian paid 130,000. Expenses 130,000. System cashback 1,300,000. Deposited. Zhun Qian then transferred the promised bonuses to his employees one by one. Expenses 380,000. System cashback 3,800,000. Deposited. 5.1 million credited. With the system in place, Zhun Qian didn't mind spending at all. He didn't feel any pain. Zhun Qian bid goodbye to Han Huahao and Zhang Dao, declining to join them in their upcoming activities. Instead, he gathered his employees at the entrance of Luyuan Villa, watching them board the vehicles one by one, bidding farewell. President Zhang, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Jun Qian noticed Xia Qianshan's affection for him had skyrocketed to 55 points, a significant increase. Jun Qian felt like he hadn't done much, so how had Xia Qianshan's usually hard-to-raise affection increased so suddenly? Was it because of the meal? That shouldn't be. Xia Qianshan couldn't possibly show that much affection over just a meal. Perhaps it was due to Gudan's fawning admiration for him. That didn't seem right either. Xia Qianshan was full of integrity and wouldn't be influenced by someone like him. What is it? I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry. President Zhang, I've misunderstood you all along. It was my mistake. I hope you won't take it to heart. And don't lower yourself to my level. Xia Qianshan's head lowered as she spoke, blushing and not daring to meet Jun Qian's eyes. Jun Qian didn't inquire about what she was apologizing for. From her attitude, he could guess the reason. He just smiled and nodded. It's all right, I'm not petty. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's work well together in the future, okay? Xia Qianshan smirked, sensing that something was off. Upon closer inspection, she realized Jun Qian's suggestive tone. Oops, I misspoke. I mean, work well under me. I won't treat you unfairly. Jun Qian was just kidding with her. In this situation, Xia Qianshan had no choice but to play along with this banter. All right, go back now, and let me know once you're home safe. Xia Qianshan, blushing, nodded shyly and then got into the car. Jun Qian watched the car drive away, a smile on his face. Deng Shuxin, the rebellious daughter, must have spilled the beans. Jun Qian guessed that Deng Shuxin hadn't kept her mouth shut and had revealed those things to Xia Qianshan, prompting her to apologize. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to make Xia Qianshan bow down. For the petty things Jun Qian usually did, if he wasn't Xia Qianshan's superior, he likely would have been slapped in the face long ago. Gudan had even arranged a driver specifically for him to safely take Jun Qian to Jianshan International. Upon arriving at the second floor of Jianshan International, Jun Qian hugged Jinlu, who was practicing yoga. What's this? A surprise attack? Jun Qian took a deep whiff of Jinlu's scent, saying, haven't seen you for days. I missed you. We video call every day. Are you really missing me or pretending? I really miss you. Then, I'll believe you for now. Jinlu blew towards Jun Qian's nose. How were these days in the Magic City? Smooth. Jun Qian wasn't sure how to answer this question. It wasn't smooth, but it wasn't difficult either. How was your speech? Didn't mess it up, did you? Hehe. Do you not know who your man is? How could I mess it up? Jun Qian was re-energized when talking about the speech, beginning to boast about himself. You have no idea. Those CEOs from airlines like Asia Airlines and HUA Airlines were stunned by my speech and plans. After finishing, the applause was like firecrackers. My ears hurt from the thunderous clapping. All right, I believe you. I believe you. My man is the most outstanding in the world. Jinlu didn't interrupt or refute Jun Qian when he bragged. She just continued to praise him. Of course, I'm very capable in certain aspects. Which aspects? Jinlu could sense danger looming. The next morning, Jun Qian went to the bank to withdraw money. The cash was packed in a black travel bag, filling up an entire car. As he left, the bank manager almost kneeled down to Jun Qian, asking if he could withdraw the money in batches instead of all at once. The bank was losing money. Jun Qian didn't have time to deal with the manager and drove directly to the Yebai Bank. Today, Jun Qian woke up early to withdraw money. Despite this, when he arrived at the Yebai Bank, it was already around noon. Jun Qian used his phone a lot and now had no real concept of money. When he promised 30 million casually at the Green Source Villa, he didn't expect it to be so much. It was so much that even a BMW couldn't fit it all. Upon entering the Yebai Bank, Jun Qian was received by the lobby manager. I came to deposit money, Jun Qian said casually, as he was there to find John Da and had no intention of dealing with the small lobby manager. The lobby manager, seeing Jun Qian empty-handed, assumed he only had a few hundred yuan to deposit in his pocket. For amounts below 20,000 yuan, please go to the ATM directly, the manager said. Currently, a few of our colleagues are out for lunch, so there's nobody available at the counter to assist you. No need for the counter. Bring your manager here, Jun Qian made it clear. The lobby manager inwardly sneered. Find their manager. What a joke. From his attire, Jun Qian seemed presentable, but not having even a bag in hand to deposit money, How much could he really deposit? And he wanted to see their manager. He wasn't foolish enough to disturb their manager over a minor issue. Our manager isn't here, the manager said. Well, actually, I'm not looking for your manager. I'm looking for your deputy manager, Zheng Qian corrected. The lobby manager's disdain for Zheng Qian grew. In his 2 years there, he had dealt with plenty of troublemakers and good-for-nothings. He had encountered plenty of wealthy and well-mannered clients. With his experience, Zheng Qian appeared to be the type who liked to show off, driving a worn-out BMW and now trying to act all-important. It was ridiculous. Zheng Qian looked much younger than the manager had initially thought. He probably could only afford the BMW through a loan. The manager assumed Zheng Qian was seeking approval and recognition due to his young age. However, in the eyes of the lobby manager, Zheng Qian had no standing. I'm sorry, sir. Our deputy manager is not here either. If you're not here for business, please leave, the manager said, motioning for the security guard to escort Zheng Qian out. He wanted to suppress the young man's arrogance. His previous courteous demeanor was due to his job responsibilities, as the bank required. Why are you asking someone to leave? Suddenly, Zhang Dao emerged from the bank manager's office and stopped the lobby manager. The manager quickly whispered to Zhang Dao, Mr. Zhang, this person reeks of alcohol. He's probably still drunk and here to make trouble. He doesn't even have a bag in hand and says he's here to deposit money. Isn't that funny? Thankfully, the lobby manager whispered low enough that if Zheng Qian overheard, Zhang Dao's mission would be in jeopardy. Manager Tan, is this how you normally treat customers? Looking down on them, Zhang Dao scolded. Mr. Zheng is my esteemed customer who came here today specifically to see me. If you've neglected him, or disrespected him in any way, you can tell me, and I'll ask him to leave immediately. Zhang Dao continued, emphasizing the importance of retaining Zheng Qian's business. The lobby manager, who had thought highly of himself just moments ago, now felt undermined by Zhang Dao's words. Don't worry about him. The money's in the car. Get someone to bring it over. I'm in a hurry. Someone at home is waiting for me for lunch, Zheng Qian said to Zhang Dao. Okay, Mr. Zheng. Thank you for your trouble. I'll get someone to bring the money over, the lobby manager replied. Manager Tan, did you hear Mr. Zheng's words? Zhang Dao urged, making sure the manager acted promptly. Tan nodded, called a team of security guards, and went to the BMW to retrieve the money. Zheng Qian held the manager's fate in his hands just now. If he had said the word, Zhang Dao could have used the excuse of customer neglect to have him dismissed from the bank. Thankfully, Zheng Qian didn't intend to confront him. Tan was in awe of Zheng Qian's composure. Usually, someone with a smaller temperament would have reported Zheng Qian to Zhang Dao. Little did Tan know, Zheng Qian was truly pressed for time and couldn't be bothered. It was already noon, and Jin Lu was waiting at home for him to have lunch, and he didn't want to keep her waiting. Opening the door of the BMW, Zheng Qian revealed numerous black travel bags stuffed with stacks of red 100 yuan bills. An entire car full of money. Wow, that kid wasn't lying, Tan muttered, stunned by the cash in the car. The security guards, on the other side, stood there in shock, holding their batons. Despite escorting many cash transports, they had never seen such a large sum of cash before. Tan finally understood why Zheng Qian was empty-handed. He had too much money to carry by hand. Tan led a team of security guards to move the money from the car to the bank, a process that took about 10 minutes. Mr. Zhang, all the money has been moved. This is the last bag, Tan said, sweating profusely as he placed the last bag of money in Zhang Dao's office. At that moment, Zhang Dao and Zheng Qian were chatting and drinking tea in a relaxed manner. After all, Zhang Dao was the bank manager. If he could attract such deposits, he could be a bank manager too. Even with all the cash in front of him, Tan couldn't believe that the young man possessed so much wealth. This much money, at least tens of millions. A young millionaire, he was only making 7,500 yuan a month. Comparisons truly could be maddening. Have the colleagues who went for lunch returned yet? Zhang Dao inquired. They've all come back, Tan replied. Good. I will now assist Mr. Zheng with the procedures. While you lead the bank staff, sum up all this money, Zhang Dao instructed Tan, surprising him. Tan thought to himself, I haven't even eaten yet. Manager Tan, hope you don't have any emotions clouding your judgment, Zhang Dao said. I haven't had lunch. Mr. Zheng hasn't had lunch either. Mr. Zhang, I have no emotional issues, I'll start now. 10 left to carry out John Dao's orders. An official of high rank can crush someone to death. Manager Tan didn't even have lunch and dared to be angry, but not speak up. Who let John Dao be his immediate superior, the deputy president of Yebai Bank? Manager Tan held back his grievances and could only call a few colleagues to move equipment and count money in front of Zhang Qian and John Dao. He knew this was John Dao's way of punishing him. Why did he disrespect Zhang Qian just now? Oh well, he had to accept it. Efficiency on Zhang Dao's side was very quick. No wasted time on procedures, just had Zhang Qian fill out a form, and in about 5 minutes everything was settled. After filling out the form, the two continued chatting. Manager Tan was in distress as a few people counted the money for a whole half an hour until they finished. Director John. President John, I've finished counting. It's a total of 30 million. Got it. You and your colleagues can move the money into the vault. John Dao nodded. Not that he didn't trust Zhang Qian. If someone promised 30 million, he would definitely provide it. Even if it was 50 million, Zhang Qian could also come up with it. President John, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, I'll see you off. As he was leaving, John Dao had the staff open the safe, put all the gold bars, commemorative coins, commemorative bills, foreign currency and various other miscellaneous items into a black travel bag and had Zhang Qian take it with him. By the time he returned to Jianshan International, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The food was still covered with a heat-preserving lid. Jinlu was sitting at the dining table doing problems. Darling, I'm back. Good. It's good you're back. Hurry and eat. It's almost cold. Hey, I told you to go ahead and eat. Zhang Qian saw that Jinlu hadn't even touched her chopsticks. That won't do. You're the head of the family. I have to wait for you, right? Jinlu walked over to help Zhang Qian take off his coat. Oh, and here. This is for you. Zhang Qian handed the black travel bag to Jinlu. What's this? Jinlu curiously opened it to find various gold bars and commemorative coins. Wow, did you rob a bank? No, the bank gave it to me. I have no use for these things. You keep them. They can be exchanged for a good amount of money on the market. Those commemorative gold bars from the bank aren't worth much, just the value of the gold. And commemorative coins are just meant to impress, nothing special compared to ordinary paper currency. As for the gold bars, they're worth their weight in gold. But this many gold bars that John Dao gave me are quite a lot, enough to form a little mountain on the tabletop. Zhang Qian was also seeing gold bars for the first time. He had only seen them in movies before. And this. Zhang Qian pulled out a bank deposit slip from his pocket. Although it's not much, if you spend it sparingly, it's enough to cover your expenses for the rest of your life. Jinlu took it and looked at it. 30 million, 2-year term. What happened for you to give me all of this for the rest of my life's expenses? It's nothing. I just figured in case I have bad luck, at least then we won't end up bankrupt and penniless, right? By then, at least we'll have some money to live a normal life. 30 million. How is that living a normal life? Some families can't even earn 30 million in a lifetime. In the end, Jinlu still accepted the bank note. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe. I won't touch the money unless absolutely necessary. Over the next few days, Jiangshan Shipyard continued to devise plans to fight against the Asia MEI Group. In the business world, whoever has the scale, leads the market, and defends against attacks. Jiangshan Shipyard's late arrival can only play the offensive. Chen Weiqian, Liu Shiki, and Zhang Qian's preliminary plan is to engage in a price war with the Asia MEI Group. After returning from the Maritime Summit, Jiangshan Shipyard only received funding of 15 million from the president of the Chiangsha Shipping Company, Zhu Shuwen. Mr. Hu from the Asia MEI Group came forward and captured the lion's share, acquiring 85 million. Even with 100 million raised by Liu Shiki and Zhang Qian, this price war was still not easy to win. Pushed by circumstances, Jiangshan Shipyard had no choice but to adopt this strategy if they wanted to compete with the Asia MEI Group in the market. The final plan was, inland routes lowered transport prices by 15% per trip. International routes reduced transportation costs by 20% per trip. If a contract of over 2 years was signed with Jiangshan Shipyard, the price would be lowered by 25%. As for the ships, Chen Weiqiang didn't buy new ships this time, but purchased ships that were about 3 to 5 years old. These ships may have been used for 5 years, but for a freighter that can serve for several decades, they could even be considered nearly new. Originally, Chen Weiqian planned to take a new ship route, but due to the HMEI group, he could only buy second-hand ships. These ships of this age can immediately fulfill the company's orders with no break-in period, and the subsequent maintenance costs are very low. The HMEI group had essentially forced Chen Weiqian to do this. After finalizing the plan, the three discussed matters concerning the 5 Shipping Alliance. Director Chen, didn't we say last time that the 5 Shipping Alliance had nothing to do with us? Yes, we have nothing to do with them. There's no way we can join the 5 Shipping Alliance, but we can still cooperate with some of the shipping companies there. I've contacted Des Shipping, Huaxia Shipping, and Asia Shipping. In a few days, they will send representatives to our dock for inspection. If all goes well, we can sign a 1-year strategic cooperation agreement. After Chen Weiqian's introduction, Zheng Qian learned that this was just a precaution to ensure the company's normal operation. If they lost the price war, at least they could benefit from whatever that slipped out from between the other party's fingers, which would be enough to sustain Jenkson's shipyard. When that time comes, you can accompany me to receive those representatives. No big deal. After the meeting adjourned, Zheng Qian returned to his office. Xia Qianchen's sentiment had been somewhat unstable these days, up by 5 today, down by 5 the next. Zheng Qian felt it was probably because she had tied herself to Zi Shenhao, and his actions had caused Xia Qianchen's sentiment towards him to drop. Secretary Xia, come here for a moment. Close the door. Zheng Qian hadn't been dealing with Zi Shenhao these days, so he didn't know what was going on. Today he happened to have some free time, so he planned to inquire. What's the matter, General Zheng? Xia Qianchen's tone was warmer and more considerate than usual, looking more like a secretary. How has Manager Z been these days at the company? Is he doing well? Well, Manager Z is indeed capable. He just joined a few days ago and has brought into big orders for the company. I heard these 2 companies were previously clients of Asia Airlines, and Manager Z was able to pull them over with his eloquence. Zheng Qian nodded. He didn't doubt Zi Shenhao's abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received Zhang Yanren's support. Okay, it's just the 2 of us here now. Speak honestly. Zheng Qian knew that Xia Qianchen was speaking Mandarin. Xia Qianchen also knew that Zheng Qian knew she was speaking Mandarin. She mainly wanted to see what attitude Zheng Qian had towards Zi Shenhao. If Zheng Qian supported Zi Shenhao, then there was no need for her to continue speaking, and speaking would only invite trouble. Manager Z has closed 2 major deals, proving his business capabilities, but his character is questionable. After hearing about those 2 incidents at the Green Source Villa from Deng Shuxin, Xia Qianchen no longer looked at Zheng Qian with colored glasses. Zi Shenhao was arranged into the company by Zheng Qian. Although it wasn't as closely related as before, Xia Qianchen still unintentionally associated him with Zheng Qian. For example, Zheng Qian wanted to hear more details. Ignoring the company's affairs wouldn't be a problem, since Zi Shenhao was arranged into the company by him. As the vice president, endorsing Zi Shenhao meant that if he did well, everything would be great, but if not, he would also bear the consequences. He injected 50 million into the company, so even if Zi Shenhao did nothing and wasted his time, it wouldn't be easy to blame him. However, people don't operate like that, and companies don't operate like that either. Establishing a commercial empire may be simple, but managing one is incredibly difficult. Dealing with personnel is the biggest issue. Although Manager Z has strong business capabilities, his attitude within the company is arrogant. He speaks highly of himself, having secured 2 major deals, previously worked at Asia Airlines, which makes him look down on our company's employees. Many have come to me to complain. Is this happening too? Zheng Qian hadn't heard a word about it. Well, everyone is afraid of him, but even more afraid of you. You are the company's vice president, after all. Now everyone in the company knows that Manager Z is your fellow villager and university classmate, and you to share a good relationship. Annoying him is the same as annoying you. Many dare not speak up directly for fear of offending you, so they keep quiet due to your status. Zheng Qian thought for a moment. All right, I understand the situation. Fetch Manager Z for me. I will talk to him. In the meantime, go appease those employees he has harmed. After saying this, Zheng Qian's favorability rating increased by 5 points, reaching 60 points. The stage of close friends was near, and with just 1 more point, it could reach the level of lovers. This wasn't about disregarding principles for personal gain. If Zi Shenhao misused his position, using Zheng Qian's name, it would inevitably impact the company sooner or later. In just a few days, there were employees who were suffering silently. However, Zi Xinhao had previously helped him in university, and dismissing him as the only solution would tarnish his name. If Zi Xinhao spread rumors outside, it would be damaging. Zheng Qian decided first to address the issue with Zi Xinhao, hoping for positive change. If that wasn't possible, he would consider other solutions. Qian, you wanted to see me. What's the matter? Zi Xinhao walked into Zheng Qian's office with a friendly smile. I heard you closed 2 big deals, which significantly boosted the company's performance, so I wanted to have a chat with you. It's my duty. These 2 clients are old customers of Asia Airlines. It took a lot of effort to bring them to our Jiangxin shipyard. Zi Xinhao was confident. He didn't see any wrongdoing in his actions at the company and expected recognition for his achievements. You were a business manager at Asia Airlines, and now you're a business manager at our small company. I feel it's underusing your talents. How about this? The position of Deputy Director of the Business Department is currently vacant. If you perform well this month, I will promote you directly to Deputy Director. What do you think? The Deputy Director position, the company's boss was Chen Weiqiang, followed by Liu Shiki and Zheng Qian. The fourth was the Business Department Director Li Dao. If he became the Deputy Director, wouldn't he skip the entire chain of command? Qian, I knew you wouldn't treat me unfairly. There are still several long-term contracts with Asia Airlines about to expire. I'll contact them and try to bring them over as well. Zi Xinhao believed that Jiangxin Shipyard was currently in a price war with Asia Group and planned to capitalize on the advantageous freight rates, alluring over Asia Airlines' old clients. Zheng Qian didn't see an issue with Zi Xinhao's actions of poaching clients. This was business, where tactics were endless. Besides, Asia Airlines was a massive entity and a leader in the 5 Airlines alliance. Luring a few clients wouldn't bother them. Jiangxin Shipyard was in a period of growth and needed people like Zi Xinhao in the business department. By the way, there is another matter. Zheng Qian's tone shifted. Qian, just say it. Who's with whom? Zi Xinhao cheerfully sat across from Zheng Qian, even crossing his legs, envisioning his role as Deputy Director. I heard recently that you've been having difficulties managing relations with employees. Is there an issue? Without directly mentioning Zia Qianshan's report to him, Zheng Qian subtly referenced it. Being an intelligent person, Zi Xinhao understood what Zheng Qian was implying. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zi Xinhao turned tail, uncrossed his legs, and sat up straight. Qian, when I communicated with some employees, I encountered a few issues. Perhaps I didn't handle it well, but I will definitely correct this. All right, in that case, I feel assured. Seeing Zi Xinhao's sincere demeanor, Zheng Qian didn't dwell on it. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zheng Qian nodded, giving Zi Xinhao permission to leave. After Zi Xinhao left the office, his expression turned sour and resentful. A wave of nameless fury engulfed him. Who had reported on him? Although he had a close relationship with Zheng Qian, it wasn't acceptable for him to act recklessly in the company. Not just Zheng Qian, any higher-up leader would take action if things went too far. Someone reported on him to Zheng Qian, which led to their conversation. The promotion to deputy director was a pretense. The conversation was genuine. Zheng Qian had purposefully emphasized that Jiangxin Shipyard was a small company during their chat, subtly hinting at Zi Xinhao. Zi Xinhao suddenly slapped his forehead. How did he miss that earlier and act so carelessly around Zheng Qian, thinking their relationship was tight? No, he had to identify the person who had reported on him. At that moment, a beautiful woman in white office attire, revealing long, shapely legs, arrived in front of Zheng Qian's office. Manager Z, is President Zheng in his office? It's Lily. President Zheng and I just talked about business matters. He's still in his office. Please go ahead. Oh. Okay. Qin Zuli, holding a file, wearing high heels, stepped into Zheng Qian's office. Zi Xinhao's eyes were captivated by Qin Zuli's figure, and he almost drooled involuntarily. Only when Qin Zuli closed the door and made eye contact with him did Zi Xinhao hastily leave. What's up, General Zheng? This is a report I've compiled. Please take a look. Qin Zuli was not affected by Zi Xinhao's creepy gaze. Clacking her high heels, she approached General Zheng and handed him a document. After a glance, General Zheng was truly amazed by the contents inside. Did you do this? Yes. These days the company has been studying how to deal with the Yami group, so I stayed up for several nights in a row to prepare this report. Chin Zuli had, indeed, put a lot of effort into it, marking the latest movements of the Yami group and some financial issues, ending with bold font describing the current problems of the Yami group. These problems are the weaknesses of the Yami group. Although not fatal, they will make our work at Jangsan Shipyard more effective. I offer this for you and General Chen, General Yu and others to reference. If I can be of a little help, it would be my honor. Chin Zuli investigated the business issues of the Yami group and found that they had a lot of clients, several times more than Jangsan Shipyard. However, at the same time, their bad debt rate was relatively high, with their accounts receivable turnover rate and bad debt rate exceeding 67%. The transportation fees owed range from at least 6 months to up to 2 years. In other words, more than half of the Yami group's orders could not be paid on time. This industry does not solely rely on cash flow, but a high bad debt rate can also affect the company. General Zhang, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to speak as I am. Chin Zuli stepped forward, showcasing her perfect figure closer to General Zhang. General Zhang was drawn to Chin Zuli but quickly regained his composure and closed the document. Go ahead. I proposed to you and General Chen earlier that now is the time to engage in a price war with the Yami group. We can consider lowering the shipping fees, first seize the market around Yabai, and sign long-term contracts with customers. This way, the Yami group can only live off their past successes. General Zhang stroked his chin. According to Chin Zuli's logic, her idea was indeed not wrong. However, she overlooked an important point. The Yami group recently secured a financing of 85 million at the Ocean Trade Summit. Do you think it will be easy to engage in a price war with them? Chin Zuli stood dumbfounded, unaware that the Yami group had received this amount of funding. If the Yami group had obtained this money, the document she had worked tirelessly on for the past few days would become worthless, completely invalid. The company's research proposal is already out. We still need to engage in a price war with the Yami group. Although it's not easy, we have to bite the bullet as it is our most cost-effective approach. Your data report is accurate to a certain extent. I see your efforts. Keep it up. General Zhang stood up, approached Chin Zuli, and lightly patted her fragrant shoulder. Her idea was rejected, which likely left her feeling uneasy. As a supervisor, General Zhang's current role was to encourage her to continue striving. Understood. General Zhang, I will. Chin Zuli walked out of General Zhang's office feeling disheartened. Yao. Chin Zuli took some unknown documents to General Zhang. Hao Yongsu, Chang Mengming, and Zhang Shouyao were quietly discussing Chin Zuli's private visit to General Zhang. Ha, that woman. I wonder what General Zhang sees in her. Zhang Shouyao was naturally displeased with Chin Zuli's behavior. General Zhang had mentioned that Chin Zuli was his former colleague, but they didn't know how long they had worked together. After such a long time, Chin Zuli had not yet won over General Zhang, making it unlikely to happen now. If General Zhang was interested in her, they would have started dating before arriving at Jangsan Shipyard. Why would he wait now to pursue her? In Zhang Xiaoyao's mind, Chin Zuli had already lost. Every team tends to have exclusionary thinking. Chin Zuli had just joined the company, and now she was made the deputy team leader by General Zhang, naturally making Chang Mengming and Hao Yongsu also look unfavorably upon her. Zhang Xiaoyao had been working with them for a longer time, getting along well, and now she was the team leader of the public relations division, so Chang Mengming and Hao Yongsu naturally sided with Zhang Xiaoyao. When Chin Zuli returned to her desk, Zhang Xiaoyao walked up to her in an angry manner. Deputy team leader Chin, where were you just now? Went to the restroom again? Zhang Xiaoyao snidely used the term deputy team leader on purpose to remind Chin Zuli of her position in the company. Chin Zuli would go to the restroom 6 times a day, 3 of which were actual trips, and the other 3 were to touch up her makeup, always maintaining a perfect appearance. Zhang Xiaoyao found this behavior somewhat repulsive. Chin Zuli had sneakily visited General Zhen's office again, so Zhang Xiaoyao came over to question her. What's it to you? Chin Zuli and Zhang Xiaoyao had been at odds for a long time, and Chin Zuli would not show any weakness toward Zhang Xiaoyao. This reaction made Zhang Xiaoyao's face turn red with anger. What do you mean it's none of my business? Let me remind you, Chin Zuli, I am the team leader, and you are just a deputy. Do you know what being a deputy means? Let me explain it to you. It means dispensable. As the team leader, Everything work-related concerns me. I have a responsibility and obligation to know. This is not just about being responsible for the company, it's also about being responsible for the trust General Zhang has given me. You. Zhang Xiaoyao blurted out all these words in one breath, leaving Qin Zuli speechless. I just didn't want to tell you. What can you do about it? You can ask General Zhang directly, or you can snitch on me to General Zhang. The choice is yours. Qin Zuli had no intention of getting entangled with Zhang Xiaoyao. She was not qualified enough. The tension between the two was extremely palpable, even making the usually quiet Heiani nervous, making her fingers tremble as she typed. In the office, General Zhang was about to get up to discuss some things with his team when there was a knock on the door. Ah, it's General Liu. Do you need something from me? General Zhang asked with a smile. Yes, I want to discuss some matters unrelated to the company with you. Do you have time? Liu Shiki was dressed in a black suit, subtly made up, with fiery red lips exuding a mature aura. I plan to go out and arrange some work. Since General Liu has come to me personally, let's sit down and talk. General Zhang asked Liu Shiki to sit on the sofa. Sure. General Zhang, let's get to the point. I won't take up too much of your time. Liu Shiki's favorability towards him was at 65 points. She had extended an olive branch to him multiple times, but General Zhang hadn't responded due to the situation with Deng Shuxin. After contemplating, General Zhang thought that Liu Shiki's actions were merely to get his attention, and those trivial matters were not worth holding on to. Furthermore, Liu Shiki had also helped transfer Deng Yuking to the capital hospital for surgery, which was a great help. A trivial matter shouldn't be held on to. With Liu Shiki's repeated attempts to get closer, General Zhang decided to accept this time and see what exactly Liu Shiki wanted. It's better to have more friends than enemies. This is a proposal. Please take a look. General Zhang, I haven't shown this proposal to Wei Qian. Only you have seen it. As soon as he spoke, General Zhang marveled at Liu Shiki's brilliance. Setting aside the content of the proposal, just by receiving this proposal, it meant that he and Liu Shiki had a little secret, an excellent way to strengthen their relationship. Her cleverness was truly remarkable. She was superior to Zhu Shuyun in certain aspects. It was a management plan for the second half of the year from Zhonggong Fund. All the content was top-notch. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Liu Shiki left with the proposal, and General Zhang nonchalantly went outside to organize the work ahead. Zhang Qian arrived near the public relations team's workstation. Why does it feel a bit wrong to be angry? Everyone was busy with their own work, no communication at all. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Qian clapped his hands. In 2 days, dust shipping will come to our company for inspection. This is a foreign-funded enterprise. Who is good at English here? Me. Zhang Xiaoyao and Qin Zuli stood up at the same time. With such a good performance giving extra points and a chance of deduction for a poor performance, the two naturally wouldn't let it go. But this made Zhang Qian, who suffers from decision-making difficulties, confused. He only needed one person to do translation for the data statistics task arranged by Chen Weiqian. After some thought, Zhang Qian decided to play it safe. Zhang Xiaoyao, come with me. The rest can leave when it's time to go off work. Don't stay in the company for too long. After appointing her, Zhang Qian took Zhang Xiaoyao to the office to start planning the work for the next 2 days. Yami Group, chairman's office. An old man sat behind the desk. He had sparse white hair, neatly trimmed beard, dressed in a dark blue tang suit, hands resting on a cane, with a stern look, staring directly at his rebellious son who was making tea for him. This person was none other than Hu Jingyi's father, Hu Jingyi, the man who dominated maritime trade for decades in the previous century. Son, what's taking you so long with the tea? Kneel down. Hu Jingyi fiercely tapped his cane, scaring Hu Yubin to the point where the teapot in his hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Sout, under his father's stern gaze, Hu Yubin immediately knelt down, grabbing his ears. The arrogant young master, who usually acted recklessly outside, had actually softened. Upon hearing about the upcoming price war with Zhengdin Shipyard, Hu Yubin was anxious. He hastily asked his father for help. However, his father was unexpectedly furious. It's unbelievable. A good Yami group has been ruined into what it is now by you. Although he hadn't left much for Hu Yubin, he had set him on the right track. Yet this irresponsible son of his had caused a mess. Now even against a newly established Zhengdin Shipyard, he found himself powerless. How did I raise such a fool like you? When Hu Jingyi heard about the recent events in the company, he was furious. to teammates had turned traitor in the siege against Zhengdin shipyard. Hu Jingyi only had one word in mind for them: useless. Dad, it's not my fault. We had a good plan initially, but Zheng Qian deceived us and ruined everything. Hu Yubin explained as tears rolled down his face. Hu Jingyi gave a cold snort. You think everyone else has such a strong back as us? At the core, it's still your problem. Yes. Yes. Dad, you're right. It's my fault. Hu Yubin didn't dare to argue at this point. Father, the most pressing issue now is that Zhengdin shipyard wants to engage us in a price war. With our high bad debt rate, we can't afford it. Hu Yubin knelt down, taking a few steps towards his father. I've reached out to Zuo Xuan. I managed to secure a financing of 85 million from him, which will be credited in the next few days. We don't need to worry about this battle. Hu Jingyi hadn't informed Hu Yubin about seeking help from Zuo Xuan right away. He wanted to make his son anxious so he would learn his lesson and possibly change his ways. Zuo Xuan? You mean Changsha Shipping? Zuo Xuan was once a disciple of Hu Jingyi, and being able to provide such a substantial sum at this critical moment showed loyalty. Aren't I using my old face for this? Hu Jingyi commanded. If Zhengdin shipyard lowers their prices, we will match them. Hu Jingyi was decisive in his actions. He had noticed that some customers hadn't settled their shipping fees for 2 years. They were exploiting his company as free labor. Furthermore, if those customers who owe us money don't make payment within a week, we'll terminate the cooperation and proceed with legal action for enforcement. Despite his age, Hu Jingyi was still resolute in his decisions. His blood ran as hot, and his eyes remained ruthless as in his prime. The only difference was his age and body. This era belonged to the young. After all, what's the situation with the Su family's daughter? When is she getting married? Hu Jingyi inquired about Su Shuyan. Su Shuyan. She doesn't even want to see me now, let alone talk about marriage. Hu Jingyi was nearly apoplectic. He had been pushing for this marriage arrangement with the Su family, and now everything was falling apart. What's going on? It's the deputy general manager of Zhengdin shipyard, Zheng Qian. He took Su Shuyan away from me. The siege was my retaliation against him, but it ended in failure. Hu Yubin sighed. Hu Jingyi was on the verge of losing his temper. His son couldn't handle his business affairs or personal relationships. Good for nothing. Hu Jingyi scolded and raised his cane to strike Hu Yubin, causing him to cry out in pain as he ran around the office. After the running, both father and son were exhausted. The elderly father, a seasoned businessman, let out a sigh. He had the intention but lacked the power to make changes. He realized he had made two mistakes. He hadn't properly educated Hu Yubin, focusing all his time and energy on his business during his younger years. Additionally, his indecision led to shifting the company's focus away from regions like Jiangnan and Jianbei, which resulted in their current predicament. Had he rectified either mistake, things would be different now. If the Yami group were a bit more substantial, even in his son's worst mismanagement, it would only be a concern after his passing. Forget about joining the Five Alliance. I've arranged for Tsai Yongming, the CEO of Jingyuan Shipping, to visit us tomorrow for an inspection. We have a bit of rapport. Make sure to entertain him well. With 85 million in hand and without fear of the price war with Zhengdin shipyard, Hu Jingyi wanted to ensure the Yami group had a safety net. Yes, father, I will entertain him well. You can rest assured. Hu Jingyi let out a final sigh, and with the help of an attendant, left the Yami group. Hu Yubin may have faltered in other aspects, but when it came to wining and dining, he was adept. Entertaining guests was second nature to him. He knew where the fun was in Yabai and how to make sure his guests had a good time. Tsai Yong received a phone call from Hu Lao before, saying that he wanted to establish a strategic cooperation agreement with his Jingyuan Shipping and become allies. Tsai Yong, who is in his 50s this year, greatly respects senior figures in the industry and immediately flew to the northern city of Yabai to inspect the Asia MEI group and to see the current situation of this former maritime hegemon. Originally thinking that the Asia MEI group's current strength was decent enough, he would turn a blind eye and sign the cooperation agreement, assigning all the endless orders in the company to the Asia MEI group. It could also be considered as repaying the favor of the past. Upon arriving at the Yabai group, Hu Yubin welcomed him and arranged a series of activities after dinner. Tsai Yong realized what kind of person Hu Yubin was. Having a son like Hu Lao, one wonders what kind of karma he had in his past life. But Tsai still wanted to give Hu Lao some face. General Tsai, how did you enjoy today? Hu Yubin asked after the day ended. Well, General Hu arranged everything thoughtfully, and I had a good time, Tsai Yan replied, with a proud expression on Hu Yubin's face. The girls Hu Yubin arranged for Tsai Yan today were rare beauties he had developed, soft and charming. Tsai Yan's legs were probably so weak by now, how could it not have been a good time? General Hu, let's talk business, shall we? I don't want to look at the ships, nor do I want to visit the company. I will ask you 3 questions now. General Tsai, please speak. Hu Yubin waved his hand to dismiss the others. How much do you know about the customer base of the HMEI Group? I just took office recently, so I only know a little. Hu Yubin started to frown as he hadn't delved deep into this issue from the documents in his folders, but he had to answer this way to save face. All right, General Hu, the second question. What do you think of the current system and operations of the HMEI Group? I don't have much opinion. I guess it's still okay. Hu Yubin thought he couldn't show any weakness in front of Tsai Yang, making sure people believed the HMEI Group hadn't declined. What are the future development plans of the HMEI Group? There are no concrete plans. We'll continue as usual. After asking these 3 questions, Tsai Yan had a clear understanding. Hu Yubin was just a dandy who knew nothing about business, maritime transportation, the characteristics of corporate clients, the objective view of the company's current situation, or specific plans for the company's future. Even if Hu Lao were present, he couldn't agree to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with the HMEI Group. Signing it would only burden himself. Tsai Yang smiled and nodded to Hu Yubin. General Hu, I understand now. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll need to fly back tonight. General Tsai, about the cooperation. Hu Yubin, seeing Tsai Yan about to leave, hurriedly asked. I will give an answer to Hu Lao after I return. Hu Yubin was satisfied upon hearing this. He had brought out his hidden girls today. Wouldn't this cooperation work out? It would be unreasonable if it didn't. He immediately called his father to report the successful completion of the mission. Jingshu Group. Zheng Qian received an invitation from Su Shuyan to attend a board meeting. As the second largest shareholder of the Jingshu Group at the current stage, it was not suitable for him not to attend. Various executive analyses, various plans. Zheng Qian felt like he was back in high school, nodding off from all the discussions and analysis. President Su, I feel that Jingshu Group still faces many issues. Yes, President Su, if we really want to innovate, we have to take it step by step. President Su, I do not oppose Jingshu Group's innovation, but I want to remind you that if it is too radical, it may backfire. The proposed plans were all quite radical, and several senior figures advised Su Shuyan to be more conservative. Once those new plans were implemented, new technologies would be introduced, leading to the arrival of new talents and potentially threatening their positions, gradually replacing them. No one wanted to face unemployment at middle age. Su Shuyan sighed. She knew it would be like this. Even though her father had mentioned supporting her well, his influence wasn't significant. As the saying goes, if you don't act for yourself, no one else will. General John, which of these reform plans do you think is suitable for the current phase of Jingshu Group? With this question, Su Shuyan woke Zheng Qian up. Zhen's response implied that while he held equity in Jingshu Group, he preferred not to get involved in the internal affairs of the company. Standing by Su Shuyan's side would make things easier for her. When the chairman and major shareholders agree, how could one dissent as a mere employee? Su Shuyan's decision to choose Plan B, the most radical among all, sparked discussions among the company's old guard and many executives. While it carried the most risk, what could they say? The Su family had the final say, and now they had brought in someone like John as well. After the meeting, Su Shuyan invited Zheng Qian to dinner to thank him for his support at the board meeting. President Su, that's not necessary. I'm not very knowledgeable about building materials and timber. Whatever you do, I support it. If it fails, it's just a loss, nothing major. Unexpectedly, after Zheng Qian said this, Su Shuyan's goodwill towards him increased by 5 points, reaching 65 points. Then I really have to take you out for a meal. And also, I have some things I want to discuss with you. Zheng Qian furrowed his brows, unsure of what Su Shuyan was up to. Ultimately, he agreed. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zheng Qian left the company early to meet Su Shuyan at a mall. Su Shuyan regretted introducing Zheng Qian to her father last time. Since that meeting, he had been urging her relentlessly to develop a romantic relationship with Zheng, asking about progress every time they met or spoke on the phone. She couldn't ignore him, which had become quite bothersome. Last time her father had asked Jung about it, he had given vague answers. So, aside from thanking Jung for his support at the board meeting, Su Shuyan wanted to test his true attitude towards her. Before mealtime arrived, the two of them strolled around the mall. During the meal, Su Shuyan asked Jung Qian, "General Jung, the last time my father mentioned those words about old military commanders, don't take it to heart. If it affected you, I apologize on behalf of my father." Su Shuyan said this on purpose to test Jung Qian's attitude. Jung Qian was even more puzzled. An apology? What was there to apologize for? It's a small matter. I won't take it to heart. It hasn't affected me. General Su need not apologize to me. Jung Qian casually waved his hand. Seeing that Jung Qian truly didn't take it to heart, Su Shuyan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Her father clearly hinted at the two developing a relationship, and yet you really aren't taking it seriously. As a woman, how could Su Shuyan not want to fall in love? It's just that in the past, all her time and energy had been devoted to her career. Whenever she saw her girlfriends flaunting their boyfriends, husbands, and even babies, Su Shuyan couldn't help but feel envious. She also wanted that sweet kind of love. It's not that she has high standards, it's just that Hu Yubin, for example, was truly a playboy, indulging in pleasure all day long with his decadent personal life, which Su Shuyan found repulsive. Men like Jung Qian were more suitable for her. She may look like a female elite on the outside, but deep down, she's still a little girl at heart. When it comes to love, she certainly couldn't just throw herself at someone. It would be too embarrassing. Others are usually pursued by guys crazily. Su Shuyan felt it necessary to have that element. Faced with Jung Qian saying he didn't take it to heart, she wouldn't blurt out, "We can give it a try," or similar words. "Well, I was just afraid you misunderstood. As long as it didn't affect you, it's all good." Su Shuyan followed up with Jung Qian's words, sounding tough on the surface, but extremely unwilling on the inside. "By the way, when do you plan to get married?" Jung Qian asked. "Me? Whenever I meet the right person, I'll get married. I'm not that young anymore. All my classmates and girlfriends already have babies. What kind of man do you think is suitable?" Su Shuyan, today wasn't supposed to be her playing field, yet it felt like Jung Qian was questioning her. After a moment of thought, Su Shuyan decided to be direct with Jung Qian. "Just someone I click with. I don't understand. Someone tall, handsome, ambitious, like you." After saying this, Su Shuyan took a deep breath, eagerly anticipating Jung Qian's reaction. "Oh no, you're taller even in heels. Handsome is fine, but tall not so much." Su Shuyan was almost infuriated by Jung Qian's response. What did she mean by that? Can't you understand? Idiot. Why is your emotional intelligence so low? I've made it clear. Why don't you get it? It's still early. How about we finish eating and then go watch a movie before heading back? Su Shuyan didn't continue the topic, planning to delay it for later when they watched the movie. "Sure. I'll follow your lead." Jung Qian readily agreed, as he didn't have anything important to do anyway. "By the way, don't call me General Su in the future. It's too formal. Just call me Shuyun or Xiaoyun. And I'll call you Shakan." "Okay." Jung Qian nodded. Since there weren't any new movies in theaters, after dinner, Su Shuyan casually bought 2 tickets on her phone and took Jung Qian to the cinema. Halfway through the movie, Su Shuyan suddenly asked, "Shaokan, do you already have a girlfriend?" A sudden and crucial question. Jung Qian hesitated, not knowing how to answer. The reason Su Shuyan asked was that Jung Qian's behavior was just too foolish. At the last banquet, her father's words combined with her own actions were clear indicators of the situation. Even nearby company executives could tell what was going on. Why couldn't Jung Qian see it? Su Shuyan had just mentioned that she liked men like Jung Qian. When a girl says something like that, it means she's willing to connect with you, to date you. Jung Qian was the vice president of Jangsan Shipyard, wealthy and young in the business world. So if he couldn't even see these 2 things clearly, Su Shuyan didn't quite believe it. The only explanation. Jung Qian was pretending to be clueless. Perhaps he was overdoing the act a bit. A girl with Su Shuyan's good traits wouldn't typically be rejected by men, right? Unless Jung Qian already had a girlfriend or was already married. Seeing Jung Qian's peculiar expression and his hesitant silence, Su Shuyan had her answer deep down. Jung Qian didn't want to deceive Su Shuyan. so he told her the truth. He had a liking system on him, so how could he not see that Su Shuyun was interested in him and wanted to get closer? He had been pretending to be oblivious, not wanting to complicate things any further. Ah, now I understand. Su Shuyun was greatly disappointed, with her level of liking for Zheng Qian plummeting instantly. Liking status -15 points. Current liking status 50 points. After watching the movie, the two exchanged polite goodbyes and went their separate ways. Zheng Qian's reason for saying that was also to avoid hurting Su Shuyun. Despite being a bit fickle, Jinlu would always be the #1 woman in his heart. Su Shuyun, a strong-willed woman, certainly wouldn't want to share him with another woman. Zheng Qian also felt that this situation couldn't be brought to light. There can only be one main wife, and that was Jinlu. Su Shuyun wouldn't want, nor could she be, his second girlfriend. Zheng Qian didn't have the heart to make Su Shuyun feel wronged. A woman like her would definitely find a good man if she wanted. There was no need to hold on to him. The next morning, Zheng Qian took Xia Qianchen and accompanied Chen Weiqian to the Baibai airport to welcome an investigating officer from China Airlines. Since she was in charge of the foreign enterprise duster, she hadn't been called by her name. General Sun, hello, I'm Chen Weiqian. Chen Weiqian warmly shook his hand. The investigating officer from China Airlines was named Sun Zhenghao. Though Chen Weiqian was unsure of his exact position, traveling for business from another place undoubtedly meant he held a high position. Even though he didn't know his position, Chen Weiqian still referred to him as General Sun. Regardless of the setting, whether in the mall, workplace, or any place where someone holds the power to seal the deal, it's appropriate to address them as General. Sun Zhenghao's eyes quickly caught sight of Xia Qianchen. With exquisite features, outstanding appearance, and fair complexion, she stood there with both hands in front of her, holding a briefcase, looking bright and dignified. He nearly drooled at the sight. After shaking hands with Chen Weiqian, he reached out to Xia Qianchen, wanting to shake her hand with her frost-like delicate hands. Hello, I am Sun Zhenghao. You're mistaken. This is our company's vice president, Zheng Qian. Sun Zhenghao glanced at Chen Weiqian. He clearly saw that Zheng Qian's attire indicated he was a vice president and couldn't possibly be an assistant. He just wanted to shake hands with Xia Qianchen, but Chen Weiqian interrupted him. Chen Weiqian didn't think much about it. He just forgot to introduce Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian looked at this frivolous and overweight, middle-aged, glasses-wearing chubby guy from top to bottom and saw him oozing with greasiness all over, touching women as soon as he saw them. Analyzing, Zheng Qian thought this person's position wasn't high, but he carried himself with great authority. However, it was also easy to understand. Sun Zhenghao was from a state-owned enterprise, and some state-owned enterprises specialized in producing such people. Hello, Mr. Sun. Hello. Sun Zhenghao didn't get to touch Xia Qianchen's hand, feeling a bit annoyed. Although he still had a smiling face, his tone sounded a bit impatient. Mr. Sun, let's go to the company first. We can arrange your schedule and also take a look inside our company. The three of them arrived at Jengson Shipyard, sitting on the sofa in Chen Weiqian's office. Xia Qianchen was proficient in tea art, so Chen Weiqian had her prepare tea for the three of them. Chen Weiqian explained the schedule to Sun Zhenghao while Xia Qianchen brewed and poured the tea. He had arranged the best hotel in Yebai for Sun Zhenghao to stay at. After inspecting the company, they would then go to the dock to see their freighters. Sun Zhenghao's attention was entirely on Xia Qianchen, not listening to Chen Weiqian's words, just responding with him occasionally. Sun Zhenghao planned to take the opportunity to touch Xia Qianchen's hand when she served him tea later. Xia Qianchen was brewing the tea seriously. The second round was ready, and she poured the first cup for Chen Weiqian. Mr. Chen, here is your tea. It was supposed to be his turn next. However, Chen Weiqian, in a gesture to show respect, ended up taking the tea meant for Sun Zhenghao for himself. Mr. Sun, please go ahead. Okay. This disrupted Sun Zhenghao's plan, but he didn't say anything. Mr. Sun, let's have tea first before we go outside, Chen Weiqian suggested. When Sun Zhenghao finally came to his senses, he realized that Chen Weiqian had already finished explaining the schedule, not having heard anything. His attention had been solely on Xia Qianchen. Her name is Xia Qianchen. What a nice name, he thought. Since there was no opportunity, he would create one. After a while, Sun Zhenghao, pretending his cup was empty, pushed it towards Xia Qianchen, hoping she would hand him tea so he could touch her hand. Zhang Qian, who was observing everything, realized Sun Zhenghao's intentions. Unexpectedly, Chen Weiqian's guest was so scheming and despicable in his intentions. Zhang Qian found it difficult to work with him. Feeling sorry to see Xia Qianchen being hit on, Zhang Qian decided to teach Sun Zhenghao a lesson. Just as Xia Qianchen was about to serve tea to Sun Zhenghao, Zhang Qian swiftly pushed his own cup forward, directly knocking over the teapot in Xia Qianchen's hand. Sun Zhenghao, who had extended his filthy hands at that moment, was scalded by the hot tea spilling from the teapot, making his hand red. Oh! Sun Zhenghao quickly withdrew his hand, using his sleeve to wipe it while blowing on it. Xia Qianchen, shocked by the situation, quickly apologized to Sun Zhenghao, yet she hadn't realized Sun Zhenghao's intentions towards her. Mr. Sun, I'm really sorry, I didn't hold it properly. Mr. Sun, my cup was empty and I wanted Xia the secretary to pour me some tea, but I didn't expect to knock over the teapot. It's my fault, please forgive me. Sun Zhenghao cast a resentful gaze at Zhang Qian. This guy must have done it on purpose. Not too early, not too late, he chose this moment to do it. However, judging from Zhang Qian's sincere attitude, it seemed unintentional. Seeing his scalded hand, Sun Zhenghao didn't say anything. Forget it, I won't drink it, Sun Zhenghao said, unwillingly. Mr. Chen, how did you arrange it just now? To the pier, right? Chen Weiqian wanted to curse. He had just introduced so much, and this guy didn't listen to a word. Mr. Sun, let's go outside first to take a look inside our company. Chen Weiqian couldn't lose his temper. After all, this was a visit from Hua Hang, and even if Sun Zhenghao disgusted him, he had to endure it. Okay, let's not sit here anymore. Time is tight and the mission is important. The group first toured the company's interior, with Chen Weiqian, Zhang Qian, and Xia Qianchen accompanying. Chen Weiqian personally explained the company's annual financial report and the plans for the second half of the year. He explained in detail, but never mentioned the HMEI group, nor did he mention the price war they had just ignited. Sun Zhenghao just nodded. No one knew if he had absorbed anything. After completing the company tour, the three of them headed to Yebai Pier together. They were to receive the third alliance of the 5 airlines in the next 2 days, so Chen Weiqian had purposely delayed the shipping tasks. All the ships from Jiangxin were gathered at the pier, including the newly acquired second-hand ships, all refurbished and neatly lined up to demonstrate the company's strength. After a tour of the pier and inspecting the ships, Sun Zhenghao looked disdainful. Mr. Chen, your ships seem a bit small. They can't carry much tonnage, can they? He didn't even bother to conceal his contempt, just saying it outright. Mr. Sun, these are all new ships. The engine rooms, boilers, and decks are all brand new. Even if they're new ships, together, it's not a lot. Sun Zhenghao's disdain grew stronger. Mr. Sun, compared to Hua Hang, our scale is indeed considered small. After all, the company had just been established for half a year and it's just getting started. Chen Weiqian thought that for a shipping company that had been established for over half a year to have this scale was already good. But compared to state-owned companies like Hua Hang, it was still minor. However, Chen Weiqian didn't have that much money to operate the company. Liu Shiqi, Zhang Qian, at most, were personal investments, far from comparing to a state-owned enterprise like Hua Hang. Alright, let's leave it here for now. It was almost lunchtime, and Chen Weiqian invited Sun Zhenghao to the hotel. After several glasses of Fashion Mayo Tai at the dining table, Chen Weiqian finally asked, Mr. Sun, how do you feel about this visit? Can we reach a cooperation with Hua Hang? Sun Zhenghao shook his head. I can't make a judgment right now. I need to think about it carefully. Of course, of course. Chen Weiqian's words were soft, but his heart was tough. Damn it, you've been wandering around all morning, and you can't make a basic judgment, and you need to carefully consider it. What's the point of coming here? A free trip? At this moment, Sun Zhenghao's face revealed a sly smile. Mr. Chen, you were speaking too fast during the day, and I actually didn't hear you clearly. How about, let Miss Xia, the secretary, send me something in the evening in my room? Chen Weiqian, Xia Qianchen, Zhang Qian. 3 people were completely baffled. Sun Zhenghao's words left everyone scratching their heads. Only Chen Weiqian understood what Sun Zhenghao meant. It was still only noon. They could review the report materials in the afternoon by going to the company together. Sun Zhenghao might just need a bit more convincing, and Chen could explain it to him again. It was obvious that Xia Qianchen was appointed to deliver the message, especially since it was in the evening, delivering it to the hotel where he was staying. Sun Zhenghao wanted Xia Qianchen to join him for the night. "Miss Xia, I left a document in the car. Can you go down and help me find it?" Xia Qianchen nodded and left the room. Chen Weiqian intentionally found an excuse to keep Xia Qianchen busy for a while. "Mr. Chen, if you have no objections, I will naturally speak some good words on your behalf to the headquarters. Reaching a cooperation agreement should not be a problem," Sun Zhenghao said while drinking. Zhang Qian's face twitched occasionally. He had already caught Sun Zhenghao's intentions. He wanted Xia Qianchen to spend the night with him, right? "Mr. Sun, this might not be possible. Xia's secretary has other work to do in the evening," Zhang Qian said. "How about this? In the afternoon, you accompany me to the company again. If there's anything you didn't understand, I'll explain it to you again. How about that?" Leaving aside the fact that Xia Qianchen was Zhang Qian's secretary, it was impossible for him to offer his employee in exchange for a contract. "Mr. Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you must be in a price war with the ACM Group, right?" Sun Zhenghao's words surprised Chen Weiqian. How did he know? "You don't need to worry about how I know. I just want to remind you that the ACM Group has deep roots, and Mr. Who has a wide network. It will be difficult for you to win this price war," Sun Zhenghao continued. Chen Weiqian seemed afraid of losing the battle. That's why he turned to their boss to seek insurance for the Jiangxin shipyard, right? "Later, Mr. Chen can ask her privately whether she is willing. If she is, it's fine. If not, please help persuade her," Sun Zhenghao suggested. "As long as my matter is settled, Mr. Chen's matter will be on me." Suddenly, Zhang Qian, who had been listening on the side, slammed the table. "What are you doing?" Sun Zhenghao looked at Zhang Qian in confusion. Zhang Qian swiftly approached Sun Zhenghao and slapped him twice. "How dare you hit me?" Sun Zhenghao angrily stood up. "I'm hitting you for your filthy thoughts and despicable actions," Zhang Qian sternly replied. Since Sun Zhenghao's arrival, Zhang Qian had seen his true colors. He had repeatedly tried to make advances towards Xia Qianchen, taking advantage of her. Now, suggesting Xia Qianchen come to his hotel at night had infuriated Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian knew that sometimes, in the business world, certain measures were necessary, but the Jiangxin shipyard hadn't reached that desperate stage, and Zhang Qian was not willing to stoop so low or seek refuge under the shadow of China Airlines. Sun Zhenghao was approaching middle age, and his years of drinking and womanizing had taken a toll on his health. Unlike Zhang Qian, the young man, when he visited those smaller shipping companies in the past, he was always treated like a VIP, with fine wine and beautiful women serving him. Once, Sun Zhenghao had taken a liking to a young secretary of an entrepreneur, a 20-year-old university student. With just a word, the business owner sent her directly to his bed that night. That's how someone who knew how to play the game operated. Sun Zhenghao had never expected Zhang Qian to strike back. "Fine. Fine. You guys think you're clever. Your future is over. If you want to wage a price war with the ACM Group, I can tell you right now, you've already lost. China Airlines will not collaborate with Jiangxin Shipyard in the future." After his harsh words, Sun Zhenghao left in anger. "Well done, Mr. Zhang," Chen Weiqian applauded. "I've been wanting to do that for a while." At that moment, Xia Qianchen entered. "Mr. Chen, were you looking for this document?" Xia Qianchen asked, noticing the shattered glass on the floor. She could probably guess what had transpired. The deal must have collapsed, leading to Sun Zhenghao's angry departure. "Yes, that's the document, but we don't need it now," Chen Weiqian replied, not even bothering to check what the document was. "Our cooperation with China Airlines just went up in smoke. Qianchen, the people from Duster will be arriving this afternoon. Call Miss Zhang Xiao over now and have her join us for lunch. Also, get a staff member to come and clean up the floor." "All right," Xia Qianchen said, then proceeded to contact Zhang Xiao. After reconciling with Chen Weiqian, Zhang Qian made it clear that Xia Qianchen didn't need to know about the incident with Sun Zhenghao. Zhang Xiao had just arrived for lunch at the company, and she received a message from Xia Qianchen asking her to come directly to the hotel for lunch and then go to the airport in the afternoon. Excitedly, Zhang Xiao hurried to the hotel. Upon entering the private room, she saw Zhang Qian and the others waiting. "Yao Yao, come man, sit down." Chen Weiqian welcomed Zhang Xiao with a smile. Chen Weiqian had a past ambiguous relationship with Zhang Xiao, but she had gradually distanced herself from him recently. There were rumors in the company that Zhang Xiao was now pursuing Zhang Qian. Chen Weiqian, being understanding, stopped pursuing her and kept his distance. He had done what he had to do. Their future together was no longer his concern. The four of them chatted over their meal. "Yao Yao, how's the food today?" Chen Weiqian inquired. "It's delicious. If it weren't for Miss Ia calling me over, I would have been eating plain rice at the office." "This meal is a treat," replied Zhang Xiao, who was naturally a food enthusiast. The dishes on the table were mainly from Hunan and Jiangxi cuisine, expertly prepared. Zhang Xiao, being a foodie, couldn't stop praising the food. She noticed that the dishes had been touched and two bottles of mayo tai had been opened, meaning someone else had been there before her. Nevertheless, being just a low-level employee under Zhang Qian, being invited was already quite an honor. "How are the preparations for the translation going?" Zhang Qian asked. "No problem, I won't embarrass the company," Zhang Xiao replied confidently. She had done her homework for today's interpretation task. Zhang Qian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Xiaoyao learned that the reason why Zhang Qian was given this task was because Chen Weiqian's hands were busy with other matters, so she was selected, presenting an opportunity that one doesn't run into often. After having lunch, the four of them headed straight to the Bai airport to pick up the guests. However, when the representatives from Duster Shipping arrived, it turned out they were not foreigners, but two young men in their late 20s or early 30s. This came as a surprise to Chen Weiqian. He didn't expect Duster Shipping to send over two young folks. Today, he was the CEO and Zhang Qian was the vice president, and they even brought along Zhang Xiaoyao as the translator, which clearly showed the importance they attached to this meeting. However, after a brief interaction with the two young men, Chen Weiqian realized that they were indeed competent and had a strong professional background. The advantage was that the need for Zhang Xiaoyao's translation work was eliminated, as the young men could present their reports and data themselves. The two young men were efficient and thorough, completing the company and dock inspection within just 2.5 hours. Chen Weiqian had intended to take them out for dinner, but they politely declined. "Sorry, Mr. Chen, we have a flight at 5 p.m. and need to report back. Thank you for your kind offer." They arrived after 1 p.m. and had to fly back by 5 p.m. They were really here to inspect the Jiangxi shipyard. Chen Weiqian was impressed by their efficiency and had Zhang Xiaoyao drive them back to the Bai airport. Zhang Qian thought to himself that this must be the difference between businesses. It was not about blindly admiring foreign companies, but rather about the differences in corporate culture. Special envoys like Sun Jinhao could report back however they pleased, turning every visit into a diplomatic game where arrogance prevailed. On the other hand, Duster Shipping promoted young talents with ambition and dedication, focusing on work rather than being influenced by social relationships. Even if Chen Weiqian were to send a beautiful woman to their room, they wouldn't entertain such advances. "Mr. Chen, do you think we can reach a cooperation agreement with Duster Shipping?" Zhang Qian thought things were going smoothly without any issues. However, Chen Weiqian shook his head. "I can't say for sure. As a foreign-funded enterprise, Duster Shipping was advanced in terms of freighters, technology, and management systems, surpassing even HUA Airlines in strength and second only to Asia Airlines in the JZH region. Their strength meant they had high standards, and they didn't see the need for cooperation. It wouldn't benefit them to sign a cooperation agreement with Jiangxi Shipyard. It would be a burden for them. Cooperation is meant to be mutually beneficial and not a one-sided support." The next day, it was Asia Airlines' turn to visit and inspect the facilities. Chen Weiqian, accompanied by Zhang Qian and Xia Qianchen, went to the Bai airport as planned. A graceful woman with an imposing figure, dressed in a women's suit, caught Zhang Qian's attention. Behind her was a secretary with thick glasses. "Why aren't they here yet? They should have landed by now." Chen Weiqian was puzzled. "Mr. Chen, it seems like Asia Airlines didn't send a representative," Zhang Qian pointed out. Following Zhang Qian's direction, Chen Weiqian saw the two women. Zhang Yanran. She had actually come to Bai. Chen Weiqian was taken aback and immediately rushed over. With Zhang Yanran's presence, he was surprised as well but felt there was no need for such a dramatic reaction. Zhang Qian followed casually with Xia Qianchen. Ms. Zhang, I am Chen Weiqian, Chairman and CEO of Jiangxi Shipyard. Previously, Asia Airlines had ranked at the tail end of the major shipping companies in the JZH region. However, since John Yanran took over Asia Airlines, it had become a leading player. John Yanran was a legend in the industry, and everyone wanted to get to know her. At the previous trade summit, John Yanran had approached them, but before Chen Weiqian could start a conversation, she had left, and he felt it was inappropriate to chase after her. Unexpectedly, Asia Airlines had sent John Yanran herself to Bai this time. Given the chance to host John Yanran, he couldn't help but feel excited. Your presence in Bai today is truly an honor for me, Ms. John. Chen Weiqian subconsciously reached out his hand. John Yanran gave a cold look, glanced at Chen Weiqian's extended hand, but did not engage. Du Bingbing stepped forward. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Ms. John never shakes hands. Oh. Okay. Chen Weiqian awkwardly withdrew his hand. Your speech at the trade summit was excellent. I was inspired and wanted to invest everything in Asia Airlines, Chen Weiqian complimented. Your vice president gives great speeches. John Yanran glanced at Zhang Qian. Chen Weiqian began introducing Zhang Qian, and realizing that the manager John Yanran had fired had joined their company, explaining that the manager and Zhang Qian were fellow townspeople and university classmates, leading to the employment connection. Zhang Qian realized why Zi Shenhao had seemed so different the previous day after being fired, now eager to join their company. Mr. Chen, Ms. Zhang has cleared her schedule to be here in Bai, so please make the necessary arrangements, Du Bingbing reminded on the side. All right, then let's go. We won't waste Ms. Zhang's time. Chen Weiqian made a gesture indicating they should move. Zhang Qian watched in astonishment, never having seen Chen Weiqian so keen on impressing someone like John Yanran. But upon further reflection, Zhang Qian understood. The cooperation between Jiangxin Shipyard and HUA Airlines had completely chilled. The chances of cooperating with Duster Shipping were slim. Chen Weiqian lacked a magic touch and systematic approach. He was just a small company CEO, meeting the leading figure in the JZH region, and naturally hoped to build connections. When Zhang Yanran arrived at the Jiangxin Shipyard, she amazed everyone wherever she went. It wasn't that Zhang Yanran's appearance was particularly outstanding. There were several girls in the company who could rival her. The main attraction was Zhang Yanran's noble and aloof demeanor, which astounded everyone. Her skin was as fair as snow, her face cold as frost, exuding an aura of distance that kept people at bay. After touring the company, Zhang Qian accompanied Chen Weiqian and Zhang Yanran to the wharf, casually boarding to freighters to take a look. During dinner, Chen Weiqian asked, Manager John, what do you think? Can Jiangxin Shipyard establish a cooperation with Asia Airlines? Zhang Yanran raised her high-footed cup with one hand, sipped a bit of red wine from the cherry lips, raised her eyebrows slightly, and whispered, It's possible. Chen Weiqian was shocked. Zhang Qian, however, felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Really? Really? Chen Weiqian was shocked and wanted to confirm again. Yes, Asia Airlines can establish a strategic cooperation relationship with Jiangxin Shipyard. It was the first time everyone had heard Zhang Yanran speak such a long sentence. Chen Weiqian remained calm on the surface, but was ecstatic in his heart. But I want him to apologize to me. Who? Zhang Yanran raised her chin lightly and locked eyes with Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian? Him? Why should he apologize to Zhang Yanran? If anyone should apologize, it should be Zhang Yanran apologizing to him. Chen Weiqian was confused, with wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes. Manager Zhang, are you referring to General Zhang? Asking him to apologize to you? Yes, to me, to offer a formal apology. May I ask why? Chen Weiqian pursued further. Was there some history or conflict between Zhang Qian and Zhang Yanran that he was unaware of? At the same time, Chen Weiqian cast a puzzled look at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian was at a loss and had no idea what he had done wrong. I was still planning to use that person, but General Zhang dug him away from me. Shouldn't he apologize to me? Zhang Yanran said coldly. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Zi Shenhao had already been dismissed by you? If you still need him, then don't fire him. This made Zi Shenhao feel discouraged and he wanted to leave. In this matter, Chen Weiqian found it difficult to make a decision. Zi Shenhao's employment at Jiangxin Shipyard was a position he had arranged, especially since his relationship with Zheng Qian was so good. Zhang Yanren's attitude was firm, as if without financing from Zheng Qian, the collaboration between the two companies would not be possible. Chen Weiqian was torn and looked at Zheng Qian with a sense of helplessness, hoping he would come up with a solution. Zheng Qian felt that the reason was unreasonable. Even if he had to tell a white lie with some sincerity, it wouldn't be so unfounded. Suddenly, Zheng Qian understood why Zhang Yanren had come to Yabai. The strength of dust shipping was not as strong as Asia Airlines, and they might not even be able to collaborate with Zhengxin Shipyard. So why did Zhang Yanren agree? Was it to make Zheng Qian bow to her? Understanding this, Zheng Qian felt that Zhang Yanren was not as mysterious as she seemed. Despite her high position in Asia Airlines, she was just a woman after all. Chen Weiqian quickly realized this too. For him, as long as he could collaborate with Asia Airlines, these minor matters were not worth worrying about. Even if he had to act as Zhang Yanren's driver for a week, he was willing. Apologizing was not a big deal, but Zhang Yanren wanted Zheng Qian to apologize instead of himself, which complicated things. Zheng Qian was a few years younger than Chen Weiqian, a passionate young man who refused to back down or admit defeat. Otherwise, he would not have slapped Sun Jianhao in the face the day before. Ziqian, if you apologize to her today, I'll kowtow to you 100 times. It was crucial, and this insurance had to be taken out. He hoped Zheng Qian could temporarily set aside his personal feelings. What was a mere apology? A real man could bend and stretch, and that should be the end of it. Chen Weiqian looked at Zheng Qian with a pitiful and begging gaze, hoping he would apologize. Zheng Qian was conflicted. Zhang Yanren's car had nearly hit him, and she had not only refused to apologize afterward but also humiliated him with money. At the Maritime Summit, Zheng Qian was chatting happily with the female captain when Zhang Yanren suddenly appeared and took the person away. The matter of poaching was baseless, as she had clearly fired Zi Xinhao first, yet it had turned into a poaching incident. But if he didn't apologize, Zhang Yanren wouldn't provide the insurance for Zhengxin Shipyard. While Zheng Qian himself didn't mind, this insurance was crucial for the company and for Chen Weiqian. In the end, Zheng Qian softened his heart and, unable to withstand Chen Weiqian's gaze, apologized to Zhang Yanren. Manager Zhang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chen Weiqian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully Zheng Qian didn't let his emotions get the best of him, or else the deal with Asia Airlines would have been jeopardized. Chen Weiqian was willing to kowtow to Zheng Qian 100 times. A pen snapped on the table. Du Bingbing hastily retrieved two contracts from her bag. President Chen, please sign these. Chen Weiqian foolishly held chopsticks. Sign now. Isn't this too efficient? Zhang Yanren was proud and haughty. She had already decided that if Zheng Qian didn't apologize, she would fly back to Jiangnan without lingering for a minute. If Zheng Qian did apologize, she would immediately sign a contract with Zhengxin Shipyard. Zheng Qian saw Chen Weiqian happily signing the contracts but felt extremely unhappy inside. He had apologized to Zhang Yanren for unfounded reasons, all for the sake of the company and Chen Weiqian. At that moment, Zhang Yanren looked at Zheng Qian triumphantly. After dispersing, Chen Weiqian stopped Zheng Qian. Qian, don't leave just yet. What is it? President Chen, today's incident was a favor you did for me. Don't take it to heart. Chen Weiqian knew that Zheng Qian had bowed to Zhang Yanren for his sake. He felt guilty for the trouble Zheng Qian had to go through. Don't take it to heart. If you do, I'll kowtow to you 100 times now, to make up for it. Chen Weiqian was about to kneel down. No. 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 Zheng Qian quickly stopped Chen Weiqian. He had indeed made a contribution to the company in this matter. It's okay. It's really not a big deal. Is my saying worth $1,000? Zheng Qian quickly adjusted his attitude and smiled. Definitely. Of course. Your words have just secured a thick insurance for our company. How can it not be worth $1,000? Chen Weiqian joked as well. Seeing that Zheng Qian was fine, Chen Weiqian let him go. Zheng Qian returned to Jianshan International, still pondering over the recent events. Jin Lu approached him and massaged his shoulders. Got something on your mind? It's nothing major. Zheng Qian had initially wanted to tell Jin Lu, but upon further thought, he found the matter somewhat shameful and remained silent. Oh, my fierce man at home. Getting a little flustered too. Jin Lu teased softly in Zheng Qian's ear. Teasing me, are you? Zheng Qian was already irritated inside. and Jinlu's provocation ignited his anger. What if I am? Alright. You're not sleeping tonight. No. No. Let's forget about that. Oh no. Don't. Jun Qian really kept Jinlu busy until 2 in the morning before finally letting her go. Jinlu was already exhausted and fell asleep not long after. The fire in Jun Qian's heart didn't diminish much, sweeping away the displeasure of the day. But at this time, Chen Weiqiang suddenly called. Worried about disturbing Jinlu's rest, Jun Qian quietly walked out of the bedroom to answer Chen Weiqiang's call on the first floor. What's the matter, Director Chen? Jun Qian felt that Chen Weiqiang calling in the middle of the night must mean something serious. Maybe it was about the recent incident where Jun Qian shipyard was insured by the company and deliberately had the ship sunk at the Yabai port by Yami Group. If that was the case, then Yami Group was truly cunning. It's not that. It's nothing, Zia Qian. Don't be angry, Chen Weiqiang said. Jun Qian felt a sense of caution rising in his heart. Zhang Yanran said her LV bag was left at the hotel where we had dinner tonight. She asked for you to go retrieve the bag for her and deliver it to the hotel where she's staying. Jun Qian had a myriad of doubts. It was already past 2 in the morning, and he was being asked to go to the hotel to help her find her lost bag. Was he being treated as a servant? He had signed a contract with Yihan Airlines. He shouldn't have to be at Zhang Yanran's beck and call. I won't go. Doesn't she have a secretary? Let her secretary go. Jun Qian refused. Zi Qian, this woman specifically asked for you. I offered to go help her find it, but she didn't agree. Chen Weiqiang almost cried. Zi Qian, I'll go with you to find it. You can bring it up to her room when we find it. How about that? Chen Weiqiang suggested, and Jun Qian reluctantly agreed. He put on his clothes and went to the agreed hotel. Chen Weiqiang arrived before Jun Qian and had already found the bag. The two of them drove to Zhang Yanran's hotel. Room number 6888. You go up. I'll wait for you downstairs. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Weiqiang sounded apologetic. Jun Qian didn't say anything and just went upstairs with the bag. Outside room 6888, Jun Qian lightly knocked on the door. Du Bingbing opened the door for him. Director Zhang, General Zhang is waiting for you inside. Please come in. After Du Bingbing let him in and closed the door, Jun Qian felt puzzled. What was going on here? This hotel in Yabai was considered upscale. The hotel room was extremely spacious, with luxurious decorations, precious handmade wool carpets, a movable LCD TV wall, and neatly arranged glassware on display. Zhang Yanran was sitting on a French-imported leather sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand, gazing straight at Jun Qian. She was draped in a bathrobe, revealing almost all of her thighs in a casual and arrogant manner. Jun Qian felt puzzled but entered the room. General Zhang, here is your bag. I'll take my leave if there's nothing else. Come and have a seat. Zhang Yanran pointed to the seat opposite her. Jun Qian felt that calling him here at this late hour couldn't just be about returning the bag, could it? He wanted to see what this woman was up to. Do you know why I called you here? Zhang Yanran asked. Jun Qian shook his head. Your speech at the Maritime Trade Summit was quite good. I just wanted to tell you that a few investors were impressed by your speech and are considering making substantial investments in Zhongqian Shipyard to help you grow. Jun Qian was puzzled. He had spent several days in Modu, so why hadn't anyone contacted him? Because they were convinced by me to channel their funds into the 5th Navigation Alliance Foundation, Zhang Yanran said. Jun Qian was angry, dragging him over in the middle of the night just to inform him that she had intercepted these investors. Was she trying to disgust him? This woman was too ruthless. This was what was known as killing someone with kindness. How confident are you in the price war with Yami Group? Zhang Yanran asked again. I'm about 70 to 80% confident. Jun Qian tried to formulate a retort to Zhang Yanran, hoping to make her feel a bit downcast. Although we didn't secure funding from the Maritime Trade Summit, another vice president and I pooled together 100 million in funds. We're not afraid of this price war. From what I know, most of that 100 million was used to purchase ships, Zhang Yanran said, leaving Jun Qian speechless. So what? Isn't a price war just about who has more money? If needed, I'll put up another 10 billion. If that's not enough, I'll put up 100 billion. We can definitely beat Yami Group. Jun Qian made a bold statement. Jun Qian decided to go all out to make money starting the next day. In order to earn cash back by updating the system, Jun Qian carefully planned his strategy. Among the women he currently knows, there are a few whose favorability level hasn't reached the maximum yet. Xia Qianxi, 60 points. Zhang Xiaoyao, 93 points. Qin Zuli, 93 points. Deng Sisters, 95 points. Su Shuyan, 55 points. Yang Mongman, 60 points. Liu Shiki, 65 points. Zhang Yanren, 15 points. Zheng Qian didn't give examples of unsuitable people. After screening, he found only for women with low favorability: Xia Qianxi, Su Shuyan, Yao Monmon, and Liu Shiki. Their favorability levels are below 70 points, and it's too easy to reach maximum with high levels. Zheng Qian ruled out Yao Monmon, as he didn't want to deal with her at the moment. As for Liu Shiki, he couldn't think of any reason to spend money on her because investing in Yuan Fund is a business action, which the system wouldn't recognize. So, he was left with only one choice: Su Shuyan. Just thinking about her gave Zheng Qian a headache. Just a few days ago, he had rejected Su Shuyan's confession of favorability, and now he had to spend money on her to update the system for cashback. How to bring up this topic was a problem to him. Zheng Qian couldn't figure it out even as dawn broke. He decided not to rush and carefully plan things, so he took Xia Qianxi to make a purchase first since her favorability level was still low. As soon as they arrived at the company, Zheng Qian took Xia Qianxi straight to the Beiyi Automobile Sales Center. "Boss Zheng, why did you bring me here?" "Well, considering how hard you've been working under me, I've decided to buy you a car," Zheng Qian said seriously. "A car?" Xia Qianxi didn't believe it. "Let me choose a car for your girlfriend, right?" Xia Qianxi raised an eyebrow. "No. I really want to gift it to you." "Xia Qianxi?" Was Zheng Qian serious? Unexpectedly gifting her a car? What was going on? "However, today you have to come with me on a business trip." "Boss Zheng, accompanying you on a business trip is part of my duties as a secretary. As long as you don't overstep, why give me a car?" Xia Qianxi was still vigilant towards the man in front of her. "Rest assured, I won't touch you inappropriately." "Then why are you giving me a car?" Xia Qianxi still couldn't understand Zheng Qian's intentions. Zheng Qian forcibly gave Xia Qianxi a car, and the system's judgment was still unknown. When the cashback amount finally appeared, he felt relieved. Xia Qianxi was still in shock as the paperwork was handed to her. "Keep it safe so you can use it when needed, like for annual audits," Zheng Qian instructed. Xia Qianxi, she had been trying to dissuade Zheng Qian from spending money on her, but he had done it. The dust had settled, and there was no turning back. Zheng Qian asked Xia Qianxi to try the car, accompanying her as they sat in the front. Xia Qianxi touched the steering wheel made of pure hand-sewn leather, with a large AMG emblem in the center. Without even driving it, just looking at it made her feel special. She had once dreamed of having a car like this, but she believed it should be achieved through her own efforts. Xia Qianxi was feeling particularly conflicted at the moment. She had only been Zheng Qian's secretary for a short period, and she was already the owner of an AMG car. Had she achieved this life goal so soon? "Boss Zheng, I can't accept your car. I really can't. In our relationship, there's nothing you can't accept. In the future, what's mine is yours," Zheng Qian said, as he discreetly reached out and touched her long legs. Xia Qianxi blushed and didn't dare to look up. "Boss Zheng, how about this? Although the car is in my name, let's say I borrowed it, and I will cover all maintenance costs and depreciation each year. You are free to take it back at any time." Xia Qianxi was very concerned about her image and reputation. If this matter got out in the company, she didn't know how people would gossip about her. But Xia Qianxi did like the car very much, so she came up with a compromise: publicly declare the car as Zheng Qian's, and she was just borrowing it. Zheng Qian didn't want to waste time arguing with Xia Qianxi about this, knowing she wouldn't accept otherwise. "Anything else?" "What else? In the future, you're not allowed to touch my legs." The two of them each drove back to the company. Xia Qian's fondness for Chen Xian increased rapidly to 75 points, reaching a historic high. The roaring engine caused a stir among the company's staff, who hurriedly leaned out of windows to catch a glimpse. Such an engine sound could only belong to a sports car or a supercar. And indeed, it was the latest Silver AM sports car, a two-seater with a fierce and rocket-like appearance. However, what puzzled everyone was how Xia Qianchen and Chen Qian walked up together from the driver's seat. Although Xia Qianchen was the secretary of the vice president, her monthly salary was only slightly higher than theirs, making it impossible for her to afford such an expensive car. Unless it was a gift from President John. The company staff immediately started discussing this matter. Especially the PR team under Chen Qian had intense discussions, each displaying different expressions. As Zheng's secretary, they definitely spent more time with each other than with the other employees. Zhang Xiaoyao was only selected for an out-of-office assignment once, and she still hasn't been utilized. In contrast, Xia Qianchen was active in various activities, like dealing with clients, hosting foreign guests, and negotiating cooperation. Apart from not being taken to the previous trading summit, Xia Qianchen was practically everywhere. If Zheng did indeed buy the car for Xia Qianchen, she had truly hidden it well. Not even Zhang Xiaoyao could tell. Everyone had always thought Xia Qianchen was pure and untainted, but she had fallen prey to the temptation of money. What temptation of money? Chen. Suddenly, how Rashui realized something, lowering her voice. How come President Chen couldn't win over Secretary Xia before? It's all thanks to President John. I think so too. Although President John is the vice president, his methods are much broader than President Chen's, Zhang Xiaoyao said with jealousy. Qin Zuli was half believing in this matter. If Zheng treated his secretary so well, then becoming Zheng's girlfriend would be like ascending to the heavens. Qin Zuli didn't care if this matter was true or not. She saw it as her driving force. As long as she could win over Zheng, she would be the winner of the new generation of life, even if she married into a wealthy family. Only Yao Mangmang regretted deeply. How could Zheng, who hesitated to even buy a scooter in the past, possibly gift his secretary a nearly $4 million AMG car? She stood up to clear everyone's confusion. Actually, it might not necessarily be President John who bought the car for Secretary Xia. Maybe he just let Xia Qianchen drive it back. As the one who understood Zheng the most in the company, Yao Manman's words held some truth. Ever since her past as Zheng's ex-girlfriend was exposed, Yao Mangman had been isolated by everyone. Her actions were aimed at rebuilding friendships with everyone. Of course, she leaned towards the side with more people, including Zhang Xiaoyao. It was well known that Zheng loved cars. If he said one day he was buying a Rolls-Royce, the next day it would be delivered by air. If the Rolls-Royce wasn't satisfying, he would buy a Mercedes-Benz S68 on the spot. Initially, Zheng drove a BMW, emphasizing sportiness. The current Mercedes-Benz S-Class felt too much like a business car. Zheng was a young man, such a car wouldn't satisfy him. From this perspective, Yao Manman's words were indeed not wrong. Outside the Su family's gate, Elder Hu Jingyi with Hu Yubin, came to propose a marriage. You boy, behave yourself. Got it? Got it, Dad. Hu Yubin, dressed up lively, didn't dare to complain. Knock on the door. After Su Chenji opened the door and saw that it was Elder Hu visiting in person, he was dumbfounded. Elder Hu, please, come in quickly. The old man was of such age, yet he still ran over personally. As an old predecessor of the Yabai businessman, Su Chenji dared not be negligent. Seeing 7 or 8 people with gift and Hu Yubin, Su Chenji could roughly guess the purpose of Hu Jingyi's visit. Elder Hu, it's an honor for me, Su, to have you visit today. Formalities had to be observed. Su Chenji was usually respected, but in front of Hu Jingyi, he had to address himself as a junior. You've brought so many gifts. You are too generous. Let me pour tea for you, Elder. Hu Jingyi waved his hand, letting the people who brought the gifts leave to wait outside. After some pleasantries, Hu Jingyi revealed the purpose of his visit today, saying he had come to propose a marriage. Elder Hu, was it for the matter about my daughter Shuyan? You came all this way for such a minor matter. Su Chenji's heart sank, just as he expected. Some time ago, he had discussed the alliance between the two families with Hu Jingyi, and the idea was if the two juniors could get along, they would marry. But his daughter had repeatedly told him she wasn't interested in Hu Yubin, so Su Chenji didn't take it seriously, thinking the matter would be dropped. Where is Shuyan? Hu Jingyi asked with a smile. Elder Hu, I'll call Shuyan now and have her come over. Su Chenji secretly thought this was a disaster. He couldn't handle this on his own, his daughter had to be present. Su Chenji felt awkward to tell Hu Jingyi directly that Shuyan wasn't interested in Hu Yubin. It would be disrespectful. Why are you still sitting, waiting for your father-in-law to pour you tea? Hu Jingyi suddenly slammed his cane, scolding Hu Yubin for his lack of manners. Startled, Hu Yubin immediately jumped up from the sofa, took the teapot from Su Chenji, and poured tea for the two elders. This boy of mine isn't competent, can't think straight. Lend him a hand, He's not that bad. I think he's a good match with Shuyun. Su Chenju nodded, outwardly agreeing with Hu Yubin's words. Elder Hu is right, I believe they are well matched. However, I haven't asked Shuyun during this time. I don't know how their interactions have been. Let's wait for Shuyun to come, and I'll ask her. If it's suitable, let's pick a good day and settle the matter for the two young ones, and then we can look forward to having grandchildren. Hu Jingyi nodded, and Su Chenju's words were perfect, with no flaw to pick out. As long as Shuyun didn't reject Hu Yubin when she arrived, the matter would be settled. Hu Jingyi almost flew into a rage when he heard that Shuyun had been taken by a guy named Zheng before. At that time, he was a famous young man for miles around, and he nearly flattened the threshold of the Hu family when proposing. Today, he had to personally come and finalize the marriage. If this gets out, it would disgrace him. At the Jingshu group, Su Shuyun had just finished a meeting when she received a call from Su Chenju to come back immediately. Su Shuyun was about to refuse, but her father said it was an urgent matter, instructing her to drop everything and return home. She thought it must be something urgent, so she hurried back home without delay. Upon her arrival, she was shocked. It turned out that the Hu family wanted to propose a marriage to her. Such a small matter wouldn't have required her to drop everything she was doing. Moreover, Su Shuyun had been rejected by Zheng, so her mood was already bad, and now she was even more furious. Su Shuyun only understood why her father was so anxious for her to come back when she saw Hu Jingyi. She forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart and respectfully greeted Hu Jingyi. After all, he was an elder, and proper manners had to be observed. Since he had come in person, it wouldn't be good for her to not meet him. Shuyun, don't be nervous, have a seat. How have things been with my son Yubin recently? Ha. Hu Jingyi said, patting Hu Yubin's shoulder, appearing very friendly. Su Shuyun glanced at Hu Yubin and thought he seemed too weak. A woman she couldn't deal with, and he needed his father's help to handle. She didn't buy into that. Su Shuyun expressed her feelings, feeling that she and Hu Yubin were not suitable. However, she didn't belittle Hu Yubin but stated that she wasn't up to his standard. I think, with young master Hu's conditions, he can definitely find a better girl than me. Hu Jingyi's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Su Shuyun to say such words. It was clear that she looked down on his son Hu Yubin. From Hu Chenju's reaction, it was evident that he also knew Su Shuyun didn't fancy Hu Yubin, yet he let Su Shuyun, a junior, handle it all, saving them face. All right. A forced melon won't be sweet. Since she wasn't willing, he had no choice. In the end, Hu Jingyi just nodded. After leaving the Su family, Hu Jingyi picked up his cane and started berating Hu Yubin. Useless. Can't even handle a woman. I'll beat you. You unfilial son. Hu Jingyi was furious. Despite his age, his actions carried strength. Following the principle of strike with a small stick, run away with a big stick, Hu Yubin pleaded as he ran. Dad, please stop. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Shuyun hadn't had a chance to speak to her father when she received a message from Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, what are you doing? Busy? Who sent the message that surprises you so much? Su Chenju curiously asked. Zheng Qian, asking if I'm busy. Su Shuyun replied truthfully. Zheng Qian? Su Chenju's eyes lit up upon hearing the name. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and reply. Dad, you know, that night, Su Shuyun recounted everything that had happened that night to her father. He has a girlfriend now. Why should I even reply? Unless it's work-related. Su Shuyun pursed her lips. What's wrong with him having a girlfriend? Can't he go out with you? He's not married yet, so you're in competition. Who he ends up with isn't certain yet, Dad. Su Shuyun had never imagined her father would say such things. He had a good original partner, so why did he have to intervene, making her feel like an outsider? Su Shuyun replied. What's up? Zheng Qian, I actually lied about something. Want to meet and explain it to you. What's the reply? Let me see. Su Chenju leaned over to see Su Shuyun's phone screen. Upon seeing the message from Zheng Qian, he eagerly said, You see, he said he lied about something, probably about having a girlfriend. Quickly agree. Su Chenju urged. Su Shuyun didn't rush to agree, but asked Zheng Qian. What's the matter? Zheng Qian, you'll know when you come. Zheng Qian, I've bought the plane ticket for you. Remember to bring your passport. The ticket was booked. Was he taking her on a trip? Wait. Let me find your passport. Wait. Dad, I haven't agreed yet. So Shuyun hadn't finished speaking when her father hurriedly rummaged around to find her passport. She had the same suspicion as her father. Since John Qian said he lied about something, it was likely related to the girlfriend issue, especially with the book ticket, which pointed towards this. So Shuyun's attitude towards Zhang Qian was pretty good, but his revelation about having a girlfriend that night had lessened her favor towards him. If it turned out to be false, there wouldn't be a problem. So Shuyun received her passport from her father and asked about the meeting time with Zhang Qian. Dad, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't agreed yet. What about work? So Shuyun raised her eyebrows in concern. It's at this time. What work do you need to worry about? I'll handle it for you. Just go out with Si Qian and enjoy yourself for a few days. It's best to come back married, Su Chenju said, handing Su Shuyun her passport and literally pushing her out the door. Su Shuyun, Zhenshin Shipyard, Vice President's office. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Shuyun had agreed. The plan from here on was centered around Su Shuyun, and if she refused due to that night's incident, it would be troublesome. Zhang Qian went to Chen Weiqian's office and requested leave. Leave? Chen Weiqian was puzzled. Yeah. I'm taking my secretary to the Maldives to inspect the trade work there, so I'm just letting you know in advance. You scared me for a moment. Just say it directly if you have something to do. I dare not approve your leave. Chen Weiqian was sweating. Couldn't Zhang Qian, with his status, just go wherever he pleased without needing permission? Probably the recent shock from Zhang Yanren had prompted him to go to the Maldives. Seeing the ANG sports car downstairs, Chen Weiqian figured it out. It's like this. General Zhang, all expenses for your Maldives trip with Secretary Zia will be reimbursed by the company. Enjoy some relaxation alongside work. Let the company pay. No. 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 Chief Chen, it's not appropriate for the company to foot the bill. I'll cover it myself. Zhang Qian hastily refused. His trip to the Maldives was for leisure purposes, and he'd rather pay for it than have the company do so. All right. Chen Weiqian hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Qian arrived with Zia Qianchen at Yebi Airport. Business class. This ticket alone must cost 15,000, right? It's unnecessary to be so extravagant. You could have used economy class. Zia Qianchen murmured quietly. In her mind, those bigwigs who constantly traveled were usually in economy class. There wasn't much difference between economy class, first class, and business class. It was just about the service advantages, like earlier boarding and disembarking. Zia Qianchen thought these upgrades weren't worth the steep cost. Before leaving the company, Chen Weiqian specifically called her to his office and made her keep track of expenses to reimburse later. The flight ticket cost several tens of thousands. Don't worry, I'll cover the expenses for this business trip myself. The company won't spend a dime. Zhang Qian reassured Zia Qianchen, noticing her worrying. Why do you have 3 tickets? Is someone else joining us? Zia Qianchen noticed that Zhang Qian not only had his ticket but also 2 more. One was hers, who was the third for. Before Zhang Qian could explain, Su Shuyun arrived. Su Shuyun had dressed up nicely to meet Zhang Qian. Initially, she thought it was just the 2 of them on this trip. However, to her surprise, Zhang Qian had brought another girl along. Zia Qianchen was also surprised when she saw Su Shuyun. You two must have met before. This is my secretary, Zia Qianchen. This is Su Shuyun, chairman of Jingshu Group. We're going to the Maldives for a business trip, Zhang Qian said, giving Su Shuyun a meaningful look. Zia Qianchen? Zhang Qian was really here for business. He wasn't flirting with girls. She found it hard to believe. Let's go. Board the plane first. After a 7-hour flight, the 3 finally disembarked. Spent 31,400 yuan, system cashback of 314,000 yuan, already credited. After disembarking, the system deposited the cashback from the flight ticket onto Zhang Qian's card. 300,000 credited. A smug look appeared on Zhang Qian's face. This money came in quickly. Following that, Zhang Qian took the 2 to a 7-star hotel in the Maldives, where one night cost 200,000 yuan, and he booked 3 suites for a week. Spent 280,000 yuan. System cashback of 2,800,000 yuan. Already credited. Another 2.8 million credited. The system only calculated the price of 2 rooms, excluding Zhang Qian's own ticket and hotel room expenses, which were not included in the cashback. However, it didn't matter. It was enough. Although Su Shuyan was a wealthy young lady, she had never seen someone spend money like this. She had stayed in 2-star and 3-star hotels before, and this was her first time in a 7-star hotel. She felt the difference wasn't that significant. 7-star hotels do exhibit a qualitative improvement in service, facilities, and environment, but Su Shuyan still felt it was a bit expensive, costing 200,000 yuan per night. Zheng Qian didn't find it expensive. He believed the more expensive, the better. The higher the price, the more cashback the system would give him. Just less than 2 hours after landing, Zheng Qian's cart had over 3 million more in it. Although it didn't compare to the cashback from buying a car always requires a reason. You can't just buy a car every day to gift to someone. Knock, knock, knock. Zheng Qian was still in bed, using the calculator on his phone to do calculations, when a knock on the door was heard. Zi Qian, I have something I want to talk to you about. Su Shuyan, wearing a white long dress, said outside Zheng Qian's door. Come in and talk. Zheng Qian actually already guessed what Su Shuyan wanted to discuss. What about that thing you lied to me about? What was it? Su Shuyan cut to the chase. Isn't it obvious? Zheng Qian tried to gloss over it. I don't understand. Just tell me. Su Shuyan didn't give Zheng Qian the chance and asked directly, is it about having a girlfriend? Zheng Qian remained calm, and with a guilty conscience, just made a soft nose of agreement. He had told Su Shuyan the truth before, but now he was lying. However, Su Shuyan didn't suspect anything. To her, it didn't cross her mind. So, why did you lie to me earlier? Could it be because you're shy? Yes, I don't interact with others much, and I'm a bit timid by nature. Zheng Qian went along with Su Shuyan's lead. Surprisingly, Su Shuyan didn't show any skepticism. Could this be what they call love makes you lose your wits? Su Shuyan, who seemed astute and capable, turned out to have a romantic side. After being hurt by a woman, that innocent, passionate youth in Zheng Qian had already died. But it made sense. After all, Su Shuyan was in her early 20s and had never been in a relationship before. People around her might be in love or married, and she had deep fantasies about love. Now, no matter how Zheng Qian explained or spoke, she would believe without a doubt. This was a hot potato. It seemed too late for Zheng Qian to back out. It wasn't his intention to hurt Su Shuyan, and if possible, he would like to give her a home. Ha. I really couldn't tell. Our manager Zheng is actually a shy man. Su Shuyan laughed heartily and lightly blew on Zheng Qian's nose. So, you were too embarrassed to directly ask me out and said it was a business trip for inspection. Zheng Qian nodded. There was no need for him to fabricate any excuses or reasons. Su Shuyan quickly pieced them together herself. Let's go. I'll take you shopping. Zheng Qian reached out and patted Su Shuyan's head. Okay. I'll go change into a different outfit. Su Shuyan happily nodded and bounced back to her room to change clothes. After more than 10 minutes, the three stood coolly on the streets of the Maldives. Located near the equator, the Maldives had very obvious tropical climate characteristics, so the three dressed comfortably. Su Shuyan wore a lace skirt. From Zheng Qian's perspective, he could see her bra clearly, causing him to have the urge to blush. Zia Shai was in a t-shirt and shorts, giving off a casual vibe. Their perfect figures were undeniable. Zheng Qian wore orange floral shorts squeezed into his luggage by Jin Lu, a floral shirt, and a pair of sandals. The three walking on the streets were a sight to behold, attracting full attention. Being able to accompany these two world beauties, Zheng Qian was undoubtedly a winner in life. 99% of male counterparts cast envious glances at Zheng Qian. The three left the hotel, went shopping, tried local delicacies, took photos, and even went to the local duty-free shops under Zheng Qian's suggestion: Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Bottega Veneta, Chanel, Hermes, buying luxuriously. Spent 119,999 yuan, system cashback of 1,199,990 yuan, already credited. Spent 30,999 yuan, system cashback of 309,990 yuan, already credited. Spent 45,999 yuan, system cashback of 459,990 yuan, already credited. Spent anything Su Shuyan liked, Zheng Qian paid for directly, almost buying out half the duty-free shop and exploring every luxury brand counter. Even after spending a total of 4.75 million, The system credited back a total of 47.5 million. Chan, I'm a bit tired. How about we end our shopping here today? We've bought quite a lot already. So Shuyun hadn't had such a relaxing and enjoyable shopping spree in a long time, and her mood had improved significantly after this trip. How much did we spend in total? I'll transfer it to you. So Shuyun felt a bit uneasy having Jun Qian pay for everything. No need, it's all gifts from me. It's my treat. Oh. Well, Su Shuyun said, but she still felt a bit guilty. Jun Qian thought, if Su Shuyun didn't let him spend money, what was the point of today's shopping trip? In a broader sense, what was the point of his trip to the Maldives? Secretary Zia, after you get back to the hotel, organize these things and send them to Miss Zhu's room. Miss Zhu and I will head back to the hotel now. After saying that, Jun Qian held Su Shuyun's hand and took a car back to the hotel, leaving Zia shy alone in the messy street. Wasn't she here to accompany Jun Qian as a third wheel after all? Summer Qianchen held, clamped, hung on her neck, and held in her mouth. Standing on the street, she attracted more attention than before. Every person passing by looked at Summer Qianchen with a strange gaze. Snap. In the end, Summer Qianchen couldn't hold on anymore and fell on the street. Jun Qian, I hate you. Summer Qianchen thought that Jun Qian had come for a business trip, but it turned out he made her be a tool to carry things for him. She carried so much stuff, she couldn't even wave down a taxi. After falling, Summer Qianchen picked up her things, hailed a car, and returned to the hotel. Qian, is it okay to let your secretary carry so much stuff alone? Shouldn't we be a bit more considerate? Su Shuyun expressed concern for Summer Qianchen, worried that she was alone in a foreign land carrying so many luxury items, fearing something might happen. It's okay. She's here to do this. Regarding safety, you can rest assured, the security here is very good. Jun Qian deliberately left Summer Qianchen in the duty-free zone, mainly to dampen Summer Qianchen's affection for him. After spending 3.9 million to buy an AMG sports car for Summer Qianchen, her affection for him increased significantly. Every time Jun Qian bought something, he handed it to Summer Qianchen, and her affection visibly decreased. When she left, her affection for him had dropped to 40 points. Jun Qian was very satisfied. After strolling for so long, you must be tired. Go back to the room, take a hot bath, rest. Well, and we'll go play tomorrow. After sending Su Shuyun back to the room, Jun Qian returned to his room. Half an hour later, Jun Qian messaged Summer Qianchen. Have you arrived at the hotel? Summer Qianchen replied. Just arrived. Jun Qian, she's asleep. Just put the things in your room. Summer Qianchen, okay. Through the screen, Jun Qian could feel the chilling tone of Summer Qianchen's response. Summer Qianchen had wanted to ask whether Jun Qian was here to flirt or for work, but she could anticipate his response to be dismissive. She quickly realized that there is a somewhat emotional entanglement between Jun Qian and Su Shuyun, which was beyond the relationship of chairman and vice president. If Jun Qian was interested in her, why wasn't he avoiding her? Why bring her over as a third wheel with Su Shuyun, using a work pretext? Was the AMG car her reward for that? Does a reward come at such a high cost? Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to ask him. Determined, if Jun Qian was here for a relationship, she would fly back to Beibei immediately, returning the car he bought her. The next day, following Jun Qian's plan, they went to play at sea with Su Shuyun and Summer Qianchen. Maldives is the smallest Asian country with a vast sea area including over 2,000 islands, 200 of which are inhabited. Upon arriving, not enjoying the ocean would be a loss. They arrived at the largest island in the north, Baidu. There were many water activities available. Jun Qian first rented a speedboat, taking two beautiful women for a ride at sea. After that, he hired 3 female coaches and booked the entire shallow water area for diving underwater. The final dinner was served on a yacht. Jun Qian kept receiving messages from the system on cashback, spent 266,666 yuan, system cashback 2,666,660 yuan, credited. Spent 378,551 yuan, system cashback 3,785,510 yuan, credited. Spent 888,888 yuan, system cashback 8,888,880 yuan, credited. Literally millions were credited back after a day. By nightfall, it was late, and Jung Qian decided not to return. He booked 3 more sea view rooms at Baidu. The scenery here was stunning, with prices higher than 7-star hotels, costing 30,000 for one night. Qian, isn't it a bit wasteful to stay here? Our hotel was fine. Su Shuyun finally couldn't help but advise. Jung Qian also thought about booking a room at a 7-star hotel, but staying empty would violate the system. The system revealed a few loopholes, like leaving luggage in the hotel not being considered a violation initially. It's not a waste, we have many belongings in that hotel, right? Then, let's book 2 rooms. These rooms are quite spacious. I can stay with Miss Zia, or with you. Su Shuyun suggested, blushing. Jung Qian agreed to Su Shuyun's proposition, booking a room for himself that wouldn't generate cashback from the system. Spending more than 30,000 in one night might not be a concern if it's not his money, but if deducted from Jung Qian's account, it could be painful. So, to save and to share the room with Su Shuyun, Jung Qian quickly signaled to Summer Qianchen, Miss Su, I've been feeling a bit unwell recently. The doctor said I have a contagious skin condition. Maybe you should share a room with General Zhang. Summer Qianchen reluctantly played along with Jung Qian's act. Oh, is that so? Su Shuyun was surprised and had to share a room with Jung Qian only. Once in the suite, Jung Qian discovered there were 2 rooms in it. Jung Qian naturally made no advances towards Su Shuyun that night. She was reserved and didn't initiate anything. The night went by calmly. On the 3rd day, it was mainly about dining, drinking, and leisure activities. The tropical climate in Maldives brought about abundant seafood, coconuts, cassava, and other specialties. This day had the least spending, costing just over 200,000, with a cashback of over 2 million. It wasn't until the 4th day that Summer Qianchen couldn't bear it anymore. She knocked on Jung Qian's door, wanting to have a serious discussion. General Zhang, could you please step out? Manager Chen just called, asking me to report to you about some work updates. Jung Qian glanced at Su Shuyun in the room. Without thinking much, he followed Summer Qianchen to her room. What does Manager Chen need from me? Jung Qian asked, suspecting something was wrong with the company. Manager Chen didn't call you. I did. We've been in Maldives for a few days, we've eaten and played. So are you here to date Miss Su, or for work inspection? Today, you must explain to me. A look of surprise crossed Jung Qian's face. Zia Qianchen had found him for this matter. He admitted that he had indeed been playing in the Maldives these days, but he didn't expect Zia Qianchen's reaction to be so intense. What's wrong with taking her to play? Eating expensive food, staying in nice hotels, trying out numerous ocean activities. Normal people should be ecstatic. So why was she still thinking about work? Women like Su Shuyun, strong and successful, even put work aside to relax. Why doesn't she understand the need for a break? Zia Qianchen had been a bit confused these past 2 days, which prompted her to seek out Jung Qian for answers. The company is currently at odds with the Ami Group, and Jung Qian thought it appropriate to hide in the Maldives for leisure. Absolutely inappropriate. Secretary Zia, I feel the need to remind you of your position. Who is the boss here, and who is the superior? Jung Qian reminded her gravely. Zia Qianchen bit her lip lightly, feeling flustered. You are the boss. Since I am the boss and you are the subordinate, do you think it's appropriate to speak to your boss this way? Jung Qian asked seriously. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to remind you that we are here for work. Zia Qianchen tried to explain. Secretary Zia, you don't need to remind me. Do you think that as the company's vice president and your immediate superior, I am unaware of that? Jung Qian continued. I thought we were friends. I was just being considerate. Zia Qianchen felt embarrassed and her feelings towards Jung Qian began to diminish. Jung Qian's unusual behavior today left her puzzled. Normally cheerful and playful, making jokes and teasing each other, Jung Qian had suddenly changed, becoming stern. Seeing Zia Qianchen's feelings towards him wane, Jung Qian felt relieved and decided to walk away, leaving her alone in the room. Zia Qianchen was left alone in the room, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. She had believed that the relationship between her and Jung Qian went beyond just being boss and subordinate, but she couldn't express it clearly. It was like being friends, but also having a hint of a budding romantic relationship. Jung Qian's recent attitude had made her uneasy. Yet, Zia Qianchen felt that as his secretary, it was her responsibility to remind Jung Qian not to indulge in leisure. If he didn't change, she was prepared to speak out against his behavior and even consider flying back to the company headquarters. On the 5th and 6th days of their trip to the Maldives, Zheng Qian, in his capacity as the deputy director of Jingxin Shipyard, accompanied Su Shuyan and Xia Qianchen to visit several major shipping companies in the Maldives. The Maldives, being scarce in land resources, heavily relied on imports. Goods from Kyushu were popular due to their good quality and reasonable prices. Zheng Qian and the others, being from Kyushu, were warmly received by the heads of the shipping companies. Apart from the land issue, transportation was also a major concern in the smallest country in Asia. Without a railway network, most transportation relied on ships apart from a few trucks. Zheng Qian gradually understood the immense disparity between exports and imports in the Maldives, with exports totaling 3 billion and imports reaching 30 billion. The Maldives relied heavily on imports for food, furniture, petroleum products, electronics, transportation, machinery, textiles, and daily necessities. As for heavy industries, like building materials and timber, due to the limited space in the Maldives, the annual import volume was restricted. This massive market share would not be easy for the Jingshu Group to grab. Most of the Maldives' 3 billion in exports consisted of various seafood, such as tuna, marlin, lobster, sea cucumber, and fruits. Over the course of 2 days, Zheng Qian visited all the transport companies in the Maldives, learning about their business models and the current import and export situation. Returning to the hotel on the 6th day, Xia Qianchen was tired but deeply satisfied. She believed that her conversation with Zheng Qian had an impact as he had become busier these 2 days. Though she couldn't assist much in the price war, she felt she had laid some groundwork for the company's future operations. Zheng Qian is starting to look more like a CEO now. He used to act like a child, always needing reminders, Xia Qianchen thought as she prepared to sleep soundly for the night. Suddenly, there was a loud noise that startled her and she found herself sitting up in bed. Outside the window, fireworks lit up the sky in a colorful display. What was happening? Fireworks in the middle of the night? Wait, something's not right. Her hotel room faced the sea. How could there be fireworks? Curious, Xia Qianchen peered out the window and was surprised to see a plethora of boats in the nearby waters, setting off fireworks. It was all orchestrated by Zheng Qian. No one else could have such grand gestures. In Su Shuyan's room, spent 7.765 million yuan. System cashback of 77.65 million yuan received. Wow, this is amazing. Su Shuyan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zheng Qian. How do you like it? Zheng Qian put away his phone and lifted Su Shuyan's face. Yes. Su Shuyan nodded. The fireworks display was a move Zheng Qian had learned from a movie. Over these days, he had met several Maldivian company heads, and seizing this opportunity, Zheng Qian had arranged for all the fireworks in the Maldives to be set off for Su Shuyan's viewing pleasure. The cost amounted to 7.76 million, with 5.26 million for the fireworks display and 2.5 million for the efforts of the shipping company head, a gesture of appreciation. Su Shuyan's affection towards Zheng Qian elevated to a new level instantly. She didn't care whether Zheng Qian's actions were deliberate or unintentional, shy or not. What mattered was how his actions had made her feel. The way he had treated her over these days, indulging her in food, drinks, luxury items, and even arranging a private diving session in the sea, then orchestrating a grand display of fireworks with numerous ships, clearly expressed his feelings for her. At that moment, Su Shuyan felt like the happiest woman in the world. Xia Qian? Yes. Do you like me? This extravagant fireworks display, worth over 7 million, lasted for a full hour and 20 minutes. The guests staying at the same hotel as Zheng Qian couldn't help but exclaim, even with 7 million in cash, it shouldn't burn this fast, right? The Maldives has always been a favorite honeymoon destination for young couples. Who knows which big shot spent such a large sum to impress someone? Unreal. Xia Shishi shook her head on her end as well. Leaning against the window, she watched the entire spectacle. It does look pretty nice. I wish it was for me to see. Sigh. Xia Shishi lay back on the bed, filled with emotions. When would she meet a Prince Charming who would move her to tears and say I do right then and there? As for Zheng Qian, let's not dwell on that. Zheng Qian's thoughts, while they seemed to focus on her, were merely casual concern, not real interest. Even if there were, they were all crooked thoughts. Moreover, Zhang Qian had so many women, she had lost count. Xia Shishi didn't want to wake up every morning and have to go to 7 or 8 women's rooms to greet them. That was a thing of the past in a feudal society. On the 7th day, Zhang Qian opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms. Yesterday, somehow or other, he ended up in bed with Su Shuyan, in a half-dazed state. Today was his last day planned in the Maldives. He had to fly back to Yebai at 9 in the evening. Zhang Qian quickly calculated the past few days' cashback on his phone. The 7-star hotel, 28 million. Shopping 47.5 million. Flight ticket 600,000. North Sea View Hotel for 5 days 30 million. Dining and entertainment 24 million. 40 million. Fireworks 70 million. Xia Shishi's car purchase 39 million. And finally adding over 40 million left in Zhang Qian's account. Why is it only 320 million? Seems a bit low. But Zhang Qian had an ace up his sleeve. Real estate. Last time Zhang Qian bought Jianshan International for Jin Lu, the system refunded so much money at once. On the last day, buying a house in the Maldives for Su Shuyan, then cashing in on it, and returning to Yebai. Buying a house was always the first choice for massive cashback. The first 6 days were just small-time fun. The last day was Zhang Qian's trump card. Lazy piggy, wake up. Today, I'll take you to buy a gift. Zhang Qian pinched Su Shuyan's waist, only to accidentally hit the ticklish spot, causing Su Shuyan to wake up itching. Oh, let me sleep a bit more. Today, I'll take you to buy a gift. Oh, what gift? It wouldn't be meaningful if I told you, get up and come with me. After getting up, Zhang Qian tossed the room card to Xia Shishi, asking her to pack up their things at the hotel today. When he returned, they would fly back to Yebai directly. Even though the Maldives was a small country, it had top-tier properties. Many wealthy individuals from Europe and America like to buy properties here. Zhang Qian had the fortune to contact a real estate agency established by a Chinese person here. Qian, when you say gift, do you mean buying a house? Su Shuyan's face showed both surprise and joy. Zhang Qian nodded. Yes. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Why would it be inappropriate? You've given yourself to me as a gift, so, naturally, I have to reciprocate. When we're no longer active, we'll retire directly back here and live a retired life. Zhang Qian responded with a smile. Su Shuyan imagined in her mind the scene of her and Zhang Qian, old with white hair, hand in hand enjoying their remaining years. The thought was filled with love. In the morning, Zhang Qian showed Su Shuyan a few houses and ultimately selected 2. Both villas were situated on North Sea Island, offering breathtaking sea views from the indoors. In terms of price, one was 45 million, and the other was 47 million. Not much of a difference. Qian, it's just one house, we don't need to buy something so expensive. Su Shuyan was well off, but she had never spent this much money in her life. She didn't think a property in the Maldives could cost almost as much as half of the fortune group. She didn't think it was necessary to be so extravagant. However, looking at Zhang Qian's expression, it seemed like this over 40 million was nothing to him. Su Shuyan started to doubt Zhang Qian's identity. Just how wealthy was he? Even though she didn't know the exact figures from their time in the Maldives these past few days, she was sure it was a substantial sum. Well, property is also an investment. It might appreciate several times in the future. Don't stress too much. Just choose one out of these 2 properties. Zhang Qian spoke confidently. All right, do you have a preference? Which of these 2 do you like more? Both of these luxurious sea-view villas in the North Sea made Zhang Qian quite satisfied. If he had to choose, he would undoubtedly pick the latter, even though it was 200 million more. After the system's cashback, it was still 20 million. Which was not a small amount. Why? I feel like the first one is clearly better and cheaper. Su Shuyan couldn't help but ask. Well, it's related to feng shui. The first property doesn't have great feng shui. Zhang Qian repeated his excuse, similar to the one he used when picking a location for Deng Yuking. You still believe in that? Su Shuyan was an atheist and was surprised to hear Zhang Qian's explanation. She didn't expect him to believe in feng shui. Of course, feng shui, fortune-telling, they are all the essence passed down in our country for thousands of years. There must be some truth to it. But, if you want to buy the first one, it's also okay with me. Let's forget it then. Let's go with the second one. Su Shuyan nodded. Believing in such things was a matter of personal belief, so she decided to trust Zhang Qian. Oh, My Mr. John, you certainly have great taste. Real estate agent Q Minori exclaimed. He had been diligently introducing properties to Zhang Qin and Su Shuyan all morning. Mr. Zhang, I have to tell you the truth. The owner of the first property is the head of a domestic telecom fraud group who was arrested and had his assets seized by the Maldives Treasury Department after being caught half a year ago. The ownership is currently in the hands of the Maldives Finance Department. The second property belongs to a CEO of a listed company in Northern Europe, but he hasn't visited the Maldives once a year, so it was only listed for sale IAS 2 months ago. How do you view feng shui exactly? Could you teach me? I need this knowledge for my work. Manager Q had a look of eager learning, almost scaring Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian stuck to his usual response, placing his index finger on his lips. Some things are better kept secret. Qian, you're truly amazing. Su Shuyan held on to Zhang Qian's arm, rubbing her body against his. Learning about the previous owners of the properties from Manager Q had made Su Shuyan feel a bit uneasy. A look of guilty conscience appeared on Zhang Qian's face. In reality, there was no feng shui, he had made it all up. All right, let's just pay with a credit card. This Seaview Villa is my gift to Miss Su. Just put it under her name. At that moment, a female secretary approached, wanting to speak privately with Manager Q. Manager Q became enraged. Why can't you say it here? Mr. Zhang is our esteemed customer. Speak your mind. Miss Huo has arrived downstairs. The female secretary hesitantly said. Huo Muyan. The female secretary nervously nodded. Mr. Zhang, excuse me for a moment, I have to go. Manager Q stood up, but was interrupted by a well-dressed, snow-white complexioned girl who walked over from the staircase to join the group. Her demeanor was no less impressive than Zhang Yanren's. How come? Manager Q, you took my deposit and now want to sell the house to someone else. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Huo Muyan's face was as cold as frost, dressed in a black jumpsuit that made her look even paler. With a well-proportioned figure, towering peaks, slim waist, curvaceous hips, and aside from a pair of sunglasses, she had no other accessories on her. Manager Q, at the age of 40, already past the age of youthful confusion, still felt nervous and frightened under the gaze of Huo Muyan, despite all his efforts outside. Miss Huo, please let me explain. After a conversation between Manager Q and Huo Muyan, Zhang Qian finally understood. The no to property was the one Huo Muyan had set her eyes on and even paid a deposit for, but she had not yet made the final payment. Qian, could it be that they think we want to buy a house and are trying to raise the price? Su Shuyan reminded Zhang Qian in a low voice, we can't afford to take this loss. Zhang Qian nodded. Su Shuyan did remind him. Last time when Zhang Qian bought a house at Jianshan International, he also experienced a similar tactic, where the fat landlady took advantage of his intention to buy and raise the price. This real estate agency transaction seemed to follow a similar pattern. However, from start to finish, Zhang Qian felt that this Huo Muyan seemed genuine. Zhang Qian suddenly had a clever idea and felt he could use this opportunity to earn more cash back through the system. Miss Huo, the first one is actually quite good too and it's 2 million cheaper than the second one. You should consider it. Manager Q felt he couldn't explain the situation clearly, so he had to soften his stance, hoping to make Huo Muyan step back. Haha, are you trying to sell me a fraudster's house? Huo Muyan coldly threw out 2 words, bad luck. Both of you. Stop arguing. Zhang Qian spoke up. Although you were the first to pick this property, the delayed final payment justifies Manager Q showing it to us. I don't want to argue either. I was planning to give this property to the beautiful lady next to me, so I'm taking it. In this world, everything goes to the highest bidder. If you can bid higher than me, I won't say a word and will step back. How about that? Huo Muyan furrowed her brows. She even suspected whether this was a setup, if this youngster was brought in by Manager Q. But from his appearance and words, it didn't seem like it. Probably some pampered son of a wealthy landowner from China. Did she fear anyone challenging her? Fine. I bid 50 million. Huo Muyan disdainfully waved, directly raising it to 60 million. 60 million. Zhang Qian refused to back down. With such a good opportunity to raise the price, how could he give up? Shout 1 million more. And with the cash back from the system, he'd get an extra 100 million. 65 million. Huo Muyan glanced at Zhang Qian, starting to be curious about his identity. Manager Q and his female secretary stood on the side, dumbfounded. It turned into a bidding scene between Zhang Qian and Huo Muyan, and it seemed to have a competitive meaning. They didn't care about anything else. The higher the price, the higher their commission. 70 million. Zhang Qian threw caution to the wind, directly raising it from the original 47 million to 70 million. Manager Q and the female secretary? They knew Zhang Qian had money, but they didn't expect him to spend so generously for his lover. The property price had already increased by over 30%. Qian, there's no need for this. Let her have it if she wants. Su Shuyun tugged at Zhang Qian's sleeve, reminding him softly, why would they struggle here when with 40 million, you could buy a villa anywhere? Su Shuyun couldn't understand. Shuyun, you don't understand. I promised this house to you. How could I allow others to snatch it? Zhang Qian looked deeply at Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun blushed, feeling almost dizzy from his gaze. She silently vowed to belong only to Zhang Qian in this lifetime. Hearing Zhang Qian bidding 70 million, Huo Muyan didn't continue. Are you full and just deliberately against me? Huo Muyan angrily took off her sunglasses, gritting her teeth. Hey, Miss Huo, we agreed from the beginning. The highest bidder wins. Could it be you can't afford this 70 million? Zhang Qian taunted. Huo Muyan thought Zhang Qian's true identity had two possibilities. 1. The silly son of a wealthy family in China. 2. A successful business genius. Judging by Huo Muyan's perspective, the latter was more likely due to Zhang Qian's boldness. The property was sold at 47 million, already a premium, but Zhang Qian's bid of 70 million meant a drastic exceeding of the price, over 35%. Though she wanted the seaside villa, she wasn't foolish and could understand this account clearly. It wasn't worth it for the sake of face. Humph, fine. You win. Huo Muyan snorted and left the real estate agency in anger. Manager Q. Manager Q. Manager Q stood by, completely dumbfounded. Zhang Qian had to call him twice before Manager Q snapped out of it, speaking with a tremble. Here. Here. Swipe the card. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Spend 70 million yuan. System cashback 700 million yuan. Already credited. 700 million. With the original 320 million, Zhang Qian now had a total of 1.02 billion in his account. Miss Su, please leave me your address. I will directly mail you the follow-up procedures back in China. Mr. Zhang. Miss Su, I have a car. Let me take you. You don't need to take a taxi again. Manager Q. It's really not necessary. Zhang Qian said lightly. No problem. Taking a taxi is such a hassle. We're all in this together. Let me drive you. After receiving the 70 million for the house, Manager Q became like a loyal dog to Zhang Qian, wagging his tail before his master. Back at the hotel, Xia Qianchen had already moved their luggage from the 5-star hotel. Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun chatted in the room for a while, until Xia Qianchen knocked on the door urging, Mr. Zhang, you'll be late for the flight. Zhang Qian had just rested and was ready for another battle. He had decided, next time he would charter a private plane. Too much hassle with scheduling. Dakin Yebai. It was around midnight. The moment they landed, Zhang Qian received a text message. Spent 31,400 yuan. System cashback 314,000 yuan. Already credited. This 300,000 for the flight now seemed insignificant in Zhang Qian's account. Just some spare change. For the past few days, Zhang Qian's Maybach had been parked at the airport. After sending the two girls home, he also drove back to Jianshan International. As soon as he parked the car in the garage, he bumped into Jin Lu head-on. Zhang Qian almost didn't react. What's wrong? After a week in the Maldives, have you seen so many beauties that you don't recognize me anymore? Jin Lu saw Zhang Qian return with such an expression and teased him. How dare I? I just feel that after a few days apart, the queen in my house has become even more beautiful. To make a woman happy, complimenting her on her looks and beauty is enough. An eternal truth. HMPH. So smooth talking. Jin Lu hummed, and Zhang Qian hurriedly carried Jin Lu upstairs. Why so anxious? Hehe. The next day, Zhang Qian returned to the company. As soon as he entered the company, Zhang Qian noticed that something was wrong. Every employee looked dejected, with a gloomy expression. Zhang Qian was puzzled. What was going on? He knew that Yami Group Pan Jengson Shipyard had been in a price war the past few days, and Chen Weiqian liked to motivate the employees before a battle. They should all be pumped up, So why did they all look so down? On his way to the office, he ran into Chen Weiqian. General John, returned from the Maldives. Yes, I came back last night. Zhang Qian nodded. Chen Weiqian looked around and then put his hand on Zhang Qian's shoulder. Come with me to the office. There's something I want to tell you. General Chen, as soon as I came in, I saw everyone looking dejected. What's going on? Zhang Qian inquired to Chen Weiqian. To be honest, we lost this price war. Chen Weiqian handed a statistical report to Zhang Qian to look through. Lost? Zhang Qian looked incredulous. He and Liu Shiki put in 100 million, in addition to the 20 million from the Sea Trade Summit, as part of Jiangxin Shipyard's new round of financing. Although Chen Weiqian bought several ships, Zhang Qian knew the numbers and prices. Purchasing the ships only cost over 70 million, and the company still had over 60 million left in the account. They lost to Yami Group with these funds. Chen Weiqian also sighed and lit a cigarette. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Yami Group reduced prices even more aggressively than us, directly cutting by 30%. Those old CEOs all gave face to Ms. Hu, and the customers were all held by Yami Group. Could it be that we didn't even secure a single customer? Zhang Qian was surprised. According to what Chen Weiqian said, Yami Group utilized Ms. Hu's relationships and persuaded a few CEOs to sign contracts with them, but did not sign long-term agreements, requiring us to ship waste soil, materials, and rocks, occupying all the ship schedules at Jiangxin Shipyard. By the time Chen Weiqian discovered it, it was too late. The contracts had already been signed. It's okay. Even though we lost, Yami Group won't have it easy as well. In business warfare, it's inevitable. There are no undefeated generals, Zhang Qian reassured Chen Weiqian. He had seen the reports and now the two companies were in a state of mutual defeat. Jiangxin Shipyard did not gain any advantage. They instead filled up the shipping schedules for the next 2 years. Yami Group appeared to have won on the surface, but they only won by lowering prices by 30%, which was not honorable. Qian, in business warfare, whether it's honorable or not, the victors write history. Chen Weiqian was full of disappointment. The issue with the contracts was his as the leader, and it was directly related to him. In the next 2 years, Jiangxin Shipyard would not have any further development and would face various difficulties. Despite having the contract with AirAsia, they could only stand still for 2 years. Apart from those low-price contracts, they could only do waste material transportation. Chen Weiqian felt regretful. The current golden period for Jiangxin Shipyard's upward development. How could they wait for 2 years? Moreover, Yami Group would not sit by idly. Their next step would be to target Jiangxin Shipyard and block the entire market. Chen Weiqian's ideal and aspirations would die out because of this. So, is there nothing we can do? Zhang Qian asked. There is, unless some funds suddenly appear to save Jiangxin Shipyard. It's going to be tough. Chen Weiqian hesitated. General Chen, you should have said so earlier. I have money. Zhang Qian patted his chest. He had earned $1 billion in cash back during his week in the Maldives using the system. Even if he casually took out some, it would be enough to save Jiangxin Shipyard. Qian, let's not joke around. The funds I'm talking about are huge, requiring at least several hundred million. Zhang Qian and Liu Shiki each put in 50 million for the Jiangxia Shipping's financing, which was ruined by Yami Group's interference, so he didn't have the face and it was embarrassing to ask them again. As far as he knew, Chumwang Fund was currently consolidating a large project and had no additional funds to inject into Jiangxin Shipyard. Regarding Zhang Qian, he usually spent money freely. Even if he had money, how much could he have? 3 to 5 million definitely wouldn't cut it. It would be futile. Let's forget about it. Chen Weiqian exhaled deeply. I can't bring myself to mention it again. General Chen, with your fiery spirit, how could you be defeated by Yami Group? That's not like you. Zhang Qian chuckled. Chen Weiqian couldn't laugh. He felt like crying. Zhang Qian, at such a time, was still laughing. What can I do? Sigh. Chen Weiqian's face was gloomy. His indomitable confidence had been defeated. General Chen, you name the figure, and I'll find a way. 300 million enough. Chen Weiqian doubted his ears. Did Zhang Qian mean he could bring out 300 million? In his mind, he needed at least 220 million to revive the company. 300 million was more than enough. Seeing Chen Weiqian's serious expression, Zhang Qian didn't waste any words. He directly took out his phone entered the company account in front of Chen Weiqian, and transferred 300 million. General Chen, the rest is up to you. Who cares about Guanmai Group, Yami Group? Beat those bastards mercilessly. Chen Weiqian. His mouth formed an O shape, larger than a goose egg, unable to close it. Chen Weiqian couldn't help but rub his eyes. He suspected he was having a hallucination. Dang. His secretary rushed into the office, reporting, General Chen, someone transferred 300 million into the company account. Do you know about this? 300 million. This is true. Chen Weiqian had just been pinching himself vigorously, thinking it was all a dream. He could never have imagined it was real. Thump. Chen Weiqian directly knelt to Zhang Qian. General John, you are my lifesaver. In business, everyone plays with cash flow. Each inflow and outflow of money is carefully calculated. How to maximize profits and reduce interest rates. Money is money. Chen Weiqian could never have imagined that Zhang Qian could bring out so much money at once. A total of 300 million. This money is not only able to revitalize the Jiangxin Group, but also to revitalize the market, and can also deliver a heavy blow to the face of the Yami Group. If it weren't for the secretary present, Chen Weiqian would have wanted to shout, Zhang Qian is my father on the spot. Director Chen, what are you doing? You can consider me half your mentor, so please get up quickly. I cannot accept this generous gift. Zhang Qian quickly helped the tearful Chen Weiqian to his feet. The secretaries who came in to report were a bit bewildered. What was Director Chen doing? How could a CEO kneel before a vice president? This kind of scene seemed inappropriate to her, so the secretary tactfully closed the office door and quietly backed out. President John, in the future, you will be our company's chairman and CEO, while I will serve as your vice president. No, please, I will just be a humble vice president. You should remain as the CEO. How can I take over your position? Truth be told, Zhang Qian had invested 380 million in total into the Jiangxin shipyard, easily buying out the shares on 3 separate occasions, making him eligible to be the chairman and CEO of the company. Moreover, in business, especially in shipping, you have much more knowledge than I do. I'm just a newcomer, so I will rely on you for the management and operations of the company in the future. Zhang Qian decisively refused Chen Weiqian's offer to step down, but Chen Weiqian was very determined, saying that this money was enough to buy all the shares of the Jiangxin shipyard. Feeling that further refusal might strain their relationship, Zhang Qian reluctantly accepted Chen Weiqian's offer. After consultations, it was decided that Zhang Qian would retain 10% of the shares for both Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki, while personally holding 80% ownership of the Jiangxin shipyard, serving as the chairman. Chen Weiqian's position would still be CEO and chief executive officer. Although Liu Shiki was not present, with 300 million on the table, how much stake did she even have? I'll call General Manager Liu right now. Chen Weiqian took out his phone. Zhang Qian waved his hand, indicating there was no need. I will talk to General Manager Liu in person, and we had other matters to discuss as well. Prior to his visit to Madagascar, Liu Shiki showed him a project plan in a blue book, a massive project involving multiple companies. That afternoon, Zhang Qian met with Liu Shiki. Zhang, why did you proactively invite me to meet? Liu Shiki was still confused, thinking Zhang Qian wanted to sell his shares in the struggling Jiangxin shipyard. However, Zhang Qian immediately asked about the Blue Book project. General Liu, how much funding does your project require? Liu Shiki's plan involved forming a large industry chain involving Joyce Group, Dafu Timber, Jiwan Furniture, Jiangxin Shipyard, and some small enterprises for self-production, sales, and operation. How much would an outsider need? At least 300 to 500 million to purchase controlling stakes in these companies. But if it's you, John, you already hold a 40% stake in the Joyce Group. As for the Jiangxin shipyard, with your shares added to mine, we could challenge Chen Weiqian's position. The remaining funds needed for Jiwan Furniture and Dafu Timber, around 200 million, would be sufficient. This conversation seemed a bit unsatisfactory. Liu Shiki's intention was to partner with Zhang Qian to control the entire Jiangxin shipyard. She had only mentioned this project to Zhang Qian. If they really moved forward, if Chen Weiqian was reasonable, they could collaborate in the industry chain. But if not, they would have to resort to other means. Zhang Qian increasingly felt that Liu Shiki was an enigmatic woman, that the current situation is different. You've heard about Jiangxin, right? They lost the price war and are struggling in transportation, so this project is a bust. Liu Shiki wore a red dress and after speaking she crossed her legs, making a helpless gesture toward Zhang Qian. It's not a bust, how so? Take a look at this. Zhang Qian threw a share agreement document in front of Liu Shiki. After reviewing the share agreement, Liu Shiki's expression turned skeptical and astonished. Zhang, you invested another 300 million and revived the Jiangxin shipyard? Liu Shiki could hardly believe it. How much power did this man really have? Until this moment, she still believed she had only seen the tip of the iceberg with Zhang Qian. 300 million, all in cash. How many Yebai could easily produce that amount? Liu Shiki had thought that Zhang Qian's trip to Madagascar was due to a blow to his self-esteem by Zhang Yanren, using the inspection work as an excuse to escape reality. She hadn't expected that upon his return from Madagascar, Zhang Qian would bring her such a huge surprise. Zhang Qian is rich. He just didn't want to deal with her before. It turned out that Zhang Yanren couldn't hurt Zhang Qian's self-esteem at all. He could produce 300 million cash at a moment's notice. How big was Asia Airlines? 7 or 8 billion? At most, 10 billion. General Liu, you just said that with your shares combined with mine, we could challenge Director Chen's position. Isn't that a bit much? I heard you and Director Chen have a good relationship. Oh, I just casually mentioned it, didn't actually plan on doing it. Liu Shiki slapped her white thigh. But to be honest, who would want to resort to such means unless absolutely necessary? The situation is now very clear. General Zhang, you are now in control of the Jiangxin shipyard, and isn't everything there up to you? As for the Joyce Group, I heard that on your recent trip to Madagascar, you also brought Miss Su along. As long as you say a few words, this Blue Book project will be secure. Gosh, Zhang Qian even suspected that Liu Shiki had someone spying on him 24/7. She even knew about his trip to Madagascar and bringing Su Shuyang. Liu Shiki told Zhang Qian that if they were to proceed with the Blue Book project, he would provide 200 million. The Zhonggong Fund could provide 200 million, and any excess would be borne by the Zhonggong Fund. A new group company would be established, with her owning 51% of the shares and Zhang Qian 49%. Under this new group would be Jiwan Furniture, Dafu Timber, Jiangxin Shipyard, and some small retail enterprises. As for the Joyce Group, their responsibility would be to supply raw materials and be considered an adopted daughter of the new group company, with everything else being direct holdings. 2 billion won't work. Zhang Qian shook his head. It won't. Liu Shiki narrowed her eyes, not understanding what Zhang Qian was trying to convey. I will provide 3 billion, and the acquisition and integration will be handled by your Zhonggong Fund. I'll only take 70% of the shares. This was a massive undertaking, and Zhang Qian wanted the lion's share, ensuring he held controlling power. Liu Shiki was trying to control the company with a few signed contracts and 200 million. Okay. General Zhang, your call. Seeing Zhang Qian's firm stance, Liu Shiki stopped negotiating further. After all, without Zhang Qian, the cost of this venture would be too high and not guaranteed to succeed. 30% was still 30%, and there would be substantial returns in the end. It is worth mentioning that Liu Shiki herself does not have so much money. Her money comes from the Zhonggong Foundation under her name, and the money of the foundation belongs to those investors. She is just helping the investors manage their money and taking a share of the profits. If this matter succeeds, the reputation of the Zhonggong Foundation in the industry will be greatly enhanced, and in the future, more and more investors will look for her. Her status in the financial industry will also rise to a higher level. Zhang, let's come up with a name. Let's call it Qianza Group. After finalizing with Liu Shiki, Zhang Qian handed over full authority to her. As for Chen Weiqian's side, Zhang Qian did not allow Liu Shiki to act rashly. He planned to find a suitable time to talk to him later. 3 days later, in the chairman's office of Yamei Group, Hu Yubin was celebrating the victory in the price war with Jiangxin Shipyard. He brewed tea on the table and carefully poured it for Hu Jingyi. With his father helping to manage the company for a few days, he felt much more at ease. Inviting the old man to work was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, if he was alone, he would probably have been beaten down by Jiangxin Shipyard long ago. Father, have some tea. What tea? Hu Jingyi coldly snorted, looking at the smiling Hu Yubin, feeling all sorts of anger inside. Winning over a small Jiangxin Shipyard makes you so happy. Dad, We have won. Can we celebrate a bit? Please don't be so angry. Hu Yubin quickly lowered his head. Perhaps only Hu Jingyi himself in the company knew that their battle with Jengson was not a clear victory. Yamei Group also paid a heavy price. If Hu Jingyi were to evaluate it, both sides had suffered losses. It's just that Jengson shipyard had just started, so their loss was even worse. Hu Yubin's current behavior was a case of being complacent in a moment of victory. It was not worth celebrating so enthusiastically. What are your next steps? Hu Jingyi inquired of Hu Yubin. At this moment, Hu Yubin's face showed a smug smile, saying, for the next step, I plan to host a banquet for Chen Weiqiang and that Zhang Qian, so we can mock them during the meal. Smack! A crisp, loud slap landed on Hu Yubin's face. Who now? Hu Jingyi scolded loudly. He was almost speechless. How did he end up with such a worthless son? Taking advantage of a small victory, he was so pleased with himself. Hu Jingyi even started to question whether this boy was really his biological son, as he seemed to have inherited none of his good genes. Such a son, what's the difference between him and those ruffians on the street? Can't handle women, can't handle opponents. I say, you better run into a wall and die now. Hu Jingyi scolded harshly. Wait. Hu Yubin didn't know what he did wrong. If I ran into a wall and die, who will take care of you in your old age and see you off, right? I can live a few more years without you. Hu Jingyi's face turned green with anger. Mentally, Hu Yubin was filled with grievances. Why was the old man picking on him at every turn? Why was he always at the receiving end of his anger? Let me tell you. Listen carefully. The next step is to target Jengson shipyard and block their market, making sure they can't sign any clients. Do you understand? Hu Yubin nodded like he was shelling garlic. Also, waste soil, waste materials, keep sending to Jengson as much as possible. All right, Dad. I got this. Hu Jingyi looked at his son pouring tea for him, with disappointment in his eyes. As long as he was alive, Yamei Group had already become like this. Even a small Jengson shipyard couldn't be dealt with, requiring his personal intervention. Fortunately, his old face still held some sway. If he were gone, who knows if he would be able to get up one day. The current situation was not good for Yamei Group. Although Jengson had the contract with Yaha Airlines to stay afloat, it was just hanging by a thread. Hu Jingyi was certain that within 3 years, Jengson would fall. He wondered if he would live another 3 years. In any case, he had let Hu Yubin take control of Yebai and other matters he could not control. Children and grandchildren would have their own blessings, and the future of Yamei Group depended on Hu Yubin himself. Clang clang clang. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. A young, beautiful secretary rushed in breathlessly. What are you doing? Don't you know how to knock? Hu Yubin thought his father was going to hit him with a cane again when he heard the commotion, so he flinched and accidentally dropped the teapot in his hand on the ground. Are you asking for a beating again? Hu Jingyi listened to the noise and thought Hu Yubin was up to no good, scaring him. I'm sorry, Chairman. It was not intentional. I have important news to report. The secretary subconsciously touched her thigh, feeling a bit of pain upon hearing the word beating. What is it? Hu Jingyi signaled for her to speak. Jengson Shipyard suddenly announced that as long as clients are willing to sign a 3-year contract, they will lower the prices by 50%. Our clients have been fleeing, and now we're left with just a few individual customers. Impossible. Where did Jengson Shipyard get so much money? Hu Yubin looked incredulous. It's ridiculous. Hu Jingyi was also puzzled. Could this be a smoke bomb released by Jengson Shipyard at the last minute, wanting to take a final bite out of Yamei Group? Amidst the chaos, who wanted to deal the final blow to Yamei Group? Chairman, it's true. Our clients are fleeing, and now we're left with just a few individual customers. The secretary handed over a stack of termination reports. What did you say? Why didn't you come to report the situation earlier? Hu Yubin widened his eyes, furious. I only just found out about this situation, and came to report it immediately. Go investigate quickly. What are you waiting for? The secretary stumbled out of the office. Dad, what's the situation? Hu Yubin was suddenly in a panic. He had been planning to mock Chen Weiqiang and Zhang Qian during their meal. So what was he supposed to do now that this had happened? After hearing the news, Hu Jingyi furrowed his brows tightly, reviewing each termination contract one by one. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted from Hu Jingyi's mouth. This sight frightened Hu Yubin to death, and he quickly took out his phone to call for emergency assistance. Hu Jingyi waved his hand. wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and shook his head to indicate it wasn't necessary. Yeah, MEI Group, the tide has turned against us. Hu Jingyi sighed deeply. With Jenkson suddenly showing such strength, Hu Jingyi speculated that they must have received at least 2 billion or more in funds. This was a full frontal assault on the MEI Group. With so much money appearing out of nowhere, behind this price war, there was a very powerful capital looking to support Jenkson. Hu Yubin, who was just feeling triumphant moments ago, now had a troubled expression, looking completely lost. Father, what should we do now? Hu Jingyi sighed deeply. On Su Shuyun's side, Zheng Qian has already talked to her, very smoothly, willing to collaborate deeply with the newly established Kind Group. In fact, Zheng Qian wanted to buy Jingshu Group, and it was just a matter of minutes. Even if Su Shuyun doesn't sell, Liu Shiki also has a way to make her sell. The things are not that simple, and people don't act that way. After all, Su Shuyun is now considered Zheng Qian's woman, and Jingshu Group is also a family business. There is no need to be so ruthless towards one's own company. Liu Shiki also sent a message to Zheng Qian, saying that everything went smoothly with Ma Wencheng of Jiwan Wood Furniture. It is said that it was Kind Group organized by Zheng Qian, no second word, and the contract was signed easily. Chan Da-shan of Dafu Timber, after seeing Liu Shiki, called out for help, without even discussing, signed Liu Shiki's contract directly, selling Dafu Timber to Kind Group. Zheng Qian felt that the time was almost right, so he came to find Chen Weiqiang and prepared to talk to him about this matter. Unexpectedly, after hearing about it, Chen Weiqiang had no objections to Zheng Qian's ideas. Manager Chen, besides your shares in Zhengden, I will personally allocate 5% of the shares of Kind Group to you, so you can serve as my CEO. Chen Weiqiang was momentarily stunned and deeply grateful to Zheng Qian. It hasn't been long, but Zheng Qian has grown so much. With Zheng Qian's natural talent in business and strong financial backing, rising rapidly is only a matter of time. What exactly is behind him? Chen Weiqiang dare not think about it for a while, nor does he dare to ask further. Chen Weiqiang only feels that the capital behind Zheng Qian is like an endless pit, able to provide the necessary funds continuously. As long as he wants, he could buy up the entire Yebai. Alright, Manager Zheng, let's sit down. Let me tell you about the recent counterattacks we made against the MEI Group. Our relationship doesn't warrant using you. Call me Ziqiang in private. Good. Chen Weiqiang nodded. He had seen too many arrogant bosses after becoming wealthy. Zheng Qian, with so much strength and already the head of several companies, is still so low-key. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Chen Weiqiang believes that Zheng Qian will go further in the business world, and he will. Under Chen Weiqiang's leadership, the counterattack against the MEI Group has turned their customers upside down, leaving only a few retail clients. While the reputation of Hu Jingyi is valuable, faced with significant discounts, this reputation appears somewhat insignificant. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Empowered by the substantial funding provided by Zheng Qian, Zhengden Shipyard is further lowering prices by 50% on base prices. After the price war, the company still had several hundred million left. Chen Weiqiang discussed with Zheng Qian about investing 2 billion to continue purchasing cargo vessels, expanding Zhengden Shipyard's volume, aiming to dominate the entire Yebai market in one go. Zheng Qian supported Chen Weiqiang's idea. With a rough estimate of the 2 billion funds, after expansion, Zhengden Shipyard could be comparable to the size of the MEI Group, eligible to face a direct battle with a shipping enterprise like the MEI Group. However, Chen Weiqiang felt that the MEI Group would be struggling from now on. Having lost even in a price war, how could they compete with Zhengden? Manager Zheng, when should we formalize the procedures? Let everyone know that you are now the helmsman of our company. Chen Weiqiang asked. No rush about that. Let's deal with the current matters first. Zheng Qian waved his hand. Zheng Qian is a pragmatic person and also believes that Chen Weiqiang wouldn't deceive him. He has been busy lately, so he would address these issues first before dealing with the rest. All right. At that moment, Chen Weiqiang's secretary walked in. Manager Chen, Manager Zheng, there is an elderly man outside claiming to be Hu Jingyi, who wants to meet you. And Hu Yubin from the MEI Group is here too. Chen Weiqiang and Zheng Qian looked at each other simultaneously. Hu Jingyi, Hu Yubin, what are they here for at this time? Could it be they want to make peace with us now? With similar thoughts, they decided to invite the men in, have a meeting, and see what it was about. Unexpectedly, as the secretary led them into the office, Hu Jingyi knelt down in front of Zheng Qian and Chen Weiqian. Hu Jingyi brought Hu Yubin and directly knelt down in front of Zheng Qian and Chen Weiqian. Hu Elder, what are you doing? You are a senior figure in the industry. I can't afford such a grand gesture. Chen Weiqian was perplexed and hurried to help him up. Someone like Hu Jingyi, if he went to any shipping company in Juzhou, would receive great respect. If news of this got out, Chen Weiqian and the reputation of Zhongdin Shipyard would be tarnished. Zheng Qian raised an eyebrow. The word sounded familiar. Manager Chen, Manager Zheng, please spare a way out for the MEI Group. The MEI Group can't go back to its former status. Hu Elder, say what you need to. Let's talk standing up. Chen Weiqian helped Hu Jingyi up. As for Hu Yubin, let him kneel. After a detailed discussion, Hu Jingyi expressed his willingness to cooperate with Zhongdin Shipyard, to share the market and cooperate actively in the strategic development of Zhongdin Shipyard. I know the MEI Group can return to its former glory, but with the leadership of Manager Chen and Manager Zheng, the two companies will surely thrive. Hu Jingyi praised, even though he didn't want to. As a respected figure in the industry, having to kneel before two youngsters like this would surely damage his reputation. But it had to be done. If Zhongdin Shipyard retaliated by blocking the market against the MEI Group next, it would be a dead end for the MEI Group. Before he die, he would have to watch the MEI Group get seized for failing to repay bank loans. Zheng Xin's blow was too severe. As a result, customers of the MEI Group, even if they had to pay breach of contract penalties, would terminate agreements with them and sign new contracts with Zhongdin. Chen Weiqian thought that this was a viable path. He never expected the MEI Group to surrender so quickly. Although it hadn't come to a merger, becoming partners was more profitable than competitors. However, at present, Chen Weiqian only holds a 10% stake in Zhongdin Shipyard, and Zheng Qian is the true helmsman. How to handle this situation depends on Zheng Qian's intentions, with Chen Weiqian only offering advice for Zheng Qian's consideration. Ultimately, the decision still rests with Zheng Qian. Please wait. Hu Elder, I need to discuss with Manager Zheng. Chen Weiqian pulled Zheng Qian a few steps back. Hu Jingyi was a bit puzzled. Isn't Chen Weiqian the person in charge of Zhongdin Shipyard? Why does he need to discuss with a vice president like him? Can't you make a decision on your own? This guy looks so young. Chen Weiqian calls him Manager Zheng. Could it be the Zheng Qian who stole his daughter-in-law? Zheng Qian looks even younger than Hu Yubin. Could he be a major shareholder? Hu Jingyi didn't anticipate that Zheng Qian was indeed the major shareholder of Zhengxin, and currently the largest shareholder with 80% of the shares. The substantial amount of sudden funds also came from Zheng Qian. General Zheng, what do you think of this? General Chen, what do you mean? Zheng Qian wanted to hear Chen Weiqian's thoughts. Chen Weiqian believed that while they were currently leading in competition, one couldn't rule out the possibility of MEI Group seeking further financing in the future and staging a comeback against Zhengxin. If the two companies collaborated, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks, and perhaps in a few years, they could challenge with China Airlines. Zheng Qian murmured in agreement and nodded. Chen Weiqian couldn't quite read Zheng Qian's thoughts and wondered what he was thinking. Zheng Qian felt that Chen Weiqian was right. Keeping the MEI Group around would be a threat, as they would not forget the humiliation of today. With Hu Lao father who's still around, he could control Hu Yubin, but if Hu Lao were no longer present, Hu Yubin would likely cause trouble. Rather than risk that, it would be best to eradicate the threat entirely. Hu Lao, do you think our Zhengxin currently needs cooperation from MEI Group? Zheng Qian walked up to Hu Jingyi, looking at the weathered old man. At the same time, he glanced at Hu Yubin, who was clenching his fists, kneeling in front of him, full of hatred. Business competition is not a place of sentiments and personal relationships. It is cold-blooded and cruel. Just because you kneel before me doesn't mean I will give you face. In other words, if Zhengxin hadn't suddenly received funds, and both he and Chen went to kneel before MEI Group, would they have been given a way out? Zheng Qian's words greatly impressed Chen Weiqian. He hadn't expected this young man to have grown so rapidly. It seemed that during their Texas poker game, Zheng Qian appeared to be careless, but remembered a lot. This was the mark of a fierce player in the business world. Hu Jingyi had seen many storms, but he was still amazed by Zheng Qian, a junior who reminded him of his younger self. Zheng Qian was right. If MEI Group won the price war, he wouldn't hesitate to cut off Zhengxin's lifeline. block the market, and force Jeongsun to bankruptcy. What do you want? Just say it. Hu Jingyi sighed deeply. At the same time, he unwillingly glanced at Hu Yubin. If his son could have even a tenth of Jun Qian's boldness, he wouldn't worry about anything. I want the whole Yami group. Name your price, Jun Qian said calmly. Damn. Chen Weiqiang was shocked by Jun Qian's words, which led him to swear. Jun Qian was like a hunter holding a gun, aiming at Hu Jingyi and Hu Yubin. He had countless reasons to pull the trigger, but he didn't. Instead, he forced Hu Jingyi and Hu Yubin to present their hearts and minds to him. Chen Weiqiang, Hu Jingyi, and even Hu Yubin, who was kneeling on the ground, were all astonished and incredulous. No one had expected Jun Qian to have such grand ambitions and desire to consume Yami Group entirely. What are you saying? Hu Jingyi's white beard trembled as he asked. I said name your price. I want the entire Yami Group, Jun Qian reiterated. Young man, you have a huge appetite, but can you devour Yami Group so easily? Aren't you afraid of choking? Hu Jingyi shook his head repeatedly. Although Yami Group had lost the price war, it hadn't been completely ruined to the point of bankruptcy. Jun Qian's overconfidence was quite staggering. For Jeongsun Shipyard to swallow Yami Group whole was like a dream. Hu Jingyi had humbled himself before Jun Qian, setting aside his dignity to negotiate peace. But he didn't expect Jun Qian to demand this. Do you refuse then? Jun Qian asked. All right, I'll compromise. I'll reserve 5% of Yami Group's shares for the Hu family. After 100 years, even if little Hu squanders all that money, they will still receive dividends annually and won't starve. How does that sound? Hu Yubin, Chen Weiqiang, Hu Jingyi. Jun Qian believed that Hu Jingyi's reluctance to sell Yami Group was due to his fear of Hu Yubin's future. This was indeed a difficult situation to discuss. Feeling humiliated, Hu Yubin glared at Jun Qian with resentment, his face contorted with hatred. Hu Lao, you started from scratch and built Yami Group. You should understand the current situation better than me, right? Are you willing to watch Yami Group suffer total losses, face liquidation by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and become history? Sell Yami Group to me, and I guarantee that both companies will thrive. When people talk about the future of Yami Group, they will mention its founding by you, preserving your legacy. How about that? Hu Jingyi was left speechless due to Jun Qian's continuous verbal barrage. His rags to riches inspirational story and heroic tales were widespread throughout the maritime trade industry. Although Hu Yubin was a pampered child, Hu Jingyi still had a fiery spirit and a great deal of pride. He couldn't allow Jun Qian to do this. The name of Hu Jingyi and the name of Yami Group didn't need to be passed on by a junior. Too much. We're leaving. Hu Jingyi left with Hu Yubin, leaving the Jeongsun shipyard behind. General Jun, you went a bit too far. After all, Hu Lao is our senior. He came here today to kneel before us, showing sincerity. You've humiliated him. That's not right, Chen Weiqiang kindly advised. Jun Qian didn't think it was a big deal. He spoke the truth. The road ahead for Yami Group would be tough. Rather than watch Hu Yubin squander everything bit by bit, it was better to sell now and become part of the Kian Group. Although that's true, people like Hu Lao find it hard to accept this reality. Chen Weiqiang believed that Jun Qian's actions to date had surely angered Hu Jingyi. Hu Jingyi had a wide network in the maritime trade circle, and no one knew what he might have up his sleeve. Don't worry about him. An old man like him, with the current state of Yami Group, can't stir up a storm. Jun Qian dismissed the concern. That's true. Chen Weiqiang nodded. Regardless of the past or present, everyone in this industry speaks with their capabilities. No matter how extensive Hu Jingyi's connections or how proud he is, ultimately, his strength cannot match what it used to be. Face-to-face meetings might be polite, but in business negotiations, it's the company's hard power that matters. Even if Hu Jingyi were to take action now, there would be no turning back. General Chen, should we buy the ship? Moving on from the incident involving Hu Jingyi, Jun Qian and Chen Weiqiang began discussing the purchase of the ship. Jun Qian doesn't understand much about ships. Chen Weiqiang said that he plans to expand to 25 ships, including to cargo ships of 100,000 tons. By then, with the consideration of Jeongsun Shipyard, they will be on par with the Asia MEI Group. But, Chen, there is another thing. With both of our maritime transportation companies spanning north and south, two docks surely can accommodate so many ships. Our ships are mainly in the north, and the northern dock is much smaller than the southern one, inadequate in size and geographically inferior. What I mean is, collaborate with the dock appropriately expand its scale, and will foot the bill. Will the dock cooperate with us? Jun Qian asked. Expanding the dock requires reclamation permission. As long as we can get this, the dock will definitely be willing. It will expand without us paying a dime, and we will have the highest priority. Chen Weiqian told Jun Qian that he had already contacted the director of the Maritime Administration, submitted all the paperwork, and arranged for Jun Qian to meet in a couple of days. Jun Qian carefully considered it, and what Chen Weiqian said made sense. It's like when you just have one car. One parking spot is enough, but suddenly having money and buying 10 cars, you can rotate them in that one parking spot. Jun Qian's plan is not only to develop in the north and south, but to establish a commercial empire across the whole Kyushu region. As Jengson's scale grows, Jun Qian's focus will shift accordingly. The north is just a beginning. To the east is Kilu, to the north is Jinmen, to the wings, to the south is Shanghu, Shehang, Mingan, and Danzhou. Jengson, or the Kind Group, will face many challenges. With such ambition, the Asia MEI Group is destined to be a stepping stone on Jun Qian's commercial journey. Don. Li Dao entered, knocking on the door. John, are you busy? Director Li, not at all. Come on in. Chen Weiqian invited Li Dao inside. What's the matter, Dao? Jun Qian asked kindly. Li Dao's expression turned serious. After sitting down, he expressed that he wanted to talk to Jun Qian about something important. Okay, let's just discuss this directly given our relationship, Jun Qian told Li Dao. It's about Director Z. Li Dao slowly explained. Jun Qian furrowed his brows. He had already spoken with Zi Shenhao once before, hinting at the issue, but could it be that another problem had arisen? Director Z, what happened? Qian, considering our relationship, me being a senior executive of the company, as part of the company, I couldn't keep this from you. Xiao, don't hold back. Tell me directly. Li Dao nodded. During the price war last week, Director Z performed exceptionally well, but he became even more excessive towards his subordinates. He knows who's close to you, who is Chen's confidant, gathers information so clearly. He is polite to me, but gets tough with those below, taking advantage of your relationship to bully the weaker employees. Even 3 or 4 female colleagues have privately approached me, saying Director Z has harassed them sexually. There are even rumors in the company that usually you are a gentleman, but bringing in Zi Shenhao to the company was specifically to create trouble for you. Jun Qian was surprised, not expecting Zi Shenhao to remain unchanged. The talk they had seemed to be in vain. Zi Shenhao's increasing audacity might be due to his intentions to find out who reported against him. Jun Qian believed he had a role to play in this. And concerning the allegations of sexual harassment towards female colleagues, Jun Qian was even more bewildered. They say one shouldn't mix business with personal affairs, yet Zi Shenhao, taking advantage of his relationship with Jun Qian, sparked such rumors, tarnishing his reputation. Qin Wei's expression remained unfazed, as if he already knew. Chen, do you know about this matter? Oh, I know about these things, but the company has been busy lately, so I haven't had time to address them. Chen Weiqian rubbed his forehead. Since you're here today, let's discuss how to handle this. The statement of not addressing the issue was doubtful to Jun Qian. It shouldn't be just about time. If his guess was correct, Li Dao coming to Chen Weiqian's office at that moment was a planned arrangement. He is a major shareholder of the company and has injected 3 billion, becoming the helmsman. As Zi Shenhao's fellow villager and university classmate, without knowing Jun Qian's stance, he wouldn't dare to bring up the matter. Thus, having Li Dao convey the message, my relationship with Zi Shenhao is indeed good. He helped me a lot during our university days, but now I can firmly state that I will not show leniency towards disruptors within the company. Jun Qian stated firmly. I've already spoken to Zi Shenhao about this issue previously, but it seems it had no effect. I'll talk to him again later. All right, with your words, Xian, I can rest assured. Li Dao nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Zhang, in a few days, there's a Kyushu trade auction. We need to attend then. Chen Weiqian suddenly remembered and promptly reminded them. After the 3 of them adjourned, Jun Qian called Zi Shenhao to his office. Upon seeing Jun Qian, Zi Shenhao appeared slightly excited. Before Jun Qian could start the conversation, he eagerly asked, Qian, did you increase your investment? You should be the largest shareholder of the company now, right? Jun Qian was surprised. This matter hadn't been publicly announced in the company, and very few people knew about it, Zi Shinhao certainly being not among them. How did he find out? It was Chen Weiqiang's secretary Xiaomei who told him. Suddenly, there was an additional 3 billion in the company accounts, and Chen Weiqiang thanked Zhang Qian, so it was highly likely that the investment was from Zhang Qian. Judging from Zhang Qian's hesitant expression earlier, Zi Shinhao thought his guess was correct. Although not officially announced in the company yet, Zhang Qian was now the actual helm of Jiangxin Shipyard, the de facto chairman, surpassing Chen Weiqiang's position directly. Zi Shinhao didn't know how Zhang Qian got so much money, but he knew that his university classmate had now risen significantly, with Jiangxin Shipyard possibly just one of the enterprises under him. With such a powerful figure, Zi Shinhao had to stick close. "Oh right, Qian, why did you call me here? I'm currently short-staffed, so I'm temporarily transferring you to my unit for a few days." Zhang Qian phrased it as a transfer, but intended to have Zi Shinhao step away from his position for a while. This way, he wouldn't have to spell it out, and Zi Shinhao should understand what's going on. Transfer? Zi Shinhao furrowed his brows, looking a bit perplexed. "Yes, don't think too much about it. Chen Nan directly said you performed well in the price war and have a strong business acumen. Once this period is over, I'll promote you to the position of vice director." Hearing this, Zi Shinhao was ecstatic. He knew that Zhang Qian would not forget the kindness he showed to Zhang Qian during college. This relationship was solid. Zhang Qian felt that Zi Shinhao was indeed a capable person, just that he had some communication issues with colleagues and everyday interactions, but those could be improved. Zi Shinhao's behavior outside work was not under Zhang Qian's control, but within the company, it was not acceptable. Both Chen Weiqiang and Li Dao had said so, and he had to manage it somehow. Zi Shinhao had been kind to him, and Zhang Qian hoped he would understand his good intentions. After leaving Zhang Qian's office, Zi Shinhao felt as if he was floating as he walked. Before switching to Jiangxin Shipyard, he knew he would be taken care of in the future, clearly and openly. Zhang Qian was not ungrateful. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian became a chairman and took over Chen Weiqiang's company. Zi Shinhao believed that being promoted to deputy director was just the first step. Down the line, positions such as director, general manager, board member, were all waiting for him. When he eventually became the CEO, married a beautiful woman, he would become the winner in life. Zhang Qian was his benefactor in life. Back in the business department, Zi Shinhao saw a subordinate lingering over lunch. He immediately approached and scolded harshly. "Yang Shao, it's already past lunchtime. Why are you still eating? I emphasized discipline on my first day, didn't I? I'll deduct your bonus and allowance this month." Yang Shao felt like crying. He didn't mean to. There was a reason for his behavior. Seeing this, Crossing You hurried over to intervene. "Leader Z, please don't rush to punish him. Shao was trying to help me with something. That's why he's late for lunch." Before Zi Shinhao established the position of group leader in Jiangxin, Crossing You had been doing the duties of a group leader. Crossing You was outstanding in ability, with strong charisma and organizational skills, and was a trusted subordinate of Li Dao. He was now the deputy group leader of the business department. "Oh, I see," Zi Shinhao nodded. When Yang Shao, Crossing You, and other employees thought Zi Shinhao would let Shao off the hook, Zi decided otherwise, citing it as a matter of principle. The bonus and allowance have to be deducted. Yang Shao initially thought Zi Shinhao might let it slide, considering his effort. But Zi Shinhao proceeded with the disciplinary action. After a glance around, Crossing You took Zi Shinhao aside. "Leader Z, please reconsider. Give me face." "Face? Hey, Crossing You, what face do you have with me? I'm telling you, despite being the deputy group leader, I can still take action against you. For minor matters, I won't nitpick, but when it comes to principle and company regulations, I won't back down." Zi Shinhao elevated the issue to include company regulations and principles. "Leader Z, rules are set, but people are alive," Crossing You explained, still trying to defend Yang Shao. Shao was indeed working overtime, hence the delay in lunch. "What are you implying? Saying I don't know flexibility?" Zi Shinhao's anger flared. "I don't care about your affairs, but if I were you, I'd compensate him for my own bonus and allowance this month. Furthermore, I have an announcement. Chairman John just had a chat with me, and he needs help in his team. I'll be temporarily reassigned under Chairman John for a few days and will be back. Zi do. For the next few days, report to me on the matters in the business department. I will still handle the issues here. Zi Xinhao motioned for his recently acquired underling to come over. As per company regulations, with Zi Xinhao being seconded elsewhere, the deputy group leader Crossing You was now in charge. But Zi Xinhao's decision for Dusan to report directly to him contradicted these procedures. Only recently he stressed the strict company rules. Why the deviation now? Many colleagues were unhappy, but remained silent. Dusan was known throughout the company as a bootlicker, and Zi Xinhao's move was seen as a means to elevate Dusan as his loyal follower. Leader Zi, this isn't following the rules, is it? Dusan is just an ordinary member. Why give him such authority? Crossing You felt aggrieved. What authority did I give him? Don't talk randomly. All right, let's end it here. I have other matters to attend to, Zi Xinhao said before returning to his office. As he saw it, Crossing You was publicly challenging his authority in front of subordinates, which infuriated Zi Xinhao. He had previously hinted at an understanding with Crossing You, but it seemed that Crossing You was not on the same page. Since that was the case, Zi Xinhao saw no reason to give Crossing You face. Knock knock knock. Leader Zi, why are you so angry? A mature, seductive woman entered Zi Xinhao's office. Ooh, this Crossing You really annoys me. Leader Zi, don't be upset. Let me massage your shoulders, relax a little. Miao Mengyan locked the office door and immediately came to Zi Xinhao's back, gently massaging him. Ah, Mengyan really understands me. Zi Xinhao silently placed his hand on Miao Mengyan's back, gently tugging. Do you have time after work? Let's have dinner together. Sure. Leader Zi, it's my honor to have dinner with you. Miao Mengyan had been trying to get close to Zi Xinhao for some time, continuously showing goodwill. Her goal was simple, to climb the corporate ladder through Zi Xinhao. Miao Mengyan had been at Zhengxin for over half a year, but was still a regular member with limited chances of advancement. She had previously attempted to get noticed by Director Li Dao, but his focus was solely on business and customers, no room for extra flattery. Knowing about the unusual relationship between Zi Xinhao and Chairman Zhang, she seized the opportunity to get close to Zi Xinhao. At this point, their relationship had surpassed the typical superior-subordinate dynamics. All right, no need to be so formal. Call me Xinhao in private. Zi Xinhao wasn't oblivious to Miao Mengyan's intentions. Her good figure and proactive approach made her an irresistible treat brought right to him. He had no reason to refuse. The matter of positioning herself for advancement was too simple for him. What was his relationship with Zhang Qian? They were not just fellow villagers, but also classmates for 4 years in university. Moreover, Zhang Qian was now at the helm of the entire Zhengxin shipyard. Zi Xinhao could now appoint Miao Mengyan as his assistant. Zi Xinhao had no intention of letting Miao Mengyan have her way so soon. Dealing with a woman like her required stringing her along. The reason he had Dusan report to him in front of everyone today was not only to support Dusan, but also to send a clear message to Miao Mengyan. I have the power in my hands. If you want it, then prove your sincerity with practical actions. Mutual consent leads to success. That night, Zi Xinhao naturally took Miao Mengyan home and treated her to breakfast the next day. At noon the following day, Zhang Qian took Xia Qianxi to meet the director of the Marine Management Bureau. They agreed to meet at a restaurant. Zhang Qian and Xia Qianxi arrived early. However, after waiting for half an hour, there was still no sign of the director. Is the director acting up by making me wait? Zhang Qian grew impatient and complained. Just bear with it. We are seeking their help now, and it's also the lunch rush hour. Maybe there's traffic, Xia Qianxi explained. Another 20 minutes passed, and they were almost about to leave. Just as Zhang Qian was losing patience, a young and beautiful girl sat opposite him. What on earth is it you? Zhang Qian and the girl blurted out almost simultaneously. You're the chairman of Zhengxin Shipyard? You're the director of the Marine Management Bureau. Both were bewildered and couldn't figure it out. They had no idea how Chen Weiqian had revealed his identity to her. This girl was the same Huo Muyan with whom he had conflicts in the Maldives. How could she be the director of the Marine Management Bureau? It seemed impossible. How could such a young person be a director? How could a government official afford a beachfront villa in the Maldives? Something was amiss. When Zhang Qian had been in the Maldives, Manager Q had mentioned that Huo Muyan was a fashion designer. So how had she become a director now? I'm not the director, my father is. He had something come up suddenly, so he sent me to deliver a document to you. Huo Muyan glared at Zhang Qian with hatred, still bearing a grudge from the Maldives incident. She explained how her father's briefcase had been left in her car, so she had been asked to deliver it. Before leaving, she was instructed to hand over another document and offer an apology on her father's behalf. Had she known it was Jun Qian, she would never have come. Xia Qianxi, who didn't know Huo Muyan, wondered why women recognized Jun Qian wherever he went. After delivering the document, Huo Muyan was ready to leave. Jun Qian hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, Miss Huo. Why don't you stay? We haven't even ordered our food yet as we've been waiting for your father." Under her breath, Xia Qianxi sighed. If they didn't stop Huo Muyan before the meal started, it would be better to leave. Jun Qian was not a good person. If she dined with him, she'd likely regret it. Jun Qian was confused by Xia Qianxi's strange look. Just having a meal with Huo Muyan, why the weird expressions? Was that necessary? Jun Qian, halfway through a lamb chop, suddenly had an idea and struck up a conversation with Huo Muyan. At that moment, Huo Muyan's goodwill towards him was at only 5 points, barely above a stranger level. With their past disputes in the Maldives, this low rating might complicate things. Jun Qian aimed to win over Huo Muyan, not through bribery, but to prevent her from going to her father to say negative things about him. "Miss Huo, I heard you are a designer." Xia Qianxi sighed inwardly. Jun Qian's schemes were unpredictable, coming up with these tactics. "How did you know I'm a designer?" Huo Muyan looked surprised. "Don't worry about that. I have a job here. Are you interested, Miss Huo?" Jun Qian had learned from a real estate agent in the Maldives that Huo Muyan was a designer with her own studio. Buying a beachfront villa in the Maldives indicated she was successful. What kind of job? Huo Muyan suddenly became interested, although her studio had already completed designs for the summer, and they were working on the fall and winter collections. Jun Qian, as chairman of Jingxin Shipyard, wasn't a big company, but his connections were broad. Why not make money when the opportunity arose? "Our company will have 25 cargo ships in a week. I want you to design the paint to make them look powerful," Jun Qian said seriously, as if he were discussing a real collaboration with Huo Muyan. Huo Muyan was puzzled. "You misunderstood. I am a fashion designer. I cater to the trend-setting clientele, not what you're imagining." Xia Qianxi almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Jun Qian had made a mistake. If Huo Muyan designed for leading fashion brands like Burberry and Louis Vuitton, how could she design paint for their cargo ships? Moreover, the company specialized in cargo ships, not luxury liners. Jun Qian was also surprised. He hadn't known that Huo Muyan was a fashion designer. Asking a fashion designer to design paint for cargo ships seemed a mismatch of expertise. But did that matter? As long as the money was right, Huo Muyan probably wouldn't mind taking the job. What concerned Jun Qian was not the designs Huo Muyan created, but her goodwill towards him. To prevent her from causing trouble behind his back was his main goal. "Miss Huo, if you're interested, I'm willing to pay 1 million. Huo Muyan almost laughed at the offer. Her studio had secured contracts with Burberry and Louis Vuitton, earning millions for a single trendy item. If it sold well, there would be further profits. Asking her with just 1 million was like a wild dream. "Miss Huo, you've misunderstood. Let me clarify. When I said 1 million, I meant just for one cargo ship." Huo Muyan was taken aback. Wasn't that 25 cargo ships in total 25 million? Xia Qianchen listened and almost wanted to persuade Jun Qian right there. She knew Jun Qian was rich, but no matter how much money he had, he shouldn't spend it like this. Just becoming the helm of Jingxin Shipyard, and he was already acting recklessly. Why was he constantly engaged in operations that she couldn't understand? "Are you kidding me? One freighter costs 1 million. 25 freighters would be 25 million. Hua Moin's face was full of disdain. This guy was really full of hot air. Was he planning to give her money? Tainting the ship wasn't that simple. No technical expertise required. There was no need to invite her, nor pay the high price of 1 million. You pay 10,000 yuan. And there are plenty of reputable design studios in the country fighting over this business. Okay, I'm not joking with you. If Ms. Moin is not interested, forget it then." Jun Qian's expression was serious, making Hua Moin hesitate. Although Hua Moin's design studio signed contracts with brands like Burberry and Louis Vuitton and been featured in magazines a few times, she had gained some fame in the design industry in recent years. But internationally, her reputation was not high enough. She could only work behind the scenes. Good designs were always taken away by these two companies. Each design was like a designer's child, painstakingly crafted. Despite receiving good feedback on the designs, it wasn't her being praised, but these luxury brands. The profits were also taken by these companies, and she only received a meager share. How could a behemoth like LV ever share sales figures? It was all up to them. To make a name for herself internationally, she needed to increase her visibility. The business proposal Zhang Qian presented had some appeal. General Zhang, if you agree, and allow us to add our studio's logo to the paint job, I might consider designing the paint job for your company's freighters. Sure. Whether with a logo or not is a small matter, the main thing is that your design satisfies me. Hua Moin knew Zhang Qian was wealthy and could lavish money on women, but she didn't expect his spending habits to be so unique. She didn't understand. But she wasn't stupid. 25 million, enough to buy several more freighters. Xia Qianchen looked dumbfounded the whole time. She actually agreed. No wonder. The price Zhang Qian offered was basically giving away money. Only a fool would refuse. This sum was enough for Jengsen to buy more freighters. Well, it was said that investments should be focused. Zhang Qian counteracted it by spending lavishly on unessential matters. Also, General Zhang, I have to remind you, don't think you can use this business to try and bribe my father. He's incorruptible and won't listen to me. If you have a change of heart now, I'll pretend that you never mentioned it. Hua Moin said bluntly. How could it be? I know Director Huo's character very well, completely upright. I just want to add some color to Jengsen. All the old-fashioned paint jobs lack vitality. My only requirement is to be domineering, making people think it's a destroyer or cruiser at first sight. Zhang Qian hurriedly explained, indicating he wasn't thinking in terms of bribery. Hua Moin nodded, agreeing to do business with Zhang Qian. Her favorability towards Zhang Qian increased by 20 points, reaching 30. By the way, Miss Huo, I actually didn't understand this document. If we want to apply for reclamation approval, what qualifications or conditions do we need to meet? Hua Moin was pressured by her father to study maritime management in college, but her passion lay in the design industry. After working at the Marine Administration for a year and a half, she resigned against her family's wishes to become a designer. She had some understanding of reclamation approval. Firstly, you have an issue as the applicant. The applicant must be a single entity, not two or multiple companies in partnership. Although I don't know what you're planning, but if you truly want reclamation approval, you need to purchase the pier, improve facilities, enhance the environment, then submit the company's qualifications. Pay a certain amount of security deposit to the Marine Administration for approval. Hua Moin outlined the correct process to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian nodded, enlightened. The money wasn't being wasted. At least he heard some useful information. Don't find it troublesome. This is the only way. Hua Moin reminded. After dinner, Hua Moin left a restaurant to start preparing for the freighter's paint job. General Zhang, as your secretary, it's my obligation to remind you that this is a complete waste of money. With this money, wouldn't it be better to buy more freighters and enhance Jengsen's transportation capabilities? Why indulge in superficial paint jobs like this? Do you think this is a game? Buying a skin gives you a 30% speed boost. Xia Qianchen watched as Hua Moin left and couldn't help but give her opinion on Zhang Qian's decision. Regardless of whether Zhang Qian still wanted to maintain a cold front with her, she had to speak her mind. Why are you so worked up? Is my beautiful secretary feeling uneasy deep down? Zhang Qian teasingly remarked. What are you talking about? I have nothing to feel uneasy about. Xia Qianchen retorted, trying to maintain a tough facade, but her face blushed. Zhang Qian was clearly trying to give money to Hua Moin, but Xia Qianchen genuinely wasn't feeling uneasy. It was Zhang Qian's thoughts that made her blush. If you're at ease, why are you blushing then? I had spicy chicken earlier. Xia Qianchen nearly shouted. All right, let's just say it's the spicy chicken. What do you mean? Xia Qianchen couldn't keep up with Zhang Qian's playful banter and chose to ignore him. Upon returning to the company, Zhang Qian informed Chen Weiqian of the situation. Chen pointed out that the pier wasn't expensive, just a little over 100 million. Zhang Qian immediately agreed to buy it. After discussing it, they decided to visit the CEO of Xuanluo Shipping, Pang Yuanji, to see if they could purchase the pier. Pang Yuanji owned both the northern and southern piers of Xuanluo Shipping. Upon their arrival at Xuanluo Shipping, Zhang Qian and Chen met Pang Yuanji in his office. "Oh, if it isn't General Chen, what brings you here today?" Pang Yuanji wore a pair of square-frame glasses, was not tall, and had a round and plump figure. He only knew Chen Weiqiang and did not know Zhang Qian. Since Zhang Qian entered Jiangxin shipyard, he had not interacted with the people at the dock. "Boss Pang, let me introduce you. This is our new chairman of Jiangxin shipyard, Zhang Qian. I will only be a CEO from now on." Pang Yuanji was surprised. How could someone so young buy so many shares of Jiangxin shipyard? There must be a big financial group supporting him, right? I heard that recently Azame Group and Jiangxin shipyard are in a price war. It's like a live fan death battle. I don't know how the situation is going. Only a fool would buy shares of Jiangxin shipyard at this time. Pang Yuanji, who had never seen the market and didn't know how ruthless the business world could be, didn't take him seriously at all. Out of politeness, Pang Yuanji still shook hands with Zhang Qian. After some simple pleasantries, Zhang Qian stated his purpose. "Want to buy my dock?" Pang Yuanji chuckled inwardly. He didn't know how much Zhang Qian spent to buy shares of Jiangxin shipyard. This young man, who was so ambitious, actually wanted to acquire his dock. "Yes, Boss Pang, name your price." Zhang Qian smiled. Pang Yuanji touched his non-existent chin and said, "If you want me to name a price, 500 million. Before coming, he and Chen Weiqian had roughly discussed the price. Based on the historical buying and selling prices of docks, it was around 150 million. The Yan'an dock was slightly larger, but it wouldn't go higher than 180 million. Whether it was Yan'an dock, Yebing dock, or the two bundled together, the prices were far beyond Zhang Qian's expectations. "Boss Pang, we came here today with sincerity to talk to you." Chen Weiqiang seemed a little anxious. "You're asking for 5 billion right off the bat. How can we even negotiate? Was it you causing trouble at the dock last time?" Pang Yuanji asked Zhang Qian. "Cause trouble?" Could it be that Pang Yuanji was referring to the incident where Azame Group ship was overturned at the dock? Zhang Qian remembered the outcome of that incident very clearly. Azame Group ship overturned, Daefuwood's cargo sank, and the Maritime Bureau impounded the ship. Although it was a behind-the-scenes move, the result was immediate and effective. The next day, Daefuwood and Jiwon Timber came seeking forgiveness, becoming obedient followers of Zhang Qian. This incident made Pang Yuanji very unhappy. He felt that Zhang Qian did not take him seriously at all. To do something like that at his dock, and almost had his dock sealed by the Maritime Bureau. Pang Yuanji felt that he had already been quite tolerant by not confronting Zhang Qian. Coming today to try to acquire his dock. "You want to buy a dock, huh? 5 billion, not a penny less," Pang Yuanji said firmly, not giving them a chance to argue back. "Boss Pang, you're being unreasonable," Zhang Qian said. With no other recourse, the two men left empty-handed. "Qianer, my relationship with Boss Pang has been good. I don't know what got into him today, asking for 5 billion straight away." Chen Weiqian looked helpless. "It's probably because of the incident with Azame Group last time. He's still holding a grudge." Zhang Qian touched his nose. Holding a grudge over such a minor incident, Pang Yuanji would probably just continue managing these two docks for the rest of his life, without making any big progress. The prices they had negotiated with Chen Weiqian were quite reasonable and did not shortchange Pang Yuanji in any way. Zixinhao had been busy in the public relations department all afternoon. He found that the girls in the PR department were of a higher caliber compared to the girls in other departments, especially Zhang Xiaoyao, Xin Zuli, and Yao Mongmon. These three, from his childhood, youth, and adulthood, had always been his dream goddess types. As for now, Zixinhao wanted them all. He had tried to strike up a conversation with these three on multiple occasions, but all he received in return was polite cordiality. They did not seem interested in developing any further relationship. Even when he tried to leverage his connection with Zhang Qian, they still ignored him. This situation puzzled Zixinhao. Among them, Hao Ruxu saw an opportunity and took the initiative to engage with Zixinhao. She had been suppressed for too long and needed a chance to change her situation. With Zhang Xiaoyao in front, Qin Zuli behind, and Yao Mongmon potentially causing trouble, Hao Ruxu knew she had no chance with Zhang Qian. Zixinhao, being a fellow hometown friend and university classmate of Zhang Qian, revealed that he was about to be promoted to assistant director. She needed to secure her position with someone like him. "Team leader Z, you've been working hard. Here's a cup of coffee I made for you," How Ruxu placed a steaming cup of black coffee on Zixinhao's desk. I wasn't sure if you like sugar, so I didn't add any, but I have it here if you need. When Zixinhao saw this scene, he felt slightly relieved. When will there be no sycophants driven by personal gain in the world? How Ruxu's proactive approach indicated that she wanted to establish a relationship with him. The purpose was evident. Zixinhao did not reject How Ruxu's kindness. Even if they couldn't be lovers, she could still be a valuable ally. Before leaving work, Zixinhao called How Ruxu to the corridor under the pretext of work. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked about the situations of those three beautiful women, if they had boyfriends, and what the relationship with Zhang Qian was like. How Ruxu felt a bit annoyed. She had been so proactive, yet Zixinhao's thoughts were still fixated on those three. It was a huge insult to her. But what else could she do? She didn't dare to show her anger towards Zixinhao. Team Leader Z, I have to remind you, those three girls' hearts are all set on Zhang Qian. They are not interested in other men. How Ruxu said, if you think your charm surpasses Zhang Qian's, you can give it a try. Though her words were subtle, it was clear that How Ruxu was telling Zixinhao that those three were off limits. Zhang Qian again? Zixinhao had thought his flirting skills were impressive enough to catch Zhang Qian's attention. Now it seemed like he was being overconfident in front of the wrong person. With Zhang Qian's financial resources, he didn't need any fancy flirting techniques. Money could solve everything. How about this? Xiaohao, after work, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's have a chat. Zixinhao's idea was that since How Ruxu had been working with those three for a long time, if she could help him get one of them, he would be satisfied. 18 to 27. Near the end of the workday, Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian had already returned to the company by this time. Zhang Xiaoyao hurried over and handed a file to Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Chen, you finally came back. Take a look at this document. It might be helpful for your acquisition plan. Opening the file, both Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian were shocked. It was the financial situation of the Xuanluo Group over the past 2 years. Zhang Qian had just left in the afternoon, and when he came back, this file was already organized. The efficiency was surprisingly fast. Yao, why weren't you this proactive when working under me before? We just got back. How was the data already organized? Chen Weiqian was a bit jealous of Zhang Qian. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled awkwardly, and Zhang Qian waved his hand, letting her clock out first. Following that, Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian carefully analyzed the financial data, and the information they obtained made Chen Weiqian ecstatic. The data showed that for the past year and a half, Xuanluo Shipping had been operating at a loss. The majority of its income came from mooring fees, maintenance fees, and upkeep fees paid by the ACM Group Pan Jengson Shipyard. Additionally, there were some scattered cargo ships passing through Yabai, making temporary stops and paying fees. More importantly, Xuanluo Shipping had a bank loan of 200 million yuan due at the end of the month, which they clearly could not afford to repay. They could only apply for an extension, but would have to pay high interest. Now Pang Yuanji might also be worried about how to repay the loan. The only way would be to sell one of the Yanbai ports at a low price. Oh, this old Pang sure is good at acting tough. Xuanluo is in such a situation, yet refuses to do business with us. Chen Weiqian felt like he had caught a handle on Pang Yuanji. Just by presenting this financial analysis to him, he wouldn't be able to keep up the act anymore. Mr. Zhang, let's go there again tomorrow. With this analysis report, it will definitely sell. Chen Weiqian couldn't hide his smile. Everything was unfolding so naturally. Indeed, when there's a will, there's a way. Zhang Xiaoyao's work was excellent. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhang Qian shook his head. Not buying. Not buying. Yes. Not buying. Isn't Pang Yuanji just putting on airs? Why should I cater to him? Zhang Qian was indignant. His anger had not subsided. Qianer, how about this? Tomorrow, I'll go talk to him myself. You don't have to deal with it. How does that sound? Chen Weiqian thought that Zhang Qian didn't want to meet Pang Yuanji. With this data in hand, he could surely get an excellent deal. Not seizing an opportunity would be foolish. It's not a matter of showing up or not. How much is a port? Why do we have to see his face? Moreover, we have discussed before, whether it's Yanbai North or South, the locations of the ports are not very favorable. Why don't we just build a Yadong port? Building a port is a one-time thing. Afterward, we can even create more land by filling the sea. He's so arrogant, right? Let's not build it too far. Just build it on his Pang Yuanji's face and see how he reacts. There are only 2 shipping companies in Yabai, and the ASEAN group is already in his pocket. Once Yedong port is established, Pang Yuanji would only be able to collect tolls in the future. Zhang Qian spoke casually, as if this matter could be easily accomplished just by talking. Nevertheless, Zhang Qian's idea indeed broke out of the traditional business warfare mode. Very bold. If Yedong port is built, the future of the Kind Group will truly be a self-contained ecosystem, from production to sales to operation, even the port construction. Such a chain of effects is unthinkable without substantial funding. Only Zhang Qian would dare to consider such a plan. True to his words, the next day, Chen Weiqian began applying for land from the Maritime Bureau, contacting acquaintances from various sectors, and planning accordingly. A few days later, Pang Yuanji, having heard the news, was somewhat tanked. "Are you kidding me?" Pang Yuanji was in a hurry to verify the authenticity of the news. Can the Maritime Bureau move so quickly? Is there any relationship between Jensen and them? As far as he knew, land approval from the Maritime Bureau would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks, not to mention that there's no guarantee it would be processed swiftly. How come such a big move is happening all at once? It's true, Mr. Pang. I saw it with my own eyes. Although the Maritime Bureau hasn't approved Jensen yet, building materials have already been unloaded nearby, and many construction engineers have been surveying the site. Apparently, the drawings are ready too. Oh damn, Pang Yuanji swore in anxiety. Do you know which piece of land Jensen chose? It seems to be Yedong, not far from our Yanbai port, just a few dozen miles away by car, the secretary replied, after pondering. Yedong's location is excellent. Once completed, ship access efficiency would surpass that of his 2 ports combined. Yedong was a key project back then. His application didn't get approved because the area had been planned for other purposes. But later the developer ran off, and Yedong became a mess, with the entire focus of Yabai shifted to Yanbai. Now Yedong is just a burden. He heard recently that the Yabai leadership urgently needs accomplishments. If Jensen applies for Yedong, it will definitely be approved with a certainty of 200%. No need to think twice. Initially, Pang Yuanji doubted if Jensen had enough money for the port development. But now, without a doubt, they must have. No, he couldn't just sit back and wait for his ports to become worthless. Hurry up, get the car ready. Let's go to Jensen Shipyard. Jensen Shipyard. Office of Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian are receiving Zhang Dao, who is visiting. In reality, Zhang Dao has nothing urgent to discuss. He is simply paying a courtesy visit, bringing along good wine and cigarettes. At this moment, Pang Yuanji has also arrived at Jensen Shipyard and has been escorted into the office by Zia Qianchen. He has come to Jensen this time in a very humble manner to discuss business with Zhang Qian. "Oh, isn't this Boss Pang? What wind has blown you here?" Zhang Qian speaks in a twisted manner, meeting Pang Yuanji for the first time, who comes with the same kind of speech. Now, Zhang Qian returns the same words to him unaltered. "General Zhang, Director Zhang is also here." When Pang Yuanji sees Zhang Dao, he is taken aback and doesn't know what to say. He didn't expect to see Zhang Dao here. The bank loan he has, Zhang Dao approved. After several phone calls urging him to repay the loan by the end of the month, Pang Yuanji did not dare to answer. "General Zhang, do you have visitors? I'll wait for a moment." Just as Pang Yuanji was about to leave, Zhang Dao pulled him back. It's okay. If Boss Pang has something to discuss with General Zhang, go ahead. I'm just stopping by, and I'll be on my way now." Zhang Dao smiles and pulls Pang Yuanji back. "Boss Pang, don't forget about the end of the month, okay? We'll meet again then." Pang Yuanji awkwardly and helplessly smiles, accompanied by Zhang Dao's words. He didn't expect Zhang Qian to have a relationship with Zhang Dao or know what they talked about, but most likely, it concerns him. The path with the bank is a dead end. Now, he can only sell the dock to repay the bank loan. After seeing off Zhang Dao, Zhang Qian gets straight to the point. "Boss Pang, why are you looking for me?" Pang Yuanji puts himself at the lowest level, like an intern, and pours tea for both Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian. Chen Weiqian suppresses a laugh upon witnessing this scene. It seems Zhang Qian's tactics are effective. Zhang Qian and Pang Yuanji realized it would take several months to over a year to build a dock. If they aimed to secure the dock before the bidding meeting, time was running out. So, the two of them came up with a plan to release many smoke bombs involving engineers and having the Jingshu Group supply construction materials, with a cost totaling just a few thousand yuan. Zhang Dao had always wanted to visit, so Zhang Qian deliberately arranged for him to come today, not expecting him to run into Pang Yuanji. Successfully deceived Pang Yuanji. General Zhang, I'm here today to talk to you about my two dogs. I wonder if you're still interested, Pang Yuanji inquired meekly, with a forced smile on his face. Dogs? I was interested a few days ago, but now that we've built our own dock, we won't purchase yours. Zhang Qian sits in his boss chair, leans back, props his feet on the desk, looking very domineering. Pang Yuanji is startled by Zhang Qian's actions. Boss Pang, if Yedong dock is constructed, the efficiency of Yenerth and Yesuth docks combined won't surpass it. By then, your dock won't be worth a cent. Even if I were to give it away, you wouldn't want it. Zhang Qian scoffs. You're so arrogant. Why not show me even more arrogance now? Ha! Why are you kneeling down? Thud, thud, thud. Pang Yuanji knocks 3 times on the floor. Theft. Chen Weiqian, mouthful of tea, spits it out upon witnessing this scene. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Boss Pang, please continue as if I'm not here. Chen Weiqian takes out a handkerchief to wipe the wet spots on himself. General Zhang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly was. Give me a price, name your price, and I'll accept it, okay? The reason why Pang Yuanji is kneeling so decisively is due to what happened with Hu Jingyi. If such a respected senior could kneel before Zhang Qian, what reason does a small dock owner like him have to stand? Boss Pang, if I may say, you're a little straightforward, but otherwise, you're fine. Chen Weiqian plays the role of a mediator today. Although there was a misunderstanding between the two sides, Boss Pang did not expel our ships from the dock due to that. This much can still be considered fair to us. Yes, I was too emotional before. My mistake. I apologize and kowtow to you. Okay. Get up, Boss Pang. Chen Weiqian steps forward to help Pang Yuanji up. General Zhang, Boss Pang has encountered some trouble. Can we lend a hand? The more friends, the more paths available, right? General Zhang. Yes, I'll gladly lend a hand for General Zhang in the future, Pang Yuanji says excitedly. He didn't expect Chen Weiqian to be so benevolent, and he must remember to thank him later. Then, Boss Pang, what price do you think is appropriate for your dock? Zhang Qian asks. Seeing that Chen Weiqian persuaded Zhang Qian to change his mind, Pang Yuanji doesn't dare ask for money. General Zhang, name your price. Whatever you say is what we'll go with. I'll sign the contract immediately. No room for regrets. In that case, Boss Pang, we wouldn't want to take advantage. It's bad for our reputation. The 2 docks, Yenerth and Yesuth, plus 1 dock, 3 billion. How does that sound if we acquire it? 3 billion. Pang Yuanji suspects he misheard. He initially thought it would be good to sell for 1 billion. However, Chen Weiqian, who is now just a CEO, does he have the final say? What? Boss Pang. 3 billion is not enough. You want 5 billion. Zhang Qian, with a cold expression, says, I'll sell right now. After Zhang Qian takes out the contract from the drawer, Pang Yuanji glances at it quickly, signs and seals it without hesitation, transferring ownership of the 2 docks under Duluo Group to Jengson Shipyard. Pang Yuanji received 300 million in cash on the spot, expressing his deep gratitude to Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian, saying he wanted to host a meal on the entire Wangyu Island. Zhang Qian naturally refused, having been to Wangyu Island several times and feeling a bit tired of it, finding Green Source Villa more enjoyable. Zhang Qian shared the Kayan Group's plan with Pang Yuanji. Boss Pang, you will temporarily manage the dock, and once everything is integrated, I will appoint you to a semi-official position. Zhang Qian instructed Pang Yuanji not to disclose anything about the Kayan Group. Pang Yuanji was greatly surprised after hearing this. He knew Zhang Qian was rich, but he hadn't realized how wealthy he truly was. Jingshu Group's major shareholder, even acquiring Dafu Timber and Jiwon Timber, managing Chandashan and Ma Wenchen was no easy feat. Pang Yuanji nodded repeatedly, as if mashing garlic, understanding that if he leaked information externally, especially to the MEI Group about the Kayan Group, he would surely face consequences. Originally, he had pondered whether to venture into other businesses after selling the dock, but Zhang Qian insisted on him continuing to manage the dock and even offering him a semi-official position in the Kayan Group. Zheng Qian and Chen Weiqian were like parents to him, and the great kindness and favors he received were something he might never fully repay in this lifetime. That night, Zheng Qian spent time at home with Jin Lu. After talking for a while, Jin Lu brought up the matter of Jiakuixuan, the owner of the Red Rose, expressing admiration for Zheng Qian and inviting him to the Red Rose the next evening, with all expenses covered by Jiakuixuan. Jiakuixuan, the owner of the Red Rose. No need to guess, another person wanting to get acquainted with him through Jin Lu. Well, that's true. Who made my man so capable? Capable in what way? You naughty thing. Speaking seriously, this owner has been quite good to me. He even kicked out a guest who had improper intentions towards me. Jin Lu was referring to the incident involving Chang Rui. He offers a 20% commission to others, but 40% to me. But it seems like you'll have to make the decision. If you want to go, I'll accompany you. If not, it's fine too. He's using me to reach out to you, trying to get you to do something for him. Zheng Qian nodded. He understood all these tactics. Jin Lu's affection for Zheng Qian was at 99, a slight drop from the previous 100. It could be because Zheng Qian had been busy with work lately and hadn't spent much time with her. Affection is not constant and cannot stay at full intensity forever. Zheng Qian thought it would be a good opportunity to increase this one point of affection by spending some money at the Red Rose. So, let's go tomorrow night. The next day, nearing the end of the workday, when Yao Monmon was using the restroom, Hao Ruxu covertly followed behind. Monmon, feeling tired today? Just okay. By the way, Director Z invited us for drinks tonight. He asked me to see if you'd like to join. Hao Ruxu asked. Who else is going? Yao Monmon was slightly worried. You'll know when you come. Director Z has already left to open a private room. Let's go have fun too. Hao Ruxu persuaded. Having spent the previous night with Zi Shenhao, she had promised him that as long as she helped him win over one of the three people, he would promote her in the company. Qin Zuli and Zhang Xiaoya's minds were focused on Zheng Qian. There was no room for Zi Shenhao. After probing all day, Hao Ruxu felt that only Yao Monmon had a chance. Okay, let's go have some fun. Thinking it was just a regular gathering, Yao Monmon agreed without much thought. After work, Hao Ruxu first accompanied Yao Monmon for a meal, did some shopping, and by around 8 or 9 o'clock when the place got lively, they finally arrived at the Red Rose. Zi Shenhao hadn't been in Yebai for years, so after inquiring, he found out that the Red Rose was the most high-end and reputable bar in Yebai. Today, he had invested a lot of money to reserve a private room. He was determined to win over Yao Monmon. Hey, Ruxu, Monmon, over here. Zi Shenhao stood up and waved to the two of them. Once seated, Zi Shenhao asked the sales manager to bring the drinks. Yao Monmon furrowed her brows. Is it just us three? She thought there would be more people at the gathering, but it was just the three of them. She started to feel like leaving. The other colleagues were called back to work overtime by Manager Chen. The company has been quite busy lately, especially with Manager Chen's side always swamped with work. Zi Shenhao explained with a smile. It's okay. Let's enjoy our drinks. Yao Monmon raised her glass and took a small sip. Monmon, feel free, and we're out. Drink up. Let me top you off. Zi Shenhao said as he filled Yao Monmon's glass. Drink as much as you want today. Your big brother Z will foot the bill, whatever quantity of alcohol you want. Okay. Director Z, I'll indulge a bit. She already had a hunch about the intention behind tonight's gathering. It was specially arranged by Zi Shenhao. After a few glasses of alcohol, the conversation flowed more freely. Oh, Monmon, don't hesitate. Look at how well Director Z treats you. Where else would you find such a man? Let me tell you the truth. Director Z is interested in you and wants to date you. With Hao Ruxu on the sidelines, assisting him in the guise of an ally, the situation was pretty smooth sailing for Zi Shenhao. The sugar-coated bombardment of attacks had already made Yao Monmon somewhat unsure. On Zheng Qian's side, with Qin Zuli in the front and Zhang Xiaoyao in the back, and Zheng Qian being so cold towards her, there was no chance for reconciliation. She had cut off Chang Rui's advances, and even Dafu Timber had become Zheng Qian's lapdog. The 50,000 bonus Zheng Qian had given her had already been spent. She was considering whether it was time to find a boyfriend. Monmon, Director Z has a house in Jiangnan and a Mercedes-Benz, such good conditions. Hao Ruxu launched another attack. Zi Xinhao believed that he couldn't compare to Zheng Qian or be considered a second-generation wealthy individual. Then everything he had today was earned through his own efforts: a house in Jianan and a Mercedes-Benz. A complete package, with a six-figure salary. In the middle-class circle, he was considered to be doing well. He was definitely a suitable match for Yao Monman. Today there are no outsiders. I can share some news with you. The shareholding structure of our company has changed, and now General Zhang is the helmsman of our company. Don't you know about this? Zi Xinhao proudly stated. Really? Are you saying General Zhang is the chairman of the company now? How Ruxu's face showed surprise. Of course, the news is accurate. Have you not noticed that all the recent visitors have been going to General Zheng's office instead of Manager Chen's? Even Manager Chen has to actively seek out General Zheng for discussions. It did strike me as somewhat odd, but now it all makes sense. How Ruxu suddenly realized. Yao Mongman is actually a bit strange. Why do so many bosses not go to Chen Weiqian but instead go to Zheng Qian? It turns out that Zheng Qian is the new helmsman of Zhengsen. In addition to this, the company also has big moves, Zi Xinhao deliberately teased. What big moves? I only know little about it, and I'm not sure if it's accurate, so I won't say. Zi Xinhao gave a signal to Hao Rushu. Zheng Zong is now the new helmsman, and you all know my relationship with him. Fellow townsmen, college classmates for years. The other day, Zheng Zong asked me that after he announces that he is the new chairman, he will promote me to vice president and give me some shares. Zi Xinhao deliberately exaggerated a bit, turning the position from vice director to vice president and even mentioned ownership. This is to tempt Yao Monman. From a social experience perspective, Yao Monman is indeed not as good as Zi Xinhao. Hao Rushu, the secretary, also played her role well. Promotion to vice president and ownership. Won't this put me on the same level as President Chen? Yes. In the future I will be on the same level as Chen Weiqian. My relationship with President Zhang is kidding with you, Zi Xinhao said proudly. In terms of wealth, Zi Xinhao is indeed not as rich as Zheng Qian, nor is he as generous as Chang Rui in spending money on her. But among men, he can be considered outstanding. Zi Xinhao, at his age, not yet 30, has achieved this level, making him a social elite, surpassing 90% of men. Unable to find Zheng Qian, Zi Xinhao is actually a good alternative. Moreover, both of them are in the same company, and in the future, being a vice president, Zi Xinhao can definitely promote her in personnel matters. Seeing Yao Manman's expression, Zi Xinhao felt that the opportunity has come. He snapped his fingers and called the sales manager over. Sir, how can I help you? I want to open a set of Da Shenlong for this beautiful girl here, Zi Xinhao said. Da Shenlong? Upon hearing this, the sales manager's tone immediately lowered. A set of Da Shenlong for 88,888 yuan. He could earn a good commission from it. All right. How about it? Mon, do you see Hao Ji's sincerity? Da Shenlong opens as requested. Hao Rushu continued to assist. Seeing a chance, Zi Xinhao slowly moved to sit next to Yao Monman. The two of them closed together. Several bottles of black haze quickly appeared on the table. Just as Zi Xinhao was about to place his hand on Yao Manman's beautiful leg, the music in the room suddenly stopped. Fireworks burst, colorful and vibrant. Thick dry ice enveloped the space. Zi Xinhao thought, this more than 80,000 yuan spent was worth it. The presentation is so impressive. Fireworks and dry ice smoke again. With such a grand setting, even the music stopped. He felt a full sense of vanity. Bang! The crisp sound of uncorking a bottle. Bang! 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 Zi Xinhao. Bang! 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 Shortly after, a series of uncorking sounds. The spotlight did not shine on Zi Xinhao's booth, but all turned to a VIP booth on the third floor. Sir, in booth 05, has uncorked 99 bottles of Black Ace. The whole place erupted in cheers. 99 bottles of Black Ace. This probably cost tens of thousands, if not over $1 million. Everyone quickly calculated in their minds. Zi Xinhao. An indescribable expression appeared on his face. With the earlier fireworks, dry ice, weren't they made for him? Who the hell did this? Why at that exact moment, when he ordered Da Shenlong, 99 bottles of Black Ace, probably costing tens or over millions? This showing off with a few bucks, what's the point? And what about his Da Shenlong? Zi Xinhao was furious. He stood up in anger. wanting to see who was uncorking the black ace. But as the VIP booth on the third floor was filled with dry ice, obscuring faces, he gave up. In a corner at the Red Rose, Huo Muyan had seen many of these extravagant spending ways and wasn't too concerned. But this lavish spectacle drew her attention. Who is this, so willing to spend money? Which rich family's son is it this time? Heard it's not a guest's booze, it's from the boss of the Red Rose, a gift for the guests. Is it true? Gifting 99 bottles of Black Ace. Even the national husband wouldn't have that kind of face, right? Everyone, I have something to tell you. Huo Muyan interrupted her colleague's conversation. What is it, Huo Ya? She invited some colleagues over to drink and discuss the business deal with Zhang Qian. How to design it to justify the 25 million. It can't be the same design. That'll seem too perfunctory. But Huo Muyan couldn't decide on the best approach, so she needed everyone's help to figure it out. Unexpectedly, after her colleagues heard it, they completely missed the point of Huo Muyan's words. The colleagues were shocked, taking some time to process. Huo Ya, are you kidding? Ships painting. We're a fashion design studio. Don't worry about fashion. Didn't Huo Ya mention it? 1 million per ship. 25 ships make 25 million. Huo Ya, this fat deal. Don't you dare get scanned. Huo Muyan's words about that deal were indeed a huge and simple job. This is not just a fat deal. This is a super fat deal. The idea of painting ships couldn't be simpler. This kind of deal, not only at 25 million, but even at 50,000, in the industry, many design studios and enterprises would fight to get it. Yet, Huo Ya, how did you land this deal? Got it from the source. Huo Muyan nodded, confirming it was a direct deal. Many colleagues didn't quite understand. The studio had some reputation in the industry, but outside of it, no one knew. For such a huge deal, in general, clients would first go to well-known design companies before subcontracting. By the time it reached them, who knows how much had been skimmed off. This question stumped Huo Muyan. She truly didn't know how to respond. Shouldn't be a scam, it's a friend's deal, Huo Muyan thought, uncertain if she and Zhang Qian could be considered friends, more like clients. Though when talking to colleagues, friends would be the appropriate term. I always knew that our Huo boss had a wide network, having all kinds of friends. All right, enough with the flattery. This looks simple, they spend so much money. They probably want unique elements. If we just casually do the painting and it gets out, it's bad for our reputation. After careful consideration, it indeed seemed like a problem. Money isn't easy to come by. Let's start preparing tomorrow. Put aside the designs for the fall and winter seasons. Everyone focus on the painting. See what design would be most suitable. Within a week, come up with a preliminary design proposal. I'll show it to the client. John, this is just a small token of appreciation. Please don't mind if it seems insufficient. If it's not enough to drink, I'll have more open for you. Chia Kaixuan lifted his wine glass and toasted Zhang Qian with a drink. Boss Chia, that's enough. There's so much wine here, how can we finish it all? Jin Lu also did not expect that Chia Kaixuan would pull such a move. They had just sat down in their private booth when 99 bottles of spay were opened one after another. The cards were all laid out. Even at cost price, it would be costly for Chia Kaixuan. He was really going all out tonight to win over Zhang Qian. Rich people like to show off everywhere they go. As long as he could save face for Zhang Qian tonight, everything could be negotiable. Next to the VIP booth, there were many socialites attempting to approach and strike up a conversation with them. The fact that Chia Kaixuan could open 99 bottles of Spada for him indicated that he was no ordinary person. Some of the socialites were stopped halfway by the burly bodyguards and not allowed to get close at all. They tried to find a way around, and a few managed to sneak closer to the VIP booth. But as soon as they saw the woman sitting next to Zhang Qian, they were all dumbfounded. Jin Lu, the queen with an imposing presence. These girls had all worked with Jin Lu before and knew that Jin Lu had resigned because she had caught a rich boyfriend. Why would she be here now? Did she find an even wealthier suitor? They looked at the man sitting next to Jin Lu. It was him, the handsome man who played the role of a dragon several times that night. Wasn't he Jin Lu's rich boyfriend? Having Chia Kaixuan open 99 bottles of Spada for him, and even drinking with him personally, how could he be just a rich boyfriend? He was clearly a dragon spitting out pearls. No wonder Jin Lu had left her job at the Red Rose Club, she had landed such a man. Envy filled their eyes. He had both looks and wealth. When would it be their turn to find such a perfect man? Come here, all of you. Chia Kok-suan saw a few of the girls around, who were his former employees, and their quality was decent. Then, Chia Kok-suan used the walkie-talkie to call over some high-quality women prepared by his subordinates to accompany Zhang Qian for a drink. Jinlu didn't say anything about it. She just gave a cold glance at these dozen socialites, and then silently accompanied Zhang Qian for a drink. Just one look completely intimidated the socialites. Her presence was overwhelming. A single glance was enough to shake their hearts. Over the next 2 hours, all the socialites obediently accompanied Zhang Qian for drinks, not daring to make any inappropriate moves. They knew that offending Jinlu wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Zhang Qian might not even take notice of them. It was better to behave and accompany with honesty. In this scenario, Zhang Qian was the protagonist, and Jinlu was unquestionably the female lead. Originally enjoying the drinks, Chia Kok-suan, the Scarface bar owner, burst into tears in front of everyone. The socialites were stunned. Boss Chia, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Zhang Qian inquired. Zhang, can I speak frankly? Of course, go ahead. Zhang Qian sensed that Chia Kok-suan had sought him out today for some business related to money because of the face he was giving him. To be honest, Zhang, I can't keep this bar going anymore. Chia Kok-suan cried out to Zhang Qian, revealing that his son studying abroad had gotten into trouble and attracted unwanted attention, urgently needing a hefty sum of money to get things settled. Boss Chia, are you suggesting you want to sell the Red Rose Club? Zhang Qian understood Chia Kok-suan's intentions. That's right. Zhang Qian exchanged a glance with Jinlu. The Red Rose Club was highly profitable in the North District, and even those in higher positions didn't dare to easily intervene with this club. How much? Zhang, let me give you a fair price. The whole Red Rose Club for 50 million. 50 million for a nightclub wasn't considered expensive. It was even relatively cheap. From what Zhang Qian knew, the decoration of a high-end club could cost 1 to 2 million. But Chia Kok-suan didn't ask for more. Jinlu felt that Chia Kok-suan was being too hasty. He had only known Zhang Qian for less than 3 hours and was discussing such a big deal. Even if he had a problem, this approach wasn't appropriate. Zhang Qian also felt it wasn't quite suitable. He had come to make friends today and was immediately being pitched a 5 million deal. However, truth be told, Zhang Qian was a bit tempted. The Red Rose Club's revenue-generating capability was indeed strong, and over the year, net profits would easily be in the millions. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhang Qian's mind. Xuan, are you still able to manage everything on your own? My schedule is quite flexible. Why? When Jinlu heard Zhang Qian ask her this, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Zhang Qian really wanted to buy the Red Rose Club? Zhang Qian gave a bitter smile. Jinlu didn't consider her schedule flexible. It was jam-packed as if she was living 3 days in one. She didn't leave any spare time. Your birthday is coming up, right? Let me give you an early birthday gift. What gift? Zhang Qian gestured in a circle. I'll buy this bar and gift it to you, which also helps Boss Tia out and builds a friendship with him. The entire Red Rose Club. A birthday gift worth 50 million. Doom. The socialites present felt their minds explode as if a bomb had gone off next to their ears. Jinlu knew it wasn't good news. He really intended to buy it. Qian, you may want to reconsider this matter. Boss Tia, there's no rush, right? Jinlu glanced at Chia Kok-suan. Chia Kok-suan was on edge and dared not breathe a word, hurriedly replying, no rush, no rush. If he said there was a rush, it would pressure Zhang Qian to make a decision now, and then this deal probably wouldn't work out. By bringing up this matter with Zhang Qian today, he had already made a big mistake. He couldn't afford to say anything wrong again. Well, I'll think about it. Think it through. Zhang Qian operated his phone. Boss Tia, enter your bank account number. I'm gifting this bar to my girl. Everyone present? Did you really think this through? Did you take 3 seconds to think about it? And you call that thinking? Chia Kok-suan was trembling as he received the phone. He had been in the business for so long but had never seen someone so generous. It was the right decision to reach out to Zhang Qian. Chia Kok-suan's hands kept shaking, and he made mistakes several times entering the number. After double-checking, he ended the phone back to Zhang Qian. Expenses 50 million yuan. System cashback 500 million. Credited to account. Zhang Qian received the cashback, 500 million. Almost simultaneously, Chia Kok-suin also received a message from the bank. Credited 50 million. He directly knelt before Jung Chan. The other socialites were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even if you were buying the Red Rose Club, wouldn't you need a contract? This was 50 million, not 5,000. Did Jung Chan just transfer it like that? It was at this moment that everyone realized. Originally, Jin Lu was not accompanied by a small gold turtle or a dragon spitting pearls. It was a divine dragon from the heavens. Jung Chan sneaked a glance at Jin Lu and found that her favorability rating was still at 99 points, not maxed out by Jung Qian's actions. It turned out that the last 1 point was so difficult to increase. Jung Qian understood in his heart. This was also a good thing. He could earn a little more. Boss Chia, bring the microphone over. Chia Kok-suin, despite having some underground background and having been in the industry for some time, now in front of Jung Chan, had to do whatever he was told to do. Jung Chan asked him to bring the microphone, and he obediently did. As for what to do with the microphone, Chia Kok-suin dared not ask. President John, here is the microphone. Tell the guests downstairs that all expenses tonight are on my company. Xuan Xuan. Chia Kok-suin was momentarily stunned. Was this the legendary super rich person? Spending money without batting an eye. Splurging to win a smile from a lady. Alright, I'll make the announcement. Wait, I don't have that much money to spend. This is our grand opening celebration. As the female owner, you should make a gesture. With your man footing the bill, what are you afraid of? Boss Chia, make the announcement. Chia Kok-suin immediately had the DJ stop the music, then used the microphone to address all the guests. Z. The piercing sound of the microphone. Tonight, all expenses in the entire venue are covered by the new owner of Red Rose, President Jin. The whole venue erupted with enthusiastic cheers, screams, and applause. At that moment, the Red Rose entered an unprecedented state of excitement. Favorability rating +1. It was only now that Jin Lu's favorability towards Jung Qian was maxed out for the second time. Jung Qian was very satisfied that night, earning at least 600 million. ZG. Bring out all the wine from the cellar for President Jung and President Jin. The bill is on me. Chia Kok-suin exclaimed. Dang. Bang. Bang. Downstairs, Zi Dinghao was a bit surprised upon hearing the news. He had just been criticizing the rich person upstairs, but now someone was footing the bill for him, which made him somewhat happy. Wasn't this saving tens of thousands? Truly a rich person. Who was this Jin general, whether male or female, with such prestige? 2 words, extravagant. Mongmon, have you not figured it out yet? Let me tell you, in my opinion, neither Qin Zuli nor Zhang Ziyao can catch President John. It will end up being fruitless. How are you? Zhu came to Yao Man and sigh, and whisper in a voice only they could hear. How are you? Zhu strongly suggested to Yao Mongmon that Zi Dinghao could be her support in the company in the future. Yao Mongmon was indeed unwilling. Either she succumbed to Zi Dinghao. In a corner of the room, Huo Muyan thought she had drunk too much. It was her first time at a bar, and someone was already paying for her. What was going on? Through inquiries from colleagues, she found out that there was a mysterious tycoon who bought Red Rose to impress a lady. Even the whole venue was free. Huo Muyan wasn't lacking money. She had worked hard to save tens of millions, planning to buy a property in the Maldives, but hadn't spent it yet. She had seen people spending money generously, but never like this. She could never spend money like this in her lifetime. Red Rose was quite famous in Yexi North as a bar. The decor and layout looked like they had been designed by professionals, costing at least several million. The way money was spent reminded Huo Muyan of someone. Jun Qian. Huo Muyan's studio had to work hard to design a popular fashion item just to earn this much money. Spending casually on flirting and dating amounted to millions. People really were incomparable, making others envious. Some of Huo Muyan's colleagues were even more exaggerated and very curious about who this Jin general was. Spending millions to impress someone. Could it be that the national sweetheart had come to Yexi North? After leaving the Red Rose, Jung Chan received a total of 540 million in cashback from the system that night. Jung Chan had been spending quite lavishly during this time, throwing in billions one after another. The 10.2 billion he brought back from the Maldives was quickly spent. Buying the Jengson shipyard for 3 billion, establishing the Kind Group for 3 billion, buying the pier for 3 billion, and reserving 30 million for preparation funds. Before visiting the Red Rose, Zheng Qian had only 90 million left in his account. After leaving the Red Rose, Zheng Qian's account had another 630 million. The system sure was quick at making money. Zheng Qian couldn't help but sigh. Jin Lu's 1-point favorability resulted in Zheng Qian gaining over 500 million in wealth. The next day, a new Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the Jiangxin Shipyard Company. After parking the car, Zi Dinghao moved to the passenger seat to open the door for Yao Monmon. At that moment, Zheng Qian arrived at the company in a top-class Mercedes-Benz and they collided head-on. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. Zi Dinghao felt a bit embarrassed. Yao Monmon was a little scared. Zheng Qian didn't say much, just greeted the two and they rode the elevator together. However, he and Yao Monmon had long parted ways, so whatever Yao Monmon did privately had nothing to do with him. Qian, I'll go clock in first. Knowing that Yao Monmon was Zheng Qian's ex-girlfriend, Zi Dinghao was a bit nervous at first when he saw Zheng Qian, not knowing how to explain. But seeing Zheng Qian not saying anything, it seemed like he tacitly accepted the situation, which eased Zi Dinhao's tension. Sure, go clock in first. Zheng Qian waved his hand, letting them go. Along the way, many employees greeted Zheng Qian. What was different this time was that the employees who greeted him seemed to have something extra in their eyes, becoming more enthusiastic than before. This made Zheng Qian realize that something was not right. After arriving at the office, Zia Qian was already waiting for him. Is there something going on in the company? Why do the employees seem a bit off? Zheng Qian couldn't help but ask. Well, now everyone in the company knows that you are the chairman of Jiangxin Shipyard, the new helmsman. After hearing this, Zheng Qian almost stumbled. The whole company knew what was going on. Those who knew about this could be counted on one hand. How could the entire company know? I have no idea about that. Zia Qian shrugged helplessly. The first person that came to Zheng Qian's mind was Zi Dinhao. Zi Dinhao had asked him about this before, and Zheng Qian did not explicitly tell him, but also did not deny it, essentially confirming his thoughts. It was very likely that Zi Dinhao used this matter to impress ladies, leading to the entire company knowing about it. Speaking of which, I was just thinking about how you would react to a certain situation. Zheng Qian had a bad premonition. It couldn't be anything good. Regarding the price war between us and the AMA group, when I returned, I sensed that something was amiss, so I checked the documents signed by the business department recently and indeed found an issue. Zia Qianxi was quite dedicated, as she still remembered this matter even after returning to the company. What issue? Zheng Qian asked. Take a look at this. It's a contract I found from the files. Zheng Qian briefly scanned it and discovered that these contracts were all signed under deception by the AMA group. Instead of legitimate goods, they were transporting waste materials, which significantly occupied the company's transportation capacity. However, Zheng Qian didn't find any issues on the standard contract in black and white. Even Chen Weiqiang said that signing these contracts was due to his mistake. What exactly is hidden in this situation? The price war was fought confusingly, with only Zi Xinhao performing exceptionally well. All these contracts went through Zi Xinhao's hands, and then Chen Zong signed them without careful examination. Zheng Qian thought that even if they went through Zi Xinhao, it didn't necessarily mean that Zi Xinhao tampered with the contracts. If you have doubts, you must present strong evidence. Otherwise, these can't explain anything. The font on the contracts is consistent, but look carefully at the paper. Zia Qianxi took out some paper with different thicknesses. This puzzled Zheng Qian. Printed contracts should be on the same batch of paper. How could there be variations in thickness? The transportation orders for the company's waste materials all show this variation, and they all went through Zi Xinhao's hands. Zheng Qian had reason to suspect that Zi Xinhao tampered with the contracts, deceiving and confusing. However, to convict Zi Xinhao, more compelling evidence was needed. This is the data, obtained and printed out. Zia Qianxi handed over a document to Zheng Qian. Records show that Zi Xinhao downloaded data multiple times from the company's cloud server onto a USB drive, but usual computers only have drive CDEFG, not P. In other words, Zi Xinhao saved data onto a USB drive. Zia Qianxi stated that these two pieces of evidence combined were sufficient. With a skilled lawyer, Zi Xinhao could be sent to jail. Zheng Qian indeed knew an excellent lawyer, but he still couldn't believe Zi Xinhao would betray him like this. He had only taken Zi Xinhao into the company based on their friendship during university, planning to utilize him effectively. But with all the evidence now pointing against Zi Shenhao, was he truly turning against him? Don't inform all employees who know about the inside information that I am the new chairman. Do not disclose this prematurely. Anyone who violates this rule will be dismissed from the company and face criminal charges. As for Zi Shenhao, bring him here now. I want to discuss this matter with him. After pondering, Zhang Qian issued the order to block the information. 3 minutes later, Zi Shenhao appeared before Zhang Qian with a flattering expression. Qianer, you called for me? Any tasks to assign? Take a seat. Zhang Qian pointed to the chair opposite his desk, and the two sat face to face. Zhang Qian didn't beat around the bush and immediately handed over the evidence Zia Qianxi had collected. Explain these things, Zhang Qian said. After going through the data, Zi Shenhao gulped and was at a loss for words. He did accept money from the Ami Group Su Yubin. Last night, he intended to use that money when he took Yao Mongmon to read Rose for entertainment, but someone else paid the bill for him. Zi Shenhao had been cautious and careful with the matter, confident he hadn't exposed himself. Zhang Qian was just expressing suspicion. If he remained steadfast and innocent, there should be no problem. Qianer, what are you trying to say? Zi Shenhao asked. Did you disclose company information to a competitor? Let's be frank, did you collude with the Ami Group to provide them with intelligence? We've been classmates for 4 years. Are you suspecting me? Zi Shenhao explained without blushing or panting, even moving Zhang Qian a bit. What about that USB drive? Bring it here for me to see, Zhang Qian asked. The USB drive? I don't know where I put it. It might have been lost. Zi Shenhao stammered and fabricated a reason. It was true that Zi Shenhao had downloaded some data from the company's cloud server and gave it to Hu Yubin. He betrayed Zhang Qian due to various reasons, especially seeing the unfavorable situation at Zhang Qian's company and the intense battle with the Ami Group. However, he never anticipated Zhang Qian acquiring 3 billion and turning the tide in favor, dealing a heavy blow to the Ami Group. Zi Shenhao finally relaxed and was ready to focus on working for Zhang Qian, even if it meant being under his command. He never thought anyone would discover what he did. Since he had already given the USB drive to someone, he couldn't produce another one. Therefore, he claimed it was lost. Based on their friendship during university, Zhang Qian might believe him. Zhang Qian saw through Zi Shenhao's expressions and ultimately couldn't believe the excuse about the lost USB drive. You've been arrogant in the company in my name, harassing female employees, and now you betray me. If Zhang Qian's guess was correct, Yao Mongmon might have been involved with him by now. Zi Shenhao had only been at the company for a short time yet had caused so much chaos. Considering our 4 years of university, I won't pursue legal action against you. Pack up and leave Jengson. Zhang Qian's decision was firm. Zi Shenhao, just like that, he had to leave. Qian, you cannot believe me. I'm truly innocent. Zi Shenhao spoke with tears in his eyes. I can make peace with the Ami Group now, and I can call Hu Yubin over. Ask him these things in front of Hu Jingyi. Do you want me to make this call? Zhang Qian said, as he took out his phone and placed it in front of Zi Shenhao. Zhang Qian was distressed to see this situation unfold, and didn't want things to escalate. He could turn a blind eye to many things, but betraying and backstabbing was something he couldn't tolerate. Fine. You're ruthless. We spent 4 years as classmates, and this is how you treat me today. I'll remember this forever. We'll see who has the last laugh in the future. Zi Shenhao wiped the fake tears, then left Zhang Qian's office in a huff. In reality, Zhang Qian had let Zi Shenhao off the hook. With just one phone call, he could summon Hu Yubin or the Shanghai-based renowned lawyer, Wang Zhao. The evidence was strong enough to have Zi Shenhao put behind bars. Zi Shenhao, who left Zhang Qian's office, went back to pack his things in a very angry manner. This scene was witnessed by many colleagues, and the company was suddenly abuzz with discussion. What's wrong with him? Could he really be getting promoted? No way. Look at Zi Shenhao's defeated look. If he were getting promoted, would he pack his things himself? He'd have us do it for him long ago. Look, he even packed his water cup. Could it be that he was fired by Manager Zhang? Fired by Manager Zhang? Isn't he Manager Zhang's college classmate? Or even from the same hometown? What does it matter if they were classmates? Is the company a place for personal favors? It wasn't until Zi Shenhao left the company with his box that his colleagues confirmed Zi Shenhao was indeed fired by Zhang Qian. Manager John is really ruthless. He doesn't show mercy at all when dealing with people. Shouldn't we book a private room for tonight to celebrate? My treat. After the troublemaker Zi Shinhao left the company, his colleagues were overjoyed, even planning to book a karaoke room to sing and celebrate. But when this news reached the public relations department, Yao Mongmon and Hao Rushu were taken aback. What's going on with Zi Shinhao? How could he have been fired by Manager Zhang? Wasn't it said that Manager Zhang was about to promote him to vice president and even promised him shares? They had a good discussion last night, but today he got fired out of the blue. They both thought they relied on Zi Shinhao in the company and could reach high positions with his support. But they never expected such a drastic change the next day. Yao Mongmon was so anxious that she hurried to the restroom to contact Zi Shinhao, trying to find out the situation. But Zi Shinhao didn't answer his phone or reply to messages. She didn't know what was going on. She had put all her trust in him, and in a blink of an eye, everything had crumbled. She had thought she had a bright future in the company, but now everything seemed to have vanished. Yao Mongmon was now at a loss. In the morning, she and Zi Shinhao had gotten off the car together, and Zhang Qian had seen them. Yao Mongmon didn't know what Zhang Qian was thinking, but it was certain there wouldn't be good consequences for them in the company in the future. What should she do? Yao Mongmon paced back and forth in the restroom, feeling extremely anxious. She regretted everything that happened with Zi Shinhao. Now she realized that Hao Rushu was never looking out for her. She didn't know what benefits Hao Rushu gained from Zi Shinhao, acting as his assistant and speaking highly of him everywhere. And now, Zi Shinhao had been fired because of that. Could she be next? Yao Mongmon was contemplating whether to approach Zhang Qian and clarify the situation, but after a lot of thought, she ultimately dismissed the idea. Would it make her look guilty by approaching now? The situation could get worse. She decided to calm down first and assess the situation. If Zhang Qian could be understanding and not take any action against her, she was willing to do anything for him. Even if it meant kneeling under his desk every day, she would do it. After all, the public relations department paid well, had good benefits, and offered good money. Where else could she find such a good boss as Zhang Qian? Since Yao Mongmon got regular status, she had been making around 30,000 RMB a month on average. She needed this job at Zheng shipyard for her cosmetics, clothes, bags, rent, and utilities. If Zhang Qian took action against her, her quality of life would decline significantly. Zhang Qian didn't pay much attention to Yao Mongmon. He received a message from the Deng sisters, saying that Deng Yuking had recovered and was now at home resting, talking about Zhang Qian every day, hoping to meet him and invite him for dinner at their home. Zhang Qian thought about it and agreed. When he arrived at their home, he saw a table full of dishes. Let me introduce, this is my father. Deng Yuking introduced Zhang Qian. Deng Ziming was wearing hospital clothes and a pair of gold square-framed glasses, looking gentle. He held a cane in his hand and couldn't walk independently yet. Hello, uncle, Zhang Qian greeted politely. Hello, hello. When Deng Ziming saw Zhang Qian, he tried to stand up and shake hands, but Zhang Qian advised against it. Uncle Deng, you're not well. There's no need for these formalities. Let's just relax and enjoy. Sure, please have a seat. Deng Ziming invited Zhang Qian to sit. After eating at Deng's house a few times, Deng Shuxin paid attention to Zhang Qian's taste. Most of the dishes today were made specifically for Zhang Qian and were his favorites. Deng Ziming was very satisfied with the talented young man, Zhang Qian. Although they had never met, Zhang Qian had done a lot for him behind the scenes. Deng Ziming even heard from his daughters that Zhang Qian had invested and partnered with them to open a cafe. Deng Ziming was deeply moved. Halfway through the meal, Deng Ziming suddenly asked, Zi Qian. Yes, you've done so much for us, and I don't know how to thank you. Deng Ziming shook his head silently. Just his hospital operation costs were nearly 500,000 RMB, not to mention the investment in the cafe. Oh, it's nothing. Really. Uncle Deng, you don't need to worry about it, Zhang Qian said with a smile. On the surface, it seemed like he had spent a lot of money, but the system also provided cashback. Ultimately, Zhang Qian made money from these two situations, so Zhang Qian didn't feel like he was owed anything by the Deng family. Out of my two daughters, which one do you actually like? Tell me, Zi Qian. This question from Deng Ziming made the two girls blush instantly and bent over their bowls, stealing glances at Zhang Qian. They never expected their father would ask such a direct question. Was this appropriate? Though a bit shy, they were curious to hear Zhang Qian's answer. Deng Yuking had a feeling that Zheng Qian had taken a liking to one of them, but judging from Zheng Qian's attitude, she couldn't determine if it was her or her sister Deng Shuxin. Zheng Qian and Deng Shuxin had an employer-employee relationship, and they had known each other for a while, so it was more likely that he was interested in her sister. Even if Zheng Qian had no special feelings for her, it was fine. Deng Yuking believed that entrusting her sister's future to Zheng Qian, a reliable and outstanding man, was an extremely happy thing. She wouldn't be jealous or feel any grievances. Just a tiny bit of regret lingered in her heart. Zheng Qian was at a loss for words, unsure how to answer. What was supposed to be a regular dinner turned into a situation where he had to face this question. He had no choice but to come up with an evasive response. "Uncle, you misunderstand. I just couldn't bear to see a family falling apart and wanted to help out." Deng Ziming was stunned for a moment. Both of his daughters were outstanding, graduates of prestigious universities who had received excellent education from him since childhood, and had high qualities. Zheng Qian didn't even find either of them attractive. This answer was somewhat unexpected to him. Just a simple colleague relationship. How wealthy must Zheng Qian be? Just casually offering a few million? Easy money? However you think about it, it doesn't seem very likely. Surely he must be interested in one of his daughters to act this way. After careful consideration, Deng Ziming realized he had asked the wrong question. Zheng Qian naturally couldn't answer this question in front of Yu Qing and Xu Din. The reason was simple. It seemed that both of his daughters had a liking for Zheng Qian. No matter who he said he was interested in, it would definitely hurt the other daughter. Deng Ziming suddenly slapped his head. He had asked the wrong question. He should have privately asked Zheng Qian this question. It didn't matter if Yu Qing and Xu Din didn't know, at least he, as their father-in-law, would have an idea. Deng Ziming decided not to ask for now and continued with Zheng Qian's words. "Ziqian, I've looked at the equity structure of the cafe and found that you only hold 49% of the shares. What's going on?" The cafe was built with full investment from Zheng Qian, who held 49% of the shares, while his two daughters held 51% of the shares, controlling the cafe. Was Zheng Qian at ease with this equity structure? Zheng Qian almost forgot about this. When he established the cafe, Zheng Qian didn't think much, just gave Deng Yu Qing some money and didn't bother anymore. As for the equity matters, it was his request for Deng Yu Qing to do so. "To be honest with Uncle Deng, I have no clue about coffee making. Listening to Yu Qing and Xu Din, they learned everything from you, so I handed over the control of the cafe to them, letting them take full responsibility. Well, I just play the role of a silent partner. Ha ha." Although Zheng Qian was smiling, internally he was getting anxious. If it wasn't for Deng Ziming asking him about this, Zheng Qian would never have remembered that he still had registered shares in the cafe. Nowadays, information was highly accessible. Downloading an enterprise search app on a phone could reveal who were holding white glove shares, the actual controllers and beneficiaries of a company. A woman with a savvy business mind like Jin Lu, how could she not investigate her new competitor? Although Zheng Qian told them to keep it discreet, the registration information from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau could easily be found with a phone. Jin Lu might have known long ago that Love Connection Cafe was jointly opened by Zheng Qian, Deng Yu Qing, and Deng Xu Din. But in recent interactions, Jin Lu hadn't mentioned a word about this to him. Zheng Qian was caught in a dilemma. Did Jin Lu actually know that he funded that cafe? No. He had to prioritize stability. If Jin Lu found out, even without any misunderstanding, explanations would be troublesome. "Uncle Deng, now that you're out of the hospital, I'll transfer my 49% stake directly to you." Transfer. Deng Ziming, Deng Yu Qing, and Deng Xu Din were all puzzled by Zheng Qian's move. "Yes, this cafe was your dream from the start. I just hold it temporarily." No. You funded the money. How can we take your shares?" Deng Ziming refused, but Zheng Qian insisted. "Shares or whatever is unimportant. Our relationship is here. I'm not worried you'll run away. Ha ha ha. As long as accounting is meticulous and the money is properly divided, that should work, right?" Zheng Qian wouldn't transfer shares for no reason. He was a businessman, and the stakes he held were surely those of major corporations. Owning 49% in a small cafe was rather peculiar. Deng Ziming speculated that if the cafe's operation went poorly, it could potentially affect Zheng Qian. This action also showed Zheng Qian's unreserved trust in them, treating them completely as family. Otherwise, he could have easily found a relative to act as a proxy, so why transfer it to them? Deng Shudin had initially wanted to refuse, but Deng Ziming agreed, considering Zhang Qian's perspective. After all, Zhang Qian wasn't avoiding sharing profits, so there was no issue. Alright, it's settled then. I'll have my secretary assist you in transferring the shares tomorrow. Zhang Qian finally relaxed with this decision. He had been careless. Even though changes in the company's shareholders would be recorded, at least there would be an explanation. Qin Lu probably wouldn't hold on to this matter endlessly. In the following days, the integration work of Kanju Group began to take shape. Consolidating several enterprises was a massive project, and Liu Shiki contributed significantly to it. The secretive setup of the Kanju Group headquarters was in a commercial building in Lanhu. The subsidiaries of Kanju Group included Zhang Qian's 40% stake in Jingshu Group, not yet under Kanju Group's control, but considered the group's half-daughter. Zhang Qian assumed the position of chairman of the Kanju Group, with Liu Shiki as the group's president and Chen Weiqian as the chief executive officer and Jingshu Shipyard's president. With insufficient personnel, Jiyuan Furniture, Dafu Timber, and Xuanluo Wharf were still managed by Ma Wencheng, Chang Dashan, and Pang Yuanji, executing Zhang Qian's directives. Additionally, Zhang Qian brought in a group of senior engineers to enhance the design of the two wharves, the environment, related facilities, and submitted an application for land reclamation to the Marine Bureau. According to sources, as long as the qualifications and standards were met, the land reclamation approval could be obtained within a week. Zhang Xiaoyao felt a strong sense of crisis every day. Zhang Qian had been absent from the company for several days without any business trips or inspections, but stay in Ibia. Anxious, Zhang Xiaoyao decided to ask Chen Weiqian about it. "Mr. Chen, are you busy?" Zhang Xiaoyao knocked on Chen Weiqian's office door and was invited inside. "It's about Mr. Zhang. Do you happen to know where he is? I need to report to him on work, but I haven't been able to find him for days." Concerned, Zhang Xiaoyao appeared eager, as if she had important work to report directly to Zhang Qian. "Mr. Zhang is not here with us anymore. His office is now in Lanhu." Chen Weiqian stopped mid-sentence, realizing he'd made a mistake, and tried to backtrack. Slightly puzzled, Zhang Xiaoyao wondered why Zhang Qian's office was in Lanhu. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if I knew earlier." Chen Weiqian informed Zhang Xiaoyao about the affairs of Kanju Group. Kanju Group. According to the messages exchanged among colleagues, Zhang Xiaoyao only knew that Zhang Qian had acquired a significant amount of shares in Jingshan Shipyard and had removed Chen Weiqian from his position as helmsman. This news should not be false, because a few days ago she signed a confidentiality agreement at Xia Qianchen's request. As for the matter of Kanju Group, Zhang Xiaoyao had no clue at all. No wonder her right eyelid had been twitching constantly these past 2 days. Turns out this piece of news was the cause. The relationship between Xia Qianchen and Zhang Qian had always been unclear, but now with the establishment of Kanju Group and Zhang Qian being appointed as chairman, the office had moved to Lanhu. Zhang Xiaoyao couldn't predict when she would have a chance to see Zhang Qian. Xia Qianchen, who Zhang Xiaoyao had previously not paid much attention to, now completely overshadowed her. "Yao, you don't need to worry too much. From what I understand, the PR team at Jingshan Shipyard will be transferred by the group to set up a special administrative task force." Zhang Xiaoyao didn't quite understand. Chen Weiqian then directly explained, "The company will establish a new PR team to replace your positions, and you will lead the special administrative task force of the group, which is directly led by General Zhang." "Does that mean I'll be moving to Lanhu too?" Zhang Xiaoyao confirmed. Chen Weiqian nodded, and Zhang Xiaoyao felt reassured. After his explanation, Zhang Xiaoyao finally understood that this special administrative task force was part of Zhang Qian's trusted team, handling all matters, big and small. A department like this would surely need to stay close to Zhang Qian at all times. However, the time has not come yet. I have not had a chance to tell you. You must keep this information confidential, Chen Weiqian advised. Zhang Xiaoyao nodded and left the office in high spirits. With such a significant advantage of having exclusive information, she could easily set a trap for Qin Zuli. Zhang Xiaoyao immediately found Qin Zuli. These past few days, Qin Zuli had also been worried about not being able to see Zhang Qian, but she had no idea what was happening in the company. Normally, Zhang Xiaoyao and Qin Zuli were always on edge with each other, almost ready to clash in the company, but now appearing friendly towards each other. It was clear there was a psychological game going on. "Are you busy, Lily?" Zhang Xiaoyao smiled as she walked over, asking warmly. "Not busy. What's up?" Qin Zuli replied gently. The two smiled, but underneath the surface, a psychological warfare had already begun. Normally, Zhang Xiaoyao would be confrontational with Qin Zuli, almost wanting to fight with her in the company, but now being so friendly and starting a conversation with her clearly meant trouble. Qin Zuli immediately raised her guard. "What do you know about General Zheng's situation?" Zhang Xiaoyao tried to probe first. If Qin Zuli also knew about the news of Qianzhu Group, then everything else would fall apart. Qin Zuli shook her head. "I really don't know. Do you have any news for me?" Judging from her expression, Zhang Xiaoyao believed Qin Zuli indeed didn't know. Chen Weiqian had mentioned that this news was only told to her. If she could use this information gap to push Qin Zuli away during this time, then Qin Zuli wouldn't be transferred to Lanhu with her. She would have to stay at Jengson honestly. It's like this. Director Chen has been looking for a group of outstanding colleagues lately to establish a brand new PR team. I recommended you as the team leader to Director Chen. Would you be interested? A brand new PR team. Qin Zuli didn't understand what medicine Zhang Xiaoyao was selling. Shouldn't the PR team be directly managed by Zhang Qian? Why was Director Chen scouting people? If they were to establish a new team, why would Zhang Xiaoyao, as the deputy team leader, be the first to be considered? What would happen to the original PR team? Qin Zuli had received no notice of any personnel changes as the deputy team leader. Zhang Xiaoyao recommended her. She decided to let it go, thinking there might be some kind of trap. "I'll ask General Zhang about it later. Thanks, Xiaoyao." Qin Zuli didn't fall for it. "Qin Zuli, are you shameless or what? I kindly recommended you to Director Chen, and you still want to ask General Zhang. If I were you, I would have already gone to Director Chen's office by now instead of picking and choosing here." Zhang Xiaoyao, seeing Qin Zuli not taking the bait, said angrily. Qin Zuli smiled calmly. She knew Zhang Xiaoyao was up to something, probably received exclusive news wanting to lure her to another department. If she were not mistaken, the entire old PR team was going to be moved, right? Playing this kind of game with her. Zhang Xiaoyao was still too inexperienced. Lanhu, Qianzhu Group. Zhang Qian had just finished a meeting with Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki. Chen Weiqian had been supervising the improvements at both the north and south docks of Yecheng in the past few days. Based on the standards provided by Huo Muyan, they improved the environment, upgraded the equipment, expanded shipping routes, and increased capacity. The workers had worked round the clock in shifts, and within a week, they had completed all the tasks. The application for the land reclamation permit has been submitted according to the new standards, and Qianzhu Group is providing the security deposit. Barring any surprises, it should be approved within half a month. Liu Shiki also reported on the situation of the group company, indicating that after the integration of Qianzhu Group, each department had already started working. Xia Qianchen had already booked their tickets for 2 hours later. The three of them packed up and were ready to board the plane. Just as Zhang Qian was preparing to go to the airport, he met Huo Muyan, who had come to see him. She had gathered the data of the cargo ships from Jengson shipyard, carefully studied the size, tonnage, type, dimensions of the cargo ships, and it took her almost a week to lead her design studio to work overtime and come up with four plans. These few days had exhausted her. Immediately, Huo Muyan sought Zhang Qian's opinion, hoping he could make a decision. If he was not satisfied, they could make modifications or redesign. After looking at them, Zhang Qian was quite pleased with all four plans. After getting Zhang Qian's approval, Huo Muyan was delighted and continued, "Could you please choose one plan, and I will start the paint job immediately." "You can decide. I'm in a hurry to catch my flight," said Zhang Qian, leaving Lanhu and heading to Yecheng North Airport to meet with Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki. Huo Muyan was dumbfounded. She had painstakingly led her studio, working hard for almost a week to design the plans, only for him to glance at them. And finally, he chose one based on the fastest paint job. Even Huo Muyan felt it was a waste of the 25 million. Zhang Qian was attending the Kyushu Ocean trading bidding meeting. These days, Zhang Qian had prepared meticulously, done all the homework, just to shine right at this bidding meeting. In the business class, Chen Weiqian asked, "Qian, are you confident about this bidding?" This bidding was mainly focusing on the agricultural export for the second half of the year. Kyushu as an agricultural powerhouse at a surplus of food production, becoming a major exporter and a big cake in export trade. There were a total of 11 grain companies participating in this bidding, spread across 4 regions: Jeonnan, Yeoju, Kilu, and Northeast, with private companies accounting for more than half. There were even more enterprises participating in the bidding. Basically, all shipping companies capable of exporting would be there. This included the 5 Airlines Alliance. Asia Airlines, as the most powerful shipping company in Kyushu, naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. This implied that Zhang Yanren would also be participating. Zhang Qian aimed to redeem himself this bidding meeting. Hu Jingyi brought Hu Yubin and arrived at the hotel for the bidding meeting ahead of time. In the past week, he had been traveling all over, meeting with several top executives of shipping companies. In the end, he successfully persuaded Kangming Shipping in the East Wing, Changsan Shipping in Tianjin, and Yuhua Shipping in Kilu to join forces with the Yami Group to form the Kijin Wingyi for Shipping Alliance. The strength of the 4 companies was in the mid-tier in Kyushu, with strong transportation capabilities that could even hold their ground against the Wuhan Alliance in Jiangnan and Shanghai regions. However, Hu Jingyi's goal was not merely self-preservation, but to utilize the alliance's advantages to engage in a final battle with the Zhengxin Group. Hu Jingyi went to great lengths, mortgaging the entire Yami Group to the bank in exchange for a large loan. He was determined to face Zhang Qian head-on. As people gradually arrived at the hotel for the bidding meeting, several company executives gathered together and held a small meeting to discuss the situation at the bidding meeting. Hu Jingyi repeatedly emphasized the presence of Zhengxin Shipyard, leaving several executives puzzled. Don't worry. Isn't Zhengxin Shipyard just a small entity? With our companies united, we can crush them, an executive reassured Hu Jingyi. Not long after, a sharp-dressed man entered the room, exuding energy and vitality. Who is this? Hu Jingyi recognized him as Zi Shinhao, the insider who helped the Yami Group win the price war against Zhengxin Shipyard by manipulating contracts and causing disruptions to their operations. Zi Shinhao had switched sides to their company, bringing valuable information about Zhengxin Shipyard's recent movements. Zi Shinhao disclosed a shocking piece of news. Zhang Qian had secured 90% of the shares of Zhengxin Shipyard by investing 3 billion, turning the tables on their previous price war. Zi Shinhao was dissatisfied with how Zhang Qian treated him and sought retribution by providing valuable intelligence to his new allies. As the bidding meeting unfolded, tensions and alliances were forming among the various shipping companies, with behind-the-scenes maneuvers influencing the outcomes. Chejingyi, Yi-Sihan Alliance from Yi, divided from 4 different regions. Chen Weiqian was somewhat surprised. Chelu's Yuhua Shipping, Jinmen's Changsan Shipping, Danyi's Kangming Shipping. These 3 enterprises had a scale of around 500 million each and were leading companies in the Chejingyi region, each stronger than Yami Group. Unexpectedly, Hu Jingyi had such a great ability to form an alliance with these 3 companies. These 4 joining forces might not be enough to shake the 5 shipping alliance, but it was enough to claim a larger share of the pie and even bully smaller shipping companies without alliances. Bidding businesses were mainly distributed in 4 regions, 3 in Jiangnan, 2 in Yi, 4 in northeastern region, and 2 in Chelu. If all orders of these 11 enterprises were contracted, profits of at least 100 billion could be made. However, there were no powerful shipping companies in Kyushu currently, so there needed to be open bidding. The most important condition for transportation was the geographical location. Choosing a nearby shipping company could save a large amount of manpower and resources, and could also improve transportation efficiency. Grain exporters in the Jiangnan region would undoubtedly choose one of the 5 shipping alliance companies, not a shipping company from the distant Jinnan region spanning half of Kyushu. We have just analyzed the situation. We have a grip on grain exports in Jiangnan, 1 in Chelu, 2 in the northeast. They are our old customers and will definitely choose us. Chamber of Commerce, the government, historically, they were easy to deal with before or after meetings, only difficult to handle during meetings. Before the bidding meeting, the alliance led by Zhang Yanren had already identified which companies would be their customers. 3 in Jiangnan, 2 in the northeast. Bidding had not started yet, and Zhang Yanren had already secured almost all ordinary grain exporters. This was the most confidential matter in the industry, but Zhang Yanren had openly disclosed it to them. We also approached to grain exporters in Chelu and Yi, but their attitudes were ambiguous. I can't be sure of their intentions. Despite having only 2 each, grain exporters in Cheluandi held a special geographical position, located at the center of Kyushu. Cheluandi were adjacent, not far from Jiangnan, and very close to Dongyi and Jinmen. Each of these regions could compete with the 4 in the northeast in terms of export volume. 2 from the northeast have chosen to work with them, and 1 from Chelu. I can tell you directly, the main competition in this bidding will be Inyi. No matter how close Zhejiang was, local shipping companies still held sway. Even as strong as the 5 shipping alliance was, it couldn't reach everywhere. Zheng Qian had already looked at the map. The 2 grain exporters were only 300 kilometers from the port in Yinan and less than 200 kilometers from Ebei. It was a mere 2-hour drive. So, what do you want to say? Zheng Qian asked directly. As a local shipping company in Yi, you have a significant advantage. We are willing to help Jiangxin secure the orders from the 2 companies in Yi, but 90% of the orders must be transported by Asia Shipping. In exchange, I am willing to provide a 3-year guarantee contract, ensuring that Jiangxin Shipyard's schedule will be fully booked within 3 years. What do you think? Zheng Qian smiled disdainfully. Was Zhang Yanran joking? To grain export, such a huge piece of cake, and she wanted to exchange it for just 2 lollipops. Did she think people were fools? Zhang Yanran's intention was that Jiangxin Shipyard couldn't handle the orders from me, but she was willing to endorse them. With Asia Shipping as the background, it was definitely achievable. After securing the orders, Jiangxin Shipyard would only transport 10% of all orders, and the rest would be subcontracted to Asia Shipping. Why should we collaborate with you? Zheng Qian raised an eyebrow, showing some contempt. Without Asia Shipping's endorsement, I believe the 2 companies in you wouldn't choose Jiangxin, even if one of them chose to work with you. With your transportation capacity, getting a 20% share would already be quite good. Zhang Yanran knew that Zheng Qian was still resentful about some past issues. General Zhang, I think I must remind you that business is business. Emotions are emotions. You shouldn't let emotions affect business, to the detriment of everyone's interests. I know you won the price war, but your decision-making shouldn't be solely based on winning the price war, right? Just a 20% share from one company in Yi could already bring tens of millions in profits to Jiangxin. For a shipping company like Jiangxin, there was no reason to refuse. How do you know they won't choose us? Zheng Qian continued to inquire, his gaze sharpening towards Zhang Yanran. Haha. To transport orders from Yi, you would need at least 35 ships, each fully loaded. How many ships does Jiangxin have now? 10? 15? Zhang Yanran was not interested in debating with Zheng Qian, as it was pointless. Speaking with data was the most reliable. It was clear that Jiangxin Shipyard's transportation capacity couldn't handle these 2 companies, and the 2 grain enterprises wouldn't choose a shipping company with just a dozen ships for transportation. Companies like Asia Shipping, Duster Shipping, and World Shipping with a solid foundation were their preferred choices. Though Kangming Shipping, Yuhua Shipping, and Changsong Shipping were slightly weaker and had lower competitiveness, they were still in the 2nd tier and within their range of selection. Jiangxin Shipyard had just been established 6 months ago. Their transportation capacity was not guaranteed, and their business strength was not recognized. Zhang Yanran believed that the 2 grain exporters, and you wouldn't even consider them. If not for the strategic cooperation agreement we signed not long ago, I wouldn't even bring this up, and you wouldn't know, understand. Zhang Yanran had never encountered such unreasonable behavior. She had a good impression of Zheng Qian before. Today asking 2 idiotic questions made her attitude towards Zheng Qian plummet. She had teased Zheng Qian, sure, but what did that have to do with this business deal? Tens of millions in profit were on the table. Why would you refuse it? President John, I can officially inform you now that our strategic cooperation agreement is now terminated. Zheng Qian took out the contract from his pocket and tore it in front of Zhang Yanran. Chen Weiqian, what was Zheng Qian doing? Has he lost his mind? Wasn't it said that Zhang Yanran's actions wouldn't affect them? What was happening today? Why the sudden change? Although they had won the price war, this insurance contract was not easily obtained. It would be better to have it than not. For this contract, Zheng Qian even apologized to Zhang Yanran and went to deliver it back in the middle of the night, accepting ridicule. Now, to tear it up like that, it made no sense. Chen Weiqian had no prior knowledge of Zheng Qian's intentions. If he had known, he would surely have vehemently opposed this. What are you doing? Zhang Yanran was taken aback. President Chen, is this your decision? Can he represent Jiangxin Shipyard? Zhang Yanren was still unaware that Zheng Qian now held 90% of shares in Jiangxin Shipyard. The current Jiangxin Shipyard was just a subsidiary of Kiant Group. Chen Weiqian was in a dilemma. With Zheng Qian speaking like this, what could he do to salvage the situation? He could only nod his head. All right. Zhang Yanren also felt a bit indignant. It was the first time she had been treated like this. Tearing up the cooperation agreement in front of her. Was that it? Zhang Yanren didn't care so much about the cooperation. It was mainly about being humiliated. Du Bingbing saw Zhang Yanren's expression and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Having been Zhang Yanren's secretary for a long time, she knew how terrifying this woman could be when provoked and what outrageous things she could do. Do you know the consequences of your actions and what awaits you? Of course. Sout. Zheng Qian slammed a suitcase on the table. This is a 2 million breach of contract penalty. Take it. Is this mocking me in my face? Jiang Yanren, the prestigious helm of Asia Shipping, is being insulted with 2 million. Chen Weiqian knows there are some conflicts between Zheng Qian and Jiang Yanren, seeing that she isn't happy, that there's no need to handle the issue in this extreme way. Now, Zheng Qian not only holds 90% of the shares of Jiangxin Shipyard, but also is the chairman of Kinzi Group. Even if Chen Weiqian wants to say something, he doesn't have the authority. Chen Weiqian was puzzled in the elevator, wondering why Zheng Qian was carrying a suitcase. And it turns out it was filled with cash. Zheng Qian had already planned to challenge Jiang Yanren and tear up the cooperation agreement before coming. Liu Shqi remained silent throughout. She had heard of Jiang Yanren's famous reputation, taking over such a large enterprise like Asia Shipping at a young age, being strong-willed and decisive in actions, a true Ice Queen CEO. Zheng Qian's behavior towards her was truly unexpected. Liu Shqi even felt a bit excited, wondering how this drama will unfold next. Jiangxin Shipyard may not be enough to compete against Asia Shipping, but Kinzi Group and Asia Shipping are of similar scale, with similar market value of around 10 billion. And Kinzi Group follows a self-production, self-sales, self-transport ecological model, conflicting only in the shipping business with Asia Shipping. Their tonnage is similar, and Zheng now doesn't need to fear Jiang Yanren's Asia Shipping. Even if there are conflicts, the possibility of causing a huge conflict in business is still very low. President Jian, why aren't you saying anything? Here are 100 sets of 20,000. I place them here for you. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. After saying this, Zheng Qian left the scene, followed closely by Chen Weiqian and Liu Shqi. Jiang Yanren's face turned green with anger. Watching the backs of Zheng Qian and the others leaving, she clenched her delicate hands into fists, biting down on her silver teeth tightly. Qian. Chen Weiqian eventually spoke up. Qian, what you did just now seems a bit inappropriate. Jiang Yanren's conditions were indeed harsh, but doesn't she understand our current company's situation? If she knew we have 25 cargo ships and to docks, she definitely wouldn't only give us 10%. In the business world, more friends mean more paths. Even if they don't get along with Jiang Yanren, there's no need to break ties. It's a loss not worth compensating. What if Asia Airlines causes trouble for Jiangxin in the future? All right, Brother Khan, I had my own plans. Zheng Qian thought that Jiang Yanren was simply using Jiangxin Shipyard as a pawn. Even if she didn't know Jiangxin's current situation, she wouldn't only give a 10% order, right? The bidding hasn't even started yet, and W Hang Alliance has already taken 50 billion. Trying to make Jiangxin Shipyard a white glove for Asia Airlines. If they don't join W Han Alliance, they're going to cut orders to 10%. Jiang Yanren was right. Business is business. Emotions are emotions. You can't do business with emotions. But this is almost a $10 billion cake. Jiang Yanren is just giving tens of millions. Is she just giving alms? Zheng Qian had already decided to fight for clients himself. Isn't it an open bidding session? Since it's not confirmed yet, there's a possibility to make these 11 grain exporters change their minds. Although they don't have the strength to contract all of it presently, snatching a few wouldn't be an issue. The bidding meeting process is similar to the previous Maritime Summit. The first day is an exchange meeting, announcing bidding document information, required qualifications, and enterprise demands, and all the CEOs greet and meet each other. Oh, isn't this the famous General Zheng, the chairman of Jiangxin Shipyard? In the exchange meeting, Zheng Qian heard a familiar and grating voice. Turning around, He saw Xiao Shenhao. What is he doing here? You are Zheng Qin. A man of medium build, dressed modestly with a crew cut, walked over with Xiao Shenhao. Looking into Zhang Qian's eyes, Xiao Shenhao carried a hint of disdain. Let me introduce you. This is my current boss, Hui Yunfeng, the CEO of Yuhua Group, the leading maritime enterprise in the Kilu region. Leading enterprise isn't accurate, it's just slightly larger in scale compared to other companies. Hui Yunfeng was extremely humble, and he also contained a hint of frivolity in his gaze towards Zhang Qin. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qin, often mentioned by He Jingju and Xiao Shenhao, was this young, in his 20s, looking like he just graduated from college. Hello, I'm Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin could sense some animosity from Xiao Shenhao. Understanding the common behavior of people, Zhang Qin didn't take it to heart. Xiao Shenhao had been double-dealing at his company, and jumping to another company was still a trouble. If even with the deep emotions he held towards Zheng Qin, he could betray him, what more others? Whoever accepts him will be unlucky. Next, Zhang Qin saw Zhong Lekan, the CEO of Kangming Shipping, Fen Mengsu of Changzheng Shipping, and his old acquaintances, He Jingju and He Yuban, the helms of Yanmi Group. All the members of the Maritime Union were present. General Zhang, have you reviewed the bidding documents? Are you interested in cooperating with us? If interested, we can discuss privately. Cooperation? Zhang Qin chuckled inwardly. Yanmi Group is a competitor of Zhengshan Shipyard, and here they are trying to form some sort of alliance. How could they discuss cooperation? And with Kinzi Group's current strength, they don't need to cooperate with anyone, don't need to join any alliance. Zhang Qin had even torn up the strategic cooperation agreement with Asia Airlines. How could a mere Hui shipping catch his eye? Jiang Yanran mentioned earlier that the main competition at this bidding would be between the two grain exporters in Yuzhou. There are only two local shipping companies in Yuzhou, Yanmi Shipping and Zhengshan Shipyard. Yanmi Shipping is currently part of the alliance of the four northern shipping companies. Hui Yunfeng probably wanted to judge from Zhang Qian's response whether Zhengshan Shipyard had any relationship with the Five Hang Alliance, and whether they had become the white glove for them to compete for Yuzhou orders. Not to mention that if Asia Airlines endorsed Zhengshan Shipyard, even without the Five Hang Alliance collectively supporting it, it would be enough to win over one of the grain exporters in Yuzhou. Sorry, we don't cooperate with anyone. We rely on our own strength to secure orders, Zhang Qin said calmly. The heads of the Northern Alliance looked at each other. Immediately after, they burst into laughter. Relying on their own strength, Zhengshan Shipyard only has a few worn-out ships, just recently engaged in a price war with Yanmi Group, and even though they won by splurging money in the end, the company is now in a state of wounded vitality and is still recovering. In less than a year, how could they catch their breath? They still imagine they can take over the two orders in Yuzhou. Simply delusional. The wording might need some polishing, but here is the translation of the text. Huanfeng dares not make a definite promise. Based on the strength of the enterprise alone, even the Yanmi Group cannot handle the orders from Yezhou. They have to rely on his Yuexinhua shipping to support them. All right, General Zhang, with such ambition, Huama wishes you good luck. Ha ha ha, Huanfeng said with a smile, seemingly congratulating but actually mocking. Hu Jingyi did not think Zhang Qian was boasting. At his age, being the helmsman of Zhengshan Shipyard, he had a certain grasp of analyzing and judging the situation. Either Zhang Qian was throwing a smokescreen, having already reached a consensus with the Five Airlines Alliance, or Zhang Qian really had the capability to swallow the orders from the two grain export companies in Yezhou. After all, Zhang Qian's bottomless financial resources and the vault that frequently emerged astonish people. Hu Jingyi could never see through Zhang Qian, puzzled by his intentions. He even believed that Zhang Qian was a front man for a big shot, with a professional team operating behind the scenes, where every decision was the result of dozens of calculations and gameplays, the think tank, yielding the best strategy. Fortunately, the information provided by Zishenhao proved that Zhang Qian was not just a front man. It is very likely that he was the former, confusing them with a smokescreen. If he were to helm Zhengshan Shipyard, he would definitely reach a consensus with one of the Five Airlines Alliance in advance to secure the Yezhou orders, and then slowly distribute them. This is the most prudent approach. There is the Five Airlines Alliance ahead and the Northern Alliance behind. As Zhang Qian said, Zhengshan Shipyard fighting alone, without allying with anyone, is almost impossible to win the bidding. Those 11 grain export companies were not fools. They would not select a shipping company with weak transportation capabilities and no corporate background as their transportation fleet. Even if Zhang Qian tried to win the bid with extremely low prices, it would be impossible. The profits that these exporters could bring collectively would be close to billions. If something went wrong, nobody could bear the responsibility. Especially those state-owned enterprises would be held accountable. The bidding is just a formality. Generally, they would discuss and agree on a rough idea beforehand, and adjust if necessary afterwards. Like the Five Airlines Alliance, who had already taken away several orders. The Northern Alliance has also secured a portion. According to Hu Jingyi's sources, the Five Airlines Alliance had already talked to the 2 grain export companies in Yezhou, but had not given them a definitive attitude yet, perhaps still observing. After all, Yezhou is located in the Central Plains, equidistant from both the Jiangnan region and the Northern Territories. On the second day of the bidding meeting, the fundraising commenced officially, with a process similar to a maritime trade summit, almost resembling a variety show. Zhang Yanran sat in the guest seat, her long, fair legs crossed, her face cold as frost, exuding a distant aloofness. The pressure around her was different from elsewhere. Before the bidding meeting started, Du Bingbing hurried over to inform Zhang Yanran of the situation. "General Zhang, I have found out. Zhang Qian invested 300 million in a late stage of the price war today, directly saving Jiangxin Shipyard and winning that price war. This 300 million allowed Zhang Qian to acquire 90% of the shares of Jiangxin Shipyard. Now he is the helmsman of Jiangxin Shipyard." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yanran visibly paused. She knew that Jiangxin Shipyard had won the price war, but she didn't expect it to be won in such a simple and crude manner. Initially, she thought Jiangxin Shipyard would borrow a few million or even a billion. She never expected a direct investment of 3 billion. Is Zhang Qian this wealthy? Where did he get so much money from? Zhang Qian, is this your confidence? If so, then you are too arrogant. With your current status, passing through the Northern Alliance would be challenging enough, let alone challenging the Asia Airlines. Despite experiencing numerous price wars before, she had never said anything. Zhang Yanran felt some disdain in her heart. She did not expect Zhang Qian to have such high aspirations. Following that, Zhang Qian took the stage to present, elaborating on the company's advantages to attract the attention of export businesses. "All right, I want to see how you can boast about that fleet of broken ships." Zhang Yanran leaned back, focusing her attention on Zhang Qian, who was stepping onto the stage. "Hello, everyone. Today, as the chairman of the Kind Group, I am speaking on behalf of the Kind Group." Kind Group. The first sentence Zhang Qian uttered while on stage caused a stir among the audience. Wasn't he from Jiangxin Shipyard? How did he become the chairman of Kind Group? What kind of background does Kind Group have that supports Jiangxin Shipyard's company? Wait, how could Zhang Qian be the chairman of Kind Group? Zhang Yanran had serious doubts. Even Hu Jingyi, Wanfeng, and the others were perplexed, looking at Zi Xinhao, who was sitting next to them. Zi Xinhao did not mention anything to them about Zhang Qian being the chairman of Kind Group. He simply said Zhang Qian was now the chairman of Jiangxin Shipyard. Several grain export traders exchanged glances. They had never heard of Kind Group. Headquartered in the northern part of Yezhou, as Zhang Qian played the carefully crafted PPT, the Kind Group gradually emerged before the audience. Currently, under the Kind Group, Jiangxin Shipyard has 4,000-ton freighters, 19 10,000-ton freighters, and to 100,000-ton freighters. Hu Jingyi, Wanfeng, Zhang Yanran. When did Jiangxin Shipyard have so many freighters? How did Zhang Yanran not know anything about this? It wasn't just Zhang Yanran. Even Hu Jingyi, who was closest to Jiangxin Shipyard, and Wanfeng were clueless. On the PPT, Zhang Qian even displayed a comparison chart of transportation capacity, listing many shipping companies including Asia Shipping, Yuexinhua Shipping, Yami Shipping, and many others. Although partially obscured, it was still possible to vaguely identify the data of which shipping company it belonged to. Zhang Qian also unprecedentedly offered the lowest price, which caught the attention of many grain export traders. "Nonsense! Where did you get so many ships? You're here to deceive us. Last week, you were struggling in the price war." Before Zhang Qian could finish speaking, someone immediately questioned from the audience. Following the voice, there were only 2 people, Hu Yubin and Zi Xinhao. "I know you don't believe me. I have evidence. Zhang Qian had received a picture from Huo Mian early at morning and casually pasted it onto the PPT. A set of pictures displayed on the large screen showed 25 freighters lined up in rows, neatly arranged together, with even a unified paint job, giving off a dominant presence. If you didn't look closely, you might even think it was the Overseas 7th Fleet. Where did you find these pictures? It's ridiculous. Do ships even have paint jobs? Zi Xinhao still didn't believe it. He had worked at Jiangxin Shipyard last week and had no idea that Jiangxin Shipyard had so many freighters. Zi Xinhao thought that Zhang Qian had found these pictures online or had someone skilled in Photoshop to do it, with the sole purpose of tricking the grain exporters into signing a contract with Jiangxin. I know you don't believe me. I also had a video. You can't Photoshop a video, right? On the next page of the PPT is a video shot by the drone rented by Huo Mian. There are long shots and close-ups. The paint on each freighter bears the logo of Client Group, and at the bottom, there is also the logo of Huo Mian's design studio. With the video as proof, everyone understands it. Do I need to elaborate further on Client Group's transportation capabilities? In addition, Client Group has also acquired both the southern and northern docks of Yi. Up to now, Client Group has acquired the only two docks in Yi province, as well as unquestionable transportation capabilities. Furthermore, Client Group has already submitted the reclamation approval to relevant departments, planning to double Client Group's maritime transportation capacity within 6 months, reaching 50 freighters. Wow, the whole audience was amazed. They had seen impressive corporate expansions before, but never one quite like this. Who exactly is Zhang Qian, and what background does he come from? I've never heard of Zhang Qian before. A business genius suddenly emerges into the scene. Making a splash, Client Group, or rather Zhang Qian, has boundless potential for the future. Client Group, is this your confidence? Zhang Yanren's mouth twitched slightly. Although the number of freighters at Jiangxin Shipyard and its transportation capacity still cannot match that of Asia Shipping when combined, Client Group has reached a volume similar to Asia's. The paths taken by Client Group and Asia Shipping are different. The latter specializes in maritime transportation, continuously consolidating its dominance on the sea like a snowball. The former, Client Group, is preparing for cross-industry expansion. Both paths have their pros and cons, and it's not fair to say that Client Group is inferior to Asia Shipping. Solely in terms of Client Group's maritime transportation capabilities, they have surpassed Aomai Group comprehensively, even leading by half a length. Zhang Yanren sees an unprecedented ambition in Zhang Qian. Snap! When Hu Jingyi heard Zhang Qian talking about the docks, his cane slipped from his hand, and he slumped in his seat. Dad, are you okay? Dad, Hu Yubin was startled by Hu Jingyi's actions. I'm fine. I'm fine. Hu Jingyi waved his hand. Dad, Zhang Qian acquired the southern and northern docks of Yi. How come we knew nothing about this? Is this kid bluffing? Our ships still dock normally. They haven't been affected at all, right? He's doing this just for you. Can't you see? Hu Jingyi scolded Hu Yubin as a fool. Zhang Qian acquired the southern and northern docks of Yi with the aim to participate in this bidding. Before the bidding, everything should remain as is. However, by publicly announcing this during the bidding, it's essentially telling everyone that if you want to engage in maritime transport, you must choose Zhang Qian's Jiangxin Shipyard. This move completely dismantled Aomai Group's position in Yi Province. Before the bidding, ships should continue to dockyards as usual. However, after the bidding, it's uncertain. If Zhang Qian doesn't allow Aomai Group's ships to dock, then they can only dock at the nearest Kilu or Dongyi. As a result, Aomai Group would directly lose the entire market in Yi Province. Is this Zhang Qian's secret to success? While others block markets through customer monopolization, Zhang Qian, straightforwardly, buys the dock, preventing them from docking ships. Quite audacious, isn't it? Hu Jingyi felt his blood pressure rising. Zhang Qian's impassioned speech, below industry standard transportation prices, and high transportation capacity garnered favor from many exporters. For 2 consecutive days, Zhang Qian, along with Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki, have been in talks with exporters for cooperation. Ultimately, leveraging its geographical advantage, Jiangxin Shipyard under Client Group successfully secured contracts from 2 exporters in Yi Province. Even a state-owned enterprise in Kilu, attracted by Client Group's competitive prices, chose to sign a contract with Zhang Qian. As hinted by Zhang Yanren, 3 companies from Jiangnan, 2 from Northeast, and one from Kilu have opted to sign with the Five Airlines Alliance, while one chose the North Alliance. The Five Airlines Alliance has secured the major share, but Jung Qian's newly established Kind Group seems to be on track to surpass them, leaving Zhang Yanren dissatisfied. Jung Qian boasted about doubling the transportation capacity within half a year, making Zhang Yanren believe that he wasn't just making empty promises, he surely has his own plans. By then, Kind Group's transportation capabilities may even rival Asia Shipping. Go and recheck his background, have Lao Wan handle it, and I'll use the Mirror of Truth to uncover his origins, ordered Zhang Yanren to do Bingbing. On the other hand, members of the North Alliance felt an unprecedented sense of pressure regarding Jung Qian's Kind Group. Originally, their plan was for Kilu to secure 2 companies, the Northeast to secure 2, and to compete with the Five Airlines Alliance for orders in Yi Province. Without my group around, they could at least secure 1. However, unexpectedly, Jung Qian and his Kind Group emerged. This turn of events not only meant they didn't secure any orders from Yi Province, but also lost an exporter of grain to Kilu. Jung Qian's Kind Group completely disrupted their well-laid-out plan. Now they only have orders from 3 companies. This kid really annoys me. Huan Feng slammed the table fiercely. When Jung Qian mentioned that they could rely on themselves, not on anyone else, Huan Feng had laughed heartily and taunted. However, at the recent bidding, he received a slap in the face. Now, they only had orders from 3 companies. They couldn't even handle that themselves. Typically, these bidding events involve alliances of several companies pooling their resources to secure orders. Yet, Kind Group single-handedly took away 3 orders. This means a profit of tens of billions. Even if you have 25 ships, you can't handle that much. If Kind Group manages it on its own and doubles the transportation capacity within 6 months, it's certainly no joke. Since we're all here, let's discuss how to divide these orders. Do we really need to divide them? Kangming Shipping and Changsan Shipping are responsible for exports in the Northeast, and I'm handling exports to Kilu. Huan Feng proposed a plan. Why should you get the biggest share? Exactly. The Northeast is so far from us, but I also want to handle orders to Kilu. Nonsense. The distance between my Yuhua Shipping and the grain export company in Kilu is less than 40 kilometers. How can you compare to me? Huan Feng criticized. Blame Jung Qian for taking away your orders. At this moment, Hu Jingyi stepped forward. I believe that since we are an alliance, a community of shared interests, these 3 orders should be relatively evenly divided. Aomai Group is closer to Kilu, so we should also consider Aomai Group's situation. Aomai Group's situation? Huan Feng wanted to laugh. When Hu Jingyi served under Huan Feng's father as a lackey, he didn't act like this. Now, with Yuhua Shipping, Changsan Shipping, and Kangming Shipping, the 3 enterprises unable to handle the orders, where would the orders for Aomai Group come from? Their alliance was virtually dead after the auction. Lao Hu, it's not that we are being disloyal. You should find a place to dock your ships first. Let's discuss the orders later. Huan Feng's words were rather tactful. If you don't even have a place to park your ships, how can you expect to get orders? Isn't that ridiculous? The docks in Yabai and Yesuth have already been acquired by the Crane Group. The Yami Group can't even find a place to dock their ships anymore. How can they fulfill orders? Since there are no orders in Yezhou, the Yami Group can just sail to Kilu or the Northeast. Even though the Yami Group's transportation capacity is not as great as before, they can still transport a lot of grain. Hu Jingyi was unwilling to accept this defeat by Jung Qian, a youngster. The reason he traveled far and wide to establish the Northern Alliance was to confront Jung Qian. Whether it's the Jiangxin Shipyard or the Crane Group, they can't simply surrender without even fighting a battle. Hu Yunfeng doesn't think like that. Hu Lao, the ports in Kilu are already crowded, and the Northeast is too far away. The transportation cost is not feasible. I believe those exporters won't agree either. How about this, Hu Lao? When the bidding for inland routes opens, we will prioritize the orders obtained for the Yami Group. How about that? Hu Jingyi is old, but not confused. The bidding for inland routes offers low prices and thin profits, far less than the profits from exports. And the inland bidding won't start until at least 3 months after the autumn harvest. He mortgaged the entire Yami Group to the bank to secure a loan. Waiting for 3 months is simply impossible. If they can't even secure existing orders, how can they possibly have Yami as a priority, or even get a share of the pie? Is this also what you all think? Hu Jingyi raised his walking stick, stood up and questioned the group. Fen Mingsu, the president of Changsan Shipping, and Zhang Lekan, the president of Kangming Shipping, looked at each other in silence. They tacitly agreed with Hu Yunfeng's approach. Hu Jingyi felt that this so-called alliance was worthless if they couldn't even provide basic support to their ally. This alliance was not worth maintaining. Hu Jingyi waved his sleeves, coldly snorted, and left. Hu Jingyi's angry departure left Fen Mingsu and Zhang Lekan feeling uneasy. Yunfeng, is what we are doing a bit inappropriate? Yes, Yunfeng, Hu La is a senior after all. Aren't we forcing the Yami group into a dead end with our actions? The Doxing Yejo had been taken over by Zheng Qian, and now the Yami group didn't even have a place to park their ships. By not helping the Yami group, in case Hu Jingyi decides to sell, they would be giving all of Yami's cargo ships to Zheng Qian for nothing. This would greatly boost the transportation capacity of the Jengsan shipyard under the Crane Group. It didn't seem worth it. This is an unavoidable method. The Yami group is a mess now. Don't you guys know? Hu La mortgaged the entire Yami group to the bank. By organizing this alliance, he wants to fight against the Crane Group. The risk is too great. We don't need to bear the Yami Group's risks. Besides, now that the ports have been bought, the Yami Group's ships are stuck wherever they are. How can we ally with them? Hu Yunfeng's words effectively excluded the Yami Group from the alliance. You two can rest assured, without the burden of the Yami Group, our King Jingyi will develop even better. Fen Mingsu and Zhang Leikong finally nodded in agreement with Hu Yunfeng's proposal. By the way, Yunfeng, that officer you recruited, why hasn't he disclosed any information about the Crane Group to us? Yes, what's going on? Isn't he a spy sent by Zheng Qian to distract us? Hu Yunfeng suddenly remembered this. Zi Xinhao had switched to UXing shipping a few days ago. Their strategic plans were based on information provided by Zi Xinhao. This unexpected turn in the bidding meeting was his responsibility. Go. Bring that kid Zi Xinhao to me. Hu Yunfeng called angrily. Within 5 minutes, Zi Xinhao was pushed into the room by 2 strong men. Break his legs, Hu Yunfeng ordered, as the 2 men immediately took out their batons from their waists and started hitting Zi Xinhao's legs. Tell me, are you a spy sent by Zheng Qian to provide false information intentionally? Hu Yunfeng was furious, and Zi Xinhao was now facing his wrath. I said, let me explain. Hu Yunfeng waved his hand, and the 2 men stopped, stepping back to await his commands. Zi Xinhao, now in tears, crawled to Hu Yunfeng and pleaded, Boss Hu, I am innocent, truly innocent. Didn't you say you and Zheng Qian were college classmates? You were a senior executive under him, so he didn't tell you anything. Zi Xinhao had just been beaten up and could barely stand. He never held a high position under Zheng Qian, only a team leader in the business department. Zheng Qian just promised to promote him to the deputy director, but before that could happen, his actions were discovered, resulting in his dismissal from the company by Zheng Qian. Boss Hu, you must believe me. I really didn't know anything about the Crane Group. I didn't provide false information on purpose. Zi Xinhao explained hurriedly. Hu Yunfeng was ruthless, and if Zi Xinhao didn't clarify quickly, he might be killed on the spot. All right, since you knew nothing, what use are you? Beat him to death, Hu Yunfeng ordered, and the 2 men viciously attacked Zi Xinhao once again. Zi Xinhao regretted his explanation, feeling his legs no longer belonged to him. Boss Hu, please stop. I can still be useful. I can still be useful. Zi Xinhao wailed. How are you useful? I have 2 friends in the Jengsan shipyard. I can turn them into my informants to provide us with continuous intelligence. Upon hearing this, Hu Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He let the 2 men step back, as if nothing had happened. Hu Yunfeng smiled, then helped Zi Xinhao to the sofa. Director Zi, you should have told me about the informants earlier. It was my fault. Don't take it to heart. Zi Xinhao wanted to jump off the building with Hu Yunfeng now, as his legs were not under his control. Even Zhang Leikong and Fen Mingsu were surprised. Hu Yunfeng was truly a two-faced person, changing sides faster than flipping a book. Having such a person as an ally might mean getting stabbed in the back at any moment. Director Z, since you have friends on the inside, please first investigate Zheng Qian's speech at the bidding meeting. How much is true, and its credibility. If you handle this well, I will reward you. 2 days later, North Dragon Lake Kinyabai, Kind Group headquarters. Hu Jingyi trembled as he picked up the pen, hesitating repeatedly without signing on the contract. Hu Lao, just sign it. You should have signed this contract half a month ago, Jun Qian reminded. Jun Zong, let Hu Lao think it over. After all, for such a large industry, it's more painful than cutting flesh, Chen Weiqiang whispered in Jun Qian's ear. Hu Jingyi arrived at Client Group early in the morning, looking for Jun Qian to discuss the matter of selling Yami Group. After a morning of negotiations, both sides decided that Client Group would acquire 95% of Yami Group's shares for a price of 270 million, with the remaining 5% to be kept permanently as honorary shares for the founder. In plain terms, Hu Jingyi was afraid that his grandson, Hu Yubin, would squander all the money in the future and end up starving. With this 5% share, they could receive significant dividends each year, living better than ordinary people. In the end, Hu Jingyi gritted his teeth and signed the contract. Yami Group's loan was only for a year, and now the pier was occupied. They had no choice but to bow to Jun Qian. Chen Weiqian looked satisfied as he examined the contract, feeling elated. If it were him, he estimated it would take another 3 to 5 years to compete with Yami Group, and he might not even win. In just 2 months, Jun Qian acquired Yami Group. Chen Weiqian couldn't even have dreamed of expanding at such a speed. Jun Qian appeared very calm. Yami Group had long been within his grasp. It was just a matter of time. After the acquisition, Client Group's maritime transportation capacity would significantly increase from 25 cargo ships to 47. If these cargo ships operated at full power, they could complete the orders from the 3 export merchants at the bidding conference in 4 months, bringing in at least 3 billion in profit. Yami Group is yours now, Hu Jingyi sighed helplessly. In the end, he had lost. Can you tell me, what are your plans next? Hu Jingyi looked at the young and promising Jun Qian inquiringly. As they had no competing interests now, he was eager to know what Jun Qian planned to do next. Of course, if you don't want to say, then I won't force you. How can I? Hu Lao, you are a senior in the industry. Please give me some guidance on what to do next. Jun Qian had already discussed with Chen Weiqiang and others the night before and had plans in place, but had not yet begun to implement them. He appeared humble, seeking advice from Hu Jingyi. If you want to expand further, whether it's through a self-reliant supply chain model or consolidating your position on the sea, like Asian shipping, you need to further expand the market. You can't be limited by a small place like Yezhou, Hu Jingyi analyzed calmly. Hu Jingyi was experienced and sharp-sighted, and his words hit the nail on the head. After listening to Hu Jingyi's analysis, Jun Qian couldn't help but admire the old master. His analysis was accurate, almost identical to the plans they had discussed at the meeting. He was just uncertain about which plan to implement. From Hu Jingyi's perspective, the plan to secure the mouth of the Hui River seemed feasible. Lao Hu, it's almost dinner time. Please stay, Jun Qian said. We are having a celebration banquet on Wanyu Island today, with 100 tables set. We hope you can grace us with your presence. Jun Qian asked Chen Weiqian to accompany Hu Jingyi directly to the banquet, as he himself was going to pick up Su Shuyun from the Jingshu group. On Wanyu Island, with brightly lit decorations, Jun Qian invited many executives and key employees to attend the celebration banquet. It was also an opportunity to announce the official establishment of the Client Group. Why are there so many people here today? Su Shuyun felt a bit overwhelmed after meeting with Jun Qian and seeing the grand setup on Wanyu Island. She thought it would be a simple celebration banquet with at most 2 or 3 tables, but Jun Qian had organized 100 tables. What's wrong? Are you shy? Jun Qian teased as he subtly touched Su Shuyun's leg while no one was looking. What are you doing? So many people here, can you behave? Su Shuyun blushed. She was actually quite happy inside. She attended the celebration banquet representing the Jingshu group, and also as Jun Qian's companion. Every affectionate gesture between them was observed by others, making it clear to everyone that she was Jun Qian's woman. As for the Client Group that Jun Qian had created, he had rarely mentioned it to her, and Su Shuyun still didn't know what kind of business it was. Wanyu Island was bustling at this time. Su Shuyun linked arms with Jun Qian, and every few steps they took, someone would come over to greet Jun Qian, looking at her with curious eyes. Chairman Jun, you're here? Chairman Jun, you've worked hard. Jun Qian nodded at them without hiding the fact that he was accompanied by Su Shuyun, as they walked towards the main table. Observing this scene, people couldn't help but whisper and discuss the relationship between Jun Qian and Su Shuyun. Just friends? Business partners? Romantic partners? Chairman Jun, please come in. When they reached the vicinity of the main table, a few people quickly got up to greet Zhang Qian. Seeing this, Su Shuyun furrowed her brow slightly. Those seated at the table included Ma Wenchang, the boss of Jiwon Furniture, Chang Dashan, the boss of Dafu Timber, Han Huahao, the owner of Wangyu Island, and Enigu Dan, the owner of Lvyuan Mountain Villa. Even the senior of Yami Group, Hu Jingyi, was present. It seemed like Zhang Qian's face was quite remarkable. But wait, wasn't Hu Jingyi from Yami Group Zhang Qian's competitor? Why would he come to celebrate with Zhang Qian? Shu, don't furrow your brows. A few of us are now Zheng's lackeys, Chang Dashan said with a smile. Yes, I am now a little brother working for Zhang. Whatever Zhang asks me to do, I'll do. Ma Wencheng chimed in. Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun walked over hand in hand, and unless someone was blind, they could see the relationship between Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun. Zhang Qian was their boss, so wasn't Su Shuyun their boss's wife. The connections were established. What's wrong with being a turncoat? What's wrong with being Zheng's lackey? Like Hu Jingyi, who didn't know how to show respect, had to pick a fight with Zhang Qian. In the end, he probably got scared. After all, isn't Yami Group still under Zheng's control? He should have obediently signed the papers back then. No need to get beaten up before being honest. Su Shuyun was a bit puzzled, not understanding the implications of what Chang Dashan and Ma Wenchang were talking about. How did they become Zheng's lackeys? Dafu Timber, Jiwon Wood Furniture, both worth billions? Could it be that Zhang Qian acquired these two companies? Alright, no need for formalities. Everyone please sit. Zhang Qian waved his hand, indicating everyone to take a seat. Today, thanks to Boss Han giving me face, I was able to book so many tables here. I would like to thank Boss Han in advance. Zhang Qian expressed his gratitude towards Han Huahao. Where do these words come from, John? As long as it's to celebrate for you, forget about 100 tables. Even if I have to book the entire Wangyu Island for 3 days, I'll do it. We have a close relationship, Han Huahao replied. After Zhang Qian gestured, Li Dao took the microphone and went up on stage to speak. He briefly introduced the Crane Group and its various enterprises. In the future, all of us here, regardless of which company we are from or what position we hold, are colleagues. Great. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience. It was at this moment that Su Shuyun finally understood what the Crane Group was all about. Impressive, Zhang Qian. He planned such a big event behind her back and didn't even inform her. However, it also showed that she didn't misjudge him. Zhang Qian, at a young age, became the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group, undoubtedly competent. At the same time, Su Shuyun realized a problem. If Zhang Qian wanted to acquire the Jingshu Group, making it a subsidiary of the Crane Group, it would be a straightforward task. Zhang Qian already held 40% of the shares. Getting the remaining 60% would cost only a few million more. However, Zhang Qian didn't do this, perhaps to consider her feelings. Thinking about this, Su Shuyun suddenly felt warm-hearted. At another table, the PR team of Jiangxin Shipyard received a notice that they would move to the Longhu headquarters tomorrow and officially establish a special administrative unit. The team members remained the same, with Zhang Xiaoyao as the team leader and Qin Zuli as the deputy team leader. They also attended the celebration banquet today. Zhang Xiaoyao occasionally glanced at the main table with a look of resentment towards Su Shuyun. Xiaoyao, why does your face look twisted? Who made you angry? Qin Zuli sarcastically asked as she picked up her glass. You. Zhang Xiaoyao was not particularly angry just now, but Qin Zueli's words seemed to ignite a fire within her. Are you trying to mock me? Zhang Xiaoyao retorted. Although the relationship between Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun was not explicitly stated, it was evident on the table. Qin Zuli didn't think about how to handle the situation in the future, but instead made fun of her. How am I mocking you? I recommend that you, since you want to be what you are, stop pretending. Okay. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaoyao tried to manipulate her into confessing to Chen Weiqian by using her position as the PR team leader. Seeing no success in her plan, Qin Zuli took the opportunity to mock her. Qin Zuli believed that what happened had nothing to do with her and did not affect her pursuit of Zhang Qian. As long as Su Shuyun didn't marry Zhang Qian, she still had a chance. Unlike Zhang Xiaoyao, who couldn't control her emotions at the sight of a slight touch between the two. Immature and inexperienced. You call me a whore, don't you? Zhang Xiaoyao, suddenly furious, recollecting Chin Zueli's insinuations that she was a whore. I didn't say that. I simply advised you not to pretend. It's your own doing, not mine. Chin Zueli shrugged, an unmistakable smirk on her face. Can't we just eat in peace? Will this quarrel ever end? Xia Qianxi, a bit impatient, intervened to calm the situation. Zhang Xiaoya coldly snorted, finally calming down. Despite being dissatisfied that Zhang Qian was taken by Xu Shuyan, she found satisfaction in the fact that Xia Qianxi didn't sit at the main table with Zhang Qian, but with them. At least it indicated that Xia Qianxi had no significant relationship with Zhang Qian, and if there was any, it was clandestine and not publicly acknowledged. She believed her position was better than theirs. As the celebration banquet neared its end, Zhang Qian had to excuse himself midway to take a phone call from Jin Lu. Qian, busy right now. What's up, darling? Dizzy forgot, this afternoon is the scheduled release of my father from prison. Didn't we agree to pick him up together? Jin Lu's father released from prison? Zhang Qian almost forgot about it, as Jin Lu had been reminding her for days, and they had discussed the matter extensively. Forgot. I will come over in a while. Zhang Qian agreed promptly, arranged to meet at 3 p.m. at the Darren building, and then go together to pick up the father-in-law. Shuyan, I have something important this afternoon, so I won't accompany you. Zhang Qian cancelled the plan to go shopping with Xu Shuyan. It's okay. Whenever you're free, we can talk about it again. Xu Shuyan nodded understandingly. Zhang Qian was now the boss of several companies and had much more to do every day. Usually, when Xu Shuyan got busy, she was in a similar situation. She expressed her understanding. After the celebration banquet ended, Zhang Qian first sent Xu Shuyan out of the Jingshu group with a reliable driver. Zhang Qian had yet to leave the scene when he bumped into Huo Muyan as soon as he walked out of the Wangyu Tower. Huo Muyan was dressed in a white floral dress today, looking innocent yet couldn't hide her fury. Okay, Zhang Qian, you don't answer my calls, don't reply to my messages. Are you trying to dodge your responsibilities? These days, Huo Muyan has been trying to contact Zhang Qian, but she can't reach him no matter what. After inquiring from various sources, Huo Muyan found out that Zhang Qian would be hosting a celebration banquet here today. Hurriedly, Huo Muyan rushed over, ready to confront Zhang Qian. Unexpectedly, she actually managed to corner Zhang Qian. The commotion at the entrance of Wanyuelu immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. What's going on with this girl? Just now, when Zhang Qian was having lunch with Xu Shuyan, it was already enough to shock the onlookers. Now, why has another girl, dressed in a pure and displeased manner, appeared? Zhang Zong, you're something. One woman after another by his side, just sending off Xu Shuyan. Then another young beauty appeared. It seems like, because of something, Zhang Zong is angry. The two of them really look like a couple, especially with such an appearance, eh? Isn't this the daughter of Director Huo's family? I've seen her before. Han Huahao immediately recognized Huo Muyan's identity. What's going on? Qian? Girlfriend? Who is his girlfriend? Stop talking nonsense. Huo Muyan placed her hands on her waist. She looked around. In just 2 minutes, quite a few spectators had already gathered around, seemingly all guests attending Zhang Qian's celebration banquet today. Huo Muyan didn't want to make a scene with Zhang Qian in front of so many people, so she pulled Zhang Qian to a secluded place to talk to him alone about this matter. I've already handled everything for you. The design, the plan, even the painting was done by professionals we hired. You should pay up. Actually, Huo Muyan planned to come back in a few days, but the subordinates in her studio were afraid that she might be cheated, so they urged her to ask Zhang Qian. This question made things turn bad, as they couldn't contact each other at all. Huo Muyan thought Zhang Qian had run away, which led to today's situation. Tay up. Tay what? Zhang Qian began to act confused. Zhang Qian glanced at Huo Muyan's fondness for him, which had dropped to 10 points. Huo Muyan pouted. Are you trying to evade payment? 2,500,000,000, design fee, plan fee. When Zhang Qian had instructed her previously, he had just mentioned it verbally, without signing a formal commission contract. If Zhang Qian really intended to dodge this payment, it would be quite troublesome. It's not that I won't pay, it's that you haven't completed the work yet, explained Zhang Qian. HMPH. Your company's ships have all been painted according to the plan. What other work do we need to do? Huo Muyan realized that Zhang Qian intended to evade payment. Actually, Our group has just acquired another shipyard company. We now have a total of 47 ships, subtracting those that have been painted by you. Leaves 22 remaining. You have to finish the remaining ones for me to give you the money. Huo Muyan listened in astonishment. Stop fooling me. Having worked at the Maritime Administration, she knew that Yezhou only had 2 shipyards with capabilities, Jiangxin Shipyard and the Asia America Group. Zhang Qian's meaning was that he had acquired the Asia America Group. Fooling kids might work, but not her. Acquiring the Asia America Group would require at least 300 million in funding. Based on Jiangxin Shipyard's capabilities, it's impossible to engulf the entire Asia America Group. You can now check the share structure of the Asia America Group. Why would I deceive you for? I didn't intentionally not answer your calls before. It's just that I've been too busy and couldn't attend to them, explained Zhang Qian. Huo Muyan actually took out her phone and checked the current share structure of the Asia America Group. Zhang Qian owned 95% of the shares. Hu Yubin owned 5% of the shares. Had he really acquired the Asia America Group? That's the most powerful shipping company in Yezhou. You're not deceiving me, right? Zhang Qian grinned. The remaining ships are still 1 million each. Just finish them and let me know. Let me calculate. 47 ships, 1 million each, a total of 47 million, all small money. Just do it. Huo Muyan raised her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Seeing Zhang Qian's attitude, it didn't seem like he lacked money. A small Jiangxin shipyard could engulf the entire Asia America Group, showing there was massive financial support behind him. Zhang Qian was most likely the source of this funding. Feeling caught between a rock and a hard place, Huo Muyan thought it over and decided to trust Zhang Qian. She chose to advance the money herself since the design industry doesn't rely on immediate cash flow. Is there anything else? I'm busy this afternoon. We can contact by phone. I'll leave first. Before Huo Muyan could finish speaking, Zhang Qian quickly left the scene. How did she feel like she was being played? The guest that Wan Yuelu had been secretly observing her conversation with Zhang Qian. I told you. Nothing's wrong. Zhang Zong is really skilled. He easily charmed the young girl with just a few words. If I had Zhang Zong's wealth, I'd be even more extravagant. Cut it out. When Huo Muyan left Wangyu Island, she saw some people whispering, all looking at her with a peculiar expression and strange smiles on their faces. She couldn't figure out what they were thinking. Darren Building. Zhang Qian had already met Jin Lu. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, had been 2 months. Xuan, you drive. I'm a bit nervous. After picking up Jin Lu, Zhang Qian moved to the passenger seat. Jin Lu chuckled. What are you nervous about? We're going to meet my dad. Not sending you to jail. This is to meet the parents, so I'm inexplicably nervous. Does he know you have me as a boyfriend? Zhang Qian couldn't help but ask. Yes, I told him when we visited the prison last time. My dad said he really wants to meet you, so I called you here. Jin Lu started the car and headed towards the Yezhou North First Prison. The prison was located near a small mountain at the westernmost end of Yezhou, with no villages around. Very secluded. When will my dad come out? Soon. Don't be nervous. It's okay. My dad is very approachable. I'm not nervous. If you're not nervous, why is your leg shaking? Zhang Qian glanced at his leg, realizing that it kept trembling uncontrollably. Oh, I have this problem of shaking my legs. Can't get rid of it. Zhang Qian tried to cover it up. Why haven't I seen you shaking your legs before? Zhang Qian didn't want to continue the topic. It was too embarrassing. Seeing the prison gate slowly open, Zhang Qian pointed and shouted, Look, is that my dad? Exactly. After Jin Lu finished speaking, she got off the cart to welcome Zhang Qian. Not far away, Zhang Qian could see clearly the appearance of Jin Lu's father, Jin Jiwan. Jin Jiwan was 1.8 meters tall, with a square face, white hair, and wearing a pair of gold war-frame glasses. This image reminded Zhang Qian of Gao Yuliang from a TV drama, looking kind and amiable, approachable. If Jin Lu hadn't told Zhang Qian, he would never believe that Jin Jiwan was in prison for gambling. Jin Jiwan was dressed in clothes from over a decade ago, which looked a bit outdated by today's standards, but back then only big bosses could afford such attire. It's not just about having money, you also need taste. It was evident that Jin Jiwan had a decent level of education. How could such a person end up deeply involved in gambling and in such a situation? Zhang Qian had many doubts in his mind. he saw Jin Lu running up to Jin Jiwon and directly throwing herself into his embrace. Jun Qian even heard Jin Lu's choke sobbing. Just by imagination, one could never picture how Jin Lu would look like when she cried. Only seeing her father being released from prison would bring tears to her eyes. All right, I'm out now, why cry? You're all grown up. Jin Jiwon gently patted Jin Lu's back. Although he said these words, there were tears in Jin Jiwon's eyes as well. After 2 sobs, Jin Lu held back her tears and her face regained its smile, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jun Qian." "Uncle Jin, hello. I'm Xuan's boyfriend." Jun Qian approached Jin Jiwon and shook his hand. Jin Jiwon took a look at Jun Qian, didn't say much, but seemed quite satisfied with the first impression. "Let's get in the car, Uncle Jin. Tonight, I'll host a dinner for you to celebrate your release, and it marks the beginning of a new life." Jun Qian received a call from Jin Lu at noon and had informed Anigudan in person, asking him to reserve the best private room at Liuan Villa to treat an important guest to dinner. Actually, Jin Jiwon's appearance was quite different from what Jun Qian had imagined. He thought Jin Lu's father would have a tough and scarred face, maybe some tattoos, that kind of image of a gangster, but Jin Jiwon looked neat and somewhat scholarly. In prison, all inmates had to shave their heads, and Jin Jiwon probably was soon to be released, hence the remaining hair. From his hairstyle, it was evident that Jin Jiwon had a decent standing inside. "Which is your car?" Jin Jiwon asked coldly. "That one." Jun Qian pointed at the Maybach S68 he had driven today. "Oh." Jin Jiwon walked over and circled the car. "Nice, I had an S68 before. Yours looks way cooler than mine." Jun Qian could tell that Jin Jiwon was also a former boss who drove luxury cars. "Uncle Jin, cars nowadays mostly look like this, not much difference." Jun Qian opened the car door for Jin Jiwon. There weren't many words exchanged during the ride. By the time they returned to the city, it was almost dark. Without making any detours, Jun Qian drove the car directly to Liuan Villa. "Mr. Jung, you're here. Please come in quickly. I've reserved a spot for you, the best private room at Liuan Villa." After the lunch celebration ended, Anigudan spoke to a few managers, and he himself had been waiting to entertain Jun Qian. Seeing Jin Lu, Anigudan was surprised. Just at the lunch celebration, he had seen 2 girls related to Jun Qian, and now another one in the evening. How many women does Jun Qian have? But from the looks of it, it seemed more like a family banquet. Which one is Jun Qian's main woman? Anigudan pondered in his mind but couldn't come up with an answer, so he didn't dwell on it. Things involving big shots were not something he, a petty figure, could meddle in. He just needed to focus on his own affairs. "And who are you? Are you Gudan?" Jin Jiwon furrowed his brows and recognized Anigudan at once. "Ow, and you are?" Anigudan was stunned. He did find Jin Jiwon familiar, but couldn't place him. "Jin Jiwon. Brother Jiwon." Anigudan was greatly surprised. He and Jin Jiwon hadn't met for over 20 years. Back in the days, Anigudan used to be under Jin Jiwon's command, running errands for this big brother. "It's me." Anigudan couldn't dream that the distinguished guest Jun Qian mentioned was Jin Jiwon. After hearing that Jin Jiwon was arrested, there had been no news about him. Today, unexpectedly meeting him in such circumstances, Anigudan couldn't contain his excitement. From Jun Qian's gestures and his circle of friends, one could tell that there was a huge backing supporting Jun Qian. Unexpectedly, even Jin Jiwon was his guest. Although this elder brother had been in for 20 years and no longer held the past glory, he still exuded a certain energy. Judging from Jin Jiwon's outfit, he must have just come out from inside. Even he had no idea when Jin Jiwon was released, but Jun Qian somehow knew. This person was indeed fearsome. "Since Mr. and I and Uncle Jin are friends, let's sit down and dine together," Jun Qian invited. "Is it all right? Won't it disturb you?" Anigudan inquired tentatively. "If it's inconvenient, I can serve you outside." The managers and staff in the lobby were dumbfounded. Anigudan, their boss, usually exuded an imposing air, had extremely high demands for the staff, always wore a cold expression, and held a prestigious social status. Some celebrities and gentlemen would greet Anigudan when they saw him, but they had never seen Anigudan being so deferential and even using the word serve. It illustrated the tremendous influence of Jun Qian and his group, shocking everyone. "It's fine. Let's eat together." Jin Jiwon waved his hand to indicate it didn't matter. Being able to dine with Brother Jiwon and General Jung is my great honor in this lifetime. The blessing I've accumulated from past lives. Gudong kept on with his flattery. It's fine, boss. It's not that extravagant. Let's go in. And after seating the 4 people, Jin Jiwon called a manager. Order everything from the menu and open a bottle of 1980 to law fight. Wait a moment. We're missing one person. I'll go fetch them. Jin Jiwon got up and left the private room. Not long after, he walked in with a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, still retaining her charm. Let me formally introduce you. This is our daughter Jin Lu. This is our future son-in-law Jung Qian. And this is my good friend from many years ago, Gudong. Hello, my name is Yan Shufan. The expressions on the faces of several people were different. The most surprised one was Gudong. Jung Qian turned out to be Jin Jiwon's future son-in-law. So, today is actually their family banquet. This is really unexpected and a bit impulsive. It was somewhat inappropriate for him to appear at someone else's family banquet. Hello, sister-in-law. Gudong stood up first and shook hands with Yan Shufan. Jin Luxiu frowned slightly, as she had no idea who Yan Shufan was. Besides her mother, her father had another woman. Jung Qian was quite surprised, but he greeted Yan Shufan politely. The relationship between her and Jin Jiwon seemed unusual. From Jin Lu's expression, even she probably didn't know that Jin Jiwon had other women. Perhaps Jin Lu's mother had passed away long ago, so Jin Jiwon dared to bring Yan Shufan confidently in front of everyone. Jin Lu's father must have been quite a flamboyant man back then. He went to jail for 20 years, yet there were still women who didn't leave him and could be summoned with a single phone call. Jin Jiwon had some skills. Jung Qian suddenly felt that Jin Jiwon's skills far exceeded his imagination. A man who could start a business 20 years ago, if he hadn't gone to jail, by now he would have been someone like Han Huahao. Gudong asked the manager to start serving food and drinks. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xuan, you haven't sold our house, right? After Jin Jiwon was released from prison, this was his biggest concern. Oh Dad, I've told you many times, I haven't sold it. Well, that's good. After we finish eating, take me back to take a look. Jin Jiwon was very satisfied with the reply. When are you and Qian going to get married? Consider that house as a dowry from me. Don't think it's too little. Uncle Jin, that's not necessary. Forget about the dowry. Xuan said that house still belongs to you, for you to live in. Jung Qian quickly refused. No, that won't work. It was originally left for Xuan. What would it mean if I lived there? I'll just take a look. I have a place to live. Jin Jiwon smiled and glanced at Yan Shufan next to him. Yes, Qian seems to be doing big business, so don't think the dowry we give is too little. Yan Shufan added. It was evident that she was also a formidable woman. As long as it was something Jin Lu managed, Jin Jiwon would not intervene. Jin Lu was still a child when her father went to jail 20 years ago. He hadn't fulfilled his duty as a father for many years, so as long as she was happy with it, that was all that mattered. Moreover, Jin Jiwon was relatively satisfied with Jung Qian. Gudong, who used to run errands for him, had now become the boss of Ilvyuan Manor, and was very polite to Jung Qian. Though not directly stated, it was highly likely that their family was involved in major business. Very significant business. Who would pay attention to an old villa in this case? Since my dad said so, let's accept it. Jin Lu glanced at Jung Qian, as this house was originally bought by Jung Qian for her, as a gesture for Jin Jiwon. Now that he proposed it as a dowry, there was no need to fabricate additional explanations later. No. The house is empty most of the time anyway. I have a house in Lonhu. You should continue living in this house. It would be good to have Andy move in. After all, it's still a villa. You and Dad can live here in the future, and Xuan and I will serve you. The headquarters of Kind Group had already moved to Lonhu, and Jung Qian had been considering buying a property there to make commuting easier. Villas in Lonhu were much more expensive than Jianshan International. If bought under Jin Lu's name, it would result in significant profits. Jung Qian would not miss out on such a good opportunity to earn a large rebate through the system. Jin Lu looked at Jung Qian with a strange expression. Jung Qian had another house in Lonhu. The next morning, after having breakfast, Jung Qian secretly handed his bank card to Jin Lu. What is this for? Today, you don't need to do anything. Just take this card and go buy a house. The password is 390,390. If you find a house you like, Just swipe the card and put the house under your name. Just one requirement, it cannot be less than 50 million. Jinlu. 50 million? How much is Jianshan International? Although the Longhu Villa is in a prime location in Yebai, it shouldn't be that expensive. With this money, you could buy a villa in Northern Europe. Are you serious? Then I'll really buy it. But not the best, buy the most expensive. 50 million is just a minimum standard. There is no limit. Spend as much as you can. Zheng Qian instructed. Even if the Longhu Villa is expensive, it's not as expensive as Jianshan International. 50 million may be a bit of a challenge for Jinlu. Jinlu's current favorability towards him is at 100 points. This money won't bring a return, but Zheng Qian is certainly generous. His father-in-law just got out of prison. Shouldn't he show off a bit? The money he spent on the freighter's painting was already 47 million, not to mention the house he and Jinlu lived in. Of course, it had to be a little more expensive. Kilu, Yuhua Shipping Headquarters. Hui Yunfeng, Fen Mingsu, and Zhang Leikong, the bosses of 3 shipping companies, sat together, discussing strategies around a map of Hyeshu. With the ambition of Kiant Group, they would definitely head east next. Viewing from the perspective of Kiant Group, 2 options are most suitable at the moment. The first, Bahai. The second, Huai. The Hai is very aggressive in its approach, directly blocking the eastern wing, the 2 regions of Tianjin, reaching the Liaodong area, and immediately occupying the market of 3 regions. Huai, on the other hand, is more stable strategically. If Kiant Group can establish a foothold in Huai, it can be connected to Yebai Pier, and the entire Huai region, extending to half of Kyushu's territory, will fall within the operating range of Kiant Group. Why are you so anxious? Aren't we discussing strategies right now? Hui Yunfeng sneered. These 2 allies couldn't keep calm. The enemy hasn't made a move yet, and they're already panicking. Moreover, haven't they already analyzed Zheng Qian's intentions? Knowing the others' intentions, why panic? Fen Mingsu and Zhang Leikong sigh. Although they didn't say anything, they were cursing in their hearts. Yuhua Shipping's main pier are concentrated in the Yellow Sea and the Weihai Sea. No matter which step Kiant Group takes, Fen Mingsu and Zhang Leikong would be greatly affected. You don't need to panic. Kiant Group is not targeting you. Hui Yunfeng was typical of talking without acting. The key issue is knowing Kiant Group's next move. It's hard to defend against. These 2 options are like boxing moves. One is a left hook, the other a right hook. Both options are headache-inducing, and if you're not careful, you could fall into the other's trap. Being defensive with both hands raised against left and right hooks is foolish, leaving you completely passive without any counterattack ability. If the other side remains still, then all the effort put in would be wasted. Just then, Hui Yunfeng calmly glanced at a message on his phone, and a smug expression appeared on his face. According to the intelligence, Kiant Group is about to throw a right hook. They've already sent someone to contact Wu Guangqun, the owner of the Huai Pier. Wu Guangqun, the expressions on the faces of the other to turn serious. Whose intel is this and is it accurate? Fen Mingsu asked. If this information was true, their pressure wouldn't be as great. They could just defend themselves and even seize the opportunity to counterattack, perhaps even taking away the order from Kilu. I can't tell you who the source is, but I can say the credibility of this information is very high. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Wu Guangqun and stop him from cooperating with Kiant Group. Hui Yunfeng smirked. It's not that simple. He not only needs Kiant Group to suffer setbacks, but also has to deal with Zheng Qian. A few days later, Zheng Qian received bad news. The Mr. Chen Group is already waiting for you in the meeting room. What bad news? Why so urgent? In the meeting room were Chen Weiqian, Liu Shiki, and Li Dao. When Kiant Group was established, Zheng Qian appointed Li Dao as his executive director, who enjoys annual dividends, so he was also present at this meeting. As Li Dao was Zheng Qian's mentor, Zheng Qian naturally relied on him, and their relationship was deep. Li Dao was definitely being used as a confidant. Judging by their expressions, something happened at the Huai port. The 2 options discussed internally a few days ago hadn't been decided upon, leaving them unsure which would be more suitable for Kiant Group. Yesterday, Hu Jingyi's suggestion, which emphasized Huai port, provided a sense of relief for Zheng Qian. After the celebration banquet, Zheng Qian made up his mind to follow the advice of this senior, standing firm at Huai port, offensive when needed and defensive when required. This plan was to be executed by Li Dao. Tell me, what's the situation? Zheng Qian asked directly after sitting down. Yesterday afternoon, I flew to Huai River and met with Wu Guangqun, the owner of the Huai Pier. The conversation went smoothly, and he agreed to our conditions for 3 years, priority docking rights. Both parties signed the contract, and I arranged for the payment. I sent 2 cargo ships over, intending to establish our presence, but unexpectedly, at 4 in the morning, I received a call saying that the Huai Pier wouldn't let our ships dock, not even letting them pass. There was no choice but to turn back. I called Wu Guangqun. He mentioned that the port was currently under intense pressure and couldn't accommodate additional ships. He suggested we come back after some time. Damn it, the Huai port almost covers the entire Huai River mouth. What's Wu Shukai doing? Chen Weiqian couldn't help but curse. Zheng Qian understood. Wu Guangqun took the money, but didn't deliver on his promise. I already had it investigated. On the day we signed the contract with Wu Guangqun, he signed a contract with someone else, with the same terms as ours, for priority docking rights, but at a higher price. If that was the case, Wu Guangqun's problem was even more serious. He had taken double the payment. How did this happen? Zheng Qian couldn't help but question. Everyone looked at each other. It's not very clear. Judging from the intentions, it seems that the one who signed the contract for priority docking rights with Wu Guangqun is clearly from the Qijin Alliance. Zheng Qian hesitated between the 2 options because he was afraid that the Chejinyi Alliance would target the Kind Group. From the map, the Kind Group only has 2 routes to take, and the other party could easily come to this conclusion with careful analysis. However, the other party would not be able to know in advance which route they would choose. If the Chejinyi Alliance wanted to cause trouble, they could only choose between the Bahai Sea and the mouth of the Huai River. It would be too costly to defend both, making it not worth it. With the old boss Wu Guangqun of the Huai River Wharf contacted by the Kind Group, how could members of the Chejinyi Alliance show up right after? Could such a coincidental event happen? Zheng Qian brought back 3 orders from the bidding meeting, each capable of bringing about 1 billion in profit to the company. 2 from Yezhou, 1 from Kilu. If the company's ships dock at the Huai River Wharf to load and unload the export food for Kilu's order, efficiency would greatly increase. However, even though the money has been paid, they can't even enter the wharf now. Our company has a mole. Zheng Qian had already provided excellent benefits to his employees, double that of other companies, yet to think there would still be a mole under such treatment. But it's not surprising, considering even Zi Shenhao, who he trusted, turned against him. Under the temptation of massive benefits, which company wouldn't have a few moles? A mole. Not many people know about this. Li Dao was also surprised. But besides moles from the company, Li Dao couldn't find any other reason for them to be targeted so accurately. So what do we do now? Chen, have you got any ideas? That's where the Kind Group and the Chejinyi Alliance start. Zheng Qian believed that they needed to first root out the mole before proceeding. To uncover the mole, they needed to start from those close to them. As Chen Weiqian had mentioned, the move to the Huai River was a step not known by many. This meant someone close to them was leaking information. Preliminarily, it was determined that the moles were secretaries of a few people. After the meeting, Zheng Qian had Xia Qianzi called Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli over. Xia Qianzi might not need to be investigated, but her administrative special handling team would need to be looked into. Even Zheng Qian didn't expect that after the establishment of the Kind Group, the first thing he would assign would be to investigate moles. Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli worked hard and acted like true members of the company, showing their loyalty to him. Since arriving at Jengson shipyard, Zheng Qian had become accustomed to using people. Establishing trust with the team, he believed neither would be moles, so sending them to thoroughly investigate the moles seemed appropriate. After assigning the task to Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli, they felt the weight of the responsibility. Remember, this must be kept secret. Do not tell anyone else, understood? Zheng Qian instructed them emphatically. Once you're out, tell those around you that upon hearing about being targeted, I was angry and have decided to invest 10 billion to build a new wharf in the Huai River. Remember, only tell those in our team, do not let others know. As long as you catch the mole, I'll personally give you 1 million as a bonus. Even if you don't catch them, as long as you try your best, I'll still give you 100,000. 1 million? Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli were stunned after hearing this. Zhang Qian must have more than just hatred toward the moles to be so generous. There must be some personal feelings involved for both of them, or else why would Zhang Qian reward them personally rather than through the company? Qin Zuli and Zhang Xiaoya promised Zhang Qian they would carry out the task successfully. Just as they left Zhang Qian's office, Zhang Xiaoya began to cynically mock and criticize. I wonder if Zhang General made the right choice this time. If he picked a mole, then my mission won't be completed. Zhang Xiaoya sighed mockingly, looking at Qin Zuli intentionally. This statement immediately provoked Qin Zuli. Zhang Xiaoya, why do you always speak so sarcastically here? If it wasn't for General Zhang choosing you, I would have been the first to report you as the mole. Let's see how General Zhang deals with you then. Ha ha. What a joke. You think only you can report? I couldn't report you to General Zhang. The two beautiful women with different personalities and styles started arguing. Although others couldn't understand what they were arguing about, their exchange was visually captivating. Zhang Qian saw that it was time to go and that all the work had been taken care of. He drove back home, ready to spend some quality time with Jin Lu in their own world. Setting up in the Longhu Villa would definitely take some time, at least 2 to 3 days just for the procedures. So, Zhang Qian would have to stay at Jianshan International for the time being. With his father-in-law, Jin Jiwon present, Zhang Qian wanted to show their good relationship to impress him. However, on his way home, a small truck came speeding in the wrong direction, heading straight towards Zhang Qian's car. Beep beep beep. The warning sound blared. Zhang Qian quickly hit the brakes, but the other party showed no intention of stopping, leading to a direct collision between the two vehicles. Bang! The airbags deploy, and Zhang Qian slumped over the steering wheel, losing consciousness immediately. When Zhang Qian woke up, he found himself in the hospital. Quick! Kun Man see, Qian is awake. Zhang Qian slowly opened his eyes, his head still throbbing. He subconsciously checked to see if he was missing any body parts. Thankfully, all his limbs were intact. There were several people by his side. Jin Lu, Jin Jiwan, Li Dao, Chen Weiqian, two doctors in white coats, and a police officer in uniform. After the doctors confirmed that there were no major issues, everyone started to relax. What happened? Zhang Qian couldn't help but ask. After the police officer narrated the incident, Zhang Qian learned that a truck driver, possibly due to fatigue, was driving in the wrong direction and ran a red light, crashing into his car. Zhang Qian's airbag saved him, and he was relatively unharmed, although his car was wrecked. After the 4 is done, please come with me to the police station for a statement. I need to use the restroom first, said the police officer, leaving the room. Jin Lu felt relieved seeing Zhang Qian awake. She had been terrified, thinking the worst. If Zhang Qian had been left in a vegetative state, what would she do? Jing Jiwon let out a sigh of relief. Having just been released from prison, he had hoped to see his grandchild. If anything had happened to Zhang Qian, that dream would have been shattered. Li Dao locked the door and lowered his voice. I've investigated in secret. The truck driver came all the way from Kilu, and this afternoon, there was a deposit of 200,000 in his wife's bank account. After hearing Li Dao's words, including Zhang Qian and the others couldn't help but gasp. If what Li Dao said was true, it wasn't just a traffic accident, but an attempted murder for hire. Zhang Qian decided not to make a fuss about the situation. He had already realized that someone wanted him dead, possibly through the Kijini Alliance or the Yami Group. With internal problems still unresolved in the company, threats persisted from external sources. Reporting this incident to the police wouldn't solve the problem. Zhang Qian had a plan in mind. Let's keep this quiet for now, Zhang Qian said. Glancing at the window, it was late at night. Doubt, Chen, go back for now. I'll visit the police station later. Zhang Qian felt relieved that he had survived the ordeal and felt less anxious. Knowing someone wanted him dead meant his crane group posed a real threat to them. After the fur drip was completed, Zhang Qian, accompanied by Jin Lu and her father, went to the police station. After giving his statement, Zhang Qian requested to speak with the driver alone. The police approved his request, and he entered the detention room to find a middle-aged man with a weathered face sitting in a corner, looking nervous. According to the police, the man's name was Zuo Pank. Why did you try to kill me? Zhang Qian asked directly. I didn't. I was fatigued and fell asleep while driving. Zuo Pank replied hesitantly. Zhang Qian approached him, looked at his weary face, and said, Don't worry, it's just us here. No one else will know the contents of our conversation. Zhang Qian confronted Zhuo Pank about the suspicious circumstances surrounding the accident. Zhuo Pank eventually confessed that he had been hired to kill Zhang Qian by a man named Huan Fan. Feeling sympathetic towards Zhuo Pank's situation, Zhang Qian gave him a bank card with 1,000,000 yuan and allowed him to leave after signing some documents. Zhang Qian then left the police station. Later, Jin Lu asked Zhang Qian about his conversation with the truck driver. Zhang Qian revealed his conversation with Zhuo Pank and explained that the situation was more complex than it seemed. He emphasized that the focus should be on Huanfang rather than the innocent driver. When asked about his plan, Zhang Qian calmly replied that he had his methods and was prepared to confront Huanfang. Zhang Qian's composure in the face of danger impressed Jin Jiwan, who recognized him as a person capable of achieving great things. Although Zhang Qian does not intend to hold anyone accountable, he should indeed consider his own security issues. As his net worth continues to rise, the impact on his competitors will become increasingly significant. Blocking others' financial pathways is akin to killing their parents. Big shots like Jack Ma and Pony Ma have national-level bodyguards by their side. After returning to Jianshan International, Zhang Qian carefully considered that he should also hire a few bodyguards. This time it was a natural disaster, but next time it might involve knives and guns. It is currently a critical period with the Crane Group and the Kijini Alliance at odds, and Zhang Qian needs a bodyguard team to protect him. Once his influence expands, no one will dare to easily take action against him. By the way, Xuan, what was the name of the guy you knocked out last time? Wasn't he a member of the provincial Sanda team before? Zhang Qian remembered one of Jin Lu's pursuers. Are you talking about Duan Qiren? Yes, Duan Qiren. Where is he now? I sent him to Lanhu to be a coach. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Zhang Qian explained his thoughts. Is that okay? Jin Lu was more concerned, thinking that it might be better to hire a professional security team for bodyguard services. Duan Qiren had some small conflicts with Zhang Qian before, so what if someone bribed him to turn against them? However, on the other hand, Duan Qiren's skills were indeed better. If she hadn't acted tough earlier for Zhang Qian's sake, she might not have been able to code Duan Qiren. It's okay. Just him. I'll go to the gym tomorrow to talk to him. It's been a while since I worked out. Zhang Qian lay on the bed as if nothing had happened, forming a character shape, showing no signs of having just gone through a car accident. Come here. Let me show you a photo. What photo? Jin Lu took out a photo from her phone of the scene of the car accident. Zhang Qian's Maybach had its axle nearly half crushed into the truck. The traffic police said that if it had been 10 centimeters closer, it would have hit the driver's seat, and you would have been disabled. Oh. After seeing the photos from the scene, Zhang Qian immediately passed out. The next morning, Zhang Qian was awoken by a call from an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he finally answered the call. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you. Are you Mr. Zhang Qian? The voice on the other end was sweet and soothing, and Zhang Qian thought it might be a scammer who had obtained his personal information. In this age of big data, everyone's information could potentially be leaked. I don't buy insurance. I don't do financial planning. I don't invest in stocks. I'm not taking exams to upgrade my qualifications. I'm not looking for a partner to marry. What else do you want? There was a silence on the phone for 30 seconds. Mr. Zhang, I'm from the administration office of Yabai University. Are you not able to answer the call right now? The person on the other end had figured out that Zhang Qian mistook her for a scammer, but still politely asked if there was anything she could help with. Yabai University's administration office. Zhang Qian quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a scam call. Is there something you need? Well, Mr. Zhang, we have an alumni event in 3 days. We found out that now you are the chairman of Crane Group. Can you make a speech at the event? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian was certain that the person was not a scammer. Yabai University indeed had this tradition. Although Yabai University was not considered top tier, it was one of the key universities in the province and had produced many outstanding alumni. Zhang Qian had heard of a speech given by a financial giant during his freshman year, motivating younger students to strive for excellence. In addition to inviting outstanding alumni, the school also contacted alumni who had graduated earlier to make donations after the speech. These donations were used for various school development projects such as laboratories, libraries, dormitories, student dining halls, teaching buildings, etc. This was a unique tradition of Yabai University. Zheng Qian agreed to attend the event. "Alright, Mr. Zheng. Thank you for taking my call. I won't disturb you further. See you at the event." After hanging up the phone, Zheng Qian had a simple breakfast and didn't go to the company, but went to the gym with Jinlu instead. The gym was located in a prime location in Lanhu, with luxurious decoration and state-of-the-art imported equipment. Zheng Qian had never been there before but was impressed with the facilities. After looking around with the guidance of Ho Jiani, Zheng Qian sat down to eat some energy bars that he was handed. "Zheng Zan, you're here?" "Yes. Just came to see around and work out for a bit." "No need to be so polite. Just call me Zia Qian." Jin Lu chimed in. Ho Jiani then briefed the business situation. Since opening the gym, they had attracted a substantial number of members in just a month, achieving significant success. "Alright, I'll leave it to you, Ho Uncle, to handle things, but I'm not here to review accounts today. Is Duan Qiren here? Bring him to me." Zheng Qian waved his hand, and Ho Jiani quickly fetched Duan Qiren. "Zheng, brother Zheng, Jin's sister. Hello." Duan Qiren greeted them with a smile. Zheng Qian informed Duan Qiren about the need for bodyguards. "You were previously in the provincial Zanda team, right? You must know a lot of skilled people." Upon hearing this, Duan Qiren asked, "Xian brother, how many people do you need? How many people do you know? Bring them all here, and they will work as bodyguards for a month. 10,000 each, and as the security team leader, I will pay you 300,000. Are you in?" Duan Qiren had some conflicts with Zheng Qian in the past, and even though he had tried to make amends afterward, there was still a gap between them. But with the offer of 30,000 upfront for just a month, it seemed like easy money. Duan Qiren's eyes lit up, and he eagerly accepted. Jin Lu then informed Duan Qiren about Zheng Qian's recent car accident, emphasizing the need for vigilance. "Since you agreed, do a good job, and don't slack off. Got it?" Duan Qiren realized the seriousness of the situation and promised to protect Zheng Qian with dedication. "Alright. Stop flattering and go contact your people. I'll arrange for someone here to take over your work." After speaking, Jin Lu let Duan Qiren start making arrangements. She didn't think the price Zheng Qian offered was high. After all, the security personnel needed to be motivated to give their best. She also felt a month might be too short, as the adversary might try to retaliate later. Under Jin Lu's guidance, Zheng Qian started high-intensity workouts at the gym. After 2 hours, Zheng Qian had completed all sets. "You're amazing!" Jin Lu exclaimed, giving Zheng Qian a peck on the face. "Go take a shower, and I'll bring you some protein powder for replenishment." Zheng Qian quickly washed off the sweat, changed into fresh clothes, and was handed 2 energy bars by Ho Jiani. He sat on the couch and began munching on them. "Zi Qian, you stay here. I need to go deal with some things. Our gym's new batch of equipment has arrived." "No problem, go ahead." Shortly after Ho Jiani left, a group of people entered the VIP room. They were in their 20s, 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in brand name clothes and looking energetic and youthful. "Is Boss Ho here?" "Zheng Qian, what are you doing here? Ha ha ha. We haven't seen each other in about 3 or 4 years." A guy with a crew cut and glasses named Xiu Pil walked up to Zheng Qian and playfully nudged his chest. Xiu Pil was Zheng Qian's classmate and had been his roommate in university, a close friend. "What a coincidence, meeting you here," Zheng Qian laughed and playfully nudged back. After graduating from university, everyone had gone their separate ways, and they hadn't seen each other in about 3 to 4 years. Although Xiu Pil was Zheng Qian's close friend, they were both usually busy and only kept in touch on their phones. Xiu Pil came from a middle-class family and believed in the more friends, the better mindset. He had been quite a social butterfly during college, maintaining good relationships with everyone. But his bond with Zheng Qian was stronger than most. "We're going to celebrate Lu Shanshan's birthday today. Jinghui said a new gym has opened here, and he knows the owner well. We were thinking of getting membership cards, so we stopped by. Celebrate a birthday." Zheng Qian suddenly remembered that today is Lu Shanshan's lunar birthday. 5 years ago, Zheng Qian had given Lu Shanshan a necklace, which he had saved up for a long time to buy. Zheng Qian raised his eyelids and looked at Lu Shanshan. After not seeing her for years, Zheng Qian found that Lu Shanshan had become even more beautiful. She managed her figure well, still weighing less than 100 pounds. Today, she was wearing a sexy black strapped short skirt, with long and fair legs, paired with a pair of black Parisienne stockings and high heels. Her face was lightly made up with a hint of pink eye makeup. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell that Lu Shanshan was already 26 this year. Maturity mixed with a hint of innocence. Just one glance made Zheng Qian reminisce about his university days. During university, Lu Shanshan had been Zheng Qian's dream goddess, whom he had secretly admired for 3 years. Lu Shanshan's father was an official in Yi State. Her mother was in the clothing business, and their family had millions in assets. Zheng Qian, a nobody without love or care, had no qualifications to confess to Lu Shanshan. Standing next to Lu Shanshan was a man in casual clothes named Tang Xingyu, handsome, with a height of 1.8 meters, and from a wealthy background. Tang Xingyu was a popular figure at Yabai University. Tall, handsome, excellent grades, wealthy family background, and with his 1.8 meter height, he was referred to as a man by seniors and juniors. It was said that the luggage couldn't even fit all the love letters he received. The confessions on the school's confession wall were so exaggerated that there were almost daily confessions to Tang Xingyu for years, without interruption. Even Lu Shanshan had a special affection for him, captivating many of their senior and junior sisters. This even led to people being unhappy, causing Tang Xingyu to be marked as the enemy of the male students during his university days. Zheng Qian had once written a love letter, but because of Tang Xingyu, he never sent it, burying his affection for Lu Shanshan deep in his heart. However, neither of them had dated during university, focusing all their efforts on studying. As for now, Zheng Qian didn't know if they had become a couple. At this moment, Zheng Qian glanced at Lu Shanshan's feelings towards him. 20 points. Just friendly. Although Zheng Qian couldn't see how Lu Shanshan felt about him, he felt that of the 4 of them, Lu Shanshan probably had the highest level of affection towards him. "Ah, it's Qian," Kui Jinghui said with a smile, handing Zheng Qian a cigarette. His father was influential in the industry in Yi State, with stakes in many entertainment venues, particularly at Yabai. They almost monopolized bars, KTVs, and nightclubs. This gym was newly opened, and it was said that they spent several million just on the opening. The membership prices were relatively expensive, with an annual card for 18,888 and 28,888 with a private trainer. Finding Zheng Qian here today meant he was doing quite well, maybe making some money. "You guys looking for Ho Jiani? He's gone out, probably won't be back for a while," Zheng Qian said, appreciating their courtesy. "Oh, he's not here? Then let's come back another day," Xia Yuju suggested. "How about, Qian, join us in celebrating Shanshan's birthday? Let's get together," Xia Yuju proposed. Of the 5, only Xia Yuju had a good relationship with Zheng Qian. In normal circumstances, Zheng Qian wouldn't be in the radar of these 4. They were not in the same social circle, and it was hard for Zheng Qian to fit in with them. Is that appropriate?" Zheng Qian felt a bit uneasy. "Since we've met, let's go together. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's a good opportunity to catch up," Lu Shanshan added, sounding somewhat forced. While they were university classmates, besides Xia Yuju, Zheng Qian hardly interacted with the other 4, who also didn't think much of Zheng Qian. Lu Shanshan may have agreed just to save face for everyone. Zheng Qian should have progressed well by this point, so maybe he could expand his network through Lu Shanshan. "Qian, your protein shake is ready. I couldn't find the suitable one earlier, causing a bit of a delay." Jin Lu, holding a protein shake at the perfect 40 degrees, entered. Seeing Zheng Qian in conversation with the group, she couldn't help but look surprised. "Who are these people?" Jin Lu curiously asked. "Let me introduce them. They are my university classmates." Zheng Qian introduced each of them to Jin Lu. "Oh, so they are Qian's classmates. Hello, I'm Jin Lu." Jin Lu introduced herself. Jin Lu was dressed in typical sports attire, with an outstanding figure. While not as glamorous as Lu Shanshan and her best friend Yunana, her cold and proud demeanor exuded an air of elegance. Having left the campus 2-3 years ago, Lu Shanshan and Yunana couldn't overshadow her queen-like aura. Jin Lu always stood out wherever she went. "I won't be going home for dinner tonight. I'll be celebrating with them. Don't wait for me." Jin Lu nodded politely, giving face to Zheng Qian in front of the others. "Go ahead, you can take my car later," she said, handing the car keys to Zheng Qian, exchanging a few pleasantries before heading downstairs. "Qian, Is that Jinlu your girlfriend? Shai Yuju couldn't help but ask curiously in the elevator. It wasn't just Shai Yuju. Yunana, Kui Jinghui, and the others were also intrigued. Jinlu had made a grand entrance, stunning everyone with her aura. All attention was focused on her. Even Lu Shanshan and Yunana paled in comparison before her. In front of her, these two beautiful women had to take a back seat. Yes, my girlfriend. Zhang Qian nodded. Wow. You lucky kid. Shai Yuju laughed, as if Jinlu was his girlfriend. Zhang Qian seemed to have hit the jackpot by being with such a striking beauty. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zhang Qian drove over Jinlu's blue and white BMW, awing everyone once again. Tan Xingyu drove a Porsche Cayenne, while Kui Jinghui drove an Audi R8, both worth over 2 million. Shai Yuju had some background, driving an E3OL worth tens of thousands of dollars. Zhang Qian 7 Series, though a 4-door sedan, was new and worth over 200,000, even more expensive than Kui Jinghui's sports car. Zhang Qian's girlfriend was so wealthy. What is Zhang Qian doing now? Everyone began to wonder. They went to a KTV called manhwaedit, situated not far from there, just a few blocks away. It's worth mentioning that on the way, Kui Jinghui seemed somewhat unsettled, repeatedly trying to race against Zhang Qian as if wanting to test him. In the city, sports cars couldn't speed up much. Several streets in and around, Zhang Qian's BMW was faster than Kui Jinghui's Audi R8. Keeping ahead of him, manhwaedit was a high-end KTV located in a prime location in the Longhu area. Upon entering, neatly lined up greeting hostesses bowed in welcome. The decor was extremely luxurious. Sister Hua, my friend is celebrating a birthday. Can you arrange a space? Kui Jinghui, whose father had stakes here and was familiar with the people here, requested as they entered. Welcome, Jinghui. Need a space arranged. Inspired by the unforgettable charm of the woman leading them, they were led to the most exclusive diamond hall. Once seated, Kui Jinghui asked, "It's been years. Where are you developing now in Yi State?" Kui Jinghui did not directly ask Zhang Qian what he was doing now, but first asked where he was developing. All learned from his father's rhetoric. Zhang Qian nodded. Yes. Still developing in the north of Yi. Ah, I've been in the north of Yi too. How come I've never seen you? Kui Jinghui pretended to be surprised. I thought you went to a big city to develop. Although the city of Yebai is not as big as Beijing, Shanghai, or Shenzhen, it is not small, so it is normal not to have met. Zhang Qian soon realized that Kui Jinghui's rhetoric was trying to ask what he was doing now. Kui Jinghui still didn't ask Zhang Qian what he was doing, but asked him, "Where is Qian living now? Is it far from here? If you drink too much later, I'll find someone to send you from here. My dad's place, don't worry about it. I started looking at houses today, currently living at my girlfriend's place. Jianshan International," Zhang Qian replied truthfully. Jianshan International? That's one of the top villa areas in Yebai. The cheapest villa there costs over 20 million. Zhang Qian's girlfriend, is she really that rich? Living in a villa worth over 20 million. Driving a car worth millions. Shai Yuju immediately realized that Zhang Qian had hooked up with a rich woman. However, he didn't look down on Zhang Qian, as long as he was doing well. Besides, Zhang Qian was not bad. Maybe someone liked the good qualities in him. Other people's thoughts were different from Shai Yuju's. No wonder Zhang Qian could work out in a gym with such high membership fees, wear top luxury brands, drive a BMW, and wear an Omega watch on his wrist. It turned out he was a kept man of a rich woman. Eating soft food, several people's eyes flashed with disdain. Lu Shanshan, affinity -5. Yunana, affinity -2. So, what are you doing now? After finding out that Zhang Qian was a kept man, Kui Jinghui no longer bothered to play word games with Zhang Qian and asked directly. I'm busy with random things, nothing much. Zhang Qian replied without elaborating. He was actually the chairman of Qianhu Group with a market value of over $1 billion, but he felt embarrassed to say it, knowing no one would believe it. And you guys, what are you doing now? Zhang Qian asked back. When Zhang Qian was nothing special, average in sports, average in looks, just slightly better in grades. After finding out that Zhang Qian was living off a woman, they also lost interest in befriending him. Sun even said with a hint of boasting, I was selected for the provincial basketball team in university, later retired, now helping out at home. Kui Jinghui said casually, Hey, Jinghui, don't be modest. Weren't you selected as a seed player for the CBA? If it weren't for the ankle injury, why would you choose to retire? Jung Qian glanced at Yunana, whose affinity rating towards him was 5. Indeed, after hearing Yunana's words, Kui Jinghui was overjoyed. It was Yunana who spoke, and she and Kui Jinghui were naturally a perfect match, one arrogant and domineering, the other extremely materialistic. During university, Kui Jinghui often got into fights, both within and outside the campus, always having dozens of people backing him up. Yunana was Lu Shanshan's best friend, from a middle-class background, beautiful and stylish. Before university, many guys pursued her, showering her with gifts that she never accepted, until Kui Jinghui pursued her fervently, giving her only luxury brands like Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, and Bulgari, eventually winning her over. Jung Qian never expected their relationship to last this long. They had been together for a few years, and Kui Jinghui must have spent a lot of money on her. By the way, Xingyu, you're about to graduate soon, right? Kui Jinghui took the opportunity to shift the conversation to Tang Xingyu, who was the most impressive person among them. With such a big family business to inherit, Tang Xingyu still pursued power instead. Although Yebai University was not in the top tier, it was one of the top universities in Yi Province. After graduating from Yebai University, Tang Xingyu didn't stop, but applied for postgraduate studies, getting into Shanghai Jiaotong University on his first attempt. However, he didn't choose to attend that school. On his second try, he was accepted into the Political Science and Law Department of Juzhou University. Yes, about to graduate, Tang Xingyu nodded lightly, then casually glanced at Jung Qian, but I still have a long road ahead. Where's the long road? I heard you guys are directly given jobs after graduation. And your rank isn't low, right? Kui Jinghui asked. Well, I still have to start from the grassroots, but it's indeed not low, Tang Xingyu replied. They all knew these things, and asking again was a clear intent to make Jung Qian understand. Everyone made it to where they were through their own abilities. And you, getting by as a kept man, sitting with everyone here? Have some self-respect. Meanwhile, Lu Shanshan's gaze towards Tang Xingyu grew even more intense. Her father was an official in Yi Province, and she knew better than anyone about the prospects in this field. Money meant nothing compared to power. Lu Shanshan admired Tang Xingyu a lot since university, but they rarely met after graduation, although they had some contact through their phones. Today was her birthday, and Tang Xingyu flew back from the capital city just to be with her, which moved Lu Shanshan deeply. Xinghui, how's the family business doing lately? You haven't been around for several days. Yunana clung to Kui Jinghui's arm and nestled into his embrace. My bad. I've been busy lately. You know about the Red Rose Bar, right? My family is preparing to take over that bar. Kui Jinghui's family was in the entertainment industry, including bars, KTVs, nightclubs, places where cutthroat competition was common. Hearing Kui Jinghui mentioning the Red Rose Bar caught Jung Qian's interest. My family's club, Sayatu, is located on the same street as the Red Rose Bar. We recently poached all their staff and monopolized the liquor supply, causing the cost at Red Rose to be 50% higher for others. They're struggling to stay in business. Kui Jinghui was proud of this accomplishment, his first fight since taking over the family business. Really? I was just at the Red Rose Bar playing with some friends not long ago. It was pretty lively with a lot of people, Sha Yuju asked puzzledly. And there was this tycoon who ordered 99 bottles of Black Ace, even paid the bill for everyone. How come they're struggling to stay in business? The story of the 99 bottles of Black Ace and the tycoon paying the bill had been heard by Lu Shanshan and Yunana, sparking their curiosity. Ah, you guys aren't in this industry. You don't know what's really going on. Tell us then. Yunana gossiped. Kui Jinghui hesitated for a moment, deciding whether or not to speak. Well, it's a done deal. The situation at the Red Rose Bar was irreversible, so he might as well share. The inside story is, those 99 models of Black Ace weren't ordered by a mysterious tycoon, but by the owner of the Red Rose Bar, Tiakok. That kid is smart. By putting up a big show with all those drinks, he saved face and then negotiated a deal with that mysterious tycoon. The Red Rose Bar was originally worth around 90 million, but that kid was afraid I'd bankrupt him, so he sold it to that mysterious tycoon for 50 million. Everyone nodded, as if they suddenly understood. So, that mysterious tycoon became the scapegoat. Sha Yuju furrowed his brows and asked, Exactly. That mysterious tycoon had no idea about the actual situation at the Red Rose Bar. He was naive with lots of money, and he just bought it. The fool. After Chia Kok-suan got the money, he left for overseas. Great colleagues. Chia Kok-suan has not encountered any trouble yet. He just fears that the Zia Tu Club will retaliate against him and directly sell the bar at a low price. Heh. Not to brag, but I was the one who masterminded this whole thing. The closure of the Red Rose was just a few days ago. As long as I give the order, business at the Red Rose immediately comes to a halt, and the next day has to close down. Kui Jinghui laughed heartily, extremely proud of this matter. It's because of my capabilities, unlike some people who can only be a kept man. Zheng Qian, upon hearing this, knew it was directed at him, and immediately changed his expression. What do you mean by that? Seeing Zheng Qian's displeasure, Kui Jinghui then came to the defense of Yunnan. What do you mean? Don't you understand? Xia Yuju detected the tension and quickly changed the subject. Today is Shan Shan's birthday. Why don't we start celebrating for her? Xia Yuju used Shan Shan's birthday as an excuse to divert the conversation, preventing the situation from escalating further. Kui Jinghui looked at Zheng Qian coldly and let him off the hook. Fine. So he's living off others, yet dares to talk to Yunnan like that. Doesn't he know that Yunnan is his girlfriend? Once he's down with these few days, since they're both in Yabai, he'll have plenty of opportunities to mess with Zheng Qian. Well, in college, Zheng Qian and Kui Jinghui did not get along, having even come to blows once over Yunnan. At that time, Kui Jinghui brought a group of people and almost beat up Zheng Qian, but Xia Yuju intervened. Kui Jinghui gave face to Xia Yuju and didn't touch Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian felt there was no need to give face to Kui Jinghui, but because of Xia Yuju's intervention, the situation didn't escalate further. Besides, this was Kui Jinghui's territory. If things got physical, Zheng Qian wouldn't have the upper hand. Soon, everyone ignored each other, taking turns to sing songs for Shan Shan's birthday, with the microphone never reaching Zheng Qian's hands. Zheng Qian began to feel out of place. However, he didn't mind. He and Kui Jinghui, Yunnan were not from the same circle, so it was normal. He focused on listening to Shan Shan's songs. Her voice was like a nightingale. He was brought there by Xia Yuju, not even planning to attend Shan Shan's birthday. He had confided his secret crush on Shan Shan only to Xia Yuju, and possibly Xia Yuju wanted to reunite them, but unknown to him, Zheng Qian already had a girlfriend. What bothered Zheng Qian though, was that Kui Jinghui and the others initially were polite and offered him cigarettes, thinking he was just living off others, to the point that it almost turned into a physical confrontation. Even Tang Xingyu, Shan Shan's eyes were different when looking at him. It was only Xia Yuju who occasionally talked to him, preventing the atmosphere from getting too cold. In fact, having interacted with various girls, Zheng Qian now saw Shan Shan as not as charming as Tang Yuking or Tang Shuxin in terms of looks and body. In terms of education, Shan Shan couldn't compete with Zi Qianshan. In terms of capabilities, Shan Shan couldn't compare to Su Shuyan. As for Zheng Qian's current girlfriend Jin Lu, Shan Shan was even more inferior. Jin Lu outshone Shan Shan in every aspect. Zheng Qian only attended Shan Shan's birthday party because he was invited and to conclude his college days, having once admired the school's goddess. Other things were not part of Zheng Qian's considerations. When everyone grew tired of singing and had their fill of drinks, a 5-tier cake was carefully wheeled in by the server. The KTV playlist switched to Happy Birthday. The staff also brought out several prepared gifts. Yunnan gifted a Louis Vuitton handbag to Shan Shan. Shanshan, may you forever be 18. Shan Shan covered her cherry lips, tears welling up, overwhelmed with emotions. Kui Jinghui presented a lady's watch to Shan Shan, wishing Yuan a certain someone to achieve success soon. Upon hearing this, Shan Shan immediately blushed, knowing exactly who Kui Jinghui was referring to. After all these years, she had not been able to date Tang Xingyu, to become boyfriend and girlfriend. Of course, she knew it was referring to Tang Xingyu. At the same time, she glanced sneakily at Tang Xingyu. Shanshan, every year from now on, I will spend this day with you. This statement was mundane, but coming from Tang Xingyu, it sounded like sweet nothings. He then took out a square box from behind. Initially, everyone, including Zheng Qian, thought it was a ring. Shan Shan's heart raced. Would Tang Xingyu confess his feelings to her on this occasion? She felt anxious yet hopeful. Even now, she wasn't sure of Tang Xingyu's attitude towards her. Was he treating her as a good friend, or was there mutual feelings of admiration between them? Mutual admiration was a painful experience. When the box was opened, everyone realized it wasn't a ring but a diamond necklace. Shanshan, may I put it on for you? Shan shyly nodded, thinking a necklace was somewhat underwhelming compared to a ring, but it symbolized a significant step in their relationship, which was better than extravagant gifts. Her family was affluent. They didn't lack material possessions, but genuine feelings. In the end, Xia Yuju finally found an opportunity to present his gift. Shanshan, just a small gift. Don't look down on it. Xia Yuju's gift was a jade bracelet, not as valuable as the others, but still worth 10,000 or more. Considering Xia Yuju's family background, it was already a substantial present. Finally, it was Zhang Qian's turn. In a rush, he had not prepared a gift. Shanshan, wishing you a happy birthday. Everyone has a gift, but I wasn't prepared, so let me cover today's bill. Zhang Qian said, somewhat embarrassed. Before coming, he was busy comparing cars with Kui Jinghui and completely forgot about preparing a gift. Pay the bill? Are you sure about that? Everyone chuckled inwardly. Xia Yuju quickly intervened. It's okay, Zi Qian. You can make up for it later. We can't have you foot the bill on Shan's birthday. Having spent long enough with these people, Xia Yuju understood their high spending habits. Just the alcohol alone tonight cost over 100,000, not to mention the costs of the Diamond Lounge, service fees, totaling around 120 to 30,000. It's okay, Zi Qian. It's okay not to have a gift. I can't let you pay on my birthday. Shan also thought it was inappropriate. Originally planning to come to this KTV, Kui Jinghui had a stake here and could offer discounts. If they divided the bill in half, they would just split the cost. But as Zhang Qian wanted to pay, he wouldn't enjoy the discounted price and would end up paying the full amount. Purchase it all, over 100,000. Kui Jinghui wanted to ask, if you swipe your girlfriend's card, wouldn't she get upset? No problem, I'll take care of it, Zhang Qian said, as he pulled out a VIP card from Yeb Bank. He had given his main card to Jin Lu, so he could only use this card. After completing the deposit at Yeb Bank, arranged by Zhang Dao, it was said that all the interest was on this card. Spent 124,985 yuan. System cashback 1,249,850 yuan. Already credited. Treating the goddess to a birthday meal. Unexpectedly, the system also provided a cashback. Zhang Qian didn't spend a single penny and even earned over 1 million. Everyone thought Zhang Qian was just being polite, but they didn't expect him to actually swipe the card. After swiping the card, Zhang Qian's face remained unchanged, as if spending 100,000 yuan was nothing to him. Lu Shanshan, affinity -5. Zhang Qian had never seen this happen before, that spending money on her would decrease affinity instead of increasing it. Yue Nana guessed that when Zhang Qian returned home that night, he might face a beating. Kui Jinghui was not happy at all. Taking his girlfriend's money to flaunt what? Do you like pretending? Kid, Qianer, in a few days, our school will have an alumni gathering, inviting well-known alumni to give lectures. Many prominent figures will attend. You must come with us. Kui Jinghui approached Zhang Qian with a smile, as if nothing had happened between them earlier. In fact, this alumni gathering was not just a lecture. The lecture was just a front. It was actually to have those well-known alumni say a few words, lead the donation, and then have the successful people follow suit. Kui Jinghui wanted to use this donation event to humiliate Zhang Qian. Look at the timing. Not sure if I'll have time. Zhang Qian coldly dropped these words before leaving the scene. Humph. Zhang Qian is just enjoying a free ride. Why acting so arrogant? Yue Nana found Zhang Qian very unpleasant and complained. Well, if he can enjoy a free ride, it must mean he excels in some aspect above others. Otherwise, who would choose him? Didn't you see that he doesn't even go to work in the morning, but works out at the gym? That's his job. Kui Jinghui was actually a bit jealous of Zhang Qian. Not jealous that he could freeload, but jealous of Zhang Qian's freeloading partner. Typically, people who freeload either seduce wealthy women in their 50s or yellow-skinned women in their 40s. Why did Zhang Qian, targeting such a perfect woman with impeccable temperament, figure, and appearance? No matter how strong he gets in training, can he beat Jinghui, you think? Yue Nana flattered her boyfriend shamelessly at every opportunity. Wait. Suddenly, Kui Jinghui remembered. Zhang Qian's girlfriend. Jin Lu. He had seen her before at the Red Rose Bar. She was a salesperson at the bar. At that time, Kui Jinghui sensed something off, as if she looked familiar, but didn't recognize her until just now. When this news was revealed, several people were shocked. While the commission from bar sales was indeed high, if one wanted to buy a house or a car in Yadbei, commission alone wouldn't suffice. Kui Jinghui was in the business and knew more than others. For example, at his family's West Asia club, multiple girls had resigned, all of them top-tier beauties whose sales were exceptional at the bar and earned a lot of support from the patrons. The reason these girls resigned was surprisingly similar. They found sugar daddies and received more allowance monthly, and what they made in a year at the bar. Are you sure about this? Don't spread rumors, Lu Shanshan reminded. I'm sure. I swear on my 2 kidneys, everything I said is what I saw with my own eyes. I even sent someone to investigate Jin Lu, but she ignored me. If Kui Jinghui was telling the truth, things would get a lot more interesting. Jin Lu selling herself for wealth, then taking Zheng Qian as a sugar daddy. This free meal was too easy. Could Zheng Qian really stomach it? Lu Shanshan frowned slightly, not expecting Zheng Qian to have turned out this way. During university, although they didn't interact much, being in the same class, she thought Zheng Qian was relatively straightforward, honest, and had good grades. Freeloading was one thing. As long as it was consensual, she didn't mind it. But could Zheng Qian really handle this level of freeloading? Affinity -5. In just a few hours, Lu Shanshan's original 20 points of affinity towards Zheng Qian dropped by 5 points. From being in the category of ordinary friends at 20 points, it now made him closer to being a stranger at 5 points. Tang Xingyu noticed Lu Shanshan's unusual expression and intervened. Let it go, Shanshan. In the next few days, I'll find a way to return this money to him, and we'll avoid interacting with such people in the future. Lu Shanshan nodded slightly in agreement. Kui Jinghui and Yue Nana now looked down even further on Zheng Qian. I wonder if he'll come to the alumni gathering. If he does, I'll definitely scold him fiercely. Yue Nana was angry, still upset about the recent unpleasant experience. Nana, didn't you see how cowardly he looked just now? He's probably afraid to come. The alumni gathering involves donations. Will he donate the money he took from his girlfriend? Even if Jin Lu is generous, she wouldn't agree to that. But hey, don't worry. If he dares to come, I'll join you in scolding him. If he talks back, I'll find a few people to teach this little pretty face a lesson. Kui Jinghui rolled up his sleeves and flexed his muscles for Yue Nana. I knew Jinghui would treat me the best, Yue Nana said, as she threw herself into Kui Jinghui's arms, and the two cuddled up together. After leaving, Zheng Qian went straight to the Red Rose Bar and found Jin Jiwan. Qian, you arrived just in time. I just came to take over things here and found something fishy with the accounts. Chia Fathead hasn't shown up, and I asked the people below. They said he hasn't shown up for several days. Jin Jiwan, with experience in the field, immediately noticed issues with the bar. Zheng Qian had come to tell Jin Jiwan about the situation he had learned from Kui Jinghui. He said that the liquor prices at Red Rose Bar were nearly half higher than other bars. Even ordinary TKV was cheaper than their purchase prices. Still playing this game, Jin Jiwan stretched out the word this. He knew most of the bar owners back in the days. When he was in the business, everyone was cordial, not like the current hostile situation. If anyone was difficult to deal with, they would directly confront the issue. Why play so many tricks now? Jin Jiwan has already conducted an investigation on the alcohol aspect. If Red Rose chooses to purchase goods from another city at this time, the price may be relatively lower, but the time and transportation costs will be higher, which is a typical behavior of exerting effort but not reaping rewards. Most importantly, the core personnel of Red Rose have already been poached, collectively jumping ship. In such a big scene, there is no longer a team. Adding up Jin Jiwan, there are only 5 people in total, 2 cleaners, 1 cashier, and 1 mover. Damn, Tiaditu, I never want to see him again. Jin Jiwan angrily cursed. He knew back then that Tia Kaixuan was not a good person, but everyone was in the same circle, doing similar business, so Jin Jiwan had some dealings with Tia Kaixuan, mainly to give face to the big shop behind Tia Kaixuan. Since the incident in Yezhou 20 years ago, many people were taken down, including Tia Kaixuan's backing, but he himself thrived, navigating through various opportunities and controlled Red Rose until now. In the current predicament of Red Rose, not to mention 50 million, even if it were given to Jin Ji-won for free, he wouldn't want it. Many shop owners are willing to take over places that previously housed bars and nightclubs, feeling they are unlucky and even unable to sell, attributing it to bad feng shui. Uncle Jin, don't worry for now, it's not a dead end yet, we can figure out a solution somehow. Cheng Qian comforted. Jin Ji-won was a bit puzzled that Cheng Qian was so composed. Red Rose is in such a situation, yet he claimed it's not a dead end. Anger cannot solve problems, one must think of solutions. To run a bar successfully, there are many tricks. Whether in the past or present, the decoration of a bar must be good and the style must be ahead of its time. In this aspect, Red Rose has done well. Jin Ji-won looked at the financial statements and noted that Red Rose renovates once a year on average. In terms of decoration, there isn't an issue currently. What matters now are the alcohol and personnel. Alcohol is crucial for a bar, and West Art Club monopolizes alcohol, raising their purchase prices, essentially exploiting their profits. No matter how good the business is, they are just giving away money. I actually have an idea. When I was on a business trip in Madagascar a few days ago, I found a local homemade wine that comes in various flavors, tastes refreshing, and is inexpensive, Cheng Qian shared. During those days in Madagascar, Cheng Qian basically drank this wine daily. This homemade brew can be drunk a lot without getting drunk easily, and the taste is quite stimulating. Unlike Western liquor, which can knock you out directly, causing a big headache later. Cheng Qian believed that introducing this onto Red Rose would be marketable. Madagascar? That place is so far away. How will we transport it? Jin Ji-won was puzzled, as Madagascar is thousands of miles away from here, not an easy feat. Oh, Uncle Jin, you forgot. I am in the shipping business. I know some bosses of shipping companies in Madagascar, and we have good relations. With a simple phone call from me, they can handle it, Cheng Qian stated. Indeed, he had this capability. When he set off fireworks for Su Shuyan, with such a grand gesture, he had surprised the president of this small country, treating Cheng Qian as the richest man in Kyushu. A single phone call and they could have the wine shipped over. You see how forgetful I am? Getting old. Don't take it to heart. Little Qian, Jin Ji-won explained. But can this homemade wine sell well? Uncle Jin, you have to trust me. I am young and can represent the tastes of young people. 85% of Red Rose's target customers are young men and women who are more likely to enjoy it, Cheng Qian assured. Jin Ji-won nodded. Having just been released from prison, he was unsure of what young people liked now, so he listened to Cheng Qian. Along with alcohol, having a good staff lineup is also important. Many people who come to bars look for familiar salespeople to serve them, those who are experienced in the nightlife scene. It's crucial that they know how to handle situations well, making customers feel comfortable to potentially return. Almost all customer bases for bars consist of repeat customers. If they have a bad experience, they won't come back. Male sales staff need to be friendly, while female sales staff should be attractive and good at engaging in conversations. Red Rose is a legitimate bar that doesn't engage in illegal activities. Its income mainly comes from selling alcohol and admission fees. Apart from discounts, promotions, and reduced activities, Red Rose needs a group of articulate individuals to serve as its backbone. With a strong backbone, the bar can attract customers continuously. The problem is that the original team of Red Rose has been poached, and now with Jin Ji-won, the bar only has 5 people. Actually, this is also easy to handle. Cheng Qian smiled. If their West Art Club can poach people, so can we. Uncle Jin, I'll spread the word shortly. Red Rose is offering a high salary of 30,000 yuan as a sign-on bonus, doubling the industry's salary level, and increasing alcohol sales commissions to 30%. For team leaders and managers, commission rates are negotiable and can be raised to 50%. These positions will all include full benefits, plus social insurance and housing provident fund contributions. After introducing the recruitment benefits, Cheng Qian thought they needed an event to showcase the credibility of Red Rose. Tomorrow night, we can organize a big party. A big party? Jin Ji-won wasn't quite familiar with this trend term. It means holding an event, Cheng Qian explained simply and clearly. At tomorrow night's big party, alcohol will be unlimited, and the entire venue will have free drinks. Anyone can come, and we'll hold such big parties once a month thereafter. Cheng Qian's words left Jin Ji-won thoroughly confused. The recruitment benefits were already several times higher than industry standards. If they really did this, the operational costs per month would be several times higher too. The key point was, unlimited drinks tomorrow night, and free drinks for everyone. Jin Jiwon knew that Cheng Qian had a strong business acumen, and wouldn't just be throwing away money. What's the purpose? Jin Jiwon asked, puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. Cheng Qian deliberately left a cliffhanger. The main thing is, the bar doesn't have money in its account. It was all taken away by that Chia kid. If we go about it as you suggested, with the free event procurement, hiring people, it will require substantial investment. Can we manage that? Jin Jiwon was concerned about the financial situation. While Cheng Qian had his ideas, implementing them required a sizable increase in costs. We can only do it this way for now. Besides this, I don't have any other solutions, Cheng Qian replied. They quickly calculated that they needed an additional 100 million at least to sustain bar operations for 3 months. Doing this was better than the whole bar falling into their hands. From what Kui Jinghui had said, the closure of Red Rose seemed imminent in a matter of days. Cheng Qian had spent 50 million buying Red Rose, and injecting another 100 million might offer a chance for a turnaround. Much better than losing tens of millions. 100 million. Qian, can you come up with that? Yes, no problem with 100 million. I'll transfer it to the bar's public account shortly. This bar technically belonged to Jin Lu. If Jin Lu's establishment was in trouble, Cheng Qian ought to lend a hand, right? To lend a hand, one needs to invest. If Jin Lu wasn't fully appreciative of Cheng Qian's efforts, adding an additional 100 million in investment could potentially yield tenfold returns. Sadly, it wasn't possible. After settling the bill, Zhang Qian made an international phone call to the boss on the Maodai side. After hearing his request, the other party readily agreed, promising to deliver the goods by tomorrow afternoon to reassure Zhang Qian. Uncle Jin, I've already contacted the people on the Maodai side. I'll make sure someone connects with you directly when the time comes. Regarding the recruitment, I'll leave it all up to you. You have a lot of social experience and a good judge of character. I trust you with it. Jin Jiwon nodded. No problem, you can count on me. Even at this critical moment for the Red Rose, when even he was feeling anxious, Zhang Qian remained calm and confidently provided a set of solutions. This kind of composure in the face of danger, remaining unfazed even as Mount Tai crumbled in front of him, was not something that could be honed without experiencing several ups and downs in life. At that moment, a man in a well-fitted suit entered the Red Rose. He carried a brown leather briefcase under his arm, his hair slicked back with plenty of hair wax, catching the light under the lamp. Good evening, I've invited myself over. Please pardon the intrusion. Who are you? Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Wenwei, the operations director at Xiaotu Club. Xiaotu Club? That meant he was under Kui Jinghui, right? What do you want? Zhang Qian asked coldly. Lu Wenwei just glanced at Zhang Qian, ignoring him, and shook hands with Jin Jiwon. You must be the new boss of the Red Rose. How should I address you? My surname is Jin. Just say what you need. Jin Jiwon didn't have much of a go impression of him. Boss Jin, you're straightforward. Let me get straight to the point. Today, I'm here to discuss the acquisition under the instructions of our young master. Lu Wenwei was straightforward, taking a seat without being invited, pouring himself a cocktail. Discuss the acquisition. Jin Jiwon sneered. You better go back. We're not selling. Coming to discuss acquisition at a time like this, it was nothing but taking advantage of a crisis. Boss Jin, you've just taken over the Red Rose from Chakoksuan. You probably don't understand the current situation of the Red Rose. Lu Wenwei looked around. Except for two cleaning aunties, there were no other staff in the bar. Usually at this hour, the Red Rose would be open for business, but today it was closed. Why? Because of the clever tactics of his young master, Kui Jinghui. Lu Wenwei briefly explained the current predicament of the Red Rose with a smile. Boss Jin, I advise you to give us this rotten business, and in a few days, when the Red Rose is worth nothing, it will be too late. Our young master has made a generous offer. 10 million. So, Boss Jin, think about it. To acquire the Red Rose at 10 million, it would be better to just rob it. 10 million could only cover the cost of the land, renovation, equipment, props. Even just the Red Rose sign alone was worth more than 10 million. Zhang Qian had spent 50 million when he took over. Boss Jin, you should handle it now, then go find Chakoksuan to settle accounts and get back that 50 million. I've looked into the laws and regulations for you. Chia Kaixuan has already engaged in fraudulent activities. The contract between you two is invalid. By filing a lawsuit, not only can you recover the 50 million, but also make an additional 10 million. Why suffer losses? You won't lose anything. This guy was resorting to threats and inducements, trying to deceive them. Kui Jinghui's trusted men were not to be underestimated. Most people might have been fooled by him and sold out. But Jin Jiwon wasn't foolish, and Zhang Qian was not a fool either. Get lost. Don't let me see you around. Damn it. Jin Jiwon's original image in Zhang Qian's mind crumbled a bit. He didn't expect his father-in-law to have such a bad temper. Lu Wenwei was taken aback by Jin Jiwon's sudden outburst and nearly dropped his glass. Seeing the situation turning sour, Lu Wenwei swiftly left the Red Rose. As he left, Lu Wenwei slammed the door and left a threat. Fine. We'll see who gets the last laugh. Jin Jiwon angrily smashed a bottle against the door, not hitting Lu Wenwei but the door itself. Go to hell. Uncle Jin, there's no need to get worked up over someone like him. Getting upset would only harm you in the end. Zhang Qian tried to calm Jin Jiwon down. Of course, Jin Jiwon understood this, but he was just trying to scare Lu Wenwei. The man's words were buzzing in his ears like a fly, becoming irritating. Sometimes, the best way to deal with troublemakers is to force them out. Soon after, Zhang Qian's phone rang. It was Duan Qiran calling. Bro Qian, I found the people you need. When are you available for me to bring them over so you can see who you like? Bring them all to the Red Rose. I'll be waiting here. Zhang Qian realized it was the security personnel coming. Now, Duan Qiran was surprised, not expecting Zhang Qian to be in such a rush. Yes, right now. I'll give you 15 minutes to get here. Time starts now. Zhang Qian hung up the phone. Hurry. Guys, Brother Qian needs us now. To the Red Rose, quickly. 15 minutes later, Duan Qiran arrived at the Red Rose with his people. No one moves. Anyone who harms a hair on Brother Qian's head, I'll break his leg. Duan Qiran walked into the Red Rose and roared angrily. He didn't actually intend to break anyone's leg. He was just trying to assert dominance and control the situation. What's going on? What's going on? I'm fine. Whose leg are you going to break? Zhang Qian laughed and called Duan Qiran over. Seeing that Zhang Qian was calmly having a drink with an old man, it seemed like nothing serious was happening. Zhang Qian had been so urgent on the phone, Duan Qiran thought something had gone wrong, prompting his hurried arrival. How many brothers did you call? Zhang Qian looked at the densely packed group of men in black vests behind Duan Qiran, each one looking bulkier than an average person, probably 2 or 3 dozen. Originally, Duan Qiran didn't expect to call this many people, but with Zhang Qian's high-priced offer, several dozen people quickly messaged him in response. Brother Qian, if you don't need that many people, you can choose a few. The rest can stay and secure the Red Rose. Tomorrow night we're having a big party, and they'll need to help maintain order. Don't worry about the salary. Everything will remain the same. Zhang Qian arranged for Duan Qiran to find a few people and spread the news of recruiting and hosting a big party for them, then promptly had the people dispersed. The news of Red Rose's heavy recruitment and big party spread quickly in Yabai. With unlimited drinks and free entry, this free event was quite attractive. However, in the past, there have been nightclubs that use such news as a gimmick. Free drinks, but you have to pay for a seat, playing tricks. Upon hearing this news, the young masters and ladies of Yabai, the university students at the local university city, who had never been to a bar before and wanted to experience the nightlife, all discussed the free entry at Red Rose. The timing of Red Rose's event was perfect for the weekend, and many people invited their friends to go have fun at Red Rose. Most people came with the mentality of taking advantage of a good deal. Free alcohol, why not drink it? Red Rose was already one of the top bars in Yabai, and the news of free entry was quite a bombshell. Even those who usually couldn't afford it and could only go to lower-end bars now had the chance to enter Red Rose. The news created a stir, to the point where even Jin Jiwon didn't think it would be this big. Only a few people came to apply for jobs, most of them newbies without prior experience in the industry. Qian, look, the ones coming to apply are all newcomers. Those old hands aren't coming. Zhang Qian had anticipated this. Those seasoned nightclub veterans were still in a wait-and-see mode. When Xiao poached people before, they probably brainwashed them, saying that Red Rose was no longer doing well. Suddenly organizing a free entry event, people naturally wouldn't believe it. If the free entry event was real, Jin Jiwon's office door would definitely be bursting with people. Such great benefits, who wouldn't want them? Which bar gives a 30,000 cash reward upon hiring? Which bar provides you with sales to pay the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Which bar can offer such high commissions? Don't worry, Uncle Jin, those people aren't fools. They are more calculating than anyone. They are weighing their options. Jun Qian reassured Jin Jiwon. How is it with the drinks? Are they all ready? Yes. Several shipments arrived in the morning, a few more in the afternoon, and more will come in the evening. Under Jung Qian's arrangements, Jin Jiwon had already coordinated with the representatives from Ma Dai's side. Tonight, they would only serve Ma Dai's local brewed wine. Firstly, to see if the wine suits the young people's tastes. Secondly, it could greatly reduce costs. By importing these wines from Ma Dai, Jun Qian didn't spend a dime. Those few bosses from Ma Dai gifted them to him. If the response was good, Jun Qian would vigorously follow up on these wines, even dispatching people to buy out these wines directly. Then, only Red Rose in Yebai would have this kind of wine. They could even apply for a patent, build a brand, and sell it to various regions, making a handsome profit. Let's start the game. I have a pair of case. Kui Jinghui revealed his cards. A pair of case. You have a pair of case. I have 3 cues. Tough luck. Shai Yuju reluctantly covered his cards. Just a moment ago, that hand made Shai Yuju lose 20,000, which left him feeling regretful. In Kui Jinghui's eyes, this scale of playing Texas Hold'em was considered small, as he had never bet less than 50,000 in his circles before. It was just playing around with a few old classmates. Young master, something big is happening. Lu Wenwei, the operation director of Xia 2, rushed in hastily. How dare you? Can't you see that I and my classmates are having fun playing? Kui Jinghui was interrupted suddenly, feeling embarrassed. Young master, I'm sorry. Lu Wenwei slapped himself hard across the face. Forget it. Jinghui, it must be something urgent looking for you. It's none of our business. Lu Shanshan said, standing nearby. Kui Jinghui nodded, and Lu Wenwei approached him, whispering a few words in his ear. What did you say? Absolutely true. I wouldn't joke about this with you. Lu Wenwei bent down and said, all right, I got it. You can go. Kui Jinghui waved his hand, and Lu Wenwei left, closing the door cautiously. What's going on? Jinghui, why so flustered? Tang Xingyu tossed his chips out as the starting bet for the next round. After getting back from the KTV last night, everyone went to have dinner at a hotel, then went to Xiaodu to play, continuing until late at night. Kui Jinghui only woke up at 1 p.m. today, so he naturally hadn't heard about Red Rose's situation. If Lu Wenwei didn't inform him, he would still be in the dark. I've heard about Red Rose's free entry event too. Shai Yuju chuckled. Young master, you're a bit late with the news. I slept in because we partied till late yesterday, otherwise, I would have known earlier. Kui Jinghui replied grumpily. I sent someone to read Rose yesterday to see if we could acquire it, that way we wouldn't need to compete. Acquire it? How much to acquire it? Not much. Just 10 million. Huh? Thinking you could acquire Red Rose for 10 million. Not only did you fail to acquire it, but you also angered them. Shai Yuju scoffed. Hehe. 10 million is not a small sum. If I really went all in against Red Rose, you think their business would be worth anything? Do you believe that? Upon hearing Shai Yuju's words, Kui Jinghui began to reflect on his action of sending someone to acquire it. It was not very damaging but highly insulting. Perhaps by pulling off this stunt, Red Rose was indeed provoked. But what could be done about it? Ultimately, it would lead to trouble. Maybe they wanted to go out with a bang before their end. Jinghui, who is the new boss of Red Rose? Maybe your dad knows them. Could be an acquaintance. Don't stir up a hornet's nest. Lu Shanshan kindly reminded him. I know the former boss was called Tiakai Xuan. He was archenemies with my dad, but I have no idea about this new boss. My people say it's an old man in his 50s or 60s, wearing glasses, looking dignified like a businessman. An amateur. Tang Xingyu frowned. From the description, it seemed that he had made a fortune in another business before and now wanted to try his hand in the bar industry. However, people in different professions don't understand each other like strangers passing in the night. Outsiders enjoy the spectacle, while experts see the tricks. Tang Xingyu didn't fancy the Red Roses. Kui Jinghui's family had been working hard in Yi County for decades, solidly established as local leaders. For an outsider to rely solely on money and withstand the blows from West Asia Tula, it is not very realistic. You can use money to extend your life, no problem, but you can't keep splurging all the time. If you keep spending money, you might as well just close down. After hearing this, Lu Shanshan and Yunnan shook their heads. If it were a gentleman they were talking about, they might have heard of him. A middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, or someone from their father's generation, so how could they have friends in that age group? Tang Xingyu used to study Yebai but later transferred to Shanghai. Now, he had made friends and connections in Shanghai, while his network in Yebai had not been updated for years. In Kilu, Tang Xingyu could ask his father to see if he knew the person. Jinghui, the other party's intention is clear. They definitely don't want to let you benefit easily, so they added a lot of costs to protect themselves. This boss's economic strength should not be underestimated. He must be very wealthy, Tang Xingyu earnestly analyzed for Kui Jinghui. Since no one knows who he is, there's no point in speculating. Since Red Rose is offering free drinks, why don't we go and see for ourselves? We'll know the situation once we go there. This is a good opportunity since Xingyu is in Yebai these days. Let's have some fun, suggested Shai Yuju. Everyone agreed. They still didn't know where to go for the evening, and Red Rose was definitely lively tonight. That evening, the streets of Yi County were bustling with traffic. Even the traffic police were deployed to control the flow. The nearby parking lots were all full, and after 7 p.m., drivers were circling around as they couldn't find parking spots. Red Rose's sign was radiant. There were unexpectedly two burly men standing at the entrance, not in security uniforms, but dressed in expensive black suits, with a Ferragamo belt around the waist and a surveillance earpiece. Upon entering, there were 9,000 lumens of purple neon lights, and even from a distance across the main dance floor, one could hear the noisy music. The men in black stood with hands behind their backs, and the flow of guests was unceasing. By just past 7 p.m., the private booths and tables were already full, and many people had nowhere to sit, so they were standing on the side drinking and playing. Wow, there are so many people here, Lu Shanshan exclaimed. Of course, didn't we see the sign? It started at 6. We're late, Shai Yuju laughed, indicating that free things always attract a crowd. Today at Red Rose, there were 3 waves of people. The wealthy gentlemen from the college circles of Yebai, stylishly dressed young university students, and some shy young men who seemed to be visiting a bar for the first time. No seats. Kui Jinghui looked around and approached a man in black, taking out 300 yuan bills from his wallet. Buddy, can you find us a seat? Unexpectedly, the man in black, sporting black sunglasses, arrogantly turned his head without even a glance at Kui Jinghui. Impressive, you can keep that, Kui Jinghui said, putting the money back in his pocket. Every time they went out, wasn't it always for private booths or VIP seats? Tang Xingyu had come from afar, and as the host, Kui Jinghui couldn't just let him stand and play in the venue, embarrassing him. The unexpected appearance of Zhun Qian on the 3rd floor caught their attention. Heading to the 3rd floor, they indeed found him there, sitting alone at a private booth, checking his phone and sipping on a drink. Shai Yuju excitedly walked up to him. Qian, what are you doing here? Zhun Qian, upon hearing the familiar voice, looked up. It was Shai Yuju. What a coincidence. Yeah. What a coincidence. Are you alone? Shai Yuju asked. Zhun Qian nodded. Yeah. For now, Shai Yuju had intended to ask Zhun Qian if they could sit together since it was so crowded that evening, but Yunnan directly took the lead and sat down. Hey, why occupy such a good private booth alone? Move aside. Let's sit here, I'm tired. Yunnan's behavior seemed to overshadow Zhun Qian. This was his bar, and he wanted to sit wherever he pleased. Did she have a say in this? Pushing others aside and squeezing in was quite arrogant in his eyes. Kui Jinghui also took a seat. Sit, let's have a drink together, Zhun Qian said, glancing at Tang Xingyu and Lu Shanshan standing beside them. You guys should sit too. Courtesy of Shai Yuju, Zhun Qian allowed them to sit. You came really early. I spent half an hour just looking for a parking spot. Shai Yuju sat next to Zhun Qian, putting his arm around his neck. Yet, the place is crowded today since I just arrived too. Zhun Qian raised his cup and took a few sips. Heh. Just arrived? Are you kidding me? Yunnan leaned against the sofa, legs crossed. If you just arrived, How did you get such a good private booth? Probably came in before they even opened today, didn't you? Yunnan snickered, implying that he must have arrived very early to secure such a good spot. Listening to this conversation, Kui Jinghui gestured to Yunnan not to speak out of turn. Zheng Qian, who had long disliked him, didn't need to handle him this way. Even if Zheng Qian despised him, he wouldn't be bothered by such remarks. Zheng Qian let out a sigh and accepted Kui Jinghui's toast. What kind of drink is this? It's quite stimulating. Kui Jinghui took a deep breath and sniffed the glass. Can't tell, but it tastes good indeed. Lu Shanshan praised from the side. Without thinking much, Kui Jinghui patted Zheng Qian and asked, Zheng Qian, you left so abruptly yesterday. You didn't even attend the alumni gathering. You know, it's our school tradition to take care of our juniors. How can you, doing so well now, not attend? The alumni gathering, also known as a fundraising event, often invited successful entrepreneurs to give speeches and lead donations to their alma mater. Of course, local alumni who had graduated from Yebai were also welcome to participate. Those with significant accomplishments often attended to flaunt their success since graduating. The people present understood that Kui Jinghui wanted to introduce Zheng Qian to the alumni gathering since donations were expected. Playing the peacemaker, Shai Yuju intervened. Let's forget about it. Little Qian is usually busy with work. If he doesn't attend, let it be. At this point, Tang Xingyu suddenly spoke up. When even crows feed on each other, and lambs kneel to suck from their mothers, if animals can do it, who are we to judge? Zheng Qian? What does this mean? Trying to provoke him, isn't it? Not going means not being human. If Zheng Qian hadn't promised the lady from the administrative office of Yebin University on the phone before, Zheng Qian really wouldn't have gone. What can be done about it? Going there is impressive, right? He kindly offered a place for these people to sit, and what did he get in return? Ridicule. Zheng Qian didn't want to give them any face anymore. Zheng Qian slammed the cup onto the table. Who said I'm not going? Not only does he want to go, but he will also attend the Alumni Association as an outstanding entrepreneur. Zheng Qian, everyone was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. Come, let's drink. Kui Jinghui helped Zheng Qian raise his glass. Normally, Zheng Qian wouldn't dare to slam the cup like this with him. Kui Jinghui would have hit him by now. However, he was just provoking him, and he got the effect he wanted. That's why Kui Jinghui smiled at Zheng Qian like that. By the way, who is the boss here? Why isn't the boss around? Kui Jinghui had already had several drinks and had been looking for the boss to see who took over the Red Rose. At this moment, a man wearing a white shirt, tie, and black glasses, with graying temples, walked over. He looked cultured. Isn't this the new boss of the Red Rose? He came straight to Kui Jinghui's table, putting his hands on the table. Enjoy your time, everyone. In such occasions, there are certain customs where the bar owner or someone with a high profile would pay a visit to each table, greet them, or even have a drink. In the eyes of Kui Jinghui and others, they thought the boss just wanted to greet them politely and make a familiar face. In reality, Jin Jiwan wanted to chat with Zheng Qian, but seeing that Zheng Qian had friends with him, he didn't speak to Zheng Qian. Hey, uncle, are you the new boss here? Not really. I'm just a manager, Jin Jiwan replied truthfully. Any questions? Oh, I heard that you have an extraordinary looking woman here with a strong drinking capacity. Is she still working here? If she is, could you bring her over to have a few drinks with us? After saying this, Yunnan sprayed out the wine she was drinking and burst into laughter. Lu Shanshan tugged at Kui Jinghui's sleeve, indicating for him not to do this. But Kui Jinghui ignored Lu Shanshan. There's no business tonight, so you don't know who I'm talking about. Jin Jiwan hadn't realized the problem yet and continued to answer. Juicing, if you're familiar with her, see if you can talk to her a bit, have a drink with us, and then go out to have some fun. Kui Jinghui's meaning was clear. He wanted Jin Lu to come over to accompany drinks, then go out for a night. He didn't really intend to do that because Jin Lu didn't work at the Red Rose, and Kui Jinghui knew that long ago. He said these words just to embarrass Zheng Qian. But what Kui Jinghui didn't know was that Jin Lu was Jin Jiwan's daughter. After hearing it, Jin Jiwan's face turned from white to blue. After he got out of prison, he secretly vowed to spend the rest of his life making up for the lack of fatherly love he didn't give Jin Lu in her childhood. How could he allow someone to humiliate his daughter like that? What's your name? Lu Shanshan had been observing the situation and saw Jin Jiwan's change in expression. She quickly stood up and pulled Kui Jinghui back. "Uncle, he's had too much to drink. Don't listen to a drunkard's nonsense. You go about your business." "I'm not drunk. I'm Kui Jinghui, the young owner of the West Asia Club. Why do you look so bad? Do you feel embarrassed by me? Let me tell you, money is not a problem for me." Kui Jinghui humiliated Zheng Qian, and Zheng Qian didn't react much. So why would this bar owner look upset? Isn't it the bar owner's job to find a drinking companion for the customers? Moreover, Kui Jinghui said he doesn't have any money issues. "Is your dad called Kui Honglian?" Jin Jiwan's face turned dark, asking coldly. In his eyes, a hint of killing intent could be seen, making everyone gasp. "Kui Jinghui, do you know my dad's name? Are you familiar with him? Who are you?" "Your dad Kui Hongliang used to run errands under my command 20 years ago." Jin Jiwan sneered. Jin Jiwan didn't know the background of the West Asia Club until that night, but he later found out that its boss was Kui Hongliang, his former underling from 20 years ago. "Your dad was really good at shining shoes. Every time, he made my shoes shine brightly." Zheng Qian, Yunnan, Lu Shanshan, Tan Xingyu, F***K your mother. Who do you think you are to talk about my dad like that? Kui Jinghui got furious after hearing this. In Yeben, who didn't know about his father's reputation, daring to tease him, did that person want to die? Jinghui, Tan Xingyu, the eldest among the group, stepped forward at this moment and pulled Kui Jinghui back. This elder had investigated the local situation in Yeben thoroughly before planning to open a bar there. He probably thought he could handle it, so he dared to do it. Now, being disrespectful in public towards Kui Jinghui's father. This man had a significant background. He took a step forward, slightly bowed to Jin Jiwan, and greeted, "May I ask for the senior's name?" "Jin Yidao." Jin Jiwan replied calmly, with a hint of silence in his eyes. Doom. The name was like a hand grenade, exploding in everyone's ears. Jin Yidao. People might not have heard of Jin Jiwan's name, but they had definitely heard of Jin Yidao's nickname. 20 years ago, there was a saying in Yeben, "When it comes to chaos in Yeben, brother knife decides." Jin Yidao used to stomp his feet, and the whole of Yeben would tremble. Even Zheng Qian had heard stories about Jin Yidao when he was younger. It was said that there was a gang boss who, during a fight, chased over 10 people with a watermelon knife, hence the name Jin Yidao. Even now, his stories were still circulating in the martial world. Zheng Qian couldn't have imagined that Jin Jiwan, Jin Lu's father, was actually the legendary Jin Yidao. If that was the case, then what he said was really not false. Kui Jinghui's father, even if he only shined shoes for Jin Jiwan back then, Kui Jinghui believed it. The Kui family behind Kui Jinghui had only thrived over the past decade due to political connections. How could they compare with the legendary Jin Yidao? Even Tan Xingyu, who had met many important figures, had a slight sweat on his forehead when he heard the name. Are you Jin Yidao? 20 years ago, during the Yi province incident, Jin Yidao was arrested and thrown into prison. But after so many years, Jin Yidao's legend still lives on among the people in the north of Yi. The story of the watermelon knife is just one of many legendary tales. Yunnan was so frightened that she dared not speak. Her hand holding the wine glass was trembling, spilling onto her Parisian family silk stockings. As for Kui Jinghui, he was dripping with sweat, his face pale, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He had grown up hearing stories about Jin Yidao and held a deep admiration for him. Now, with Jin Yidao standing before him, Kui Jinghui felt like a child who had done something wrong, completely losing his former composure. So it was Uncle Jin in front of us, and we were making wild guesses. My name is Tan Xingyu. My father is the chairman of the Kilu Star Group, Tan Chuanyan. My uncle works in the Kilu political and legal system, focusing on discipline violations. Our friend here got drunk today, as said. A lot of nonsense. I toast to you with this glass of wine. Tan Xingyu gestured, and Lu Shanshan quickly poured a full glass of wine and handed it to him. I toast to you with this glass of wine. If anything we said offends Uncle Jin, we hope for his forgiveness. With that, Tan Xingyu downed the glass in one go. Jin Yidao's presence even reduced the air pressure around him. Facing off against Jin Yidao, Tan Xingyu's back was also slightly sweaty. As a junior member, he was light-minded, and if his father Tan Chuanyan were present, he could negotiate with Jin Yidao. Here was not the land of Kilu after all. and Jin Yadao might not give him face. If this matter were pursued, no matter what happened in the future, they would be at a loss today. Saying so much, trying to scare me? Jin Jiwon had no intention of giving Jin Yadao any face. Seeing Jin Jiwon's firm stance, even Tang Xingyu was momentarily at a loss, unsure what to do. At this moment, Jun Qian stepped forward. Forget it. It's a small matter, Uncle Jin. Let's not dwell on it. The four looked at Jun Qian. Didn't you see that Jin Yadao was furious? Why did Jun Qian come out at this time, wanting chaos in the world? Are you happy to see Kui Jinghui in trouble? Jun Qian walked out of the private room, pulling Jin Jiwon to a nearby place. Uncle Jin, don't get angry. I'll handle these people. Jun Qian lowered his voice. Fine. Leave it to you. Jin Jiwon nodded. One was Jin Lu's future fiancé. The other was Jin Lu's biological father. Kui Jinghui had caused trouble today, which was not very wise. What is that boy up to? Is he going to badmouth us? Yunana was nervous. Probably not. Ziqian is not that kind of person. Shai Yuju also felt choked up, completely scared by Jin Yadao's presence. Soon after, Jun Qian returned as if nothing had happened. Jin Yadao did not even look back. He simply left the building without pursuing the group. Kui Jinghui finally breathed a sigh of relief, his back soaked with sweat, his t-shirt soaked with cold sweat, his face pale, his eyes not as spirited as before. He looked like he had just escaped from the brink of death. Jun Qian, what did you say to him? Yunana asked urgently. Nothing much. Just told him to calm down. Jun Qian brushed it off, no longer bothering with Yunana. Seeing Jun Qian's indifference, Yunana angrily grabbed at her silk stockings. Eventually, when everyone saw that Jin Yadao did not return with anyone, they relaxed their guard. You're really something. Kui Jinghui looked at Tang Xingyu with eyes that could not be described. He increasingly felt that Tang Xingyu had made the right choice. When Tang Xingyu brought out his dad earlier, Jin Yadao hadn't done anything drastic. But after mentioning his uncle, the situation immediately changed. No matter how formidable Jin Yadao was, he couldn't rival those higher up. Kui Jinghui shuddered. Jin Yadao had been in prison 20 years ago, and even if he were released now and opened a bar, so what? Where could he exercise his influence? In his prime, Jin Yadao was a formidable figure, but now he had lost his former power. Jin Yadao had been sentenced for 20 years, and now it was almost time for his release. On careful consideration, Kui Jinghui realized he had nothing to fear. He was just temporarily overawed by Jin Yadao's strong presence. Their family had worked diligently in Yi province for many years, and their current status and power were not inferior to what Jin Yadao had in the past. Trying to mess with him? Kui Jinghui? Impossible. It was just meant to intimidate him. Understanding this, Kui Jinghui finally relaxed. I didn't realize, Kui Jinghui, that someone as imposing as you, who fights so fiercely, also fears someone. Jun Qian laughed and began to drink. Shai Yuju keenly sensed a hint of tension in the air. The incident had just passed, yet Jun Qian brought it up again, clearly provoking trouble. Are you also drunk, Ziqian? Shai Yuju signaled towards Jun Qian, reminding him. Jun Qian, what do you mean by that? Yunana said angrily. Just because you shooed Jin Yadao away, you think you deserve credit? If Tang Xingyu hadn't brought up his family background just now, who knows what Jin Yadao would have done? Don't think that saying a few words discreetly to Jin Yadao makes this your accomplishment. Do you think your influence is that great? Jin Yadao will listen to you after just a few words. Lu Shanshan did not expect Jun Qian to come out at this time, and taunt Kui Jinghui sarcastically. The matter had already passed, but with a single remark, Kui Jinghui's anger was reignited. He had already suffered a blow to his face earlier, and it was only due to Tang Xingyu's intervention that he didn't end up worse. Jun Qian's actions undoubtedly fanned a small flame of resentment in Kui Jinghui's heart. She never thought Jun Qian would take advantage of this occasion to assert authority over Kui Jinghui. Lu Shanshan, affinity -5 points, current affinity 0 points. Lu Shanshan's remaining little affinity for Jun Qian plummeted to 0. Yunana's affinity for Jun Qian had already dropped to -5 points. Tang Xingyu also looked at Jun Qian with hostility. Seeing Yunana quarrel with Jun Qian, Kui Jinghui was about to unleash his pent-up anger. It was only because of Jun Qian that he said those words, and if not for Tang Xingyu's intervention, who knows how it would have ended. What do you mean by what I said? Can't you understand? Jun Qian simply repeated his previous words. Kui Jinghui insulted Jun Qian's woman, and he certainly didn't care about Lu Shanshan and others' affinity for him. A few days ago at Kui Jinghui's place, with Xia Yuju there to mediate, Jun Qian had not turned against Kui Jinghui. Now, at the Red Rose, Jun Qian's territory, he had no reason to fear. You bully the weak and fear the strong, always picking on the vulnerable ones. You've got a trick. Before, when you got into fights so many times, did you only pick those who wouldn't fight back? A dozen of you surrounding someone, relying on numbers, cornering them. Have I never seen you in a one-on-one fight? Jun Qian's words were like rapid gunfire, shooting into Kui Jinghui's chest, each word cutting deep and highly insulting. Jun Qian, what do you want to do? Don't think for a second that Jin Yadao scared me just now. I'll tell you, he wouldn't dare touch me. Crack! Kui Jinghui grabbed a bottle and smashed it on the ground, revealing sharp glass shards, aiming it at Jun Qian. You say I've never been in a one-on-one fight? Come on. Today I'll show you. Kui Jinghui might not dare to mess with Jin Jiwan, but isn't Jun Qian eager to deal with it? Just because he exchanged a few words with Jin Yadao, he thinks he's someone special to Jin Yadao. Kui Jinghui really doesn't believe in this nonsense today. Last time at Lu Shanshan's birthday party, he had a conflict with Jun Qian. If it weren't for Xia Yuju's intervention, Jun Qian would have been hit on the head with a wide maul by him. Today, who does he think he is to scold others? How much older is Jun Qian than him? What? Are you trying to start a fight with me? Jun Qian spoke confidently, and Kui Jinghui really couldn't do anything to him today. Seeing the situation, Lu Shanshan hurried forward to intervene. She knew that with Kui Jinghui's temper, he wouldn't back down easily. If Jun Qian really angered Kui Jinghui, he would definitely act recklessly. Jun Qian, say sorry to Jinghui and let's consider it settled. We are all classmates. There's no need for knives and guns. What happens if blood is shed? In Lu Shanshan's words, there was a hint of intimidation, hoping to remind Jun Qian that Kui Jinghui was currently unpredictable and to make Jun Qian step back. Kui Jinghui hesitated a bit. After all, this was Jin Yidao's place, and causing trouble here as a competitor was indeed inappropriate. Moreover, he had just angered Jin Yadao, so if he gave Jun Qian an excuse, he definitely would suffer today. If Jun Qian apologized, he would let Jun Qian off the hook. If there was no apology and Jun Qian decided to confront him, Kui Jinghui wouldn't care about anything else. He would deal with Jun Qian first before anything else. Jun Qian, apologize quickly, and we can forget about it. Lu Shanshan continued to advise on the side. At this moment, Xia Yuju hesitated and didn't know what to say. He couldn't favor anyone. His face couldn't handle it. Apologize? Why should I apologize to him? Jun Qian didn't want to pay attention to Lu Shanshan at this time. Just now, he insulted my girlfriend like that. Shouldn't he be the one apologizing? Everyone was slightly surprised. They didn't expect Jun Qian, this pampered guy, to be so assertive in defending Jin Lu. He knows she's supporting you, giving you money. But Jin Lu isn't here. Why do you have to get into a conflict with classmates like this? Make room for compromise. Lu Shanshan didn't speak up again. Indeed, Kui Jinghui was in the wrong just now. He said those words to humiliate Jun Qian, but unknowingly offended Jin Yadao. Even if you kneel down and apologize to me today, I can't spare you. Everyone, after hearing this, Kui Jinghui's eyes turned crimson with hysteria. Damn it, go to hell. Saying that, he picked up a glass bottle and stabbed towards Jun Qian's throat. At that moment, a man in a suit suddenly intervened by kicking Kui Jinghui's wrist, causing the glass bottle to fall from his hand. Ah! Kui Jinghui screamed in pain as if he had met a speeding train. His hand caved inwards completely. His palm was hanging loosely on the wrist, where the bone had broken apart and was only held together by tendons and skin. The one who intervened was Duan Qiren. He had been observing the situation not far away and witnessed everything. During the incident, Duan Qiren wanted to intervene but was restrained by Jun Qian's sharp gaze. A call came through the earpiece on his wrist. Situation on the 3rd floor. Everyone come up. Duan Qiren alerted others through the communication device. After assigning tasks, Duan Qiren emphasized to the team that protecting Jun Qian was their top priority. Adjusting the situation, providing security, and everything else were secondary. With Jun Qian's life threatened now, everyone listening through the earpiece was on edge. They had taken a lot of money from Jun Qian. Weren't they supposed to risk their lives for him? Soon, Operatives in black attire from the Red Rose were seen rushing towards the third floor from various corners and corridors. In a mere 30 seconds, around 20 to 30 black attires were gathered in the Red Rose, making their presence known. People on the lower floors, who knew they were the security team for the night, understood that something serious had happened as they all headed towards the third floor. All eyes and attention were focused on the third floor. Tonight, with no drys obscuring their view, people on the first and second floors could clearly see the situation on the third floor. Many gossip seekers followed suit, wanting to witness what was happening. Even the music in the venue stopped. Isn't that Mr. Kui Jinghui from North Yabai? What is he doing here? Look at the scene. Seems like they are fighting. Otherwise, why would all the security rush to the third floor? I guess something big is happening. All security personnel are heading there. Should we go up and see? Who is the person in conflict with Kui Jinghui? I've never seen him. Maybe he's also a young master from some family. Otherwise, how could he dare to confront Kui Jinghui directly? Doesn't seem like it. I know the young masters from Yojo. I've never seen this person before. Maybe he parachuted in from a big city. Who knows? It seems serious. The whole place buzzed with discussions. Kui Jinghui's reputation in North Yabai was indeed formidable, and everyone knew him in the circle. Witnessing a conflict involving him, everyone watched from the sidelines, eager for the drama. On Zheng Qian's side, they quickly gathered around 20 to 30 people, blocking the booth completely. Alarmed, Kui Jinghui and the others stood up from their seats. Tang Xingyu shielded the injured Kui Jinghui behind him. Xiao Duan, what's the situation? A black-attired man asked. Nothing serious. This little brat tried to attack just now, and I stopped him, Duan Qiren explained. As a former martial arts champion, Duan Qiren's expertise was in leg techniques, with bulging muscles that rivaled some people's waist circumference. His single kick had broken Kui Jinghui's hand. This sight terrified Yunana, her makeup starting to run. Tang Xingyu was also unnerved. He hadn't expected all security personnel here to support Zheng Qian. With around 20 to 30 people surrounding them, even if he called for backup now, it would be late. In college, Zheng Qian had a conflict with Kui Jinghui. Now, taking advantage of the situation to deal with Kui Jinghui would be tricky. How dare you challenge my boyfriend? Do you know who he is? He's the young master of the West Art Club. How dare you break his hand? Yunana, trying to sound brave, attempted to scare Duan Qiren and the others away. I don't care about West and East. Are you trying to kill someone here? Duan Qiren stepped forward. He wasn't afraid of the West Art Club. They had paid them handsomely, and now they were all working for Zheng Qian. Qianjie, are you okay? Qianjie. Several people shuddered at the mention. It turned out that it was really the people Zheng Qian brought. It was all premeditated. I'm fine. Zheng Qian continued to drink, oblivious to everything. The whole room only had him, sitting calmly at the table. Xingyu, what do we do now? Lu Shanshan's forehead started to sweat slightly. Her father had certain power in Yezhou and would not harm her. Tang Xingyu's uncle in Kilu also had a background higher than her father's, so there shouldn't be any trouble. But now she didn't know how to end this. Forget it, a hero doesn't suffer a loss. Xinghui, let's go. With the other side having more people, Kui Jinghui couldn't really find trouble with Zheng Qian. Kui Jinghui bit his teeth, enduring the pain, staring at Zheng Qian with hostility. His hand was gradually losing sensation. This wasn't Kui Jinghui's territory. Otherwise, Kui Jinghui would have killed Zheng Qian directly. At most it would cost him some money. Today, in the face of Zheng Qian's overwhelming presence, he could only leave for now. When they all understood, they were ready to leave. Wait. Zheng Qian raised his foot on the table. Did I let you go? 30 or so security guards took a step forward in unison, forcing Kui Jinghui and others back. Tang Xingyu saw Zheng Qian's persistence and became a bit annoyed. Jinghui's hand is broken. What else do you want? It's his own fault for getting stabbed by a glass bottle, isn't it? Lu Shanshan also couldn't bear to watch. He also did wrong in this entire thing. Let Jinghui go. Zheng Qian, I promise you, Jinghui will never bother you again. Okay, Kui Jinghui also did something wrong, so it means Zheng Qian was wrong too. He kindly offered to share a table, only to be seen as trying to take advantage and being treated unfairly. Just now, he insulted Jin Lu as well. Zheng Qian wasn't concerned whether Kui Jinghui would seek revenge later. He was ready for anything. This atmosphere had to explode today. Jin Jiwon might be watching from a corner. He definitely couldn't be a saint, let alone play with Jin Lu's reputation. Kneel down, let Jinghui apologize to me, and I'll let him go. The whole room was in an uproar. When Kui Jinghui heard this, he bit his teeth tightly. He wanted to confront Zhang Qian and was ready to face the consequences. Zhang Qian, don't go too far. Tang Xingyu, who usually didn't like Zhang Qian, rarely spoke to him and said angrily, in front of so many people, making Jinghui kneel down to apologize. What kind of behavior is this? Qian, Sha Yuju wanted to say something. Yuju, if you're a friend, don't say anything. Don't advise me. Zhang Qian said sternly. Then he stood up from his seat, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, what did you just say? Going too far? Isn't your humiliation of a father in front of his daughter going too far? Isn't humiliating a man in front of his woman going too far? Is it going too far to ask him to kneel and apologize to me? Zhang Qian was also enraged, yelling at Tang Xingyu. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Qian's presence. More surprisingly, Jin Lu, who Kui Jinghui just insulted, was the daughter of Jin Yadao. Don't want to kneel, huh? Ziduan. Yes. Help him. Duan Qiren brought to people and dragged Kui Jinghui out of the group, kicking him behind his knees. Plop. Kui Jinghui knelt directly in front of Zhang Qian. No one dared to intervene. Nobody expected Jin Lu to be Jin Yadao's daughter. In other words, Jin Yadao was Zhang Qian's father-in-law. Kui Jinghui was stunned, realizing he had said the wrong things and hit the wrong target. Kui Jinghui knelt on the ground in front of Zhang Qian. His eyes caught a man with black-framed glasses in the corner of the third floor, staring at him with a fierce, murderous gaze. He had no choice but to apologize. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Kui Jinghui lowered his proud head. Enough, we fought. You asked for an apology. We apologized. Now can we leave? Tang Xingyu inquired. Do you think saying sorry is that simple and it's over? Zhang Qian continued. Each of you slaps him once to teach him a lesson for the future. You. Tang Xingyu wanted to stop them with his nearly 6-foot body, but couldn't stop so many trained fighters. Slap. Slap. A slap followed by another. The whole Red Rose could hear the crisp slaps coming from the third floor. The entire place gasped in shock. That was Kui Jinghui, the young master of the West Asia Club. Slapping Kui Jinghui wasn't just about him. It was about slapping the face of the Kui family in Yezhou. For a few minutes, Kui Jinghui felt like hours. These people's strength was surprisingly great, as if they were all trained. He endured more than 30 slaps, his face swollen like a pig's head. After it was over, Zhang Qian finally let Kui Jinghui go. By that time, Kui Jinghui's face was all purple, his mouth, nose bleeding, and he even felt a bit dizzy, unable to walk steadily. Tang Xingyu had Junana and Sha Yuju support Kui Jinghui down the stairs. Before approaching Zhang Qian, the members of the fighting team thought Tang Xingyu wanted to attack Zhang Qian, so they stood in front of him. Zhang Qian waved his hand, letting them make way for Tang Xingyu. Are you satisfied now? Tang Xingyu gazed at Zhang Qian with deep eyes. Well, I'm okay as long as Jinghui learns his lesson in the future. Zhang Qian didn't care about others' opinions. You've caused quite a scene. With that remark, Tang Xingyu left with Lu Shanshan from the Red Rose. A DJ picked up the microphone and shouted, Everyone, don't panic. It was just a small incident at our party tonight. As per the boss's request, I have an announcement that the Red Rose is now hiring. The details of the vacancies have been previously advertised. If any brothers and sisters are interested, you can go to the back office for interviews after the party. We will continue the music, the dance, and free-flowing drinks. Enjoy yourselves. The agitated music resumed, and the atmosphere quickly returned to its earlier excitement, unaffected by the incident. After the party ended that night, Zhang Qian didn't have the chance to talk to Jin Jiwan. His office door was already breached. After sending a message to Jin Jiwan, Zhang Qian left the bar and returned to Jianshan International. Jin Lu, at home, had prepared dinner for Zhang Qian. Why are you back so late today? Jin Lu had already eaten and was watching Zhang Qian eat. While eating, Zhang Qian told her about what happened at the bar. Qian, you don't have to get involved with those little kids, it lowers your worth. I can't let you make enemies in Yezhou because of me. Zhang Qian didn't expect Jin Lu's reaction. It's okay, I'm willing to make enemies for you. Ding. The system has detected genuine love from the female towards the host. Zhang Qian, would you like to marry her, have children, and spend the rest of your life together. Another test of true love. Jung Qian decisively chose no. You're really good to me. Jin Lu looked lovingly at Jung Qian. By the way, I forgot to ask you, why didn't you mention before that my dad is Jin Yadao? Jung Qian was curious. I didn't say because I was afraid of you having biases against me, Jin Lu replied. She didn't tell Jung Qian for two reasons. On one hand, she saw Jung Qian as an honest person and didn't want to scare him by revealing her father's name. On the other hand, she was afraid that Jung Qian might have prejudices against her due to these matters. Originally, after her father was released from prison, Jin Lu wanted to find an opportunity to tell Jung Qian everything, but tonight her father introduced himself. I love you so much. How could I be biased against you? Jung Qian pinched Jin Lu's chin. Her considerations were indeed correct. Biases were a significant obstacle, and without knowing him well, she didn't dare to tell Jung Qian about this matter. As for tonight, it naturally ended with a night of passion. The next day, the news of Kui Jinghui being slapped by 30 or 40 people was like a heavy bombshell, dropping in the northern area of Yi. Almost everyone was discussing the matter of Kui Jinghui, the youngest son of the Kui family, being slapped. Many people felt that no matter what was done, it was done beautifully, and it was too pleasurable to watch. Some people believed that the Kui family would definitely not let it go and would surely seek revenge at the right opportunity. The next morning, when Jung Qian and Jin Lu were having breakfast, Jin Jiwon had just returned to Jianshan Villa. Dad, did you just come back? I thought you went to bed early last night. Don't mention it. There were too many interviewees. I couldn't break away at all. I just finished interviewing the last child. Jin Jiwon looked exhausted. The news of Red Rose offering free drinks throughout, combined with Jung Qian slapping Kui Jinghui at the venue, made many people believe that the new boss of Red Rose had strength and the benefits offered were genuine. Before Jung Qian's party ended, many people crowded into Jin Jiwon's office, nearly breaking the door down. After breakfast, Jung Qian went to the company. Xia Qianshan reported a situation to him. It has been confirmed that no one in Bahai is willing to cooperate with the Kanju group, and the White Dock still does not allow our cargo ships to pass through. Jung Qian frowned. If that was the case, then there should be no problem with Li Dai and Liu Shiki. The people around Chen Weiqian were highly suspicious. Previously, Jung Qian had instructed Chen Weiqian to have his people spread the news of establishing a base in Bahai, but now no company in Bahai was willing to cooperate with the Kanju group, indicating they had been tipped off in advance and hence were so resolute. There were problems with the people around Chen Weiqian. If there were issues with Liu Shiki's people, the White Dock would definitely allow Kanju Group ships to pass through. By the way, General John, several officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau came to the company yesterday to inspect our financial statements. I wonder if it's related to this matter. Someone was checking the financial statements. Jung Qian had secretly instructed Zhang Xiaoyao and Chen Zuli to allocate 10 billion to establish a new dock. Shortly after the instructions were given, someone came to inspect the accounts, raising suspicions. It was very likely that the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had received a report and wanted to check how much money the Kanju Group had and to verify if they indeed had the ability to invest 10 billion in a new dock. If that was the case, then there were issues with the people around Jung Qian, especially his administrative special handling team. Although there didn't seem to be a major upheaval at the moment, trouble was brewing beneath the surface. However, Jung Qian was no longer the junior executive of Jengsan Shipyard. He was the chairman of Kanju Group, with a market value of tens of billions, which allowed him to remain calm in the face of storms. Employing villains to cause accidents, protecting the Kanju Group from all sides, Jung Qian chuckled inwardly. It seemed that these people were truly afraid of him. All right, I got it. Continue monitoring. Report to me immediately if there's any situation. Jung Qian waved his hand, and after Xia Qianshan left, he began preparing for the speech at the Yebai University Alumni Association. At Yebai University, the cars in the nearby parking lot had all changed, mainly luxury cars. A separate hall was set up in the administrative building for outstanding alumni, attending the Alumni Association today to rest. Kui Jinghui, Tang Xingyu, and others were all present. Yesterday's incident had not affected Kui Jinghui at all. After arriving at the hospital, Kui Jinghui's father hurried over. Upon learning of the situation Kui Jinghui had faced, he fell into contemplation. He didn't even know about Jin Yidao's release from prison. Kui Honglian advised Kui Jinghui not to act rashly and not to involve himself in trouble with Red Rose. Although Jin Yidao had been imprisoned for 20 years, he was a mysterious figure, and it was uncertain what power he still held. Even after his son revealed his identity, he dared to act and showed that Jin Yidao still did not regard the Kui family with respect. Kui Hongliang promised Kui Jinghui that he would thoroughly investigate Jin Yidao's current social connections. If he found that Jin Yidao had no significant influence, he would help his son save face. So he was able to chat and laugh with others today, but to conceal the swelling on his face, he wore a mask and had his hand wrapped in bandages around his neck. Many familiar faces were present at the Alumni Association today, including the former sports commissioner who had entered the system, rich second-generation heirs who worked in their families' companies and came to play on purpose, and a demolition second generation who had become rich overnight due to a relocation, arriving in a small BMW. Those attending today were generally successful individuals. The most successful ones didn't have time to come, and the least successful ones couldn't face it. Besides reminiscing about university days, the Alumni Association was also a good social event with its natural filtering conditions. But it was nearly impossible to make friends with prominent figures in such an environment. The distinguished alumni invited were more accomplished than them by far, and the school had prepared separate rooms for them to prepare for their speeches, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach them. Most people had heard about what happened at Red Rose, and after seeing Kui Jinghui, they were not fools to bring up the embarrassing incident. From the injuries on Kui Jinghui's face, it was evident that the incident was true, and there was no need to discuss it further. Moreover, since the Kui family had significant power in Yejuan, had no grievances with Kui Jinghui, they even wanted to make connections with him. No one in their right mind would mention the embarrassing incident in front of Kui Jinghui. Hey, where's Xiao Xinghao now? Why haven't we heard from him? Yunana curiously asked. I saw him post on his moments a while back, saying he landed in Yebai. Since he's in Yebai, why isn't he at the Alumni Association? Someone answered on behalf of Yunana. Xiao Xinghao is quite good. Although his background is not very good, he made a yearly salary of 1 million on his own. He was indeed in Yebai a while ago, but later on, he somehow got transferred to Kilu's company. Seems like something about Moonlight Shipping, where he's now director. These people began to boast and show off. Although Zhao Xinhao's family had a slightly better background than an average person, it was still inferior to theirs. Being a director was already a high-level position in the company. For Zhao Xinhao, being able to reach the director position was already quite good. Going further up would be becoming a vice president, receiving company shares, and being eligible for extensive annual bonuses. Moonlight Shipping. From Kilu, Xingyu. Do you know what kind of company this is? Yunana asked with interest. Tang Xingyu was well aware of it. Moonlight Shipping is a subsidiary of Tang Chuanin Xinta Group. Zi Xinhao is the general manager of Moonlight Shipping, which is essentially like working for the Tang Xingyu family. Unexpectedly, he went to Kilu. Well, I know a little bit. The boss of Moonlight Shipping, Huayanfen, is an old friend of my dad. They have a good relationship. Tang Xingyu didn't reveal the true situation to everyone. One reason is he speaks modestly and directly, saying that Moonlight Shipping is a subsidiary of his family might come off as showing off. Another reason is to avoid trouble at home. Tang Xingyu doesn't particularly like Zi Xinhao. He is capable, but lacks in interpersonal skills. If Zi Xinhao found out the truth, he would certainly leverage it to his advantage. Tang Xingyu didn't want to deal with that, so he kept the situation hidden. By the way, since we're all so close, why don't you reveal it? How much will you donate later? Kui Jinghui asked with a smile. Most people donated around 30,000 to 50,000. These individuals didn't have much income, so donating that much to their alma mater was already quite impressive. The more you donated, the more face you gained, letting others know how successful you've become. After graduation, Lu Shanshan and Tang Xingyu both donated 100,000. Currently, Tang Xingyu is still a graduate student and doesn't have much income, so he took part of it from his New Year money. Kui Jinghui laughed, captured Yunana and said, Nana and I will donate together. 50,000. 50,000. My goodness. Donating together, under the tradition of alma mater, is an unwritten rule. Usually, those who donate together are either former roommates or classmates. However, Couples who donate together are the most common. The aim is to show that they were dating during university, got married after graduation, and are living happily together. In order to express his love to Yunana and regain some face in front of the group, Kui Jinghui didn't hesitate to donate 50,000 jointly. Although it's a joint donation, Yunana didn't contribute a penny. Normally, it's the man who contributes more while women contribute less or none at all, highlighting the man's strength and power. Shanshan, you're donating 100,000, right? Kui Jinghui asked, suggesting that Lu Shanshan and Tang Xingyu could donate together to make a bigger contribution. Both of them looked at each other simultaneously. It was a bit awkward. In fact, Lu Shanshan had thought of donating jointly with Tang Xingyu, but she was hesitant to initiate it. Tang Xingyu was also not sure if Lu Shanshan would agree, so they each decided to donate separately. At that moment, an unexpected guest entered the lobby. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the lobby door, but didn't walk over. Lu Shanshan, can you come out for a moment? I have something to tell you. Everyone turned to look. Isn't that Zheng Qian? What does he want from Lu Shanshan? Seeing Zheng Qian, Kui Jinghui's emotions conflicted. He was a bit vexed but also somewhat fearful of Zheng Qian. You wanted me? Lu Shanshan's brows furrowed, appearing a bit lost. Yes. Come out. Zheng Qian said, then retreated to the corridor. It's okay. Go see what he wants. We'll manage if there's any issue. Tang Xingyu gave Lu Shanshan a reassuring look. Lu Shanshan nodded and followed Zheng Qian to the corridor. What do you need? Lu Shanshan asked. After the incident involving the red rose, Lu Shanshan's impression of Zheng Qian dropped significantly to zero, having no interest in him, but maintaining politeness. Do you know about the donation later? I do. Isn't it just a tradition? How much are you planning to donate? Can we donate jointly? Zheng Qian had been contemplating how much to donate and thought using a joint donation could get him a bonus. It was an opportunity to save face and money at the same time. Zheng Qian was hopeful that by asking Lu Shanshan to donate jointly, he could benefit from the 10x bonus system by using her donation in her name. However, Lu Shanshan misunderstood, assuming Zheng Qian didn't have much to donate and tried to save face through her. It doesn't matter how much you donate, it's the thought that counts to the alma mater. Lu Shanshan politely declined. If you agree to the joint donation, I will tell everyone that I only contributed a small amount. How about that? How much do you plan to donate? Lu Shanshan asked curiously, but still not keen on agreeing. 10 million. 10 million? Lu Shanshan felt like she misheard. Zheng Qian wanted to donate 10 million. Was he joking? Her mother's fashion company was only worth 20 million. Zheng Qian's donation was like giving away half of her family's wealth. Zheng Zuchang, you can't find me. You're about to start. An administrative staff member hurried over. Got it. If you don't say anything, I'll assume you agree, Zheng Qian said before being led away by the staff. It wasn't until Zheng Qian disappeared from Lu Shanshan's view that she reacted, trying to call out to him, but it was already too late. Zheng Qian was gone. At that moment, Kui Jinghui, Tang Xingyu, and the others were preparing to attend the alumni gathering. After encountering Lu Shanshan in the corridor, Yunana inquired, Shanshan, what did Zheng Qian say to you? He said he wants to donate jointly. Joint donation with you. Yunana hesitated. Most joint donations are made by couples. What did Zheng Qian mean by asking Lu Shanshan for joint donation now? Tang Xingyu's expression was not pleasant. Don't overthink it. He probably doesn't have enough money and is afraid of being mocked, Kui Jinghui said, trying to reassure them. So, he's reaching out to you early to save face. Come on. The Alumni Association meeting is about to start. Several individuals arrived at the school's auditorium, which could accommodate thousands of people. Hey, who do you guys think our school will invite this time? Yunana asked. Bye-Bye University has many outstanding alumni. Past invitations have included executives from top 100 companies, an executive director from JD, a vice president from the TX Group, and even a vice president surnamed Li who is known for a certain mobile phone brand, claiming to be a successful youth product with assets of several billion, long achieving financial freedom. In the past, everyone already knew through various sources who the school would invite. Unexpectedly, this year the school was tight-lipped, and they still didn't know who was invited. After about 10 minutes, the entire auditorium was filled. Once everyone was seated, a young female teacher from the school's administrative office, wearing light makeup, approached the stage with a microphone to give the opening speech. Lu Shanshan recognized her. Wasn't she the female teacher who was looking for Jung Qian in the hallway? Could it be? Let's welcome our distinguished 2016 alumni of Bai University, Jung Qian, our senior. Jung Qian, with a smile on his face, ascended from the left side of the stage. While going on stage, there were several men in suits wearing earpieces and black sunglasses who stayed close to Jung Qian, ensuring no strangers approached him. PFT. Kui Jinghui spewed his drink. Damn. What the heck? Is this a joke? He was selected as an outstanding alumni by our alma mater, several of his classmates accompanying him cursed one after another. Compared to Jung Qian, who among them wasn't more accomplished, why would the alma mater choose him as an outstanding alumnus to speak to the younger students? Such a ridiculous choice. Actually, the woman who called Jung Qian previously is today's female host, Song Qingli. Song Qingli also attended Bai University, opting to stay and become a teacher after graduation. She graduated in 2017, 1 year younger than Jung Qian. Song Qingli began introducing Jung Qian's background. Mr. Jung Qian graduated in 2016 and, after graduation, worked hard to establish himself, eventually becoming one of the directors of Qianju Group. Next, I will pass the microphone to our senior Jung Qian, allowing him to share his inspiring story. After being invited by the school, Jung Qian corrected his identity, stating that he was not the chairman of Qianju Group but only a minor director. He hoped that during the introduction of his position, attention would be paid to this correction to avoid any misrepresentation. The school representatives didn't understand what Jung Qian meant. Was he trying to keep a low profile, or was there indeed a mistake in their investigation, and he was just a director? Jung Qian promised to make a huge donation to the alma mater. Upon hearing this, the school representatives didn't care whether Jung Qian was a director or a chairman. They were satisfied. Jung Qian's first words after taking the microphone were, "Don't be nervous, don't misunderstand. I'm not a mobster." He made a light-hearted joke referring to his protectors. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the audience. "My name is Jung Qian, a 2016 graduate, and your senior." Jung Qian spoke confidently. "I heard that Miss Song only graduated in 2017 and became a teacher here. I'd like to ask my fellow students, is what she said true or false?" Jung Qian pointed the microphone towards the students below the stage. The students cheered together. "It's true. When Song Qingli was in school, she was already a well-known beauty, just a year junior to Jung Qian, and he couldn't have been unaware of her. This was just to warm up the crowd.